They call it the North Star for a reason,
Where
silly
are you
boy.
touching it with a stick to prove it? A dipstick. Dipstick the star.
It's called a
To your
North
location
Star
and
for
shut
a
up.
reason, Denmark.
Yeah, quit looking up in the air and just making shit up, little guy.
It's called the
Little
North
nut
Star for a
burgers.
reason. You can take a picture
Yeah, I
of
know,
it
little
yourself.
micro guy.
Well, that's helpful.
It moves
Right,
a little bit.
now here's a problem for you. They say the nearest star to us, Twinkle Twinkle Little Star, is 25 trillion miles away, but yet the North Star is meant to be 430 to 433
The nearest
light
star
years
is the
away.
sun.
Light
The sun
years
is the
away.
nearest star, jackass.
No, you're the jackass, man. Okay.
Well, we consider the sun a star, so you're wrong.
Well,
Yeah, we don't.
There you go. We don't
Yeah, we
either.
do.
But
Yeah,
they said
the
the nearest
dumbasses don't.
star
Yeah.
is 20. The nearest star in the sky, which is the ones we see twinkling away, is meant. This is what they tell us. It's their story, not mine. Don't call me a jackass. I'm repeating your story, and it's 25 trillion miles. Yeah, but yet the North Star.
Yeah, we consider
is meant to
this.
be,
If
I
we
can't
consider
even get
the
my
sun a
words out.
star,
So I can't
then
even get my
you're
words
wrong.
out. Look.
You're
I'm
wrong.
trying to speak. I'm not wrong.
You're wrong.
I'm not wrong at all. I'm not wrong at all.
You're wrong.
We're not living on a globe, that's for sure. So you're wrong there. But here we
Try
go.
harder
Anyway.
next time.
You
You're wrong.
try
Yeah,
harder.
how have you,
You
how
try
have you,
harder.
how have you
Listen.
proven that
Listen
the star
harder.
is
Hey,
farther
Queen
than
of
the
Pain.
sun?
Hey, Queen of Pain. Why don't you
Give me
shut
a
up?
chance to speak. Give me a chance to speak. I can't speak. 10 fucking voices. Here we
League
go
of
again.
Legends, fucking
They say
loser.
the stars that twinkle at night, the nearest one of those stars that's
This guy
twinkling at
chooses
night.
Queen of Pain.
Everybody's interrupting. What, are you scared about what I'm going to say? Are you that scared that you can't let me speak? Because I am a
You're gonna
moderator.
tell
I
me
can
some
mute you.
bullshit?
I could mute you if I wanted to, yeah? So just shut up and just pay attention, all right? Now let me speak what I got to say. Now, they say that the twinkle, twinkle stars that we see twinkling at night, the nearest one of those is meant to be 25 trillion miles away from us. And that's what they said, yeah? But then the North Star is anything from 330 to 430 light years away. And yet the North Star looks nearer than the twinkle, twinkle stars. That's the point I'm trying to make. How can the North Star be further away when it looks closer? I don't get it. I don't
think it
mate.
does look closer.
It does.
Does it? Not to me,
Yeah.
it doesn't.
It looks much closer than the
Looks
twinkle,
closer.
twinkle stars.
It looks closer.
I have no
How-
idea. They all
How
look the
do you
same
discern
distance.
looks closer?
Sorry?
Yeah, Jin's an expert. He'll know.
Twinkle.
How are they closer, Jin? By looking at them.
It look closer. That's all I'm saying.
No.
What they
How's
do.
that? What do you mean look
They
closer?
don't look. They don't
What do you
look.
mean look
It
closer?
doesn't look to me that it's 430 to 330 to 430 light years away. One light year being 6 trillion miles. No, that's not what I see in the sky. I see those stars closer than I see the North
What
Star.
would you?
But there you go.
What would you know that is the reference?
I couldn't give you a number.
So
I have
against
no
the
means of
Jin.
measuring that.
What have you got to reference it against?
I have
So it just is.
I have no means of measuring that distance
So you claim it's closer because you looked at it.
because it looks closer. That's the only reason I'm going by. Remember, it's not my story. It's yours, not mine.
Well, yeah.
Right.
You're the one saying it looks closer, though.
Yeah, that's right. I'm saying it's closer because
Yeah,
I
you
don't
sound
see-
intelligent, but that's no
No,
marker of
that's
anything.
not the reason why at all. I'm just going by what I see. I'm not trying to appear
Well,
to be
'cause it's
intelligent.
brighter.
Don't substantiate
'Cause it's
things that are not
brighter?
true.
Because it's brighter.
It's brighter,
Is it
of course, and
brighter?
it's
Is
bigger,
that what
of
makes
course.
you think it's
It's
closer?
brighter and bigger, of course, so it's more visible. I agree to that. But it does seem to be closer than the other stars as well. It doesn't seem to be further away than the twinkle, twinkle stars. Doesn't it?
What is the star you said was the closest?
I thought you could measure it though, Jin.
No, I couldn't measure it. I told you that I cannot
You
measure
could
it.
measure it, Jin.
But I can't measure it. I didn't say I could. I never bothered that.
Well, I thought you did that with celestial navigation, trigonometry, and that.
I didn't say to you that I could
Trigonometry,
measure.
celestial
Excuse me.
navigation.
I didn't say to you that I could measure the distance from Earth to those stars. I never did. I never will. I can't. It's not my position. I've never offered that up as a thing.
Well, you could with trigonometry, you could though, couldn't you?
I cannot measure the distance to those stars.
Trigonometry, you could though, couldn't you, Jin?
I couldn't. Not even to give you a distance. Sorry.
All right. So you
Right. I certainly cannot do that. Yeah.
You didn't do celestial navigation. I thought you did celestial
I never said that I could measure the distance to any star.
navigation.
I've never said I could do that. So
I thought you did celestial navigation, Jim.
I never said to you that I could know the distance to any star.
Get the flat Earth distance.
There's no point. It's no point.
You know, when you got your 69 miles
no
per
point,
1
no
degree,
that
when you did that.
To know if the Earth is flat, you measure the surface. You don't look at the sky. So there you are.
No, but when when you measured an angle to, when you measured an angle to Polaris.
We're not giving you a distance.
When you measured an angle to Polaris, when you measured
an angle's not giving you a distance.
Well, of course
an
you
angle
do.
is not
But
giving
that's
you a
what you
distance.
do, though, isn't it?
An angle is not giving you a distance.
You measure the distance on the surface. Hey?
An angle is not giving you a distance.
I thought it does. It does in real life, In reality, it does.
Doesn't give you a distance.
Yeah, but if you measured
an angle does not give you a distance. I'm sorry.
Angle, you will have traveled 69 miles, isn't that so? Isn't it?
That's not my position. You heard that yesterday.
No, but you can in reality. You can get it.
Not my position at all.
So you haven't measured the angle to Polaris or anything.
I've never told
navigation. You never did that.
I've never told you that. No flat earther has measured the circumference of the Earth to know it's 24,901 miles. Nobody knows that. No flat earther can tell you that. So what you offer up, none of us agree.
They claim it's the same as the.
We never claimed that. Not me.
But the flat earthers say
I don't know what
same.
flat earther done that. Give me the name of the flat earther who does that. Give me a name. You can't, you see, because you're just lying.
Flat earthers say it's the same as the globe.
As far as I'm concerned.
Oh.
Give me the name of the person. Give me the name of the person that said that. Go ahead.
It would have to be, wouldn't it?
Give me the name of one flat earther.
It would have to be, wouldn't it? Hey?
Give me the name of one flat earther that agrees with what you're saying.
Yeah, I can. Nathan Oakley told me.
No, he doesn't.
I just said Nathan Oakley. Nathan Oakley.
No, he doesn't.
Man.
You're lying. You're lying.
10th man, Nathan Oakley, Huey.
You're lying, sir.
Adam Meakin.
What?
Jedi. Well, they don't agree now, I know, because they seem to be running for the numbers.
Agree. You're lying again. You're lying.
You know? Well, they told me the numbers.
No, they didn't.
10th man, he gave it.
Numbers. You told
I'm
them the
not lying
numbers.
at all. You know I'm not lying. You're just
You're
running.
lying. I know
I
you
don't
are.
care.
You
He's
told
got
them the
posts
numbers.
of it, got videos of it.
All right, I missed the context of all this.
Okay.
What is it that they're saying?
Well, the flat earthers claim
We don't.
that they can take a 1 degree angle to Polaris and they get 69. Well, the flat earthers are saying that when they take a 1 degree angle to Polaris, elevation angle, right? So it's got to be flat because it's an elevation angle. They measured 1 degree and they got 69 miles per degree. And they measured that from the North Pole to the equator, which gave them 90 increments of 1 degree, each measuring 69 miles. And that gave them a radius from the North Pole to the equator of 6,210 miles. Yeah. But they say that the equator is the same size as that on the globe, which would be 24,901 miles.
No flat earther agrees to that.
Either, if that's the distance, then the circumference would be 39,018. And if it is a circumference of 24,901 with a radius of 6,210, then pi must equal 2 on flat Earth.
Yeah. But we've not done that. No flat earther has given you that as
well,
a
there's
fact.
lots of claims.
No, I don't. That's why I asked you for the name of the flat earthers who are claiming that. You said Nathan Oakley. No, he's not. I told you. Jedi, not claiming that.
Yes, he did. He told me personally. He told me personally.
He hasn't told us that. I'm of
the video.
The knowledge that he hasn't.
Post a video, somebody who did. All right? So I post a video. I'll see if let's have a look here amongst my files. And I'll put it in the text chat.
I'm looking for the name of the person who said that. The name.
Yeah, Brian's Logic it is.
Yeah, Brian's Logic. Another lie. You're lying again.
All right, yeah, I'll just post it, all right? Tell me if I'm lying when you see this, okay? Have a look.
What am I looking for here?
It's in the chat. Omnipresent.
What's the concept?
There you go.
What am I looking for?
There you go.
What am I?
There you go.
What am I expected
Tells you all about it there, Gin.
What am I expected to find? What am I expected to find?
It says on the title.
expected to find?
69.04 horizontal.
Yeah.
69.04 horizontal miles per degree.
Yeah.
That's what it says.
Yeah, what I'm going to do is speak
Check
to
it out.
Brian's logic, because Brian's logic never mentioned that to me or to
Watch
any
the
other
video.
flat earther. Right, I
No,
don't need to
watch the video. Watch the
I
video.
don't need to do that. I'll speak to Brian's
video.
logic myself. No,
You know,
I'll speak to
it's
Brian.
incredible.
I'm
And
gonna
isn't,
said
speak
it,
to Brian.
isn't
He said
that
that the
Brian's
globe-
Logic's
He said
video?
the globe.
That's literally Brian's
Yeah.
Logic's video. Why wouldn't you
Yeah.
watch it?
Yeah,
I will speak to Brian
Yeah.
himself. That's what I'll do.
yeah.
Okay.
Now he said that the globe measurements came from the flat Earth measurements, and he shows how it's done.
Right. Well, then I'm going to
It doesn't make sense to
logic
me,
myself.
but he does try to explain it there. He goes right
I
back
will
to the
ask Brian
pyramids
myself.
and
That's what I'll do.
and told me that he states that the area of the pyramid at Giza is half a nautical mile.
Well,
When
I
you
don't
measure
know that.
along
I
the
haven't-
baseline, the
I haven't measured
square.
it to confirm
Well, you can
it.
have a look.
Yeah, I haven't measured it to
No,
confirm
you
it.
could confirm it in Jin, you could confirm it in reality. It's a reality measurement. 69
I will
miles,
ask
1
Brian
degree to
logic what he
Polaris.
means by that
Easily
later on.
done.
I
Yeah,
will ask
I
Brian
think you
logic
can probably
because
take
he-
it
he's
down,
never
but, you
mentioned
know,
it to
grab
us
it
when we
quickly
talk
while you
about
can,
that.
anyone.
You're the only one mentioning it at the moment,
Yeah,
not Brian's logic. Never mentioned it at all. But I'll
Oh,
ask
yeah.
him.
Do you think I
Maybe
made
I
it?
wasn't
do you
there the
think
day he did that.
I made it up
Perhaps.
then? You think I made it up?
I think you're making it up, of course.
Of course. Even though it's Brian's Logic's video.
Fabricated.
Yeah, I still say he's fabricated because he's a known liar anyway.
Oh, now Brian's Logic is a known liar. Okay.
Not
Well, yeah, I
Brian's
kinda- I do agree with
not
you.
Brian's logic, not
I
Brian.
think I fabricated it. Is that what you're saying?
Elder Bear, who's a younger bear now, he's the one that is not straight.
Oh, I made it up.
with his words.
Oh, God.
Hey, instead of talking about
There you
science,
go. It's on
science
his- it's on his
discovery, you
channel.
guys just
You can
talking
find it
about other
yourself.
people. That's pretty sad.
Go on. Go and find
Yeah.
it, Jin. Yeah.
There's a
No, I
lot
didn't.
he-
I don't
he-
talk
in
about
the
other
ocean
people.
of
Yeah, he
science. There's a
credited
lot more to
10th
discover
man.
than
He
what
credited
these
I'm not
10th
the one
man
that
who was
knows
bringing him the
about it.
information.
Gentlemen, well, we
Yeah.
could focus on the actual claim in the video.
10th man brought them the information, he said.
I never brought the information up.
Either
You
So
did.
I guess the claim is that
it's
69 miles per degree.
39,018 miles in circumference.
Never been
Or-
confirmed. Never been confirmed by any flat earther. That's why I'm surprised that any flat earther would agree
I
to that.
equals 2 on
Is the claim that 69 miles per degree works on flat
the
Earth?
flat Earth.
We're living on a flat earth, that's for sure.
Yeah.
No,
Whether
but
that,
is that-
works, I don't know. I haven't, as I've said to
Which one you
Elder
go?
Bear, I haven't confirmed it. So I can't say yes or nay, can I?
So how do you know if
Yeah.
we're just, how do you know that we're living on a flat Earth if you haven't confirmed it?
Like without curvature, of course. What are you talking about? I don't need to do this experiment to know, to do this evaluation test that you're doing to know that I'm on a flat earth. Get out of here.
What would curvature look like?
I'm not going to answer your question because it's an absurd question. Thank you.
No, I'm serious though. What would
I'm
it
not
look
going
like?
to answer that question. Okay.
I could tell you what curvature
Thank
would
you.
look like.
Well, then you tell me. I'm not interested.
I could
know
tell you what
curvature looks
flatness.
like.
I could tell you what flatness would look like too.
Oh, good. Good. Very good. I'm glad you can. I'm glad you know. I know and you know now.
You want to
That's
hear it?
I'm not
You wanna hear it?
interested at all. I'm not interested.
No, why not? You
No.
come back. I mean,
Because
you
I know what
return-
flat earth
you like
is.
you like
And I
this
know what
conversation,
curvature
right?
isn't. Okay?
You enjoy.
I know what
You
flat Earth
obviously.
is.
You
Nobody's
obviously.
talking through me. So as I said, I know what flat is, and I know what a curved surface is. Thank you.
Okay, so you obviously enjoy this conversation. So I mean, you're not going to ask me what flat would look like to me.
Why would I do that? Not necessary.
You're not interested.
No, not at all.
So
Not at all. That's
What's
not
the
what I'm
point?
here for.
of continuing to argue this. If you're not
I
interested
wasn't
in anyone
trying,
else's
as you can see,
opinion.
I wasn't trying to continue it. You guys are. I said to you
But you,
that I can't validate what was put forward as 1
but yet
degree,
you continue to come back
69
here. You
miles.
don't-
I haven't done that at all. Okay?
why
You know,
aren't you?
hang on a minute. You see, you're interrupting when I'm speaking. That's your fucking problem. Shut
I
up and
didn't hear
listen.
you.
Yeah, shut up and listen. And then someone said,
I didn't hear you speaking.
how do you know what's flat then or curvature? Then I said,
Didn't
I'm not
hear
going to
you.
answer that question because that's a stupid question to ask. Okay?
Have you got anything
That's
interesting to
when,
say?
that's when you're meant to stop.
Finish.
That's when
Let
you're
him
meant to
finish.
stop. That's when you're meant to stop. When I said I'm
Ladies
not
and
going to answer that
gentlemen, have
question,
a
that's
listen to
clearly
Jin.
below my intellect, of course. Why would I answer such a stupid question?
He's going to explain it. Don't
I
you?
don't need to explain it. I don't need to do anything. I'm not here.
Yeah.
I'm
Yeah,
not
I'm
here for
telling you
that.
about his pitch data as
I'm not here for that either.
Wouldn't you like to hear my how I
okay, all right.
view flatness?
Yeah.
I already know that. I don't need 1 degree per 69 miles to know that.
That's
Thank
called
you.
taking the fifth.
It's not required. It's not a requirement. It's what's known as a non sequitur, a red fucking herring.
Why
Thank
would
you.
that be a red herring
There's a
though?
lot of flat earthers
Because
taking
it's
the
not the
fifth.
method that we use to prove flat Earth. Thanks.
What
not a
method would you
we
use
No,
then?
We measured the curvature of the Earth,
Oh, what?
and that would be drop
How
over
is-
distance.
Well, it's a claim. It's
Okay.
a flat Earth claim. I made an argument to address it.
But Jin,
You've made fuck all, mate.
you said
You've made
drop
fuck
over
all.
distance.
I've made an
Jin?
argument to address it, Jin. Okay.
You've made
Well,
a
yeah.
bugger all.
Yeah. What's that,
argument.
Jin?
You've made a waste of time. Is what you've made. That's all you've made. A waste of time.
What's drop over
Stupidity.
distance, Jin?
Yeah. Let's have a look at what you're talking about there.
No.
What would drop over distance look like?
Well,
to
you want
Jin?
my argument?
It would look like the shape of the curvature of the Earth that it should be.
No,
and it's
no,
not.
no. In the distance though, like what would you,
It would
you
be
mean
a
like
drop
drop
over distance.
from a horizontal?
It would be a drop over distance.
Okay. You mean
And
like a
of course,
drop?
that distance
You mean
would
like
have to
we
be coming. You're speaking the logic already. You know what it is. So there you are. I don't have to answer that question. I'm not on trial.
Could you explain to me what exactly would that would look like?
If you do not know what curved and flat is, then you shouldn't be in the room. You
No,
might wanna
because
go
I
back
need to know exactly what it looks like. What
You
it would
might
look like
wanna
to you.
go
I
back
know
to
what it looks
school.
like to me. I know what it
Well,
looks
then
like to
that's
me.
it
I'm
then.
asking what it would look like to you.
There's no need. I already know. I don't need to answer that question. Thank you. And I won't be answering
I'm
that
gonna.
question.
Okay.
He saw it
to
on.
me,
He saw it when he was a kid on a boat.
So to me, drop over distance would mean if I'm looking out in the distance, something that is a known at a known height has dropped from my eye level.
Okay, fair enough. Good luck.
What about to you? Do you think would you
Like
agree?
I said, I'm not going to be answering the question. You're not understanding English language.
Well, you said drop over distance, right? What would that look like to you? Like would you agree that it would be something?
Like I've said,
Hold on, I'm not done.
I will
Hold
not
on,
be
hold on.
answering that question.
Hold on. Would you agree that drop over distance to you would mean that
I would
something
not
that
be
at your
agreeing
eye
to
level?
anything you
Hold
say.
on.
No,
Jen,
I
I'm
do
not
not
finished.
agree.
Jen, hold on. Something that's at your eye level. Let's say your eye level is about 5 feet, right? Something at your eye level that is taller than you. Drop over distance would mean that taller object would now fall below your eye level.
Good luck. If that's what you
With
think, good luck with it. Good luck with it.
Is
Good
that
luck
your
with it.
equivalent of drop? Because that's mine.
Good luck with
I
it.
just want to
Good
see
luck
what
with
yours
it.
is.
I've told you I'm not here to answer that question. What's the matter with
Why
you?
not? So why are we engaging then? What's the point?
Well, you
What are
tell me.
here to-
You tell me. You're the guys that brought it up.
I would like
Maybe
you
that's
for
why
you
you
to
haven't
engage
found
the
it
I've
question.
yet,
been
eh?
trying to stop it in its tracks. And I've
I'd
used
like
the
you to
correct
engage
language.
the question.
You guys are trying to bring it forward. I've told you that. I haven't validated the 1 degree per 69 miles. No flat ever has done that.
How would you
There
validate
you
it, Jen? Let's
I
put
don't
some
need to
ideas.
validate
If you haven't validated it, why do you deny it?
Yeah, as I
Jen,
keep
let's put
saying,
some.
I don't need to
Jen.
validate that to prove the flat Earth. So I keep
Jen,
saying.
let's put some ideas on the table. How would we validate that? Let's throw some
I'm
ideas
not
out.
interested in that. I'm not interested
Why wouldn't you
You
be?
should be.
because I already know you.
If you're an honest person, if you have any integrity at all, you would have to at least validate it to say that it's false.
Look, I'm not
You haven't done
dishonest, and I do have integrity, and I reserve the right to engage in what I think is worth engaging in. This is not it. Thank you.
That's fine.
Right.
I'm
All I'm
open to
saying is,
everything,
if you're going
Jen.
to say
Shut up,
that it's,
moaning then.
that
You're
it's
moaning
not
now.
true, you have to
You are
invalidate it.
moaning
You can say that if you are an honest person.
But I am an honest man, so don't
Why
imply that
wouldn't
I'm
you be?
not.
But
I
you
do
haven't
have
done
Jen,
that.
why wouldn't you be?
And I
Jen, why
reserve
wouldn't
the
you
right
be
to-
open?
I
Why would
reserve
you be
the
open?
right to choose
Okay.
what I engage with. Thank you. This is not
Yeah,
it.
but Jen,
Thanks.
why wouldn't you be
No
open
buts.
to all
There
ideas
are
and
no
all?
buts about
Why
it.
wouldn't?
There are no
Okay.
buts.
Let me know when you're
You're
done.
wasting time now. You're wasting time. I've already reserved the rights. This is not what I'm going to engage with. And I've done my level best to get that across clearly. Thank you.
Jim, the argument.
So basically, you're just here to preach.
Jim,
what
the
you think
argument
is
is
right,
called
and you're not here to
When
listen
you're
to anyone
making
else.
baseless claims and
the
wild
Earth measured
assertions,
flat.
you're a desperate man. Thank you.
Hey, hang on a second. Hold on. Elderberry, you between the clipping and the lagging and the roboting, your mic is absolute shit.
That destructive dichotomy. It's a
Your mic
destructive
is-
dilemma. It's an argument
Your
called a destructive dilemma.
Your mic is shit,
He's still
apparently.
lagging.
Are you on the road?
No, I made an argument, Jin.
No, it
Jin, I
sounds
made
fine
an
to me.
argument,
You've
Jin.
made a poo-poo is what
Oh,
you've made.
sorry.
You've made a
No,
poo-poo.
it sounds fine to me. You're right,
It
sounds
Elder.
fine
Terrible
to me.
internet in the third world. Oh, sorry.
No,
It's
it
Can you hear me
okay.
now?
sounds
Any
good to
better?
me.
Yeah, it's
A little
okay.
better.
Yeah.
Fine. I'll drop out and in.
Well, no, because it seemed like you were
Oh,
connection
it's okay.
stopped and you kept talking.
Yeah, it's
So it was
okay.
like, I didn't know if you chopped out or something. It sounded like you were talking, but we didn't catch it until like the very end of it.
It was coming in a little choppy.
So Jin, I was trying to address you, I was trying to get you to like engage with the conversation, but it seems like you're only here to just preach and not to, fully understand our position so that we can fully understand your position.
Yep.
Well, you already know my position already. I'm a flat earther. There you are.
Yeah, yes, I know that, but
Right.
like, just try to engage. Like, if I ask you, hey, what do you think?
If I
this
want to
would look
engage,
like?
I will. I will engage when the time is right. Now is not the time. Thank you. Thank you. Bloody hell. Why is that hard for you to understand?
So
Right.
I'm just trying to understand, your thought process when it comes to
Well, that will happen when
not
it happens.
observing,
How
not
is it
observing curvature. Like, how would you? What would curvature look like to you? That's what I'm trying to get out of you.
Well, if you don't know what curvature looks like yourself,
No, I know
Yeah,
what it looks like. I'm asking you
well, then
what it looks
that's
like.
it then. Then if you
I
know,
know what it
then
looks
you
like.
know. I know, and you know. That's it.
But I'm
Let's
trying to
not get it-
understand
you're
what
getting
it would look
embroiled in
like
this now.
to you. What would it look like to you?
I already know what it looks like. Don't worry.
Okay, just
Like I
explain it
said,
to me.
I don't need
I'm
to
all
do that.
ears. I'm all ears.
There's no need for me to explain what curvature looks like. If you don't know what it looks like, you're in
I
trouble.
know what it looks like.
Well, then that's it then. No need to
Now,
explain. You know
there's
what
two
it looks
different
like.
types, right? There's two different types. There's left to
I
right
don't know.
curvature, right, which you would need to be really, really high in order to see, and then there's curvature in the distance that would create an obstruction. That you can see while standing on the surface. Left to right curvature, you have to be really high to see. So that's what I would expect. And you mentioned drop over distance, right? So drop over distance would mean something at eye level that's taller than me. Something at my eye level, right, would drop below my eye level if it's taller than me.
Well, if that's what you feel, well done. Good luck.
That's what I would expect, and that's what I observe.
So good. You're happy now. Thank you.
That's what perspective would dictate. Yeah.
Like I said,
And that's why
I'm not on trial.
That's why I take the position I take, because I've literally gone out and observed that with my own eyes.
Right, of course. And I say you are lying because that's not what we observe. And that's fine.
Well, I mean, I wouldn't be lying because I actually have the pictures to show.
You don't have pictures of curving Earth where you were there measuring
do.
and looking at curvature.
I
Now,
do.
You're lying. You're lying.
I'm not lying.
I know you're lying.
I've shown them to you many times.
You haven't shown it to me. That's for sure.
Jin,
I don't look.
Jin,
I don't look at globe. You know, I
do
don't.
you know
look
who
at
you're
globe.
speaking to?
I know who I'm talking to. You know who you're talking to. Remember what I said? You'll have nothing that I'm going to see except
I've
for you
even
in a
showed
video.
you this back when we were on
Like I
Jose's
said to you,
channel.
I said this only 2 weeks ago to you, that if you're in the video being recorded measuring so that the 8-year-olds can replicate what you've done. And remember, these are 8-year-olds, they don't have that much money, if you remember rightly. So no,
Jin,
sir, I haven't forgotten anything I've said. You haven't got that material yet. Thank
Jin,
you.
I even showed you this way
You
back
didn't
on
show me anything.
Jose's channel.
You didn't show me anything.
And you even acknowledged it's like, oh yes,
No,
this
you're
is
lying.
very
I know
interesting.
you're
I'm gonna
lying.
have to take some time. You literally said, oh, this is very interesting. I'm gonna have to take some time to look at
No,
these, and I'll
never
come
said
back
that.
to you.
You're lying.
Yes,
You're
you
lying.
did.
You're lying.
You
I know
This
you're
right here is exactly why I say Jin doesn't
He's
have it.
lying. And I noticed he brought up Jose's channel, so he can't verify anything. He's lying anyway. So
Okay.
there you are.
Okay.
From the horse's
So if
mouth.
I-
That did
So
not
what
happen.
would you do if I actually pulled up that video of you actually
Put it up.
saying that?
Put it up
I
right
mean,
now.
I'd have to search for it, but what would you say
Go
then?
and get it. Go and get it. Go and get that video right now. Go and
So
get it.
So Jen, you don't remember any of the pictures that
I
I've been
remember clearly
over the
not
years.
saying those words.
The ones
Thank
from
you.
Hawaii. Remember the ones from Hawaii? Starting to remember now?
From Hawaii?
Oh yes, you're starting to remember now.
You were still in Hawaii at that time, if I remember right.
I sure was.
Yeah, and what about those images from Hawaii?
Yeah, that I've filmed drop over distance.
No, not that I recall.
How did you prove that's just not
Well,
perspective?
the videos are
8
everywhere,
inches per
Jen.
mile squared of just something
Exactly.
disappearing
Oh, some reason
because of perspective,
the
and just like a
conversation's about
fly,
to take a turn for the worse. Here we go.
just like a fly that's big as the sun, when you hold it next to your eye and you let it go, it disappears.
Not gonna do that right now. Okay, let's go back.
Did you unmute?
Yeah.
No, I didn't.
Yeah,
Somebody
I
unmuted him.
unmuted him. I unmuted Denmark.
No,
because his
Jin, do
input,
not. He's gonna
his
ruin the
input is
conversation,
valuable.
Jin. It's
Yeah,
not a good
but his
idea.
input, no, hang on. His input is valuable.
No,
Okay.
it's not, Jin.
Yes,
I would
it
rather,
is.
Jin, you know what, Jin? I would rather have a conversation with you any day than to have a conversation with Denmark. I promise you.
Yeah, that's all right. I like Denmark to be involved in the discussion when I'm in the
It
discussion.
doesn't go anywhere, Jin.
as far as the
It
drop
does. It
over,
goes everywhere
as far
because
as the
it's
bottom up obstruction thing, so
Yeah.
you said you have a picture of drop, so
over
can
distance.
you have a picture of it going below the horizon? You're saying it's dropping below the horizon. Do you have a picture of that?
Yes, I do. Plenty of pictures.
All right, go ahead.
Or you'd like to see them? I'm pretty sure once I
So
post
you're
them,
saying
you're like, oh, yeah, I've seen
you say you have pictures of the impossible because the horizon has the ground meeting it at meeting the sky. So if you have something going below the horizon, then it's somehow translucently going behind the Earth, into the Earth layer, and you somehow saw that. You have a picture of that. It's pretty crazy.
Yeah. So first of all, before I post the pictures, I'm going to explain to you what you're going to see. Right? You're going to see buildings. Right?
Yeah.
You're going to see half of buildings. Also, what you're not going to see is the beach in front of those buildings.
So that's what you see when stuff moves out of your view. Half of the thing. What a coincidence. Welcome to reality and no shape of Earth. Earth has no.
Please do not unmute Demok.
Why?
Please.
So you're gonna show us some white
He's going to
swans
ruin the
and
entire conversation.
swans
Trying to
away?
take
No,
penny.
he's not.
Stop
Asking
trying
the
to
right
take the penny
question.
down.
Let's see this
Does
picture.
Denmark measure an angle to Polaris?
What's going to happen? Hold on, stop.
okay.
What's going to happen is if I unmute Demok,
Get
he's
back
going
to one-on-one, otherwise it's going to be audio chaos.
Yeah. I think everybody should listen to Terry for a bit. I only just got back in, but it sounded like audio chaos, and then Terry sounded like it made sense. What do you want to happen next, Terry?
For the record, the only time that Jin ever is desperate to have someone else unmuted is when he's pushed into a corner. He's quite happy to sit back.
No, that's not true at all there, Pazza. That's not true at all. I'm not in any corner.
Why are you so desperate all of a sudden to have someone steamroller everything?
Hang on, Pazza. What corner am I in right now? What corner? Please tell me.
You were asserting rather
painted yourself
vehemently
into,
that you hadn't.
Please don't keep interrupting, Elder Bear. Give Pazza room to speak because you talk over everybody at this point. Go ahead, Pazza. I'm listening. I'm not in any
You were
corner.
asserting that you hadn't seen something, and clearly you had, and you felt a bit odd about it, so you suddenly just insisted on unmuting Denmark and letting him rip to give you a bit of breathing
No,
space.
not at all.
Oh,
That's not the case at all. That's not the case at all. Pictures in question do not prove that the Earth is curving. And I stuck by my words. He doesn't have images that prove that the Earth is curving. That's what I said. He's going to show two buildings, an image of two buildings. And if my memory serves me right, one of them has a red line going through it, I think. If it's
Pretty
the image
big
I'm
wave you
thinking
got
of.
there.
Right. And that's it.
He remembers now.
Wave.
Right. So there you are.
Tsunami. What are you claiming they're tsunamis?
So you
hold on, because since they're my image, let me go ahead and address that. So you said a wave, right?
Well, so you would agree that with perspective, things get smaller in the distance?
Yeah.
Okay, so the things that are smaller are behind that wave.
How did
What
you
about
decide it was a
buildings?
wave?
So how tall do you think that
That is
wave is?
clearly a wave, bro.
How tall do you think
How
the
did
wave
you
is?
decide that?
Because it's going way higher than meeting at the horizon. It's not meeting this. It's not this
So
where the sky
because
meets
it
the
doesn't
ground. That
match
is
flat
literally
Earth,
no. It's
because
literally
it doesn't match flat Earth, it must be a wave. That
how
cannot
No,
be
no.
Earth curve because Earth is flat.
How tall do you think the wave is?
Yeah.
How tall do you think that wave is?
I don't know.
And the discoloration shows that it's a wave.
How
Oh,
tall?
does it? The color now. This is some new science.
Yeah, the color and the undulations that are like super high and super low within it. Yeah.
Does the
All right,
optimism?
how high?
Oh, dude, that's
tall
for
is-
sure a
Confirmation
swell.
bias?
It's a swell for sure.
How
It's
do
a
you
what?
I
decide
don't know
that?
what's the. You
swell
guys
or
are
a
not
wave?
being objective. A
We're
swell
not
or
being
what? Yeah, it could be a swell.
This is a proof of the globe curvature. Is a wave, dude?
Oh my
Obstructing
God!
the space.
How tall is? Wait,
A hundred foot tall wave. It's a tsunami. Everybody.
Yes. How tall is
Yeah,
the
that's
wave?
what I think. Yeah, it
Well,
must be
It doesn't have to
tsunami
be
that
100
day.
feet. Like I said, perspective makes things smaller. So things are disappearing because it seems like you know how you put your hand next to
are
your
you
face.
sure
It's
about
bigger
that?
than cars in the distance. Your hand's not bigger than the cars in the distance. It's just
Yeah,
perspective.
yeah. That's because
Well, how
your
that
hand is
wave?
above your face.
That wave is inches from your face. Right. Got it.
No,
How tall is the wave? Earth is
Well,
like
you can
us,
see
but I think
eggshells. You can
because a
see on the
2 foot
left-sided
wave.
wave. I thought you asked a question.
Okay.
You can
Sure.
see on the
How tall's the
left-sided wave right there,
All right,
the one
let's
that's
see if it's
right
a
dead
wave.
center in the building, that is
I'll put,
taking up about 2 windows,
wow,
which would be
look
about
how
2
tall
stories.
those waves are. Look how tall those waves are. Look at wow.
Yeah, I'm just pointing out that when you look at the one that's like right in the center of the building,
It looks like pretty
where the
calm
undulation,
water.
am I in the middle of this? Am I lagging? So right in the middle of the building, the way there's like a little undulation. It takes it up about 2 stories, 2 window panes on the building.
Yeah,
I
but
agree.
I'm above the wave.
So what's the wave
I'm way
side?
above the waves. I'm above the
Just
water.
that little bit eggshells will take up 2 stories. So then just
2
extrapolate that
stories.
out.
That's what. Oh, it's a 30-foot
Look at
wave.
the video.
I'm
Extrapolate
sorry.
it for us.
It's a
Do the
60 foot wave.
extrapolation.
Here,
Why
I'll
is the
screenshot
side
it real quick.
globers talking
Sure.
eggshells,
No, I know what you're talking
NASA
about. You're talking about on
versus
the.
life?
Oh,
Side
fine.
Thanks,
globers
Emma.
talking
Just a
over
second,
each
mate.
other.
So
Damn
no
right.
chance.
Seriously,
You're
some
talking about,
order in
you're
this
talking about
motherfucker,
that,
man.
You're talking about that hump that's to like 2/3 to the left of the frame, right on the window thing that appears to be like going up from one floor and hitting the next floor. I agree with you. That appears to be a wave that is covering it off. Therefore, how high is the entire wave that we're claiming this is? 6 foot, 7 foot, 20 foot?
I mean, I don't know. I'd have to measure it. It looks to me like that little thing I did.
Just
Yeah.
purely observing
How
the
big is it?
wave, you can't.
As the biggest it could be.
You can't tell how high it is just purely observing it. You have to
Side
do.
view will
You have
tell
to do
you
math.
purely.
You can guess,
Because light
though,
doesn't
right? You
travel
can
in
say
straight
it's
lines,
not.
and what
You
you're
can
seeing
say
is
it's
not
not
what's
1 inch.
actually happening. So if you
But
guys
3
still
stories
are
tall.
arguing about pointing to shit and is it there or not, no, it's not there.
But you
It's
can
3
still
stories
say
tall.
it's not 1 inch and it's not 1,400 feet.
I
So
think
it
it's
is
like 6
somewhere
inches.
between 1 inch and 1,400 feet.
So it's
It
not a
looks like
lot of
6
things.
inches.
Cool. That didn't
A
help you.
6-inch
You got a
wave?
side view of
Yeah,
anything
6 inches can
dropping
be pretty
below the
big, dude.
fucking
Like,
water line.
6 inches is not small, dude.
Why
He's
is
not
it
that
so
close.
fucking hard to get?
6 inches is just average, bro.
You're my
He's
man,
not that close to
Joe.
the wave. He's not that close to the wave for it to be 6 inches. Come
7
on.
inches is like way too big of a wave, dude.
No,
Look,
just that little
7
piece
inches is
screen-
more
just
than
the
enough, and anybody
that
who
I
says
screenshotted
otherwise
is
is
that
greedy.
that tiny little
Yeah,
thing
7
I
inch
just
waves are.
screenshotted. It
That's
looks
just.
like 6
That's
These are
inches
my
on a
images.
straight
I'm
line.
8 feet above the water. So I'm
Oh,
8
God.
feet above the water. Is the wave taller than 8 feet?
That's all you got to do is get a 6 foot or 6 inch little undulation in the swell itself.
It's not
It's
little,
not-
bro.
The swell is
It's
6
average.
inches. Right, but this,
Wow.
it's
That
yeah, it's
building,
like-
that
it
building
does the
is
it does
25
the job.
stories.
That's the point,
The
right?
building is
So,
25
And then all we got to
stories
do
tall.
is just point the camera down a little bit, and you'll get some different effects. That's all you got to
Okay.
do.
So
So
he's
let's call
8
it a
feet
6
above.
inch wave. Let's call it a 6 inch wave and then ask the next crucial question. How far is that crest of water, that wave, how far is it from the observer?
Well, let's
Because
not
the
call it
further
a
it gets, the
6-inch
less
wave.
effect
Let's
it'll
call it
have.
what you guys are claiming. In this video, you guys are claiming you are filming the geometric curvature of the Earth.
You're
Yes.
running from the
Correct.
conversation. Don't run from the conversation. The Vax, No Tanks has said it's
I'm
a
talking
6 inch
about the
wave,
picture
which
in
is
question.
fine,
You guys
which
are
is fine.
claiming.
Because at zero,
No,
that
what-
would cover the just Vax, chill.
Well, we're
At zero distance,
hold on.
that would
First
cover
off,
all of
eggshells.
the chill, man. At zero distance, that would
We're
cover
trying to
all
tell
of
I'm being perfectly
everything.
calm. I just
And then,
stated
at
what you're
infinity distance, that would cover nothing. So somewhere between it covering everything at right on my eyeball and nothing at infinity, it must now cover the right amount to be Earth curve. What distance do you reckon it is, No Tanks? That 6-inch wave.
Well, that's a good question, isn't it? Like, what's your height above the surface of the water? What's the distance to the buildings? And does it comport with the radius that you're trying to
14
claim?
miles.
Is
Sure
what you're
does.
claiming.
Cool. I think it
Nearly
probably
to the
does.
foot.
It does?
It's a
Okay,
good
break it
question.
down.
It's a good question. I think it probably does. Like, do the Earth curve,
You think it
add a bit of
probably does. So you're
refraction,
just assuming?
give it a bit of wibble, and see what it matches better to, flat or curved.
Did you
Or
just
do
say refraction?
Or do
You
you
don't even know
do this
what that
wax
is.
wax? Or do you do this wax wax? Do you go, let's assume Earth curve, delete refraction, and then test what nobody claims the model is?
What
Which
is
one do you do?
refraction, sir? Well, what is refraction, sir? We're
It's
going to
what the
delete something. You
mainstream.
should be able
It's what the mainstream claims. Are you testing the mainstream, or are you making shit up?
Well, hold on. You're saying we're going to delete something. What are we deleting? You said it's refraction. So I would like to know exactly what refraction is and how you can obtain refraction. Are there specific conditions that need to be met for refraction to exist?
I'm not
Yeah,
claiming any
difference in
refraction in this
density.
at all.
Like,
excuse me?
If you're testing the mainstream model, you need to take the mainstream model as it is and then show that it's false. If you ignore parts of the mainstream, you're not testing it.
Why are you guys debating someone who's denying and doesn't know what refraction is? What is the point of this?
Well, no, I'm
a
asking
good
if you
question.
know
That
what
is a good
refraction
question.
is, sir.
Bro, you don't know
Is
what
refraction
refraction
based
is.
off?
Like, this is
I absolutely do. You're correct. I do know what refraction is. I know for a fact we're not looking at it. That's why I'm asking if you know what refraction is.
How do you know
Because it's
that for a
clearly
fact?
not being shown in anything.
Yeah, there's not much.
How did you
refraction
establish
in
that
there.
for a fact? That's a good question. How did you establish that for a fact? That's not what refraction is.
Because is refraction not based off of a law of refraction?
How did
And
you
does that
establish
law
that?
have?
You established it by asking
Well, first
me
off,
questions? I don't fucking know how you did in your head.
clipping me. No, you asked. You
Go for
cannot clip me as soon as.
Go for
Yeah,
it.
is refraction based off of a law?
I don't know.
Yes or
How
no?
did you decide it was
Okay,
refraction?
so exactly. I know you don't know. That's the point.
So you
I asked you
decided
if
based
refraction
on
based
whether
off
I
a law.
know
You
what
respond
refraction
with,
is?
I don't know. I asked you if refraction is based off a law. You responded with, I don't know, proving my point. You don't know what refraction is.
Sure, but
No,
your
Thank you.
point was,
refraction is
I
not
know
the
for a
law.
fact that's not refraction. And then when I asked you, how do you know that's not refraction? You needed to ask me questions. Sure, like if I tell you I know for a fact that's my car, I don't need to know what you think my car is. That's fucking irrelevant because I know what my car is. How do you know that's not refraction for a fact? It
Well, in
shouldn't
order
rely
for
on
that
my
car to be your
epistemology.
car, conditions have to be met to prove that it's your car, right? Like it's obvious that it's your car based off the fact that you it, that you have a bill of sale for it, that you have a registration for it, that you have the title for it in your name, therefore your car. So
Right,
in order
that's
for it to be
evidence.
your car, conditions have to be met for you to prove that it's your car.
Great.
Now,
What are
in
the
order for
conditions?
this to be refraction, specific conditions need to be met for refraction to exist based off of Snell's law of refraction. Those
So,
conditions
right.
are not being met in this instance.
How did you determine that?
You're gonna go with a two
What
mediums thing.
conditions and how did you determine
I
whether they were
guarantee you.
met?
Are you?
You're gonna, wait, hold on. Someone just said. Somebody just said something interesting. I guarantee they're gonna go to the two mediums thing. I bet. Right. So the
How
two
did you
mediums thing.
decide?
Well,
The
wait a
question is
second.
on
Hold
the
on.
table that you haven't answered yet.
Hold on. The guy that said I'm going to go to two mediums and then asked me if I wanted to make a bet that that's what I'm going to, is that not what's required for Snell's law of refraction to take place?
To
It's a difference.
isotropic medium.
It's a difference.
You know what isotropic means?
What is an isotropic medium, sir?
It's a medium that's the same in all directions. That's what isotropic means.
Give an example. A medium that's the same in all directions. So one medium that's completely uniform and the same in all directions is one medium.
Yes. Which would not include
Right. So one medium. I'm not adhering to the law of Snell's, not adhering to Snell's law of refraction. Therefore, not refraction. Thank you.
So that's how you proved it's not refraction by talking to other
What was
people? Like you're looking
By
at a
only
photo.
having one
How did you
medium? Yes.
how did you determine from this photo that that's not refraction? You know the quote I
What are the
believe you
two
said that
mediums?
we can check in the transcript is I know
What are
for
the
a
two
fact
mediums
that's not
being shown in
refraction.
this photo? What are the two mediums being shown in the photo?
Why do you need to ask a
Isotropic
question?
medium.
Tell me how you decided something
An
was true.
isotropic medium. An isotropic medium is one medium.
Yeah, one isotropic medium. So if
Does
there's
it- is
two
this
layers
how
of
you
air,
decided it wasn't
and they have
refraction?
different densities,
These are my.
two different mediums.
Maybe he should be asking me the question since these are my photos.
Fair enough.
So where's your side view of what all these things do? Looming, refracting, sinking, rising, dipping, miraging, fata morgana, perspective, flat versus round on each
Who keeps
Hey,
unmuting
Chris.
Demok? Do not unmute Demok, please.
It's the AI overview. An isotropic medium is a material that exhibits the same properties in all directions.
Why do you keep using AI for that?
The physical characteristics like conductivity, permittivity,
Robot,
and
why do you keep
permeability
using
are
AI for that? You're
uniform
vaxxed, aren't you?
regardless
You're vaxxed,
of
aren't you?
direction.
You sound
So
vaccinated.
one solid uniform medium, regardless of direction, is not two separate mediums required for Snell's law of refraction for refraction to exist. Therefore, it's absolutely
assuming-
not refraction. Thank you.
Hold on, gentlemen, please.
Only because you're assuming that the air is isotropic, which it's not.
Yeah, it's
You're
not.
the one that said it's an
denser
isotropic
at the
medium,
bottom.
dickhead.
Is
Gentlemen,
hang on,
the definition
here's
of
the
Snell's law
clear
talks about
question.
isotropic medium.
Yeah.
Sorry, go ahead.
Here's the clear question, Vaxwax. Is the air isotropic? Given the definition we now have for isotropic, does the air meet that definition, yes or no? Clear yes or
Did
no,
I make
please.
that claim that the air is isotropic?
I would like a clear yes or no, please.
Continuation.
That sounds like a straw man because it's literally
I would
something I
like,
didn't
it's a
claim. So why are you
question.
putting
It's
it
an
to me?
open question. Is
So
the
you just
air,
want to?
is,
So you're just
so
asking?
let me clarify the question for you.
Oh, I'm not going along with your
In a
straw man. You can have
in a
fun with that.
vertical,
Good try, but I'm
if
not
you
playing your
can-
game.
You'll run from answering a question. Yeah, we can see.
No, you're literally
so the
trying
question
to
is-
attach a straw man to
question
me
you
so you
won't
can burn
answer.
it.
You're running
question
from
you
what
won't
the
answer.
fuck you're talking about. Demonstrate how the air is
The question you won't answer
Yo,
is-
everybody stop. Everybody stop. Who the fuck keeps unmuting Demok?
I don't know. I muted him again. So the question is the air isotropic? And the answer is no. The air forms a very predictable gradient. Right?
Jin,
That's
stop
the obvious
unmuting
fucking
Demok,
answer to the
please.
question.
Jin,
I'm not
stop
unmuting.
unmuting Demok, please.
Yeah,
Jin,
no, he's got a right to speak as well, and he's
No,
bringing
no.
his
Jin
point.
got
do
mod
not
rights.
unmute Demok.
Yeah,
Fucking
that's
Jin's
right.
got
Yes.
mod rights? Wow.
Yes,
wow.
that's right. Yeah, absolutely.
Because he ruins the conversation. That's why.
No, he's not ruining
How
conversation
the
at
fuck
all.
did
He's
Jin get
actually
mod rights? He's
asking
like
things
one of
on
the
point.
last people
He
ever.
interjects a bit better. That's all. Choose
All
his
right, you know
moment.
what? You know what?
An AI in here recording
All
people's
right, I'm
conversations.
gonna unmute him. All right,
Like,
Cool,
let's-
guys. Nobody
okay.
knows you. Shut
Isn't
up.
even
I'm
a
gonna
good faith
fucking unmute
channel.
him. Whatever.
Yeah.
You want to unmute him? I'll unmute him.
Yes, of course. Yeah.
All right, great.
He's got a right to speak.
Let it go to. Let the conversation go to fucking hell.
It's not
No,
going
I'm
to go to
fucking
hell.
mute
It's
him
just
again.
going to
If he
be
does it
heated.
again, I'm
He'll
muting him.
interject when it's right. He's got a right to speak. Come on.
Hey, Demok, you can speak now.
The question for Vaxwax is the air a gradient or is it isotropic? Or
This is a dog
is it
shit
possible
server.
it's
Holy
both?
fuck.
Whatever
Yeah,
you
cool.
demonstrate,
See you later,
eggshells.
pal.
Whatever you demonstrate, they are eggshells from
Cool.
your
The questions for
definition.
Vaxwax
Go
are,
get
I
it.
agree with you,
Stop
Demo.
talking
You make
over
really
me.
good points
Shit
every
show
time you
maker.
speak.
Shit shower. Stop
point.
talking over
Good
everybody,
point.
eggshells.
Hey,
Why
Yeah.
does
He's trying to
eggshells?
get to the truth,
Super good
Demok.
point.
That's what he's doing.
Yeah, let Denmark get to the point, and then you can address
So
No,
me.
Demok
Vaxwax
doesn't have a
is
point.
the
He's just
air
trying to disturb. He doesn't want to get
Vaxwax
to the truth.
Yeah,
is the
let
air
Denmark get his point
isotropic
out.
or anisotropic? It's an excluded middle, so the laws of logic now apply. It is either one or the other. It is isotropic or anisotropic. Which is it? Vaxwax. This question is for you. Is the air, when you compare it vertically, even horizontally, fucking any direction, is the
Right.
air isotropic or anisotropic?
It'd be very hard to tell with that, to be
I'm
honest.
still waiting for where I claimed, where I even brought up the word isotropic. It wasn't my
asking
claim
you.
that the air was
I'm asking
isotropic.
you.
It was
Yeah,
somebody.
yeah.
So you're.
It's core to the
So what does that have to
question.
do with
I'm
me?
asking you the
It's not
question.
my claim. It's literally not my claim. So why are you
I'm
putting
asking
it
you
to
to
me?
make a claim because it's relevant to the conversation whether it's isotropic
No,
or
you're trying.
anisotropic.
You are
You are
literally
running
building
from
it.
it.
No, you're literally trying to straw man me, you dickhead.
No, I'm not. I'm inviting you to give one of two answers.
I never
Give
said
us
the air was an
true
isotropic
answer.
medium.
It's anisotropic. Be honest. It's anisotropic. That's my answer. What is your answer?
Air
Is
is
it
not
isotropic?
So you're claiming the air is not. So you're claiming it's not isotropic then?
Yes, it's anisotropic. It is
Yeah, what are you
different in all
basing that on,
directions,
please?
up
So
and
it is
down, and left and right.
Wait a second. So you're saying that it is or it isn't isotropic?
Pressure differentials exist, hence Earth must be anisotropic in its
Just
atmosphere.
because the pressure changes doesn't mean the medium itself is changing. It's still air.
What does isotropic mean? Reread the definition.
We already went over this. And
Sure,
plus, it's not
reread
my
it.
claim.
Reread it.
I'm not the one that brought
Reread
up
it.
term
Reread it.
isotropic.
Is it about the density in all directions? You dense fuck. It's about the density. Is the density the same up and down?
What are the two mediums that we're
you
looking
dense
at in the
fuck.
picture?
Stop
What are the
lying
two
to
mediums?
us.
What are
Is
the
it
two
isotropic
mediums
or
that we're
anisotropic?
What are the two mediums that we're looking at in the picture?
Denser air and less dense air.
So air. We're just looking at air. Is the denser air made up of a different compound than the less dense air?
With a different
And what's the
density, you
density
dense
difference?
fuck.
What's
You're
the
the most
density
dense thing.
difference?
Then
What's
there's
the
air.
density difference
Then
between
there's
air
less
there
dense
and air 20 feet in front?
Sure, there's 3 amounts of density. Your fucking skull, then
There's
air,
3 amounts
then
of
air
density
higher
in this
up.
picture. Can you prove that?
Sure, yeah, it's less dense
As we
higher
look at
up
this building,
because
we're
I've
looking at 3.
existed.
Okay, what's the differences?
Because I don't live in a fucking bunker. I know that air changes density with altitude. Do you
Everyone
live in a
knows that.
bunker or have you ever been up a hill?
What are you talking
dense
about? We're
fuck.
looking at air over the water.
It's anisotropic. Please don't be so dense. Please
Okay,
go
so
ahead
give
and
me.
defense.
Okay, if it's isotropic, you can explain
There
that to
are-
me. What does isotropic mean?
There
What
are
is an
smart
isotropic
ways.
medium?
There are smart ways.
What is an
to defend
isotropic
flat Earth.
medium?
An anisotropic medium is virtually every medium, but a diamond would be an example of an anisotropic medium, such that it is the same density of.
You mean isotropic?
No, isotropic. Sorry, yes, sorry. Thank you, Q-Op. Isotropic would be a diamond where every direction you go, there is exactly the same number and spacing and density of carbon molecules. But almost everything else is going to be anisotropic, such that there is a density gradient as you go up. And if you're going to pretend you don't know this, you are admitting, in order to defend the flat Earth, I have to pretend I can't tell whether air gets thinner when you go up a fucking mountain. Think
So
about how
thin air
fucking
and thick
dumb
air.
you need to be
Well, shut up,
to
dick
do
face.
that for a
Thin air,
moment.
like
Go
shut
for it.
up.
Anisotropic or isotropic?
Air,
Answer the question
regardless
first.
of the density, is the same thing. It's not made up of different shit. It's the same thing.
Agreed.
Looking through air is looking through one medium.
Everybody's agreeing. Carry on. Answer the question. Isotropic or anisotropic?
So we're
Go.
looking at one medium.
Yes.
So we're looking
Is
at
it
one medium of
isotropic?
air.
Is that
So-
one medium? Is that one medium isotropic or
Absolutely.
anisotropic? Answer the question. You can't. Can
Yeah.
you?
It's still one
You have to
medium.
pretend
we
you don't
can.
Literally
understand the
one
question.
medium.
Okay.
Yeah, we
let me
do
ask somebody
understand
else.
what you're talking
Whether it's
about.
Let me ask
isotropic or
somebody
not,
else.
it's still one medium.
Why don't you shut the fuck up, eggshells, and quit interrupting every time somebody speaks? For Christ's sakes, you guys are the
Steve.
rudest bastards. You guys, why don't you guys learn how to control one mic? My
Steve,
God.
Do you think
Why don't
air
you
is
teach your
thinner?
boy, hey Steve, why don't you teach your boy some refraction so this can go more smoothly?
Yeah, I would say it's Vax as
Oh,
well.
refraction, requiring two separate mediums divided by a hard boundary. That refraction, the law of refraction, sure.
Yeah,
Which is
mate.
not being demonstrated in this picture, sure.
Q-Up, do you
That's
think
not what
air
it
gets
was.
thinner?
Can I get in for a sec? Can I get in
up?
X for a sec? Why do we need Snell's law for refraction? I mean, there's refraction without Snell's law, isn't there?
Because
That's
it's the
true.
law of refraction, fuckface.
That's a good
Whoa,
point.
wait a minute, dude. Jeez.
That's a really good point.
Shut up,
Andy did a
NASA
real
shill,
good
you
point.
pedophile.
Jesus.
What the fuck?
All right, we're not
Someone-
going to do that. We're not
Say
gonna
more on
fucking-
that, Andy. Andy, that's a really good point. Does Snell's law exist before Snell defined it? Right?
I mean, it's obvious, isn't it? You know?
Yeah.
Can we mute this
Well,
guy and
Snell's law
unmute
existed
Demux?
before Snell defined it. That means that Snell's law always has to have two mediums divided by a hard
Does it?
boundary.
Does it?
Like when you put a straw in a glass of water.
Sure, it works as well if there is a hard
No,
boundary.
not sure it
That
works.
doesn't.
Sure, it has to. Not
Wait,
sure
why?
it does. Sure, it has to. There you
How did
go.
you decide that? Describe how you decided that. How did you come to that
The law
conclusion?
doesn't say that.
The law doesn't say
Because
that.
it's the
You
law
made
of
that up
refraction
yourself.
requiring two mediums divided by a hard boundary.
How did the hard boundary come in? Describe how you decided that bit. Because
The
Snell's law
surface
doesn't
of the
say hard
water,
boundary.
where it's dividing the water from the air. You're looking at something
Is
that's
that
half
Snell?
submerged in water and the other half is in air. It's two separate medium divided by the hard boundary or surface, which in this case is the surface of the water.
It works as well with the hard boundary. There is nothing in Snell's law that says it requires one. Can you debunk that?
You don't think
I
the surface
agree.
of water is
I
a hard
agree.
boundary?
No.
You
You're
don't think
missing
the
the
surface
point.
of water is a hard boundary?
I agree. You're missing the point. I agree
Right.
with that point. I'm not.
Right.
I'm saying
And
that
I
point
got a
is not in
question.
contention. We agree that it can happen with a hard boundary. That doesn't show it requires one.
No, it requires a hard boundary, you donkey.
How did you decide that?
No, hold on.
Because
I
it
have a
smells
question.
hard,
Can
you dumb
one
piece of
medium
shit.
can one medium have two different can one medium have two different properties though?
Density.
It doesn't matter. It's still one medium.
But it can have two
density
different
change?
properties, though, right?
It's still one medium. I got one piece of aluminum. It's 2 inches thicker on one end and a
Yeah, but
half
it
inch
would
thicker on the
react,
other. It's still one medium of
but
aluminum.
it would make light react differently as it traveled through that one medium that has different properties at different points of it.
Light travel through aluminum now.
We're not talking about aluminum. We're talking about what? What are we talking about? Air or water? Something
Perspex,
that's opaque.
glass, water.
Yeah,
Anything,
one simple medium. Yeah, air, one medium. Water, one medium.
Sure.
Yeah, but water
Something going through air and then going through the water is
but
an
even
object in two different mediums. Thus,
Right, but
refraction.
But even through water, you can have water at different temperatures, and it would make the light react differently.
It's still the same medium.
But it would make the light react
Isotropic.
differently, right?
But it's still the same medium.
Agree? But don't you agree it would make light react differently as it traveled through a colder part of the water and then a warmer part of the water?
Yeah, but that's not refraction, is it?
Still
It is
water.
refraction.
Still the same liquid.
Refraction requires
It is
two separate
refraction.
mediums divided by a hard boundary. It's simple.
That is
Why does it
refraction.
require a hard boundary? I've asked
So
that
a hard
question a few
boundary, you
times.
guys are
I've asked
declaring
you a
a
few
temperature.
questions, and you're noticeably dodging them. Please answer
Temperature's
this
a
one.
hard boundary,
Where
Eggshell?
did you? Thanks, Demok. Just 1 second, bro. Vaxwax. How did you come to the conclusion it requires a hard boundary? Because I don't see that in Snell's law. I don't see a number that says hard boundary and how hard that boundary needs to be and what even boundary means in maths. Where did the hard boundary come from? Was it Snell's law or was it from flat earthers like you? Where did hard boundary come from? Is the direct question I'm asking you. Could you answer that question? Where did hard boundary come from?
Snell's law applies to the bending of light or other waves when they pass through a boundary between two different media. If you're going to have two separate medias, you're going to have a boundary between those two separate medias, right?
The boundary is just talking about
It came from your reasoning.
Will be the boundary.
It came from your reason.
Snell's
Can I
law
just
applies
clarify?
to the bending of light or other waves when they pass
Yeah.
through a boundary between two different media, such as
edge.
air and water,
Yeah.
or glass and air. This implies
Sure.
the existence of a boundary.
An edge. An edge
It
is
certainly
water, and an
works
edge is
well
air
when
when they
there's a
cut.
hard boundary. What about the law?
Nothing that works
requires
well
it?
with one, it's required.
There's
It
no
says
other
so.
boundary.
No,
It's
you
not
just lied
required,
that.
bro. It just
You made it up,
exacerbates the
didn't you?
refraction, so
In
it's
order to
noticeable.
be a flat earther, you have to make up shit that's not there. That's not in
What did I
Snell's
make
law,
up? It
is it?
sounds like.
Show where it's in
What did I
Snell's
make
law.
up?
It's clearly not. None of us are
This
tricked.
this eggshells guy is just going to ask over and over. You've given him the definition according to the guy, Snell, and this is
And
just a
does Snell
definition.
say
Either
hard
accept
boundary?
it or don't. Say, listen, I don't believe in air. Say, I don't believe in. You can do that. But
Yeah,
don't keep
that's what
asking
I'm
them
saying. I'm
to
saying I
prove
don't
it to
believe
you.
in air. I'm not saying where in
Right.
Snell's
Don't
law
ask them to keep
does it
proving it
say
to
it's
you.
a
What do you
hard
mean by
boundary.
air? What do you mean by water? What do you mean by? Don't keep asking them. It's been defined.
No, I'm not. I'm saying where in Snell's law does it say hard boundary? And the
Snell's
answer is
law,
it's not
also
there. I
known
made
as
it
the
up
law of
myself.
refraction,
In order to
describes
be
the
a flat
relationship
earther,
between the
I
angles of
invented
incidence
some
and the
shit.
refraction when light passes from one medium to another. It
Sure.
states that the ratio of the sine of the angle in
Is a
damn it, you
function
guys made
between
me
the difference of density of
from
the
one
medium,
medium to
correct?
another. It states that the ratio of the sine of the angle of incidence to the sine of the angle of refraction is equal to the inverse of the ratio of refractive indexes of the two media. Each
Sure,
medium,
refractive
like air,
index.
water, or glass, has a refractive index, which indicates how much
Agreed.
light bends when entering that medium. A higher refractive
Agreed.
index means light bends more. Angles. The
Agreed.
angle of incidence is the angle between the
Reading this off the
incoming
website, I
light
agree
ray
with.
and the normal, the imaginary line perpendicular to
Yeah.
the surface. The
You're
angle of
reading the
refraction is the
website
angle between the
written
refractive
by
light ray
Cloders.
and the normal.
That I
Let's
agree
see,
with.
the formula,
Please.
N1 is the refractive index of the first medium, 0.1 is the angle of incidence, N2 is a refractive index of the second
Can
medium.
you understand this? This is a global website that I agree with that says that hard boundaries are a
I'm
really
using a
good
global
way.
wouldn't I'm just getting Snell's law off
It's
of Google.
it's a
Wouldn't
website
necessarily
written
call
by
it a global
Gloders. Prove me
website.
wrong. Like, prove me wrong and I'll
Oh,
give
it's
you
just
wrong
read
money.
now.
about
You agree with it, now it's wrong. Gotcha.
Hold on,
Sure.
you just read about refractive indexes. So does air have the same refractive index at any temperature?
It didn't say air versus air, dickhead. It said air versus water, or air going through glass,
I know.
or glass going through,
Asking you
or
a question.
air inside a glass.
Right, I'm asking you a question. Does air have the same
You have
refractive
the air
index
in the water,
at all
the air in the
temperatures and
glass, the
densities?
glass in the water, or the glass in the air? Two separate mediums? Stupid.
So if I have air,
Yes,
so if I have
that's it.
air that's at one temperature and air that's at another temperature, are they going to refract at the same rate?
They're the same medium, stupid. You're having air versus air.
Do they have the same refractive index?
Bro, it's
Do they
not
have
that
the same
simple, dude.
refractive
What the
index?
fuck?
Yeah.
It's one
Q-up,
This guy
medium.
always embarrasses
Q
me,
up,
dude. Every time.
Q up. What do you think about Vaxwax
I think you know
argument?
It's terrible, bro. He just like so the reason the first part of your definition that you're getting caught up on is they're just like using that as an example because like the difference between like these like two completely different mediums is like drastic, so you'll notice lots of refraction. But any difference in like the gradient of the atmosphere is going to cause little amounts of refraction slowly, and that's like the same kind of boundary in between those two gradients. That, like when you see heat, when you see like optical illusion, like a mirage on the road, that's just because of heat, because just the difference in heat between the air around it is causing refraction.
That's
That
not
was
refraction.
such a fucking good description, Q-up.
It's literally
That
not
was
brilliant.
refraction.
fucking
That's
epic.
heat distortion.
That was so
It's
good.
heat distortion,
Yeah.
not refraction.
That was so on
It's not-
point. That's so
It's like-
What do you mean
clearly
it's heat?
understood.
It's light bending,
The question
dude.
at hand and answered
one
it,
medium.
and it triggered him.
It's quite literally one medium.
That was so good. I live for these moments. I wait weeks for these moments. That was so fucking good, Q-up.
That was kind of my
he's
point,
just,
Eggs, by the way.
steel manning your position, dude.
Well, wait a minute. Wait a minute. Can we prove that refraction happens with change of temperature or change of pressure? Is that a well-known thing, Eggs?
Yes, that I can prove that right now. Would
Yeah.
you like to see?
Right. Well, there you go then.
Yeah. Density changes it. Like if
Change
it
in
already
temperature.
passes through that thing and then you change
me-
the density of that thing, it changes how
Let
it
me-
refracts. Like, that's obvious.
Right. Let me post a little GIF that I post a million times before.
All right. Well, I'll look at it after DMOC lets me know what he thinks about it.
I don't know why you guys want. Like, do you enjoy when Democ comes in and ruins the conversation? Like, seriously?
Yeah, sometimes.
No, I do not.
Why? That's why. Is that why you
I do
guys?
not enjoy that, but I do enjoy you having your freedom.
Please remove
How
Jin's
come
mod.
how come Democ doesn't go over
Wait,
Earth
who's
Awakening?
asking for me to be removed as mod? How dare
No, I
you?
didn't. No one said that.
No, someone
How
did, and I
dare
think it
you.
was eggshells. Watch your mouth,
So-
you people.
How come Democ doesn't
I'm
go
not
to
asking
Earth
for you to be
Awakening?
removed this mod. I'm astounded
Is there-
you were made mod. That's
Yeah.
what I was
Why-
saying.
why would
I'm
you
not-
be?
I don't
Why-
want you to be
why would
removed.
you
I don't
be?
give a fuck.
Why
I
would
just
you
think
be?
it was because you've got incredibly poor emotional self-regulation.
Are you sure about that? You who was calling someone just
Relatively
now
confident.
a dense individual just now? You a few moments
It
ago?
was kind of like it was a funny
I'm
joke.
not saying I'm
you know,
perfect.
because
Like
it was a pun.
Well, then don't
when
insult
I'm
me, you
drunk, sure.
fucking dickhead. Don't insult
Oh,
me.
easy now.
Hold on.
Easy now.
Question,
Easy now,
question,
Jin.
question.
You had the upper.
you
You had the
honest-
upper hand. Then you were making
I
a real
still
good
have-
point.
I
You
still
killed me,
have,
fucking
mate.
dickhead.
Nothing
Well, you
changes,
kind of lost
mate.
it a bit. You kind of lost
Nothing
it. a little bit.
changes, mate.
I'm drunk.
I'm a mod.
I'm drunk,
I'm a
but
mod,
you
and I'm
kinda
a
lost
fair
it.
mod. I'm a fair mod.
I know
don't
you were
abuse
drunk.
myself. I
I got a
believe in
question.
everyone's freedom.
How come
You
Democ
did
doesn't
so
go
good
over to
then,
Earth
Q-up.
Awakening? Wait, stop. How come Democ doesn't go to Earth Awakenings?
He does now and again.
He's
He
muted
does.
everywhere.
When?
Well,
I never came over there.
Because nobody likes to prove what the fuck they're saying, the bullshit ass lies they say. You bitches like to mute motherfuckers like me because you cunts can't prove nothing, you fucking retards.
Because
Prove
you
every
ruined the
bit of
conversation.
That is your
He's also going on
That's
now.
why you got muted.
Retracting,
He's asking a
That's why
air
we were talking about
prove it all,
refraction.
every fucking format, and line it up next to each other. And let's get a look at each
It is what
one.
it is.
Thinking
You're
next
supposed
to
to
rising,
diagram.
next to mediums, next to isotropic,
Right.
next to heat, next to
This
cold.
is what you guys want. It's what you guys want to listen to.
He's
Yeah,
talking
we
you
want
through
you to
it.
prove something. Prove something,
He's
boys.
talking you through it.
Go
You
ahead.
don't
Is that what you guys want to listen to?
Running for
It's such a
proof.
good
Suck it up.
point, don't you think, Jen? It's a really good
Suck
point.
it up. He's
Hang on.
talking through it. He's talking you
What do you
through
think,
it.
Jen?
Yeah, I think he's talking you through it. If you can let me speak, he's talking you through it. So sup it up and respond. Come on now.
Do you really think that's
Yes,
that's
I
good
really do.
conversation right
Yeah,
there,
but you
Jen?
guys know
Honestly,
what
my
you're making
point.
up and reading out of books. Yeah, you really need to fucking demonstrate it. Produce the
Right,
actual thing,
exactly.
stupid.
Exactly. Without the
Well,
stupid.
can I ask a quick question to Eggshells?
Go
Yeah,
ahead.
go for it.
He's being a drunk retard. We
When
can try.
speaking of refraction, when
I'm
talking about
drunk. I'm not trying
refraction
to retard.
in accordance to when speaking of refraction in accordance to Snell's law,
Yeah.
does Snell's law state that let me find it. It's right here. Yes, in Snell's law.
Hard boundary is the question. Are you going to be answering
In
that
essence,
question?
Snell's law mathematically quantifies how light bends (parentheses refracts). Hold on.
Snell's law describes the relationship between the angle of incidence and the angle of refraction when light passes through different media.
Thank you. When light passes through what?
Different media. Yeah. Different density.
So like
Different
gravity,
media
light
of
passes through
different,
gravity. How does it
different
react?
media.
What
Hard
media?
boundaries are a
media-
great way to detect it, but exactly as
Different
QOP just said, everybody in the room but you is understanding it. If that media changes drastically, you get a drastic difference. That's an easy way to find it. But if it changes gradually, like on a warm day over a hot road, it
So
wibbles
no
a
boundary
little
then if
bit.
it's gradual. There's no hard boundary if it's gradual,
Okay,
stupid.
so let me ask you this
So let's
question.
see. In
Another
essence, Snell's law
question will avoid.
mathematically quantifies how light bends, refracts as it crosses between the boundary of two media with different refractive indexes. Does it say
Wait,
one media with different refractive indexes or two media with different
Two
refractive
media.
Hold on.
indexes?
Eggshells,
Does
let me
it
ask a
two
question,
media?
please. Eggshells, let me just ask him a question, please. Does two different temperatures of water affect how light would look through it?
Two different temperatures of water, not the same media with different temperatures?
Two
Or is it
temperatures of water. So you have warm water on top and cold water on bottom. If you pass a light through there, well, if you look through it, is it going to look the same, or are you going to see some sort of distortion?
It's all through one
declaring hot
media.
and cold and medium. He's declaring
Yeah.
Earth for Life is declaring hot and cold their own medium. So you have hot, medium, and water, cold, medium, and water, hot, medium, and air, cold, medium, and air. So now you have three fucking mediums versus three mediums. Way to
So
go,
true.
refractor, retractor.
Yo,
That's a good point, Demok. That's a really good point.
Hold on. This is what I
That was a good
understand
catch,
refraction
Demok.
is. Hold
Appreciate
on. No. This is going nowhere.
I would only say Snell
Photons
said
are
that.
said.
He didn't answer the question.
Photons are said to travel at the speed of light. When it goes through a medium, when it goes
What?
through what that medium, what I understand it to be, is basically imagine it like a region where there is a difference of charge. Okay, when that photon goes through this difference of charge, it slows down and takes a curved path. Okay,
Now voltage
going
is
through
another
certain
medium.
things, going
Same
through
charge.
certain things like crystals and stuff, it'll like bend, but like keep a consistent path. Certain things like liquids and gases and stuff, it'll take a curved path. Don't get lost on temperature this and this that. Just the root of it, I believe, is dielectric charge.
Nothing's
That's
taking a
it.
curve path.
The light goes through a difference of charge, takes a curved path, and slows down. And once it leaves that thing, it speeds back up again. Thank you. That's it.
So no medium. All you need is electricity, and you can do
We're
everything.
not dealing with charge. We're not dealing with charge. We're talking about light passing through water.
Yeah, I don't even think he made any sense. He gave you guys more mediums. He gave you now voltage, charge, crystals, all kinds of more mediums. Now you got 8 million different walls. How many walls of Snell's walls do we look through, guys? Of Snell's law wall?
Depends on the gradient.
Gravity wall. Well, is there gravity in that wall gradient? Is gravity, of course, we gotta look at.
He said it again. He said gradient. If
This is like a
temperature's a
bad
gradient,
fruit and
that
a
means it's
bad
not a hard
fruit.
boundary
Go to
to
other
the
fruit.
temperature.
That's right, which is not required, as Eggshell
So is
pointed out.
temperature a medium? Let's write them down. Temperature is a medium. Voltage is a
Temperature is
medium.
not a medium.
Water. And yeah, you
Temperature is
are.
a medium.
You're saying
Like
temperature
demo
causes
says
anything to do something. You're
No
adding
one's fucking
temperature as an isotropic medium.
Okay, so the question on the table is, does the density of the air affect the path of light? That's the question now you're going to dodge, Vaxwax? Because he did.
That was the original question.
So the question on the table for Jim,
Yeah,
mate,
Eggshells. I didn't
Welcome, everybody, to
appreciate you
Tuesday
cutting
night
off Denmark
on a
whilst he was
Wednesday.
talking.
I'm
Okay, he
going
was
to
listing.
normally on a
He was
Wednesday,
listing the mediums,
FTFE
and you cut him
and
off
I
in his
do
in the middle of what he was doing, which I think is rather rude. Now, if you're going to stop fucking muting him, I'm going to start muting you, mate. So stop the fucking around, yeah? And let him finish what he was saying.
I want to talk to you,
Shut
mate.
the fuck
I
up.
want
do
to
it later today.
I want
And,
to talk to you, Jim.
you know, which
Because
day
I think
what
you can-
I should do is I should
Denmark
have
to
Jesse,
be able to
who's
respond
right here,
if he has.
explain
He can't act
something
like
that I
he
think
can't
a lot
act
of
like a
people
fucking
don't
adult.
quite
You really
understand.
want
That
someone
is
like that
acting like an
in a
adult.
conversation where he
He
can't
was
say
actually-
every single word.
He was
Every single word is
listing the
every
mediums because he was
single
trying
word
to
is
get
a swear
clarification.
word and belittle everyone. You really think that's good for conversation, Jen? You really think that's good for conversation?
It's just
Let
chill.
the man
Because there's
speak.
like,
Let the man speak.
Democ's here all the time.
Yes, I'm
Jim's
here now today. Today I'm
Steve's
here.
here. SE's
I'm
here.
here today.
We want to make this
I'm
a
actually
nice.
here
No
today.
tanks
And I'm
here.
trying to
No
moderate
tanks
it
here.
better.
Much.
and go over some
I'm
of the
actually
let's
trying to
just like
moderate
some
it
basic-
better, I am.
Do we agree?
All those
Do the
people
flat
ask
Earth-
for me, not
do the
you.
flat earthers agree?
How come all
that
those people ask for me, but
Pin
Eggs
up.
talking?
did send
How weird of a
a
moderator
link
to
to Ruhif.
Yeah.
promote his
So hang on a
above
minute.
everybody else, right?
So the question I
Good
have.
God,
Eggshell.
you get to talk
should
over
have-
everybody,
hopefully-
Eggshell.
hopefully have a good
Everybody wants to
understanding
hear you,
of
bro.
what it is
Yeah,
that
so
you're
hang on,
trying to
Eggshell.
do. And
Let Denmark carry on.
Yo,
Yeah.
this is one of the flat earthers got to go check your boy at this point. This is what
Yeah.
needs to happen.
So
Just
electric.
agree with
Come
you.
on.
Disagree. I agree with you,
Come
Demok.
on.
Just agree with Demok. I agree with you,
Let
Demok.
Denmark
I just wanted to
speak.
ask a
We
question.
don't agree
If
with
it's
Johnson
okay.
being on the fucking show.
I
being
agree,
the fucking
Demok.
I'm not saying
moderator.
anything.
The
We don't
question I
agree
wanted
with
to
one
the
moderator.
question I wanted to ask is,
So now
do
Earth's
you,
flat,
the
right?
flat earthers
Eggshell?
here think
Hold on a
this
second.
statement is
Hold on a
true?
second.
It's only two words.
He has
Do
to
you
stop
agree with
talking
this
to
statement?
everybody.
Would you agree? Yes.
Yeah,
Moderator.
yeah.
Pin
Hang on a
up.
second, Eggshells.
Would you agree
Eggshells.
this? Would you agree
Eggshells,
this?
can you hear me?
Jin,
Can you
Jin,
hear me?
would you agree with
Right.
this?
If you can hear me, Eggshells, if you can hear me, Eggshells, can you
Right,
let
would you agree with
Denmark
that?
finish what he was
Right.
talking about? Let him
I was
finish
in
what
the
he was
middle
talking
of
about
speaking
earlier.
when he started.
You
I was in the
started.
middle
No,
of it.
unfortunately, you cut him off.
I was
That's
already
why-
talking when he was
Jim's making a mock
unmuted.
call.
I
Let-
was
let
the
fucking
fucking one who
Demok
muted
finish.
him.
Fuck it.
Before it was bastardized to fit flat
Thin
Earth.
up.
Democ's gone, by the way.
Do you think thin
Wasn't
up?
a bad
Yeah,
idea. The
let
basic
Demok go.
idea was, well,
Who's muted
you know,
Jim?
stars
The question
occlude
for the
over
flat
a
earthers
mountain
is:
peak,
do
and
you think thin up
they could
or
rise
thin
from
up
behind the
true,
mountain
thin up
peak.
false?
So if you
I think thin
simply
up.
observe it, that time
In
of
physics, a
occlusion
medium is
setting
defined as the substance or
appearance,
material
and
through
record
which
that
a
time,
wave,
you
or in
can
this
go
case
into
heat,
stellarium
travels. The
and
properties
put
of the
in your
medium, such as
location
density and
the name of the
elasticity,
star,
can
the date,
influence
the
how
time,
energy
and
propagates through it.
your,
Even with the
the
temperature
barometric pressure
gradient,
for your
in
altitude,
parentheses, a change
and it will,
in temperature over distance, the air itself remains the same substance with the same chemical
kind of
composition,
these slides
a
weren't
mixture of
prepared
gases
for
that
this for today. So
the
ignore
presence
red
of a
text up
temperature
here, but
gradient simply means that the properties of the air, like
stellarium
density, will vary throughout
compensate for
the
astronomical
medium.
refraction and will
So
give
For
you
example,
problem
air
is
with
that
warmer
very
will be less
reasonably
dense than
accurate
colder air with the same
prediction
space,
for
causing warmer
the
air to
apparent
rise and
angle of that star.
cooler air to sink. The
So
process
you
known
can
as
pretty much any time or place and
sorry,
star and
convection.
you put in your location.
However, these
the
differences
star,
in
the
density
date, the
don't
time,
magically transform the
and
air
your
into a
barometric
different
pressure for your
medium.
elevation.
So air,
That's
regardless
fine.
of its
The problem
temperature, is
is
still one medium.
reasonably
If I have an iron
apparent
rod
angle
and
of
If I have an iron rod and I heat the end of that iron rod up to where it's fucking white hot, and the other end is not heated, it's still one fucking medium, which is the iron rod, just with the temperature difference. The medium itself isn't changing.
Making this argument, which would
Shut up, dickhead.
You still can't understand the density is the question. He's like,
you
oh,
can't
if I
understand
remember
that
everything
Snell's
that's true.
For Snell's law to be invoked, you need to have two separate mediums divided by a hard boundary, and in this case, it's just one medium, which is air with no hard boundary. So not refraction.
Gentlemen, hold on. So all I did was
wait, real quick.
Go ahead.
The problem is
no, everything I just said is going to get ignored, and no one's going to address what I just said. How just because air has a temperature gradient in it doesn't mean that the medium itself is two different mediums. It's still one medium of air.
Okay, I'm going to address that. Let the other guy speak. Let the other guy speak. Go ahead.
Level transit, right?
I'm specifically addressing your point.
Yeah, it's
so Snell's law does not talk about light through two different mediums, period. It talks about light through two different isotropic mediums.
Construction grade transit.
So it can be the same medium, but if there's a difference in isotropy, then that's going to have a different refractive index. So you can have refraction in the same medium if there's two layers of different grade of different density.
The setup. There was no pictures of the.
I can't be more clear than that.
No pictures through the.
And also, all I did
Everybody gets it.
Wait. Did he? What Wax, whatever his name is? Did he get that though? Did he actually get it? So you don't make the same argument.
So I can't say whether they did.
Right.
Can we just confirm that he actually got that?
Wax, did you get that argument? Have you understood what's being described?
Oh, my bad. I was on mute. I was trying to talk off mute.
Which of course.
No, what he said doesn't comport with Snell's law. Just because you have air with a temperature gradient, it doesn't change the fact that it's still one medium. Snell's law requires
all you have
two
to do.
mediums.
Can I ask him?
I'm
going to respond.
Snell's law requires two mediums divided by a hard boundary in between those two mediums. Having one single medium, like air, with the temperature difference in it, doesn't change the fact it's still one medium. As I said, if you have, as I said, if you have an iron rod and you heat up one end of the iron rod till it's white hot, it doesn't change the fact that it's still one medium, which is the iron rod.
But that's okay. Let me run through some.
All you're doing is proving to me that you don't know what refraction is.
Bro, relax. All right, I just have a question for you. You consider ice and water different mediums?
Stellarium.
Okay.
What do you think?
All right.
I don't know, bro. I have no idea what you think.
We'll just go to.
Are they different states of matter?
Here.
Just tell me yes or no, bro. Why do you gotta give me
different states of matter?
Stop the time.
Yes. Are they? So are they different mediums?
And then we'll
Wouldn't that make them two fucking mediums automatically because they're completely different states of matter?
Here.
Why not ask me if I think glass and sand is a different medium?
Oh, I'm gonna do one of
So
those.
is the answer yes or no, dude? Why are you giving me a riddle?
The people
is glass made out of sand? Yeah. So does that mean glass and sand are different mediums?
Yeah.
Different mediums. Some interesting things to share on this.
Absolutely.
Okay, good. The only difference between water. Okay, you just debunked yourself. The only difference between water and ice.
Jesse and I were chatting, and we wanted
temperature
is the states of matter.
Exactly.
So the only difference between water and ice is the fact that they're different states of matter. What are we different states of matter? Can I grab a handful of water out of a bucket, throw it at you, and cut your face open with it? No, what if I grab a ton of ice out of a bucket?
You all right? You all right?
So what I've done in the last few days.
Yeah, so two things are completely different states of matter. So therefore,
what I did was I asked. I said, can water with different temperatures, top and bottom, be characterized as two different mediums? The answer, yes.
Different temperatures.
Hold on, I'm not done.
Different states of matter, stupid. Different states of matter. So boiling water and room temperature water have different states of matter now?
Let me know when you're done. Go ahead.
It's still the same state of matter, stupid. Ice and liquid water are not the same thing. They're comprised of the same thing, but they're completely separate states of matter, and they behave completely differently. I can't drink a glass of ice. I can't pour ice out of a fucking faucet when I turn the faucet on. I can turn water into ice,
that they brought up,
but it's not the same thing.
Aquarius going behind
Are you done?
So that way, we're talking about two different states of matter.
Okay, are you finished? Are you finished with your statement? So that way I can speak and you don't cut me off in the middle of what I'm saying. Are you done?
As predicted by the
A little more.
I'm still waiting for the second.
'Shame'.
Second medium in your picture, buddy.
Are you finished?
I'm still waiting for the second medium in your picture of the buildings.
right here.
So far, we only have
Are
one.
you done talking?
So far, we
That
only
way I
have
can
one. If you
start-
want
I
to
can
claim it's
start talking.
refraction,
Michael
when
Heffer.
refraction requires two separate mediums.
Let me know when you're done.
Clear
It's
on
all
that being
for
your
rubbish.
view, Vax
No,
Wax.
it's called Ramblings of an Old Man about the scientific
What
method.
about ice and water? How they're the
No.
exact
See my
same thing, one for one
dissertation on
equivalence,
my,
and they have the same phase of matter? Yeah. Okay.
No. Okay, I'm gonna start talking. Okay.
Chapter 5, gravity.
Okay, all I did was ask
Oh my.
Google, can water with different temperatures, top
it-
and bottom,
it
be
is-
characterized as
it
different
is,
mediums? The answer is yes.
a
Water with
journey
different
through the
temperatures,
mind
top
of
and
an
bottom,
insane
can be
person.
characterized as different mediums. This occurs
can do a
because
little
water
math. Sorry, another
stratifies with warmer water at the
yesterday,
surface
so I
and cooler
took
water at the bottom due to
their
due to
spreadsheet.
density
A little
differences.
bit of background.
This
Jesse
stratification
asked,
can lead to
Dr. Mike to basically add one
distinct temperature
observation to the
layers,
spreadsheet that they're
which
using
can
to
be observed in
keep track of
various
the
water
entire
bodies.
database of observations. And you guys were there for like
Okay.
an hour or 2 hours. Just
Is that
trying
what
to
we're
add
looking at in the picture?
a row to this freaking spreadsheet.
I don't know what you're
went
talking about.
through
The picture.
spreadsheet
That's
yesterday,
we got past that a
fixed it
long
up.
time ago.
I'm a bit shocked.
Yeah,
that
we got
someone that
past
is
the
a
fact that you can't
PhD
claim
in
refraction
computing
because the
science
conditions aren't being met.
Nobody
can't figure out the
So
basics
first of all,
Excel.
okay,
That was
that's
no
why I
one's
was
claiming
trying to get into
refraction
the
now?
conversation. Hold on. That's why I was trying to get into the
the thing
conversation
that
because
came out of it is just
you guys were
how
having your
much
own
globe
conversation about
geometry they're
refraction. I
using
didn't claim any kind of
to
refraction.
fudge it
I'm
back
not claiming
into a flat
refraction
Earth.
at all because there's very
pretty
minimal
hilarious.
refraction in those pictures.
Anyway, Jesse.
In physics, a medium generally refers to the substance through which waves, such as sound or light, travel. Water at different temperatures is still chemically the same substance, parentheses H2O. Therefore, it is considered the same medium.
Random star
Yes.
here.
It's the
Generally
same
refers
medium.
to?
Sure.
And
Did you say generally refers to?
But it reacts, but light
So
will
not
react
two
differently.
mediums, fuckface. Not
Light,
peak finders.
light
There's Pikes
reacts
Peak
differently going
and
through those
mountains
different
here.
mediums.
Here's Mount Rosa.
Look,
And it's
that's
kind of
It's
a
not.
low resolution.
Why would you put an
skyline, but
S
it
on
sure
it when I
makes
just told you how it's
to
one medium? Now
identify,
you're trying to make it plural as in
light
two
is
mediums?
going on when
It's
you're
still
trying
one
to
medium,
figure out
As
stupid.
they
star you
pass
saw in
through
the
the
video.
different temperature layers of that
This method
okay,
for
of that same
measuring the
medium.
altitude
There we
angles
go.
of the
Of that
mountain,
what?
the apparent
Of that
altitude
what?
angle to the
Of
mountain.
that what?
Light,
Of that what?
light.
If
Of
you
that
study
what?
them correctly, is
Let me know when
actually
you're
very
done.
good. And the,
Of that what?
really
That
the
same? Did you
weakest
just say
part
of that
is
same
that
I think
medium?
I
Yes, I
see what
did.
Max is.
it
Yeah,
becomes
I think I
incredibly
just won.
difficult
Thank you.
to
Appreciate
see
it.
these stars as they
Didn't I mention earlier that
approach
one
the
medium
horizon
can have
because of the
different
more air. The same way the
characteristics?
sun gets
Yeah,
dim
and
as it
Snell's law
sets, the
requires
stars
two
get dimmer.
mediums.
They don't have as much light to start out with. So like
So does light react differently as it
No,
passes
not
through different
refraction. It's not
temperature layers?
refraction, buddy.
You've got atmosphere
So does
on,
light
but you'll see
react
the top
One
is
differently?
medium, not two mediums. Snell's law
4.65,
requires two mediums divided by a hard boundary.
Listen
So
to the
you are
question.
literally not
How long
describing
are we gonna go in
refraction
circles
in the
with this,
slightest.
dude?
Let me
Leave it
explain. I
them
turned
enough ways, dude. You're
look,
embarrassing me,
you
dude.
can
Don't
go
call yourself
in
better if they're on
and
please.
you
You're
can
up.
set
There's
the
a
Can I start
there is
talking to a
there is a
person?
third option here,
Extinction
Q.
value.
Okay,
I
Ether
set it
buddy.
to
Sure
zero
thing,
because I wanted to
dude.
see some
Vax,
bright
just
stars.
chill
So
for a moment.
I'll
Just one
set it to the
second. Q up. The
default.
third option here
Now
is
this is the
you can
default.
hear what it takes to
And you
defend
can
flat
see
Earth. You
now
can hear this
it's just a
fucking
tiny, it's not a very bright
insanity
star, and
and
it's
go, obviously, Earth
4.65
ain't flat.
reduced to
Because if
8.
I
But
have to
he's not
pretend
twice,
I
not,
can't,
18
I
air
can't
masses.
understand that thin up.
So
Thin up is
if,
so
I
obviously
picked, say,
true
one that
that
wasn't
this
so
guy has to
incredibly
pretend it's
bright
not
to
true.
start
What
with,
is
like
what are you
there's a
saying?
It's not
Thin up.
required
What does that
to
mean?
defend flat
you
Earth.
know,
Chill,
here
chill, just
making
one
a
last
flat
second.
Earth
I
argument.
can
You just
bring Q up
confused.
because I like him.
Yo,
I'm not making. I'm not making a flat Earth argument. I'm,
Just chill.
well,
just
hold
chill.
on, hold on. I am not making a
He
flat
just
Earth
said he's not
argument.
making a flat
I'm
Earth
making
argument.
a refraction argument, and the
Right,
fact
so
is,
here
you
is-
can't
Not
claim
making any
refraction
argument. We're
because the
just
conditions
confused.
are not being
I
met.
didn't
Can I just
on a
respond,
good
please?
night, you
Because
could probably see it
originally we were talking about my
easily
pictures,
with
right?
your
And
eyes, 'cause
at
about
no
6 or
point
7 is
did I
what
ever
a
claim
average
any kind
human
of
can see with their eyes,
refraction.
I guess, and then higher numbers than that you can't really see. So here's one that would be visible to the naked eye if it were.
There you go,
overhead.
ladies and gentlemen. He just said it with his own
And this is
stupid
logarithmic
face.
too. So
yeah,
going
no
from
one
7
claimed.
to 10
So
is
what
a
happens?
huge
What's
step. So
happened
you can
before
see this
is
star
that
is
flat
reduced
earthers
by
have
reduced,
claimed that it's refraction that's
to
causing the buildings to
10.5
be
by
obstructed.
17.6 air
I
masses.
never
So
claimed that.
we
You
do
guys
it a
claimed
lot
that.
different. So
False.
you need to
Oh, I
use
don't know. Y'all
like
better get your story
time-lapse
straight.
You don't know.
photography,
So
which works just as
somebody
cool,
claimed it, but
or
you don't know who
use a night
claimed it.
vision scope.
Okay.
Oh, let me go down the list. Let me go down the list. Witsit.
Anyway,
Bro, can
Flatzoid.
we solve this problem?
Many
we
people.
go back and
Many people over on Earth
the
Awakenings.
extinction back down.
Rakia. I
So we
can
see
go on
these
and on.
wonderful stars.
Okay. What's your name? QP, Q7P. I don't know what the fuck you're called. Let me pull up.
Alright,
If
so
I was
here's
to
an
bust out
example.
the video of the habitat oil rig.
HD172
What's it called?
flight,
Habitat,
whatever.
bro?
I'm a flat earther
And as
that
you
just
can
thinks
see,
you're stupid.
as the time progresses, it comes down and comes down.
Okay, so
and
let's see how quickly people start
cliffs
chanting
behind
refraction
the
when I bust
mountain.
out the oil rig picture.
Sure.
Just
yeah.
like in
Who's
real
going to
life.
call
Yeah,
it?
then change
the,
the
refraction
density or
then?
bend light a
basic
little bit.
idea.
Who will be
So
chanting
is
refraction
if
then?
you set up stellarium
So
in
in
your
fact, I'm
location,
gonna hold on. I'm gonna
and
post it. I'm gonna
you
post
can
it.
then
Hold on, we'll
find
get
the
it.
star in stellarium, and
I
you
will.
can see what
You know
time
those you know
you can
those
put in the
bent
time
cranes?
eclipse.
What's causing
So
the
if this
bent
is on the
cranes?
date 9/11,
Yeah,
On the
let's
left
ask
side.
that when
and
we don't
at
have
1:19:35
an
in the
understanding of the
morning,
basics of refraction.
Earth is,
Let's waste
and
another
he
2
sees
hours
his
and get
6, which I
nowhere.
get, that's
Wait a
his time
second.
that
Hold
I set
on.
up for his
Hold on. Who
location.
just said something about bent
Then you can
cranes?
see, you
Yeah,
might
I
not
did.
be able to read up in the screen
Why?
here,
What's
but on the
causing that?
left upper here it says
What's causing what?
The
altitude
cranes still look
angle
bent.
plus 2 degrees,
Could be a billion
15
different things.
minutes,
The fact
and
that it's a fucking oil
13.3
rig
arc
pulling
seconds.
oil
So
out of
You
the
don't think it could
ground,
be
that's
refraction? You
going to
don't
cause
think that's
confusion
refraction, the
too.
bending of light?
I think that's how they started
That's
out
not
with
refraction,
their
dummy.
So the bending of light
so-called
is not
celestial
refraction.
theodolite
Is that what you're
method.
So
saying?
heat distortion and refraction are 100%
Obviously,
or
that's
100% the same thing at the same
angle
time.
that you would measure
So if you
on
light
a
a
globe with a
campfire,
theodolite,
if you
which
light a
was
campfire
not
and you
satisfactory
stand
to
over
them,
the
so
campfire and look through it and you see
Dr. Hookman
that the
started
tree
messing
behind the
around. So
campfire
he
is
goes
wavy
in, he
looking
takes and he
because
turns
you're
off
seeing all the hot
atmosphere,
air, you think that's refraction now?
and
It's
Yeah,
because
that
the
is
light
you
is
can
refraction.
see that
traveling
made
through
You
that
don't know what
region
That is
and
altitude
bending.
refraction.
angle
yeah.
go down to 1 degree.
Oh God.
That
That is
is
refraction.
So you think heat
26.
distortion
Well,
and
that's
refraction are the same
not good
thing?
either. So he's like, well, what if I
Hey,
move
Yes,
the
that's
stellarium?
hey,
So then he
refraction.
Vax, you
goes
remember
in
what I
the
mentioned? What I
stellarium
suggested
and
refraction is
let's
due
see,
to the ultimate
location
reason. I said it twice. Do
up
you remember what it
front.
was?
Let's see.
I
Refraction's
can
due
help
Pikes
to
Peak.
two separate
So then he
mediums divided by
puts
a hard
stellarium
boundary
on
causing
the
light to
line.
be different between those two
So
mediums.
he was
I'll explain.
saying
No,
you're
no, no.
looking
I
at his
want
house,
to move
and he was
forward.
Yeah,
not
refraction
What I
is
pressuring
mentioned
required.
feet.
was the
No,
light. The
refraction can
light.
only
Requires density
Basically,
change.
two
putting
separate
in
mediums
perspective
divided by a
by
boundary
moving
as
it
light passes
because
between those two
as you
No, no, no.
move
mediums.
it,
But
All he
we're
asked
talking
you, he
about what I
actually
was
change.
saying.
It's
Vax.
really
the
We're talking
bad
about
when you
what I
got
was
star
flat
saying.
earthers
rises
going
Look.
by
telling you
Let me
you're
talk to this guy
1
for a
degree per
second. Look,
60 nautical
when that
miles, just
light
because
wave or
that's
particle, whatever light is
how
to you,
much
goes through
the angle to
charge,
a very, very
it
distant
bends.
object would change, would
It
appear
goes
to
through a
change
what?
if you moved
It goes
on the
through
surface
charge. So
of
that
a
flames
globe with
around
a
it
39,
is
59
different
mile
regions
radius.
of charge. So that light
So he was just using
reflecting from that tree that
the
you said was
location
over
of
there,
stellarium as
it's coming
a
from the
fudge factor
tree
that nobody
to
would
you.
question, hopefully.
On its path,
So I've
it's
moved
bending.
stellarium
Okay,
to the mountain
every
peak
hot air,
now,
cold air,
and you
glass,
can see
doesn't matter what it is.
this
If
has
there's a
brought the
difference
angle
of
back
charge,
up to
it's
2
gonna
degrees,
bend.
Charge a medium. Sir,
25
is charge a
minutes,
medium?
Look,
43 seconds.
listen.
Is charge a medium?
This
And
is
this
this
isn't
is
the
where your
exact star
mistake
he
is.
Charge
used,
a
so it's
medium.
not the exact numbers he was
Look,
using,
what
but
you're
that's
imagining
closer to the
is
flat
Is
earth
charge a
version
medium? Yes or
because
no?
listen.
he added back
What you're
in
Is charge a
imagining
medium? Yes or
elevation angle
no?
by
is
getting
charge a medium.
Is
closer.
No,
By the
no.
yeah,
Okay,
yes
so
or
now
no?
let me say what I was
I
saying. Okay,
mean,
Is
I
charge a
get what
medium?
you're
First
doing.
off, is
Okay,
charge a
look,
medium?
it's
ladies and
flat,
gentlemen,
and
this
then you take and
individual is
divide
blocked to
height of the
information.
mountain, the delta
He is
height
not
of the
in the
mountain
spirit
by
of
the distance to the
seeking,
mountain,
of
rise
learning,
over
of
run.
knowledge.
You
You
created
are
a
in the
Who are you
spirit of
pointing
arrogance.
to,
Right, you create
dude?
a
You are not
triangle, then you put
listening.
that
You are not
into
being honest, and
arctangent,
you're
and
not
that gives
here
you the
to
angle,
conversate.
the
I'm done
elevation
with you.
angle
Thank
to
you.
the
I agree.
mountain.
I
So
agree with the
that's
con.
what they call the
Is
flat
charge a
earth
medium?
section.
Twice.
So
Yeah,
to review,
The
you
question, by
saw
the
the
way, he
triangle.
said
If the
no.
Earth is flat,
You just weren't listening.
then you could just do a lot of
He
things.
didn't say no. He didn't want to answer it. He
Because
started
you don't
doing
have a
some
curving
weird
surface.
fucking
But
chant, and then said
the
he's not
Earth is a
talking to me
globe,
anymore. So fuck him.
then that mountain that's
You were chanting
say
through him,
you know
so you didn't hear it. So he
60
said no.
nautical miles away.
Well, he started rambling about
It will
charges, so I asked
drop by a
if a
certain
charge is a
amount, and
medium,
so
and he
then
refused to answer. Now he he doesn't want to talk to me
compute
anymore.
how much it will have dropped.
Then you answered, and you
from
kept
that
asking.
triangle.
Oh, you
So-
did? Well,
so
have him
the
state
globe
his
method
answer
would
again.
be
Is charge
to
a medium,
solve the
yes or
same
no,
triangle
QP?
potentially, and then just how much would it have dropped over that distance?
Mediums, different mediums are caused by different charges.
So that's literally a non-response. Thanks. You just proved my point.
Not a non-response. It's
so
just
then
a
that was their
response.
trick for getting.
Is charge a medium, yes or no? It's close-ended. Is it yes? It's a medium or no? It's not a medium.
They said, well, look, you know,
No, but I explained
all
what
these
a
mountains,
medium is.
the two that match, they match.
How can you explain what a medium is when you were trying to say that
at the
it was the
beginning, he
charge
had just
over the campfire that's causing the refractive index, meaning that the charge itself is a separate medium?
He had done.
I think you nailed
there's
it
no-
like, when he
What
just
was
talked about ice and water.
And
Like it's
it
all
matched the flyer's
H2O,
prediction
but
on
at a
very
different
closely,
temperature, the
but
refractive
he
index
had
changes
forgot to
massively,
film
and you
it, so
accept that
all he had
and
was
pretend
his
you can't
notes
understand
on a
what that
notepad
means.
where he'd written
Well,
down
I'm
the
sorry. Is
times.
ice and water separate?
And all of those
Or is
times were
ice and
several
water
minutes
separate
different than
forms of
Still
Oh man, I was just saying it a minute ago. Yeah, no, not density.
The actual
No.
So
Is ice and water different? Is ice and is ice and water different phases of matter?
Actually filmed occlusions.
Sure. Yes, I will answer your
then they
question
did
and say
not
yes.
match.
Would you also
Photos.
agree
They
that
came
they are
in
different
using his
densities and
method halfway
temperatures,
between
and the
flat and
density is what
globe and
matters?
slightly
Yes or
closer to
no?
globe.
Please answer this
I
question.
can have two pieces of ice
anyway,
at completely different
Could you answer the
temperatures.
question,
I got one piece of ice that's 20 degrees Fahrenheit.
Can you
I can have
answer the
another
fucking
piece of ice
question?
that's negative 40 degrees Fahrenheit.
Pretend
Doesn't
that
change the
there's
fact
no
there's
air.
still ice and it's still the same medium.
Move the
Super
observer
Yesy, Super
to the
Noe,
peak of the mountain.
does the density
Right, yeah,
matter when it
example
comes to the
rotation.
propagation
Yeah,
of
and
light
then-
through
and
that
what
thing?
they
Yes or
got
no?
was,
Yes
oh, well,
is the answer.
the
Would you
flat
like? I'll
Earth
give you the answer.
prediction
Yes,
for
just
the-
say
the
yes.
observer on the ground,
Yes, it's density. Can you say
atop the
yes?
peak,
Can you
was-
say
Is
the word
density a
yes?
medium now?
The globe
Density
prediction
does
was
affect the medium. Yes.
2.1.
Yes.
No,
That
is it a
affects the
medium?
path of light.
But
Does it
when
affect the
we
path of light?
turn off
Yes, is the answer.
atmosphere
Can you say the word
and
yes?
move
You
the
can't,
observer, we get
because
back to
this is what you've got to do to
something
be a flat
near
earther.
2.5.
You've got to deny.
So,
You've got to be
hey,
like,
what do you
oh,
know?
Snell's law's a thing.
Let's
Despite
pretend
the fact
like
Snell's
that
laws
is some
clearly
sort of
says
an
it
appropriate
towards
method.
denser medium.
You don't have to do what he's doing
Density
to be a flat
matters,
earther,
you
bro.
dumb
Yeah.
fucking
So just
cunt.
bastardize Snell's law. Gotcha.
So
Yeah, you
that
just
You don't have
was
to, you don't have to
all
make any of his
fine and
arguments to be a
good
flat earther.
until they
But this is what you need to recognize, QOP.
gathered some
These
more
are the
data,
arguments one
and
needs
I
to make when
gathered
they
some more
conclude.
data,
When you get to the end of
and
flat Earth, you realize you can't know
then
anything.
it became
Or
clear
if you
that
knew that light
their
bent
method
downwards
was
a bit, you'd go,
not working,
706R.
was not following
Rip.
the angle of or the
Well,
arctangent
7
of
over
the
6
riser
R.
over the
What's
right.
that?
Yeah, it's density. Does
What's the
density matter,
R?
Wax?
What's
Oh, you've got
the
more
R?
questions, but you can't answer them.
What's
I
the
can
R?
answer
Well, you just
3959 is the R. I'll answer your question. I'll answer your
39,
question.
59. Where'd you get that
3959.
from? Where'd you
Yeah,
get that
the
from?
equator. The equator. Can
What's
you answer my
the
questions?
equator? The equator's 3959. What the fuck are you talking
Yeah.
about?
It's 24 hours in a sun that's going 1,000 miles out. It's 24,000 miles. I don't know what you want, man.
It's
It's a
24
radius.
hours in a sun that's going 1,000 miles an hour.
We know how fast
You just said the
sun's going.
sun's
Yeah.
so the sun's moving at
Can you
1,000
answer
miles
my
per hour.
question? Do you
So
answer
the sun
questions?
is moving at 1,000 miles per hour.
Does density matter? The GP of
So
the
the
sun is
sun,
yes.
so the sun is moving at 1,000 miles per hour.
The GP of the sun is yes.
So the sun is moving at 1,000
No.
miles per
You
hour.
never said that,
No.
buddy.
The
Your
GP
mind
No,
of
you
the
just
sun
said
is
the sun was. Okay, well, you
okay.
just said a minute ago that the sun's moving at 1,000 miles per hour. Now
The
you're
GP
saying
of the
it's
sun.
not.
The GP of the sun.
The GP of the star, so not the sun
Clarifying
now?
for you. I'm clarifying for you. Would you answer my question? Does density matter for the propagation of light, or
Wait
would
a
you like to
second.
run
We're
from
talking
it?
about GPs now. What
I
is
want
a
to.
GP?
No, just wait a second, Vax.
No,
I want
what's
to
a
point out what you're
GP?
going to do. I want to point out what you're going to do. It's a
No, it
clear
sounds
yes
like
or
you're
no question,
scattergunning.
and
First
you
you
will
said the
run
sun's moving
from
at
this
1,000 miles
question.
per hour, and now you want to
won't
clarify
answer
by
it.
talking about the GP of a star.
You won't answer it.
Well, you
Does
just said the sun
density
was moving at 1,000 miles per hour. Then you,
GP
on
of
the
the sun?
second,
I'll
the other
clarify.
half
I'll
of your
answer your
face,
question.
said it's not moving at 1,000 miles per hour, and now you want to talk about GPs of stars. So
I'll
if you want to
answer
talk
your
about
question.
GPs of stars, how about you tell me what a GP of a star is?
It's when
A
it's dead
ground
overhead.
position.
Light
Ground
shines.
Ground position, there we go.
Light shines straight down a well. That's a good way to check it. Or something's got
Ground
no shadow.
position.
The
That's what
GP of a
GP
star
is.
is light
Ground
shining
position.
down a well.
Yeah, if you've got a
It-
plinth or anything built plumb, then it will have no shadow when the sun is dead overhead. You can detect that unless you're
Correct.
retarded.
The
Would you like to
GP
see
of a
that? 'Cause I
star
have a
is
picture of that.
sunlight shining down a well.
Straight down. Yeah.
Yes.
When the sun is straight down, that is the GP. Yeah, it's
Okay,
not
hold
hard
on. I
unless
gotta
you're
write
dumb.
this down. The GP of a
How
star
do you not
is
know
when
this?
sun shines in a
This
well.
is how you have to
Okay.
flat Earth. You have to be that
Oh
dumb that you
God.
can't
What is
answer
going
questions.
on?
No,
Sometimes
you
just
Don't know
don't.
what the
You
GP
light
is.
don't.
traveling down a
don't
well
have
is
to.
the
You
GP of a
do,
star.
Q-Op. You're smart enough to figure this out, Q-Op.
False.
I'm still waiting for the
Figure it
second
out.
medium.
You
for
will
you guys
He
get
to
does
it.
not
start
represent
talking.
us. He's his
Vaxwax,
own.
Q-Op.
He's his own person.
Vaxwax won't figure it out. You will. You'll get it.
Q-Op,
You'll eventually
get
get
out.
there.
Get out.
No, I
Vaxwax
have,
won't. He is
Before you
dumb.
can.
I have no faith that you guys will figure out what refraction is and what's the cause for it and what are the conditions
density.
that are needed
Density.
for Snell's law to be
Density.
claimed.
Density.
That's never going to
Yeah.
happen.
Is it density? Yes or no?
What is density?
The amount
Is
of matter
density a
packed
medium?
into an area.
Are you
The
going to
amount
try
of
to
matter
say that
packed into
density
a
is a
volume.
medium?
I almost believe that he probably thinks that like light doesn't refract through the atmosphere since it's
Why are you trying to
only
divine
one
my
medium.
thoughts? Why are you trying to define my thoughts right now?
Does
Well,
light refract through the atmosphere?
But you just
What
did
is
that
it?
to him. You
Does light
said what
refract to the what?
you
Does
just did
light
that yourself.
refract through the atmosphere?
What the fuck is an atmosphere?
What?
What?
He can't
Well,
know
we have to-
anything.
I'm done.
If he
I'm
knew
No,
a
done.
this guy's fake. This guy's an agent. You guys hired a retard to pretend like he's a flat
No,
earther.
that's
Just
what I
to
was
have a
saying, though.
conversation when now I
Now
know
you're
what's
trying to
going
claim.
on. This is a joke.
Wait,
You
so
guys
That's
when
what I
you
was
say
thinking,
dumb.
Q.
It's all a skit.
when
He's
you say
fucking
atmosphere,
SNL.
It's like a
what?
skit.
WWE. We're gonna fight this
It's
fake
not much
flat
of a
earther, and not he's
it's
not gonna
not-
let anyone talk.
Look at them, they're
It's very
raging.
funny, guys. All
They're
right,
absolutely raging.
shake up. All right, stop
You're
pretending.
making
guys.
us look retarded by putting this guy up here.
It's not
I
much
was
of a
thinking the same
conversation,
thing.
is it? Let's be honest.
No, not if it's
It
always
was.
questions being asked and no one answers them.
He's gone, isn't he? Or he's still there?
No,
I'm
he
still
won't
here.
answer a
I'm
single
just
question. Is it a function of density? Yes or no? I
It's
think
what
it
a
is.
No,
function
I'll
of
just ask
density.
you another question. Sorry, I'm not going to answer that.
Is what a function of density?
The bending of light, is it a function of density? Yes or no?
Is that
The answer is yes.
refraction?
Yes. Is the
See,
answer.
you just answered the questions.
Citation, please.
Exactly. Can't answer questions. Can't answer a single
No.
fucking question.
Is
it a
I mean,
function
it
of
is
density?
true. It is
Hang on,
true.
let me just
Every
try to see if this question is comprehensible. Pazza and Terry, is refraction a function of density?
Yes.
No.
Oh.
Yes.
So wait
There
a
we go.
second. We can't talk
I
about
got
what
two
refraction
answers.
is.
They were opposite answers,
Know
but
what
both of
refraction
them
is.
answered. So it is an intelligible
You're
question.
asking if refraction has something to do with density, but you don't even know what the conditions are needed for refraction to be claimed.
I know what
He's
an
asking
answer
you.
is to a
He's
question.
asking you what you think, not what he thinks. What do you think?
What's the matter? What I think? I'm not the.
Another question.
But this is the problem, isn't it?
Exactly.
You're not here to have a conversation. You're saying all you're doing is asking a fuck ton of rhetorical questions, and that's the end of it, isn't it? As far as you're concerned.
Well, no, you guys make a statement and claim it as fact,
But
and I
don't tell us
want
what we
you
think.
to
Don't
support
tell
that
us what we
statement that
think.
you're claiming as
Don't
fact.
tell us what we think. If you're not prepared to tell us what you think, you can fuck off if you want to know what we're thinking. Fuck off.
It's just obviously running from, like, I will state my case and then defend it because that's what a man does. That's what a human does that has a position worth defending. If you don't
Ask
have
me
a
any
case where
question.
you don't know if thin up, Hazza, do you think thin up, thin
You
air
keep
up, do
saying
you
thin
think that is
up like
true?
it's
Yes
Can you
or no?
please prove
meaningful.
curvature? That's all you got to do. You haven't done that
Sure.
yet. Eggshells.
Hazza, do you
Minute, the
think
man
thin up?
thing.
Thin up. What the fuck?
Thin up. Yeah, I think thin air up. I think it's really simple. The simplest thing you can test. Thin up. And if thin up, and if density is the thing that affects refraction, then thick
thinning
down.
out.
Density is the thing that what?
Do you think that
Say that again?
density is? Do you think that refraction is a function of density? Yes or no?
No, I think that refraction is a function of. No, I'm gonna. I think refraction is when something travels
with a hard
exactly
boundary.
two
Don't
mediums,
forget
like
his
what
hard
Snell's
boundary.
law is. Exactly. Yeah, Snell's law is a total retard for coming up with that. Snell's law is a dumb piece of shit for saying you need two mediums divided by the half
You
boundary.
just don't
understand the definition, dude.
Explain it to him
Dude,
again.
Snell's law, dude, he would fucking puke in your lap.
I'm not, dude. I'm not gonna fucking
It's Snell's law.
gonna play
It's Snell's
Groundhog Day
he
with
was
you guys
almost
and
giving-
fucking explain this to him over and over again.
He almost gave an answer. If you don't think this is a function of density, or you do.
Yeah. Is it a function of density or not? Yes or no? Or I don't know. You won't answer.
Well, he was trying to answer, but you kept interrupting.
No, he's been asking 15 times. More than 15 times.
He couldn't answer because of all the interruptions.
Come on, Jin. He was asked many times before.
He was trying to answer the question. The very last time he asked for clarification, and he went about answering. Everyone just kept interrupting. That's what happened, man.
Yeah,
Come on.
It's a function of something of light perturbating through different field modalities, different charge modalities.
We had his position very clearly, didn't we? He said that essentially, as far as I could tell anyway, the refraction just doesn't exist unless it's going through two different mediums. That was essentially his position.
Well, that's right. That's what he's saying.
boundary.
Yeah, a condition has to happen for refraction to happen. Okay,
Right, but can
So
we
depending on
show?
the condition determines
Can we
how
show
much
that
refraction will be.
temperature actually bend light? Can we show that temperature bends light? For instance,
Yes.
we can. Yes. We can show that.
We can.
Yes, through conditions.
very
yes.
easily.
So why do we need Snell's law all of a sudden?
Which is what Denmark was saying before you got muted. Denmark was saying that.
You can also show, actually, in a lab, that you can increase the temperature of air, change the pressure so the density remains the same, and it's still not, and that not be the actual causing factor. So the temperature changes the density, and it's the density that's the issue. You can have hotter gas at a lower density, at a lower pressure, to maintain two densities and have the same refractive index in them.
Also true. But the main point,
I might need you to say that again, Professor.
I'll be right back.
You can have gas at a nominal temperature and a nominal pressure, and show the refraction index in it across the gas over a long distance. You can also
I'm with you so far.
You can increase the ambient temperature of the gas, but also not keep it enclosed to the pressure changes. So you can maintain two densities, and even though there's a pressure differential between two gas samples, the refraction's the same. So it's in and of itself, it's not temperature changes refraction. It can be demonstrated that you can isolate that, and in fact, it's density that is the issue.
Right. Good.
Normally, when you heat gas, you change the density because you change the pressure in the system.
So, what happens in a, like, say, if I was staring at you through a bonfire and your head like floated off your body? What's that?
Mirage. It's
that's
a
not refraction then.
Highly volatile mirage, which is a refractive mechanism.
Yeah.
Mirage.
So that is
part of
refraction then. That is refraction.
It's a type.
Absolutely,
It's a different type of refraction. A mirage is, but yeah.
A different type of refraction. Okay, so
Well, there are different types, aren't there? Looming, stooping. What's the other one?
Right.
Right. You got these. They're all refractions, aren't they? Yeah.
Clearly, I mean, this is good because I can sort of be the layman here, and we can perhaps explain it to the audience maybe. But this guy's position seemed to me, and correct me if I'm wrong, the refraction just essentially doesn't exist unless there's two mediums, right? That seemed to be his position.
Well, that's right. Yeah, one medium and another medium. He's right in that. That refraction doesn't happen on that. But you can have one medium, right? Like the air itself. Now that can change within its consistency to create a refraction through temperature.
Right. The reason he says that is because when you're taught about refraction at school, you're demonstrated it with a water and a pencil and glass and that sort of thing, where you've got a pronounced bound density change bound transition, because you have a very pronounced refractive boundary.
Yeah, we're all familiar with the straw in the glass sort of example, which is a good one.
And there's a law. One of the Snell's law can be applied to that in such a way that it deals with that particular geometry. But there's also a integral Snell's law which deals with progressive flow transitional refractions across a density gradient, which is what's happening in air.
Yeah,
you're
that's
not moving,
the one
but
I was talking about.
When they say, "Oh, you need two mediums," well, in the air, you kind of have at every given altitude there is a slightly different medium by definition, because there's a slightly different density. Because when you say different mediums, you're ultimately saying different densities.
Yeah, but that
temperatures, densities. Yeah, absolutely. There you go.
That takes calculus, which most flat earthers don't know.
Oh, that's fair enough. But if you had two completely different transparent medium with exactly the same density, then the light ray traveling across that boundary wouldn't be deflected.
Now, as was just stated, that flat earthers don't know about calculus, but we do know that the Earth is flat, and you guys cannot prove your globe. You know what I mean? So for all your calculuses, you're not getting there, are you yet?
That's incorrect.
Thanks.
You can prove the surface of the Earth not being flat.
You're lying now. Now you'd be lying. Now you'd be lying.
I know. Yeah, that's what you're lying.
If it was true, you would be proving it. You would be proving it. You would be proving it. You're not proving anything. You haven't demonstrated anything. You've proven nothing. You're a nothing burger, sir. You're not proving curvature.
Proven it a lot. The fact that
you're not proving curvature at all. You're just a
the fact that you say, I know you say no all the time, Jin.
That's all you are.
What's your evidence for the flat Earth, Jin? Yeah,
yes,
like I thought.
The fact that I've lived on a flat Earth is my evidence. No curvature at all.
Oh, no evidence, right?
And we
so Jin, I'm not asking.
Let's not get into this NASA.
Jin, I'm not asking for evidence. I'm not asking for evidence. I'm asking evidence for the flat Earth, Jin, not evidence against the globe. Evidence for the flat Earth. Do you understand the difference, Jin?
Flat Earthers are waiting for you.
Jin, do you understand the difference?
When you're ready, you will
answer.
Oh God, I went to the bathroom and this happened.
Yeah. Thanks. Sorry about that. It's NASA. I'll shut up.
Come on, Jin. What's your evidence for the flat Earth?
Chill.
I got lots of evidence.
Jin, evidence for the flat Earth.
Mute globe demo.
Why do you gotta ask Jin if I'm answering? I want to answer, and he's basically, dodging.
Well, fine, then you answer.
What's the question, Q-Op?
Evidence for the flat Earth, please.
Yeah, for.
Yeah, the evidence of the globe is the horizon. That's 100%. Horizons do not exist on flat plains.
We agree. We agree. That's all you guys use for evidence. That's why.
Yeah, and it's
that's
the
why
best
there's no evidence for globe.
It's
That's
best
incorrect.
evidence.
Do you
Shows
think there's evidence? Do you
no.
think there's evidence for the flat Earth? Like, there's evidence against the globe. I'll give you that. Do you think there's evidence for the flat Earth?
Yeah, I mean, we treat the Earth as flat and stationary for aviation, for building, engineers, pilots, people that make planes.
Because
NASA decided they do that.
How did you come to that conclusion? How did you decide that pilots treat the Earth as flat?
The only way it can be demonstrated is with a flat table in a big flat room, like the kings used to do,
point,
and the
Demo.
guys in the military.
So true,
can
Demo,
you
but I
guys
was asking
demonstrate it without
Q-Op.
a flat table? Can
Show
you
us the
guys
horizon.
demonstrate flight over
I
a
was asking
non-flat
Q-Op though.
surface? Hello?
So true, Demo.
Flight
I
over
agree
a
with you.
non-flat surface. Do
Yeah,
you
put
guys
the
have it?
horizon. Put the horizon in the middle of a flat table. Go ahead. You can't do it.
No such thing, weirdo. Just stop asking.
The question was for Q-Op.
You guys make up. Stop asking for
No,
made up
brother,
shit that
you're
only
running.
exists on a non-existent globe.
No,
Weirdo.
you're running. You're
Please
running.
don't. Please don't.
You'll
cannot-
never get weird
You
non-existent
cannot argue
shit,
with them.
weirdos.
It's okay. I'm asking you and
You'll
Q-Up
never
to
get globe
produce
anything. Nothing
produce
you
a
say about a globe
horizon.
exists.
Produce a bright line in the middle of a flat table.
There's no
just like that.
globe.
Go ahead.
There's
Go
no
ahead.
globes.
There's no flat. There's no
Q-Op,
flat.
Yeah,
how
that's
did
a
you
cool
how did
story,
you come to the
non-globe
conclusion that
sister.
pilots
flat.
treat it like it's flat?
I can show you how pilots fly on a flat plane. Do you have
I
your
can
globe
show you.
model?
I can show you a
I
horizon
have
on
a
a ball.
flat reference called a table in a lab. Do you have your globe reference?
I can
Andy?
show you. I can show you a horizon
I'm
on a
drunk.
ball.
I
Your
really
globe?
shouldn't be moderating right now, but I'm not going to fucking put up with somebody butting their head against Demok. So, Q-Op, how did you decide that pilots treat the Earth as if it's flat? And treat it as if it's flat how? Like, in terms of the bearings they fly?
Well, how they-
in terms of
well, how
keeping
they-
their wingtips level?
Yeah, how they create the airplanes, the aerodynamics. They don't nothing is calibrated inside to adjust for any dip or Coriolis. Well, maybe a little Coriolis. It's well, some it might be like the Navy and Air Force might use Coriolis when doing like long distance ballistics, but that works over flat Earth. As far as like the changes in tangential speeds, like from the spin being different speeds at different parts of the Earth, they don't account for that when they fly. So they're just
What would
there's no
accounting
proof
for it
that
look
they.
like? What would it look like if a pilot was to turn up? Let's say they turned up tomorrow and they said, "Absolutely, I do account for that." What would you expect them to say next that would make you go, "Oh yeah, he really does account for it"? What would it look like?
Well, when they fly planes, if they fly south or north, they would basically lead the target. And because if they're just adjusting for like different wind currents and stuff, it's kind of like random, right? So those, you don't know which way it's going the whole way. It's kind of changes. But if it's like a constant like change of speed in the Earth's rotation, you're going to lead the target, whether you go north or
I kind of
south.
wonder about that one actually, which is if Coriolis is a thing, shouldn't I, rather than doing what I think we do is a great circle route over Earth to draw the shortest line between things. But I kind of agree with you, which is, let's say I was leaving at the equator and I get this extra 1,000 miles an hour and I'm heading to Sydney. My feeling is there would be some parabolic arc towards Sydney that should make benefit of that extra speed that uses it while we're at the equator or something like that, where I kind of agree where there should be something from Coriolis.
It's Coriolis up or down or left and
That's
right.
incorrect because the airplane is not a ballistic trajectory.
I know that, but it's still going to affect it like a crosswind, correct? Like Coriolis should affect the plane like a crosswind.
A very slight crosswind.
If that crosswind is like throwing me eastwards at 1,000 miles an hour, and I'm taking off from Hong Kong and need to get to Sydney. Sydney is both south and east. I feel like
left, right,
if
up or
I
down,
flew
up and down,
due
left and
east
right on the
straight
globe.
out of Hong Kong, even though that wouldn't get me to Sydney, and then hook around to the right till I head south, that I feel like a dead over ground route is less efficient. That's my just gut
But if
feeling.
that were the
I don't
case,
feel it. I'm not sure if it's
Is
right.
it up Coriolis, down Coriolis, left Coriolis, or right Coriolis? Which one do you account
Exactly.
for?
but if that were the
That's what I'm
case,
saying,
Coriolis is
Gemma.
real.
Nailed it.
You would
Yeah,
just
if
not
it,
account for
yeah,
your
if
target.
it,
Just don't aim for it ahead of time, and just aim your bullet, and your bullet would go catch the target. It would just go
Yeah.
yeah, but
hit the target.
if that were the
Like
case,
Gemma.
we would expect 1,000-mile-an-hour winds consistent with
Magic
the equator.
Coriolis bullets, guys.
No. That I get what you're saying, Manu. I'm not doing this whole F like F doesn't equal MA. That's retarded flat Earth nonsense. But I'm
What's
just
the
saying
direction of
if
Coriolis
there is
from where
if
to
there is a
where?
rotational difference between Hong Kong and Sydney, then flying in a dead straight line. Here's how I'd put it: if the Earth were spherical and stationary, then the most efficient route from
You have
Hong Kong to
15-way
Sydney would be
Coriolis
a
if Earth
great
was a
circle
round
route,
ball.
right? Dead straight line. If the Earth was turning, it's surprising to me that still the most efficient route is a great circle route. Do you get what I mean now?
which is a dead straight line, so a great circle route's a dead straight line.
Yes.
Yes.
Well,
Yeah, but
you know, it doesn't,
I get what you're saying.
turn east or it doesn't turn left or right, turns down, right?
Right, but the problem is the Earth, like the plane pushes off the air, and if the air is moving with the ground, you might get some, there's fluid dynamics within that, so you could get crosswinds coming from the other side. So it wouldn't make sense to lead the target if it's just going to push you even further off course.
While treating
And
Earth
I
as stationary,
agree with that. I
how much
don't think
movement
lead
do you
the
have to
target. I'm
afford?
not sure they've nailed it on that, but I think. Like,
Here's the
so
rotation.
here's another way that this is probably what's got me thinking it, and I'm still pretty sure I'm wrong, but I don't get why I'm wrong, which is rockets
sure you're
launch
wrong.
eastward. And I get that if rockets launch eastward, they're getting the rotational momentum of the
What's
Earth
the
at
east?
1,000 miles an hour, which adds to their
What the fuck does
their
east
orbital
mean?
velocity, and that's kind of cheating because you're getting outside the orbit. And I get what you're saying about the air. Maybe I'm just thinking about it wrong. I think I'm thinking about it wrong.
Yeah,
Yeah,
they're
it's
wrong.
not-
Exactly.
East up,
the
east
Earth-
down, east
But
left.
not
The
in
Earth
the
is rotating
atmosphere.
the Earth is rotating fairly slowly too. At 24 hours, for a whole rotation. The crosswind component that you're talking about is very small. It's like half
It's
a
got a
degree.
wobble, a
It's
tilt,
hardly
a
noticeable.
Yeah,
recession,
I
a movement,
mathed it out one time, and it was like
a
5
drag.
newtons on a jumbo. Right, you get a jumbo
Right.
jet landing, and it's got like 5 newtons on the side of it, which is like a toddler slightly leaning on you. It was the best.
Yeah, it's,
The moon might be going
But
by
to
that day.
me,
All
if
the
there's a
liquid in
toddler
your forehead.
slightly leaning on you, that's a Newton's force that I should be able to cash out on. Do you get what I'm saying? I don't get how. It doesn't make
it's
sense
so
to me.
small, and
It's
there are a lot of
tiny,
crosswind.
but like for international flights that happen hundreds of times a day, shouldn't there be like,
Well,
to
but
me,
it's not
there
about
should
the
be a curve
crosswind.
that's either goes like more north or more south or something that would be more efficient than straight over land, because a straight over land would be if the Earth would
Well, this is
spherical and
this is the
stationary.
Jeremy route.
It's weird.
Yeah, this is the
Just let me
Jeremy
help you
route
with
that
it.
he can never.
Let me just a little bit help
I
you.
mean,
Let me just
if
a little
you
bit help
guys,
you
if you
guys.
guys could ever, if you guys could ever figure out the Jeremy route and save airlines money like Qantas, that would take it in a heartbeat. But I don't think it's there.
Exactly.
I think that they know the most efficient route, and that's the Great Circle route. Not always,
But it's not
because
about the
if you look,
system. No, here's the question. The question is a different thing. We're not talking about which route is efficient. We're talking about the dynamic of a globe model, that how it would affect the flight path. So it's not
Exactly.
about the crosswinds only. The other problems
Exactly.
that the globe had is that, for example, if you would have 2 points, let's say point A on the equator and point B close to the pole, you need to understand that these 2 points have a different linear velocity. One is going with 1,000 miles per hour on the equator, and the other one that is close to the pole, let's say on 6 latitude, 6 plus 6 degree, that one is going probably about 200 miles per hour or something like that. Probably 60% lower than the equator. So did you when just you say have these 6 degrees latitude close to a pole? No,
how
yes,
long?
latitude 60 positive 60 degree to the compared with equator. Yeah, so on the equator
How
it's 1,000
long?
miles per hour. So what?
How long does it take you to fly between those 2 points?
Exactly. No, here's the thing. Here's the point. Let's just listen. So you have basically 2 points that are moving with a different linear velocity. Is that understandable for you guys? Because I need to
Yeah,
check this with.
that's what I'm saying.
Okay.
How long does
Yeah,
it
exactly.
take
So
to
listen.
fly between
No,
those 2 points?
listen. Yeah, cool. So it's not about the crosswinds. Yeah, crosswinds. Well, they have a different dynamics. They will have a different perturbations. But
We're right now only talking about the motion of the Earth, that how it would have need to affect the flight path. So we know that on a globe model, if we would have 2 points A and B, like the way that I told you, they would have moved with a different velocity across the space, basically, right? Now, when you're leaving from point A and you're going to point B, right, you need to take this difference into account, and that is something. Yeah, do you agree with this part?
How long does it take you to fly between those 2 points?
Let's say it's about 8,000 kilometers, 8 hours, 9 hours. But yeah, probably like that. Yeah.
So you adjust for the speed during 8 hours. It's not that big a deal. The airplanes have these big things hanging on the wings or sometimes behind the fuselage that make a lot of thrust and can change speed. So you don't have to worry about it over like an 8-hour flight to worry about this 200-mile-an-hour difference.
No, you need to worry about the heading angle that constantly, or you need to just update your heading angle within your navigation algorithm based on the rotation of the Earth, because your destination is moving with a different, like you have a different velocity. Your terminals have a different velocity, and
Except that you're still moving. You're both moving the same radial velocity, and that's what you're concerned about. And the speed will change. You say you fly directly north, you would change your radial velocity to say on the truly north flight. So over an 8-hour flight, you would need to change your velocity to stay on that path, and you would maintain the same radial velocity as the ground at any point that you fly over.
Exactly. So we all agree that we need to take this into account, and you just explain it right now. That
No, not really.
How
it's sort of taken into account by flying north.
Not really.
Yeah, it is actually. Really.
Now here's the thing.
Clarifying question.
They don't have it. We do not add that within the algorithm of navigation and guidance control system. You
Sure
can
you
check
do,
that
because you're
right now.
flying the path and you adjust the speed to stay on the path.
No, because because in the in the navigation we almost assume that the Earth is kind of a stationary and the air is stick to it. You know what I'm saying? Like we don't really count the rotation when we're doing these type of things like avionics stuff, right?
You don't say.
Yeah. And it's because they will say that it will give you a good accuracy. Like this is their justification, right? And but when you think about it, like the way that I told you right now, you would see that it's a big difference. Like it's something very
Not
very
that big a difference.
big.
Not that big a
Okay.
difference over an 8-hour flight. Sorry.
From my sense, it's little big, but from your sense, I don't know.
It's
But
not.
I think that it's
Have
something
you
needs
been
to be
trained?
counted.
Have you been trained to be a pilot? Have you trained at all to be a fly?
Well, I know a lot about airplanes.
You do, but you haven't really trained a lot to fly, right?
I've been I never flew an airplane by myself, but I'm a pretty good RC pilot, and yeah, I think you know me before. I just introduced myself before, so I know about the dynamics. So here's the thing: the navigation guidance control system. Like when we have these 2 points, we do not add the rotation of the Earth within the algorithm. We all assume that everything it's rigid. Everything is kind of a stick. Like the globe, you guys saying the atmosphere is a rigid body stuck into the Earth, and it moves with the Earth. Though, yeah, you have these perilous effects at the same time. It doesn't make sense.
There is some difference between the rotational speed and the airspeed. We call that, wait for it, wind.
Of course, airspeed is something that
What
you.
NASA show?
Nobody's denying that, NASA.
Has NASA show been trained as a pilot?
Yes, NASA Shill's been trained as a pilot. NASA
Okay, well, let me ask you, Mr. Pilot.
NASA Shill is an airline transport pilot, so you can kind of.
Okay, airline transport pilot. When you're flying, hold on, NASA Shill. When you're flying in an airplane, do you have to account for Coriolis?
No.
Thank.
Because
that's
the airplane
they don't account for anything.
The airplane. Listen to me again. Listen to me one more time. The airplane is not a ballistic object.
What does that mean?
14. Hang on.
What that means is in a ballistic object, you have to put all your corrections in at the very beginning and then coast like a gun or something.
So that's why I'm asking my question, NASA, which is what we are saying is effectively the global answer to the flat earthers' question of why don't they account for Coriolis is it's effectively a crosswind. Now, what we know about wind is that like jet streams and stuff, you can ride them. So if
there's
this pseudo force, throws
Yeah,
you in a
very
certain
small percentage.
direction, if you can cash out on this. So I've just Googled it with Gemini, and Gemini's like, no, you're totally wrong. And then it goes, the effect would be negligible. And I was like, okay, yeah, but that's
Yes,
it's
because you can do
negligible that
small
I'm looking
adjustments.
for, because what it would
Yeah.
slightly suggest is you could say to Qantas, actually, when you leave Sydney, if you just head on a ever so slightly, like half a degree left bearing, you'll float into the right position, because we know that's what Coriolis will do, right? It'll send you left or right, heading north or south, right? So rather than flying a great circle route and then constantly ruddering left or right, you fly left or right and don't rudder against it. And then you end up, you lead the target. Essentially, as the flat earthers are saying, you'll lead the target. Because what you're saying is right. Ballistic flight, if I just lob a shell in that direction, wind and everything else, if you ignore it, then Coriolis is very obvious, whereas a plane can choose to fly against wind and all sorts of other things, choose to fly a great circle route over land.
Writing,
But the point they're making is valid, which is we should be able to cash out on these newtons. It's a pseudo force, but it's still measured in newtons, correct? We should be able to cash out on those newtons.
It's a small perturbation. Hold on. Let me just clear this for you. It's a small perturbation, and the pilot will adjust that. That is not a big problem, and that is like literally that is not a problem. The point of this conversation, if you think about it, the Coriolis effect, it will affect the airplane route, and that thing will be compensated exactly the way that NASA is saying right now. That you have a pilot, you have force behind it, and you can just constantly adjust whatever you want. But you're not
the pilot
understanding
has to constantly adjust for Coriolis, is what you're saying. The pilot's constantly adjusting for Coriolis because NASA show just said he doesn't account for it ever.
Exactly. That's the one point. But the other point that is
the pilot is constantly adjusting for Coriolis while never actually accounting for it ever. Gotcha.
He's staying on path. He's staying. Excuse me. Let me answer this question. Are you staying on his flight path? Yes. Coriolis will be a force, but it's a very small force. Wind is a much bigger force. An imbalance between your two engines is a much bigger force. The fact that the airplane is old and bent is a much bigger force. You can basically ignore Coriolis.
So Coriolis could be exploited, but the pilot stayed on his flight path. Therefore, it's minimal.
Coriolis can't be exploited. I'm sorry. If you can figure out the Jeremy flight path, I mean, you and Jeremy and I guess.
Well, so far you haven't demonstrated that the Coriolis is even existing, because you said you never have to account for it.
Yes, correct. Now, only flat earthers worry about Coriolis.
Well, no, flat earthers don't claim Coriolis. You fucking donkey.
Well, then why are you talking about it?
Well, I thought that was the subject. I just popped back in a few minutes ago, and you guys are talking about Coriolis. So I'm assuming you guys are doing the paint by numbers globe chanting this morning.
Yeah, well, if you understood that Coriolis is a relatively minor force on an airplane, you'd understand why we ignore it.
It's a fictional force. It's wait, it's a relatively minor force.
Excuse me.
So in order for Coriolis,
doesn't mean fake. You need to start.
I mean, it's an illusion.
No,
who observes Coriolis? When I look at a plane flying across the sky in a straight line, will that plane appear to deviate from my perspective?
Depends on your perspective, I guess.
It's a yes or a no.
Okay, I get it now.
Oh, I get it. Yeah, how it's not. It's not seen. It's not. It's not. It's not seen. It's not seen. It's not seen from the observer on the ground. It's not dealt with the pilot flying. So where is this Coriolis then? If the pilot doesn't account for it, and it's not visible from the surface.
Sure. I want you to do something for me. I want you to go and Google, why do hurricanes rotate? Just do some research on that.
So I've got the answer to my question about these.
So are you claiming? Wait a second. Are you claiming that the hurricane is in a different frame of reference than the surface of the Earth?
No. Why do hurricanes rotate?
Another frame of reference bullshit.
Well, we're talking about Coriolis, right? Coriolis requires different frames of reference to exist.
No, it's a Glober saying that your understanding of frame of reference is bullshit.
Well, is the airplane?
This is all ocean currents.
I have the answer.
We exist in all reference frames at the same time.
We never exit reference frames. That's flat earther nonsense. Every object exists in every reference frame. No, nothing outside of flat earther numbskull physics thinks that things exit reference frames. The answer to my question about whether we cash out on newtons is effectively yes, but you cash out on newtons by traveling a great circle
cash out
route.
on
There you go.
newtons.
Yeah, you
So
end up where you,
what you're doing is, if Coriolis is pushing you left, you're flying with your nose ever so slightly right, so that you are burning the newtons in the most efficient direction. Right? That's what Gemini has now convinced me of, which does now make sense to me. So you want to do the shortest path, obviously. So the most efficient path cannot deviate too far from the shortest distance. And the point it makes
but aeroplanes just fly in the right direction.
Pushing you left, you can't just go
aeroplanes go
downwind
to their
left
destination.
to
They
go,
don't take into
left's quicker
consideration Coriolis. They don't. And I posted the videos in there for you to look at them. They don't do that. So they're not flying just off the course and then nosing to the right to get there. They're not doing that.
Yeah, we don't use
Silly.
Mark Sargent as a source. Right? Come on.
You don't have to.
Don't know anything about flying,
the people who are speaking, it's not Mark Sargent.
Are you a
that's
pilot,
speaking.
Jin?
It's the people. So shut up.
Pilot?
Yeah, definitely not a Mark Sargent.
It's the
logo in
pilots
the
that are
bottom right
speaking.
corner.
Mark Sargent
Are
has
you the
never
pilot?
never claimed. Excuse me. Mark Sargent hasn't claimed to be a pilot. I'm not offering up him as a pilot. I'm offering up the people within the video who are pilots speaking up. 28
video.
of them.
The video you
yeah,
made
they're
is
listening.
pilot.
Yes,
That's your argument.
they're pilots. Bearing in mind, none of you have presented the curvature of the Earth. You're sitting here saying, you got eggshells saying, I've been convinced now that planes fly slightly with their nose to the right to get to the... What are you talking about, eggshells? You're full of
It
shit.
just mathematically starts to make sense to
What are
me.
the brown
In
stuff,
my
mate?
head, it
Get on
logically
with it.
snaps together now.
You don't speak logic, mate. You
You've got
speak
3
convoluted
newtons that
nonsense.
are throwing you left
What
or
are we
right.
listening to for the
But
last
you
Now,
want
if you want-
the way to
now, if
cash
you want-
out on those newtons is by traveling in a straight
Cash
path
out,
to your
look.
destination.
Now, if you want to talk about how aviation shows the Earth to be a sphere, we can start talking about the path. I don't know from.
It doesn't do that at all. It
Yes,
shows
it
the Earth
does.
to be
It
flat.
again. Shut up and listen.
You're
Jim.
ignoring the
When you fly from I don't know, let's say
flat Earth,
when
flat
you
line.
fly from let's say Tokyo to New York, you fly a great circle route that is up over Canada.
It's a straight line.
Were flat, it is a straight line over a globe. That's correct.
We don't
If
live
you
on a
look at
globe.
it-
Never been proven.
Yeah, we do live on a globe, which is why we fly great circle routes. Which is why when you fly from Tokyo to New York, you're up over Canada.
Straight line, ladies and gentlemen.
If it was a straight line on the flat map,
Straight line,
you would
ladies and
fly.
gentlemen, there's
You
no
would fly over the
circle.
United States, and you don't. You fly into Canada and
Straight
drop
line,
into New
ladies
York.
and gentlemen.
Is it a great
Perfectly
circle?
straight.
Is a straight line a great circle route?
No,
because a great
it's
circle
not.
route says you end up back where you started, right? Nautical miles is a great circle route. Are you aware of that, Jin? Do you know what I mean when I say that?
You're talking about flying a great circle route.
Yeah,
That would mean
nautical
you'd be
miles.
turning in a
miles
certain
are-
direction.
I
You
can
can't
explain it to
fly
you
in
if
a
you want
straight
back
line.
I mean, I thought nautical
End up
miles
in
were
a
linear
circle.
measurements.
Sorry.
They're a great
thank you.
circle route.
Yeah, you
They're a
can't
portion
fly in a
of a great
straight
circle
line
route.
and end up where you started. That's silly.
Nautical miles
correct.
are a great
Straight
circle
line.
route.
Yeah,
They're
if you fly in a
defined
straight line,
as-
you're not going to end up where you started from, ladies and
Yes, you
gentlemen.
will. On a,
No, you're not. You're going to have to curve.
Yeah.
In order to
Nope,
return where you started from, you've got to take a curved trajectory
Nope.
or
Nautical
a
miles,
left
yeah.
or right turn.
He's
And
nailing
to
it.
get back to where you
Miles,
started
yeah.
to form a circle.
Incorrect.
Planes fly in a straight
Nautical
line. You're
miles are.
incorrect, sir. You woke up incorrect.
You could fly a straight
You
line
are
from
speaking
Tokyo
correctly now.
any direction you pick.
Correctly
Pick
now.
any
Ladies and
direction you want to
gentlemen,
fly.
NASA is most certainly not a pilot.
Listen to me again.
Gentlemen,
He is a pilot.
listening
can
to
we
you.
please
You're not a
NASA
pilot.
is an
give each other
airline.
a chance to respond? Give each other a chance to respond, please.
NASA is an airline transport pilot rated
fuck.
pilot.
No,
so you
sorry,
can
dude. You're gonna
fuck
have to.
off.
You're gonna have to take a fucking break. If you've just been asked to give out another break and you just launch straight back in, you need to take a break.
Everyone is kind of talking over each other. Just give each other a chance to respond.
it's
Let
just
someone, and then,
100% of the time.
that's it.
I mean, that's just the nature of Discord. I mean, that happens whether you're talking about anything. You could be talking about if basset hounds are cooler than golden retrievers. People are going to be doing that.
Sure. Do you think? Are you not aware of the Great Circle Route Vaxwax is a portion of Sumerians set the circle at 360 degrees, so that predates the Bible, and the idea is 360 degrees divided by 60 is a nautical mile. That's how it's defined.
Are we talking about great circle routes or Coriolis?
Nautical
Or is it
miles.
just kind of like an open discussion about flying in general?
Nautical
When you're
miles.
flying an airplane, okay, well, when you're flying in an airplane,
Yep.
an airplane's 10,000 feet flying, whatever. I'm just looking at it from my yard.
Sure.
Is the airplane in the
they use
inertial
nautical
reference
miles.
frame of reference or the non-inertial reference frame?
Everything's in every frame of reference, and a plane. Let me finish. And a plane will use nautical miles to discern how far it's travelled. And its nautical miles will be subtly longer than a surface nautical mile because it's higher up. The radius is
Everything's
longer.
in the same reference frame, so there is no inertial and non-inertial frame of reference.
Yeah,
and
that's
they're both
made
the
up
same.
flat Earth shit. What I'm talking
So,
about is
okay,
nautical
so
miles.
Coriolis. So in order for Coriolis to exist, you don't need an inertial and non-inertial frame of reference.
It exists anyway, and
So in order for Coriolis to exist, you do not need an inertial and non-inertial frame of reference. Yes or no?
Man. Allow someone to respond, then come
He
back
doesn't
with
answer
another
the question.
please.
He doesn't answer questions.
I'll say the question one more time. It's a yes or no question.
Sure.
For
I'll answer it.
Coriolis to exist,
You don't.
you need to
I
have
will.
an inertial. If for Coriolis to exist, you need to have an inertial and non-inertial frame of reference. Yes or
You
no?
don't have. No, you don't. You don't have to have
no.
any.
So no.
Yeah.
So no. So just say
Hold on.
no.
Let me
Hold
finish
on,
the
man.
answer.
Stop doing that.
Let me finish
Stop
the
doing that,
answer.
please.
You dense fuck.
You just said no.
You do not need any frame of reference in order to.
Okay, so no. So in order for Coriolis to
please let
exist,
me
you
answer
do
the
not need
question.
an inertial reference frame and a non-inertial reference frame. That's what you just said.
You're scared of
Speak plainly, dude.
So
I'm not scared of the answer. You just said that
I'm
you
so
don't
ready
need
to answer your
different
question.
frames of reference for
I have
Coriolis.
such a hard on to answer your question. If you will shut your mouth, I'll answer it. You do not need anything. Forces exist. If you choose to define them and you use reference frames, that will be the easiest way to detect them. But if you don't have reference frames, i.e. you have no humans there to observe them, Coriolis still exists.
You haven't demonstrated Coriolis. We can't see it from the ground, and the pilots don't account for it. Where is this Coriolis?
So dense. You are so incredibly dense.
Pilots have to account. Do pilots have to account for Coriolis, or is it just crosswind?
And then there's like some sort of thing like tantalum, and there's you. That's how dense you are. So incredibly difficult to comprehend such basic concepts like thin up. Up, Vaxwax?
Oh my god, dude, you're
Vaxwax, thin up, true, false. Vaxwax,
you are just
thin up, true, false.
Hold on. All right, let me
in order for Coriolis to happen, you do not need separate frames of reference.
That don't exist. That's flat Earth nonsense.
That the person on a merry-go-round spinning around and the guy standing next to a tree are in the same reference frame now?
Yes, all exist in every reference frame.
Then there
All
won't be any Coriolis observed. So then how is the Coriolis observed if we're all in the same reference frame together?
The easiest way to detect it is by choosing two different reference frames and looking at a path difference.
Hold on. See, the problem is, instead of getting your information about reference frames and physics from other flat earthers, maybe actually go and research like what the actual definition of reference frames is, right?
Just ask Google. Just say, do objects leave reference frames? And the answer is no.
Right.
Every object exists in every reference frame, and then your whole argument about reference frames dies in the arse. And you won't check that. You'll never Google that because you know that's what it would say.
Right, and I just
handle that. So you just pretend it doesn't exist.
The
And argue it rather than check
is a
it.
fundamental concept.
I just did, right? Hold on,
understanding the behavior of moving objects within rotating systems. It requires considering two reference frames to fully grasp its effect. Here's why. Number one,
exactly what I said.
Inertial reference frame. This is the non-accelerating frame of reference akin to the outside observer looking at a rotating system, according to ScienceDirect.com.
I agree with
And
both
inertial reference frame, Newton's laws of motion hold true without the needs for additional fictitious forces.
I agree with that too. I also agree with that. None of that disagrees with what I said. Thank you for agreeing with me.
Appears to be following a straight path. So therefore, if you're on a merry-go-round, right, and you're spinning around, and then I'm standing on one side of the merry-go-round, Jen is standing on the other side of the merry-go-round, and I toss a baseball from myself to Jen, what would that baseball be doing from your perspective?
So I just
from my
Googled.
perspective. Hang on. What is that question? Go on. You would chuck it at him. You'd probably miss because you're incompetent.
Eggshells is on a, we'll call it a roundabout because I think that's the term you guys use. You know, the thing you sit on.
Merry-go-round. Yeah, no, like a horses and stuff going around in a circle.
Yeah, eggshells is on a roundabout. Eggshells is on a eggshells is on a roundabout. Yeah, shut up. Eggshells is on a roundabout.
Yep,
he's spinning. Yeah, so he's spinning around on this roundabout. Jen is standing over here. I'm standing over here. You're in the middle on the roundabout. I throw a baseball from my hand to Jen, and Jen catches it. But while you're spinning on that roundabout, you see the baseball pass overhead. What is that baseball going to be doing?
Passing overhead.
Yeah, how would it appear to you?
How would it appear to me?
Yes.
It'd appear to be a curved path.
Thank you. Do I see that when an airplane flies?
What do you mean?
No, you don't.
What do you mean by that?
There you go. Thank you.
How would that's
no? What was the question? I did. It just made no sense to me at all.
Scale. Holy shit, man! Scale has a lot to do with that.
Can you explain how little you understand of that? Can you explain that question again? That was really weird to me.
Scale. You're on a roundabout. You're spinning around in a circle.
The plane.
Yeah, we throw the baseball. I throw a baseball over the spinning roundabout that you're on, and you're looking up, looking. And then you see the baseball go past your field of view, and then Jen catches it. What will that baseball appear to be doing?
Curved path. Please get to the plane.
Why would the baseball? Okay, why would the baseball appear to be taking a curved path?
Because I'm turning very quickly.
Is it a different frame of reference than the ball at this time because you're on a spinning roundabout?
No, everything's there, every frame of reference. No, wrong.
Okay, well, how come it's not appearing to curve to me? It looks like it just went in a straight line, but for you, it's taking a curve.
You can choose different.
Why did the baseball seem like it curved? Why did the baseball seem like it curved from your perspective?
I'm ready to answer. I'm so keen to answer.
Okay, so you're acting a bit dense here, Eggshells. You're acting a bit dense here, Eggshells.
Why did the baseball appear to curve for you on the roundabout?
You know what? This is what I'm going to do. I'm going to mute him until go ahead.
You can choose any reference frame. So I can look at anything that exists and go, I'm going to look at this man punching this person in the face from the perspective of the fist, from the perspective of the face, from the perspective of a bystander, from the perspective of a car that's going past, and I can choose to look at somebody punching somebody in the face from the perspective of like an asteroid if I wanted to. It would be
weird.
Lying
on the floor?
That would be a dumb reference frame, unless, I don't know, maybe there's some reason to do it. But there are reference frames that make more sense. All exist and don't exist. It's essentially just asking the question, if I were a goblin of zero...
This is silly now. We're being silly now, Eggshells.
And I was in that spot. Let me finish.
Stop.
If I was a goblin of 0 dimensions, I was a single point, and I was in that spot, what would it look like for goblin me? That's all reference frames are. Flat earthers pretend like they are some ethereal realm you cross in and out of depending on whether it's turning. It's insane.
All right, go ahead, Jen. The other guy left because I muted him. I was going to unmute him when you stopped talking.
He came back. I think he's got.
Oh, is he let me unmute him. Is he here?
Yeah, I was bringing stuff up from my shed.
Yeah, I had to mute you, man, because you weren't like just let him finish. And so let me go ahead and read
times adjusted.
Yeah, so we can get in merry-go-round.
Wait, stop. Let me just read something, please. I Googled, do we exist in all reference frames? What was the answer? Yes, we exist in all reference frames. However, the description of our existence, position, velocity, etc., will be different depending on the reference frame. In physics, a reference frame is a set of coordinates that can be used to describe the position and motion of objects. Special relativity tells us that there is no preferred absolute reference frame.
Bingo! Exactly what I've been saying. That's what physics says. Do you disagree,
Sure. Well, Eggshells. That kind of goes back to my question. You're on the roundabout. You see the ball take a curved path. I'm just curious. How come you saw the ball take a curved path, but me and Jen didn't see the ball take a curved path?
Because we're observing from different reference frames. Reference frames don't exist, and
I'm sorry. Okay, but you saw the ball taking a parent. You saw the ball taking a parent.
I'm answering. I was in the middle of it.
Right. Yeah. You saw the ball taking a parent curved path. Why?
Yeah, I was answering that. That was the question I was answering. Would you like the answer?
Please.
So reference frames can be chosen. They don't exist in objective reality. You can just choose to ask a question. How would this look if I was looking at it from here? You could choose the ball. You could choose the hand. You could choose the person. You could choose the roundabout. You could choose the other person who's receiving the ball. You could choose any spot you wanted, and every object, the roundabout, the person, the ball, all of it would exist in every place you chose to look at it, because you're looking at it from this magical mathematical spot that says, well, the ball's going to always be the ball. So what it's going to see is the thrower accelerate away from it, and then accelerate away from it up until it leaves its hand, and then it will remain at somewhat of a constant speed after the hand. In fact, it will start now, technically, according to physics, accelerate back towards the person that threw it, which is insane, right? What you're doing is you're saying, I'm asking a question of what would it look like from this spot? That's what a reference frame is. As such, things don't cross into or out of reference frames. If I can see anything, because it's mathematical, I can see it infinitely far away, it's just maths. If I can see it in my reference frame, it exists, it doesn't cross in and out. Does that make sense now? We've explained it 17 times, surely this time it makes sense. Everything exists in every reference frame.
Why did you see the ball appear to take a curved path? You didn't answer that at all.
Yeah, you chose a reference frame that was turning, and therefore a straight path will appear to be curved from a turning reference frame.
Whoa, so wait, it almost sounded like you were just about to say that you were in the non-inertial frame of reference.
You can call it that
and the
too.
Ball was, so you were in the non-inertial frame of reference, but the ball was in the inertial frame of reference.
Do you agree what I read earlier?
Well, wait a second. Eggshells just...
Steelman, what I said.
My headphones sound really bad.
Do you agree with what I read earlier?
Charles literally just now said that he was in a separate reference frame. He was in the non-inertial frame of reference. You were on the non-inertial frame. You were in the non-inertial frame of reference on the roundabout, spinning. Me and Jin are in the inertial frame of reference on opposite sides of you. While you're in the middle, we throw the ball goes in a straight line.
Sure.
The ball for you took a wild arcing path.
Yep.
The ball took a wild arcing path because you and the ball are not in the same reference frame.
Yes, we are. Every object is in every reference frame. We've said it to you 17
Zach, how
times.
do you think?
You said that point. No, please, let's do this now.
If you were in the same reference frame as me and Jin, if you were in the same reference frame as me and Jin, you wouldn't have seen a curved path. You only saw a curved path because you were in the alternative reference frame.
That's like
when you say that everything is in the same reference frame, Eggshells, are you sure?
Everything exists in every reference frame. That is definitionally true in physics, and we've posted that 3 times now. I've posted that. Find something that says, this is the core question. Hang on, no, shut up for a second. Vaxrax, you're so dumb, I need you to speak less. Electric will get this. Electric will explain this to you. QOP tried, you failed. Electric, the thing is, physics defines it as a reference frame is just where you choose to make this description from. And as such, it could be on the side of a lorry or on a whale or in a point in space. You get to make it up. You go, what would the world look like if this were my perspective? That's what a reference frame is. As such, definitionally in physics, every object exists in every reference frame. That's the core debate we're having now. That's what Vaxwack doesn't get. And if you show me we're false on that, every glober in this room is now wrong. And relativity doesn't work, and F equals ma doesn't work, physics is out the window, we're all fucked. So if you can show me that an object can leave a reference frame, you'll prove Vaxwack's right and show that I'm wrong and Vaxwack's not, like, very
You're
close.
You're definitely wrong. I'm just waiting for you to stop love.
Sure. Objects cannot leave reference frames.
Vaxwack, can I please respond to that?
Objects cannot leave reference frames. Every object exists in every reference frame.
Okay, I guess that.
The apparent curved path of the ball didn't exist as far as me and Jen are concerned. We didn't witness it. You're the only one that saw it. How come you saw it? It's simple. Why did you see the ball? Why did the ball appear to curve?
I want to hear from Electric. We know what your opinion is. It's dumb and wrong. Can I hear Electric's review?
Eggshells, you never explained why you saw the ball taking a
dumb and wrong. I want to hear Electric.
Eggshells, you didn't explain why the ball took an apparently curved path for you.
Yes, I did, because you chose a path that was rotating. Therefore, a straight path appears to be curved to that Reference frame. I've explained it. If you choose a reference frame that is curving, other things that are straight will appear curved to it. That's not hard to understand. You dense fuck. Nobody's pretending to misunderstand that. Can we hear from Electric?
10 times now. Sure.
Exactly. That's literally why you have the elliptical and non-Euclidean spaces. That's just different reference frames.
So
in which the lines which you would otherwise call curved aren't really curved but straight.
Yeah. Electric. What do you think
When is this gonna end,
exist outside of reference frames? Can something leave a reference frame?
I'm literally waiting to not be interrupted because I know you guys are fucking retarded right now.
No, I'd like to hear from you.
Let's do something that's truly analogous to your plane taking off when it leaves the surface of the earth, like a drone on a merry-go-round, right? The merry-go-round is rotating.
Sure.
Right? The drone lifts off. Is it still rotating?
It will be imparted with some of that rotational
Is it
momentum.
rotating?
Is it rotating? What do you mean? Is it rotating?
Is it rotating? Is the drone rotating when it leaves the platform?
It will be imparted with some rotational momentum. Yes.
Is it rotating?
I've answered the question. I can't answer.
No, you haven't. You're saying it will be imparted. That doesn't tell me if you think it's still rotating or not.
What do you want him to say?
Yes is the closest answer I can get without being.
So you think that when the drone takes off from the merry-go-round and the forces that cause it to rotate are no longer acting on it, that it's still fucking rotating?
It's got mass. What has been imparted on that mass is a rotational force.
The moment it's no longer on the platform,
I'm ready to answer. I'm ready to finish my
rotating,
answer.
dude.
I'm so ready to finish my answer. If there is a mass, like imagine this drone is now like a kilometer across, a massive drone. If that thing is spinning,
similar to the one he gave me, it's going to be a non-answer.
Change what the example. You can't just keep it.
I mean, sure. Say with the tiny drone.
Example that's
tiny drone still works.
to reality.
It still
you
works.
claim that Earth is a spinning globe. You claim that when an aircraft takes off,
you understood where I was going.
That
the moment I said a big drone, you suddenly went, "Oh fuck yeah, it does work," because the drone has mass, and if that mass is rotating, then there's no way to take that rotation back out. Except what a drone does is, even if you take it off from a boat or a car that's moving, it quickly like cancels that out using GPS and all sorts of clever shit. But it's it's imparted with whatever was happening to it when it left. It maintains that. It must cancel that out. Otherwise, it will keep twisting or lifting or doing whatever it was when it left. Yes, it will have that. If you set it up off something that's rotating, it will be imparted with rotational force. That if you didn't cancel that with the controls of the buzzy bits, it'll keep rotating.
So the moment it's no longer on the platform, it's not going to continue around.
Does it not have mass?
It has mass. That doesn't mean it's going to continue to rotate. It's going to accelerate in one direction. The moment, if you're saying that the force acting on it is a rotating force, the moment it's not on the platform, it's not rotating anymore.
Well, there's two things.
This is a very tough analogy.
It sounds like you are missing, which is one is like, let's say it's in the center of the platform. It will have no directional linear thing, right? Dead center. It's going to have no linear momentum, but it will have a rotational momentum, right? And then anywhere else on the disk, it will have the same rotational momentum, but it will now have a linear momentum. So when it takes off from any spot, it will always have how many degrees per hour it is rotating.
So you think that if I toss a ball in the air, I'm standing on a merry-go-round, that it's going to come right back down to where I am standing on the merry-go-round?
Say again. Say the question again.
If I'm standing on a merry-go-round and I toss a ball directly straight up into the air, you think that the ball is going to continue rotating and land right back down at my feet?
If you are in the center, it will land right back down.
No, we're not on the center of the globe. We're on the part of it. No, we're on the outside.
Yeah,
You're not on the center. You're not in the center of the axis of rotation.
So now it's going to be imparted with linear momentum and rotational momentum. And so as that ball goes up,
no more rotational momentum. No.
There is still. Well, you can't get off it. You're on a rotating thing. What the fuck do
The
you
ball
want?
can't get off the rotating platform, according to
It's
you.
rotating with the platform. What the fuck do you want? It's physics.
Once the ball
if you're
is
arguing
no
with
longer
physics,
attached to
this
the
is how
platform,
you
it's
flat
not
Earth.
rotating.
You have to deny that things that leave a rotating thing keep rotating, which is fucking obviously true. You can't be this honestly dense.
Yeah,
Dude, you're saying that when I toss the ball straight up,
You don't think this is true.
Basically, the law of
You know this
conservation
is
of
dumb.
No, you're not making sense. Stop. Let me respond to your
not
silly.
making sense. He's
so clearly
coaching
aware
them.
that
Let me respond to your silly fucking bullshit, eggshells.
Go on.
You're saying that when I let go of the ball, when I am detached from the ball, you think that the inertial force from the rotation is going to make the ball continue in that circle that I'm in because I'm standing on the platform.
It's nothing to do because
You think the ball's going to land right back at my feet when I toss it up? Are you saying that?
That's the opposite of what I said. It's the opposite of what I said. Like, where did you get
so
that
therefore
from?
that's
I
not
said
gonna
that was the
happen,
opposite.
So therefore, you're
And
no
you made that
longer
up.
with the rotating.
So who's making a bad guess now, Electric? Who's making a bad guess?
It's very
about
simple.
reality?
This actually completely destroys the globe. You guys say
Who's
that the
making a
moment
bad
the plane takes off,
Electric?
that it's still rotating.
Who's taking a bad guess about making a bad guess about reality? Is it me or you?
The people that imagine they're on a spinning ball when they don't see when
You
they're
made the prediction that was bad, didn't you?
Unfortunately, Electric is bang on the money. Electric is bang on the money, and eggshells. You're just dreaming, man. You're not even listening to what he's telling you, and you're putting
was he
forward
telling
this
me, Jen?
idea. You're putting
You steal
forward the
man?
idea that listen, because now you're going to interrupt me now. Right? Basically, it's this: you're on a rotating roundabout. You're standing up. You throw the ball up, and it's gone up for 20 seconds up. Okay, that ball is not. You're not going to be able to catch that ball. You'll be in a different position when that ball hits the ground. It will not
that's what
land
I
in your
said.
hand.
Very simple.
Get out of here.
I agree.
Therefore,
I've
when the
agreed with
plane,
the
when
whole
the
time.
aircraft
If
takes
you
off,
think that
to
you're
surface of
disagreeing
the
with me,
Earth,
Jen,
you say
I
that
am
it's
happy
still
to tell
rotating.
you we're in agreement.
Eggshells, listen, why do you think you're still? Why do you think the plane is still rotating when it takes off the platform that's moving?
Exactly.
When did I say
There you
that?
are.
What did I say? What
That
did
would
I say?
have to be the case when you say that you don't observe the detachment from the rotation. You say that
When
it's
did I
just
say that?
the air is pushing it along.
Who said that? You making all of these things up.
This
They're
is your
all
globe
coming out
model.
of your
The
mouth.
globe says that
Did
the
anybody
You
Earth
did
else
say that,
say
though.
any of
You
those
did say
things?
that, though.
When did I say it?
You did say that the wind,
You know we're
crosswinds,
transcribing this
the
conversation,
crosswinds
don't
would
you?
be moving the plane along. You said that. Come on.
You say that when the air is not attached to the. You say that
You
when
know
the
this is
plane.
being
You say
transcribed.
that when the plane is not attached to the Earth, that the force of the rotation is still acting on the plane.
I mean, the force of the
And he then
rotation.
referred
No,
to
I didn't say that at
crosswinds.
all. I didn't say that either. The
Are
force
you
of
sure you're not saying that on a globe? That you say that's what happens on a globe. You
no,
don't even realize.
you've imparted all of the
Yeah.
excusing
Someone wants to
atmosphere.
interject, by the way. Someone
sure.
wants to
Just
interject. Let him interject.
Jen, I'm midway through speaking. Interject later.
Sorry, I do apologize.
So the force has been imparted on it the moment it leaves it, right? So when on a roundabout, ignoring the atmosphere, blah blah blah. Once it's taken off, it's not getting anything more out of a merry-go-round. But what it has already within the mass of it is both a rotational and a linear speed, right? And it won't get any more speed ever. It won't be updated. It won't be changed if you turn off the merry-go-round. It'll keep doing whatever it was doing. They're not related to one another anymore. But if that was rotating at 15 degrees per hour, this thing now has 15 degrees per hour. And if it had 1,000 miles an hour in a linear direction, it now has 1,000 miles an hour in that linear direction. Now, if they're both heading in the same direction at the same time and those all match up, that looks stationary. But if what you're asking is, does a drone taking off in the middle come back down where it landed? Yes. If your question is, if I throw a ball up on one of the outer edges, will it come back down where I started? No. But you make the prediction that it should. I don't. We both make the prediction that it should end up somewhere weird. But you
No,
try to pretend.
no.
Gin, I'm almost done. Gin, I'm almost done. You try to pretend that we make the prediction that it should land where it started, even though none of us do that.
No, we never
try to
made
make
that
that up.
prediction. No,
That was
we
Electric.
didn't.
That was Electric. I was responding to Electric, who did say that.
Eggshells, can I try? This is just taking a long time to avoid saying that the moment you're no longer attached to the platform, that you're still going to be experiencing the rotation. It's absolute garbage.
You've got inertia. You've got inertia. So if you're already spinning, you keep spinning. That's inertia.
No.
You keep doing whatever you're doing.
If I jump off of a merry-go-round, I'm not moving in the direction of the merry-go-round rotating anymore.
Well, I'm sorry to tell you, there's linear, which goes from
the only force imparted upon my mass is the one that's going to set, like you said, it's going to send me in a linear direction.
Sure, and with
I have a very simple analogy. So why do you say that the airplane is still rotating when it leaves the platform?
Because rotational and linear both exist. It's like one existing doesn't negate the other.
No, dude. You're saying that you're still on the merry-go-round when the plane is in the air.
You're making that up. That's the bit.
That's what you have to do. This is so simple, dude. You got to avoid its float.
He's not going to get it. Go Kool-Aid.
He did ask a simple question and it's gone out of control.
Well, I mean, it was just like my simple question earlier, where if Eggshells is on the roundabout spinning, and then Jin's there, I'm here, and he sees the ball take an apparent curved path. He never answered why the ball appeared to curve from his perspective.
Yeah.
And
I'll do it again.
All he did.
I will. I'll answer you. You don't answer questions, but I'll show you what answers look like.
I need 15 more seconds. I need 15 more seconds.
Oh. Okay.
All you did was claim that things don't travel from one reference frame to another. But then, you look into it because you guys told me to Google it. So, yes, an object can leave a reference frame. A reference frame is essentially a coordinate system used to describe the position and motion of objects. And it can be stationary or moving relative to other reference frames. An object's motion is always described relative to some reference frame, and it can transition between the different reference frames. So the reason why you saw the ball appear to take a curved path is because you were in a different reference frame than the ball. You were on a spinning merry-go-round. So two separate frames of reference were required for this Coriolis to even exist.
Show us that link.
If you're not on the merry-go-round, then you're going to see the ball take a different path than if you were on the merry-go-round.
Bullshit. Go for
it.
Show us the thing that says
you're both in an inertial reference frame, even though one of you isn't
in every
rotating.
reference frame. Definition in physics, we've checked it 4 times. Everything exists in every reference frame. If he's showing something,
how do you define it as goofy as fuck? Because you're experiencing different relative motions.
Physics. Like if you're disagreeing with physics, you're just not
frame.
having a discussion about reality anymore.
You're the one disagreeing with physics.
Show us the link, Wax. You've got the link.
Frames are relative. There's no absolute reference frame in the universe. Everything is defined relative to something else. Object's motion is relative. An object's motion is always defined with respect to a chosen reference frame. Change of reference frame. An object can move from one reference frame to another, meaning it changes its relationship to the coordinate system used to describe its position. Example, imagine a person moving on a train. The train
Where's our link?
It's a reference frame. If the person walks from the back to the front of the train, they are moving within the train's reference frame. If they then step off the train, they enter a new reference frame, the station platform. And their position is now defined relative to the platform and not the train. So therefore, if you're on a spinning merry-go-round, the ball appears to curve because you're on a spinning merry-go-round. If you're not on a spinning merry-go-round, you don't see the ball curving because you're stationary.
Made up flat bullshit without a link.
And at no
point where are you getting this information from that overturns all of modern physics?
Detached from the platform. But that's what you say is happening to an airplane. It's absolute goofy pseudoscience. I don't know why you can't see this, dude.
Can we read it, please? Please, I want to read it.
All right.
I want to be. I want to be educated on physics. I want to understand how all of us got it wrong for so long. Please, Vax, can we have the link?
Physics.
Is there a chance I could get in real quick? I just have one quick thing to say. I've been waiting for a hot minute.
Yep.
You guys were talking about the drone on the merry-go-round. Obviously, when the drone lifts up, it will have momentum. Similarly to when I throw an American football and I put a spiral on the thing, even though after it's left my hand, it no longer has a force directly being applied to it to keep it in a spiral, it will maintain a spiral until it hits the receiver. Thank you.
That's completely unrelated.
Vax, you're claiming something that overturns all of modern physics. I'm sure you didn't pull it out of your asshole. Can we see where you got this idea that objects can leave a reference frame such that they can no longer?
Where did you get the idea that a ball would continue rotating? when you toss it in the air, standing on a
Angular
merry-go-round.
momentum. Nobody's surprised by that, man. We've all seen
Dude,
the Harlem
why do you
Globetrotters.
say that's happening to the airplane?
Because we're just not immune to. Are you guys really not? Think about. Just pause for a second. Take a deep breath and go. I'm fighting a glober, and it's about the shape of the Earth. And
You're not
instead
answering
pause
a very
to go,
simple question. Dude.
yeah. Instead, pause to ask this question you're asking me, which is: does something maintain angular momentum such that if I'm spinning a basketball and I toss it in the air, does it keep spinning? That's the question you're fucking asking right now. So the amount of reality you're having to deny that VaxWax is making up bullshit links about reference frames and you're pretending you don't understand that things keep spinning when you chuck them is fucking dumb. So dumb. This is how dumb you have to be a flat earther.
This is what you say is happening on a globe. You say that once you leave the platform.
No, this is you in this room now.
No,
you're on a
not.
flat earth,
I
not
don't
on a
know why you
globe,
can't
not on the
admit that what you're
equator.
saying is goofy, dude.
Out of your
you
mouth.
sound like a disingenuous liar now.
But you this is what you've got to deny. You know this.
Dude, I'm
in your
sorry.
core, you
This is
feel this.
actually horrible.
I know you
for the
like
globe.
to dislike the mainstream, but don't dislike it so much that you lose your brain and think the Earth's flat. Like to
All right,
think
you're
that
just saying
there's
a bunch of
dodgy
nothing,
shit
Roy.
going
You're
on in
being
medicine.
You got nothing.
Eggshells.
Fine.
You're being
Because
unreasonable.
maybe they
making
faked the moon landing.
outrageous
Fine.
statements about
But
flat
to think
earthers
that
now.
I can't tell that angular velocity exists is fucking dumb. You
But
know
it's not angular
dumb.
that we're concerned with. We're concerned with linear velocity action,
which also
we're talking about a
exists.
spinning ball. Okay.
Yes,
Now, please pay attention. You've said a
linear
lot, and you've said a lot of
velocity
nothing.
is
Can I now
actually
at least have a few words? Go ahead.
the angular velocity is actually basically it is the linear velocity is angular velocity divided by radius. So yeah, you have the linear velocity in angular velocity. That's literally the definition of angular
And the
velocity.
angular velocity as well, right? Such that if you left on the perimeter of let's say you're the merry-go-round, you're right at the outer edge of it, you'll still have the same rotational. So if it's turning it like a once per minute, you'll have a 1 RPM rotation, and you will have this flinging whatever your current tangent is to that circle. That's your linear thing you're chucked out at, right? So you're both spinning a little bit and flying in a dead straight direction, even though your path up until that point was curved. It's just once you were released from it, it was like bang. Now that thing that was a curved path turns tangential into a straight path. And we all get
Exactly. And you're saying that when I toss the ball in the air, it's going to maintain the curved path due to the angular momentum of the rotating path. Yeah. That's what you're saying is happening. Stop interrupting me.
But you're pretending I'm saying something that's a
I'm
lie.
actually responding to your bullshit.
But I didn't
You
say that.
claim
You made it up.
stop trying to interrupt me, Eggshells. Moderate yourself.
It
You
will
are claiming that
maintain
the
same
force
angular momentum.
imparted on the object that caused it to maintain its angular velocity, meaning that it's on the rotating platform. You're saying that it's still subject to that force when it's no longer attached to the platform. That's what you're saying is happening to the airplane.
The angular momentum.
It's not. It's just a lie that you make up in order to hide the fact that
Let's clear it. Let's get this cleared out now, then, Eggshells. Let's
that
clear it up once and for
you're
all. Okay.
pretending to not
I have
understand.
my.
You
Are
get
you
it.
paying attention, please? Are you
I
paying
understand
attention
when you interrupted, Jin.
Oh,
if it's
bloody
okay
hell.
if I finish before you finish your interruption.
You're on a
Go ahead.
merry-go-round globe right now. You say that when you take off from the surface, when you detach from the surface, that you're maintaining the angular velocity of the rotating platform. It's absolute
Maintain
garbage.
all your velocity.
You must be smoking.
You don't lose velocity, except through acceleration, right?
Right.
Acceleration is
can we now
changing
get?
No,
velocity.
you're going to be subject to a linear velocity because the force imparted on you when you detach is going to be a linear velocity, not a rotating one, not an angular one.
You always have two. You always have two velocities.
No,
Well, it's the linear one that we're
you are no
You
longer
definitely
rotating.
always have.
You say this because that's not what appears to happen to the airplane when it's in the air. You say, oh, it's going to keep rotating, even though it's not subject to the force of rotation.
What? Is this
Yes,
more shit you're making up?
exactly.
Do you understand
It's
how
not
much you
making
have to
anything
do
up.
with
Let's get this
my
right. Can I
argument in
get in
order
there
to
now,
do it?
please?
Experience the
Just let me say it.
Well, you're
Just let
taking
me
too
say my
long,
bit, you say your
Eggshells.
bit.
How long
But
are you
you
going to
can't.
be? Hurry up. You finished?
Join the discussion then, Jin.
Yeah, I'm going to join right now because I'm trying to get fucking in. Now shut the fuck up now. We've got a rotating roundabout. I have my son's helicopter getting ready to take off on the roundabout that's rotating at 15 miles an hour. It's rotating. Okay, I'm standing there. I can see the damn thing. I've got the controls. Are you listening? Are you listening? Right. I'm on. The helicopter is on the roundabout.
Miles an hour. That's not how you express.
The merry-go-round rotating at 15 miles an hour.
Speed is expressed by angle, not by time.
Right, my little helicopter now. I now operate it. It now flies up. It is now hovering. What happens?
So what'll happen is it'll take from the moment it leaves the merry-go-round, it'll have this at the point it was going. If you imagine like you're doing a slingshot, you're going round and round and round in a circle, and then you suddenly let go of the sling, and it goes straight from that point. So wherever that toy helicopter took off from would be imparted with a slight forwards force, or I'm imagining it facing in the direction that the thing is turning. Slight forward force that'll be a dead straight line, and a slight rotational force that is its angular velocity, which is how much it's turning around.
No, that's not what happens. That's not what happens. The merry-go-round goes round. Are you letting me finish now? Yeah, right. The merry-go-round goes round. You operate it to hover. It moves slightly in the direction of rotation and starts hovering. That's it. And the merry-go-round rotates underneath it. That's all there is. The helicopter does not rotate. Doesn't rotate. It just goes up slightly with the rotation, and then stops, and it's hovering. That's all that happens.
You haven't done this, have you, Jen?
I have done this
in reality.
I've done it with my wife's car. I've done it with my wife's car,
what?
Man.
You've flown your wife's car over a merry-go-round?
No, what I did was had my wife drive a car around in circles in the supermarket car park. And then I operated a helicopter, and the car just went off, and the helicopter just hovered. There was no conservation of momentum, which is what you're talking about.
Fucking awesome. Please describe this to me again, Jin. So hang on, you're in a car park. What, on a rooftop car park?
Yes. No. Just a car park in a supermarket. Helicopter on the wife's car, going around in a circle. I'm in the middle of the
helicopter.
circle.
When you say helicopter, you like DJI drone?
A toy helicopter.
Okay, so what kind of toy helicopter, I guess, is what I'm after? Like,
What's
how much
toy
does it cost?
helicopter that you operate? You know, the RC job. RC.
Yeah, man, I've had like 15 of the fucking.
Well, that's it. Yeah, that's the only
I'm
one
trying to get like, is it a $15 job?
It's all battery operated. Battery operated RC. Battery operated RC. Going around in a circle.
This is awesome.
Yeah.
Okay.
And we did it in a circle, and we did it in a straight line as well. And the car just kept going, of course, and the helicopters hovered. There was no conservation.
When you say
momentum.
helicopter, can I understand? Does it have a top rotor and then also a tail rotor?
Everybody knows what a helicopter is.
Yeah, I'm asking you a question about it. Does it have a tail rotor like helicopters have?
It has to have a tail rotor. It has a tail rotor.
Okay. What does the tail rotor do, Jin?
Well, the tail rotor stabilizes it, stops it from rotating, of course.
Oh, wow. Stops it from rotating, does it? Is that what the fucking tail rotor does, Jin?
The point is, cancel out rotation. This is what we're talking about. Real world. We're talking about real world. We're talking about real world here. You said the helicopter would rotate, so you're wrong. The helicopter wouldn't rotate because it's got the stabilizer at the back. That's why you were wrong. Look, eggshells. You were wrong, eggshells. Listen, ladies and gentlemen, can you see how he's trying to wriggle out of a test that I've done that you can all go and do, and he's still trying to wriggle out of it? You're wrong, okay? Shut the fuck up now.
Existence of a tail rotor. That's
right.
As you
that's why
said,
it didn't rotate, but you said it would rotate. You said it would rotate, and it didn't.
Rotor. Yeah,
you said it would rotate.
It had a tail rotor designed to stop rotation. It didn't rotate.
Isn't rotating, and we're not a fucking ball hurting through the universe. Shut your mouth and behave yourself.
Cracking deep truths in 2025.
You're out of control. Okay, you're lost. You were trumped again. Flat earthers do you again. You've been done.
Jesus.
Shut the fuck up now.
Being destroyed today.
Line no good scallywag. It takes you all around the houses. He can't say yes or no. Can't concede when he's wrong. Who is this guy? Mutes people when they're trying to get to the point, and then he overtalks everyone like he's the Lord Almighty. You're a wanker of a fucking high schooler, stupid cunt of an Aussie. That's all you are. Shut the fuck up and
Jesus.
sit down.
You
Fed
sound
up
like
with your
you're
fucking
crashing out,
voice.
bro, Safine. You do
No, I'm
not
just fed
sound
up
like a
with your
winner
voice.
right now.
I'm fed up with your voice. That's all.
You
Fed up with your
sound like
voice.
somebody who knows
Fed
they
up of
lost.
your voice, mate. I am fed up with
Can
your
you
voice and
imagine
your BS.
how
Your
boring
brown
a
stuff and your
Flyers
voice
baseball
is
game
doing
would
our
be?
heads in.
No breaking
It's
balls,
just
no
not. You don't
curveballs,
concede.
nothing that
You don't
changes
concede when you're
speed.
wrong.
Only fastballs. That's the only thing that Flat Earth can throw in a baseball game.
Get out of here, man. Come on. You've been trumped so many times. It's unbelievable. You've had a 10-year loss. What are you talking
boring.
about? You've had a 10-year loss. Is what you've had. 10 years. You've lost every single debate because the Earth isn't a globe. Shut the fuck up and sit down.
Yeah, you guys think you're going to conserve the angular momentum when you're no longer attached to the rotating platform.
Exactly.
Which is what you claim the globe is. You claim the globe is rotating. You're
So
saying that once you are no longer... Hold on.
Electric jet ski
Stop
bump
it.
curveballs.
Stop. Control yourself, Glober. Pop-Tart. Hold on.
True, cool.
Okay, so you claim that you're going to maintain the angular momentum even though you're no longer attached to what is imparting the force upon
you
the
have
mass.
You
are
have
no
I'm
longer
saying
attached
you're right, and
to the
curveballs
platform.
in
Therefore,
baseball are
the
a
angular...
myth. You're
Fucking
right.
clown. Shut up, clown.
That's true.
I can't hear you when you're interrupting me, just so you know. So you might as well just hold on. Right. You think that the force being imparted on the mass is angular momentum, even though it's no longer attached to the rotating platform. Do you understand that in order for your helicopter to maintain its GP, you would have to say that the fucking sky is a merry-go-round and that it's still attached to the rotating Earth, therefore no Coriolis?
I would just need to say the differential between the air and the ground is minimal, and that's called wind. And we already know that choppers.
So then you're saying that the
hang
air
on,
is
hey, easy. We know that choppers have to account for wind. Is that true or false? Direct question.
What is keeping you
yes
on
or no
the
question? You
platform?
can't tell me if wind exists. Flat earthers can't fucking say yes.
No,
wind
I've been
exists.
saying the same thing since I jumped in this conversation, and you are yet to understand what I'm trying to get at, dude. It's
I'll
sad.
answer your questions. You can't answer whether wind exists. Go for it. Can wind exist?
What you need for a rotating globe is you need to say that when the helicopter takes off from the rotating platform,
is that what I need
it
to
is
say?
still rotating.
Ask me.
Therefore, what is causing it to maintain its angular momentum?
Yeah, it's got mass. So that mass is at the speed of the thing it's on, right? And it has already within its mass a linear and angular velocity. And then it leaves that thing and it still has it. It doesn't lose it.
It still has the angular momentum, even though it's no longer attached to the rotating body.
In order to stop it, in order to change it, definitionally in physics, what you were saying would rewrite all the way back to Newton, because what definitionally in physics happens is that thing has that property now, and in order to change that property of V, you must impart force. You must do mass times acceleration, which must be force definitionally so. So in order for it to not be the case, we must get free energy out of something because it's no longer touching a merry-go-round, and that's dumb. And I don't think what I know is that mass retains the property of its angular and rotational velocity, and the only thing that would change that is an input of force, such as wind or a tail rotor in Jin's example.
Okay, what is keeping you in the reference frame of the rotating platform when you're on a globe and you're in a helicopter? What is maintaining your angular momentum? What keeps you on the rotating body?
You've asked like 4 different questions, because one of them you said what keeps you in the reference frame, and you know my answer to that already. I think.
What is it?
Can you please clarify? Do you know
I don't know your answer. That's why I asked.
Okay, so let me answer this just so we get it, because we've all said it to you about 7 times. So this is the last time, hopefully, I need to say it, and so I'll say it super clearly. Every object exists in every possible reference frame, such that there is not a reference frame you could pick that wouldn't contain any object, like anything that exists would exist in every reference frame. and you cannot put an object that wouldn't exist in every reference frame. Do you now understand
I'm gonna
that?
make you drink the water. I'm gonna lead you to the water.
Do you now
and then
understand?
you're gonna have to drink it. Are you
Really
ready,
clear
Eggshells?
question. Do you understand it? Yes or no?
Listen. This needs to move forward. I don't know why you don't want this to move forward. Listen.
He's gone back to Westworld. He's pretending he
What?
hasn't understood this.
What
basic
is
tenet
what
of
is keeping you on? What is attaching you to your rotating globe?
Gravity.
What is it?
Gravity.
Gravity and
Rob
friction.
said gravity. Actually,
Gravity holds me down.
gravity.
Friction holds me in place. And then I
Okay,
am
so
parted as a result of
gravity is attaching you to the rotating platform, right? What happens when a plane lifts off?
Gravity, still gravity. It does.
Is it resisting the force of gravity? Yes or no?
No,
in a way,
it's
sure.
losing.
It's overcoming.
Yes.
It's actually using gravity.
The reason why you're no longer attached to the Earth when you're in an airplane is because the airplane is generating lift, and it is resisting the force of gravity. So you are resisting the force that is maintaining your attachment to the rotating body. Therefore, you no longer experience the angular momentum that you claim you can't experience on a globe.
No. You see, you don't know this.
Hang on,
no
you said some really weird stuff at the end there.
You don't know.
Go again, Electric.
Great. Can we do this one at a time, please?
Yeah, go again. Say the last bit again, because the last
both agree.
went
It's
from you
gravity
describing
that
physics
attaches
to
you to the rotating platform. You both agree. The plane is
electric.
Let's go to the
Please ask you to
helicopter.
do something.
Define
Can you please describe what you think happens in reality rather than telling me what you think I think?
You're not flying
Can you tell me
around
what you
on
think
a
happens?
ball. That's not what's happening. You're just taking
Right, what do you think happens?
resisting the force of gravity. Period.
Okay. So let me ask you a question then.
Hold on. Stop trying
I'm
to
asking you a question.
stop
I want to
me.
ask you a question.
You need to
There's an
address what I'm
aircraft-
saying first. You did not address what I said at all. Are you
Yeah,
paying
you're not paying
attention? Are you
Yeah.
paying attention? I
Yeah,
need
it's
to
still
make sure that
involved.
we can have this conversation first.
It's the same answer.
Because you guys are being so fucking ridiculous, dude. The force of gravity is what's attaching you to the rotating body. That is what's keeping the angular velocity of your mass, is because you are attached to the surface of the Earth due to gravity. Now you're going to resist the force of gravity. So now the force of the angular velocity is no longer imparted on your mass, because you're not attached to the rotating Earth.
No.
So therefore, no more angular momentum.
You're no longer is that angular momentum.
Right, so the
added to-
helicopter hovering above the Earth, are you saying that it's accelerating in the direction of Earth rotation to maintain its GP?
Who said that? You're trying to stop
Are
that
you
in my
saying
mouth.
that the
Whose mouth did that-
helicopter
Whose mouth did the dumb thing come out of?
Maintain it's what you would say is in the direction.
I'll say what I think. If you say dumb things, you're the one that's dumb. Who said what? I'll say what I think. You say
I
what
have
you
to
think.
explain it to globs because they don't comprehend their own model.
This is flat earthing, and it's pretending that other people think dumb things. That's how you flat earth.
Yeah, you think
make
that
up
when you're
this-
no longer, when you resist the
make
force
up
of
this
gravity,
dumb
it's
thing.
attaching you to the rotating platform, you say that you are still, the force of the angular momentum is still imparting on the mass. Absolute garbage.
You have to make up mindsets and hope that
No,
other
this
people
is just
believe
weird
it.
ad hominem.
In order to deny the globe, because otherwise F equals ma, and if you've got an angular velocity, like if you're already spinning, right? If something is spinning on a table in front of you,
No, you're not already spinning, dude.
You are. If you're
No,
already
you're not. You're saying the
spinning,
helicopter's spinning. Where? Where is the helicopter spinning?
it's attached to the Earth.
Fucking dumb, dude. How do you know it's spinning when there's literally nothing indicating it in the reference range?
Now it's circular now. Now you've just busted your whole argument because you're denying the rotation in order to test it. It's fucking dumb.
You never, no.
Not even dumber. How did your argument get even dumber?
The helicopter does not
How did you
experience
run
rotation.
so far round in a circle that you now have just scuffed over your own, like you've just shit in your own fucking lunch bowl? What are you
All right,
doing?
so you don't have a
It
response.
makes
Let's
so
let-
little
let's let
sense.
Rob
You're now like,
try.
well, it doesn't make sense to even test if we're doing
Okay,
it because
excellent.
we're
You don't
definitely
get it.
not
All right, you're
anyway.
dropping the ball.
It's so dumb. This is how dumb you've got to be. How
Random
see how
random
retarded
accidents, folks, not addressing the argument. That's
Yeah,
great.
Yeah, let me help you. Let me help you. So brother Electric, you're still the air, the atmosphere that the airplane takes off in, that is also on the platform, and you're literally using that spot to gain altitude. right? You're using that fact that the ear is also
Can you turn it down?
Let him speak.
to gain
Off charge. Please let him
He's not speaking, he's killing.
Hold on, electric. Hold on. Let me finish, brother. The fact that we have that ear pressure, 14.7 psi, that is pressing against the surface of the earth. You're using that ear pressure to gain altitude. You see, the aircraft would not gain altitude if that ear pressure is not there. You get what I'm saying? So it's not resisting gravity. It's actually using gravity to gain altitude.
All right, cool. So what maintains the helicopter above its CP when it's resisting the force of gravity?
None of them have answered it, dude. None of them.
This
is so insane.
It has mass. Mass will have a property of inertia, and inertia will mean that if something will keep doing whatever it's doing. If it's moving very quickly. If it's spinning very quickly, it will keep spinning very quickly. And what I've just described to you are linear and angular momentum. And the more mass something has, the more it will try to preserve that. I've described it 15 times.
You're saying the helicopter.
Hold on, let me respond. Hold on, let me get it. Let me try. Come on, let me try.
All right. You're not part of this, lad. Well, I think you can join in. I mean, clearly electric.
Let me just join in. So, go finish first, and then I'll respond, please.
Yeah. So the question just is: does mass maintain velocity?
No, angular velocity.
Well, hold on. So I get what you're saying. I understand what he's saying. That, you're talking about the conservation of momentum. We learned that in like elementary school, right? And yes,
not you guys.
Yes, the conservation of momentum is a factor that we have to consider when we're talking about helicopters, right? But at the same time, like, let me use an example, right? If you're on a train and the train's moving at 50 miles per hour, a kilometer, whatever the case may be, and you jump off that train, you will experience a conservation of momentum because of the train's velocity, right? But as soon as you detach from that train, what happens, eggshells?
Yeah, you're no longer it's no longer imparting newtons on you. So the chance that other forces act on you, such as like hitting ground or air or something that are slowing you down, those other forces will be working against you, and you won't get the like supplementary newton. The train will be. Yeah, we're agreeing on
the conservation. All right, so the conservation of momentum will diminish.
Yeah.
As soon as you detach yourself from that, and though it will be conserved momentarily, you will, because of the drag, because of the atmosphere, because of friction, you will come to a stop. You will start to slow down. Hold on, you will start to slow down instantly.
Let me fix him here. Let me fix him up here, writing. Let me fix him up here because he doesn't understand. And we're gonna really open his mind here. So here's the brother. Everything is moving at 1,000 miles per hour, including the atmosphere. So when you lift off of the ground, while you're on the ground, you are already moving at 1,000 miles per hour. The air around you is moving at 1,000 miles per hour. So when you lift off the ground, brother, that does not change.
That's just not correct.
Hold on. Because that's his model. He's correct. That's his model. But you can't just give me an explanation without any dynamics, dude.
Yeah,
you're just telling me what's happening. You have to explain to us what is causing the atmosphere, right? The bulk of the atmosphere to largely be in sync with the surface of the earth. That rotational velocity, it's in sync from 2 inches above the surface to the ionosphere. No, just yelling gravity that's not gonna work. You have to explain yourself.
Yes, gravity is what keeping the rock stone on the ground. Therefore, the rock stone is moving at 1,000 miles per hour. Gravity is keeping the parked helicopter on the ground. Therefore, the parked helicopter is moving at 1,000 miles per hour. Gravity is what's keeping the air pressure on the ground at 14 psi. That means the air is moving at 1,000 miles per hour.
That would mean that there's no Coriolis in the air isn't moving relative to you.
The further that you travel away from, hold on, bro. Bro, you're just yelling gravity. You have to explain.
All right, let's take.
How is gravity? Hold on. How is gravity able to preserve the rotational velocity of the whole bulk of the atmosphere? From all the layers, all the gradient layers.
I promise, I'm going to give it back. I'm sorry. I promise, I'll give it back here. Because air has mass. Hold on. Because air has mass. Gravity is acting on mass. So air, my friend, is going at a 9.81 meters per second to the center of the planet, just like the rock, just like the park helicopter. Everybody is going 9.81 meters per second
hold on.
to the center. And I'm done here. And I'm going to.
But hold on, he's addressing me. I'll let you respond right after me.
I'm going to give it back here. So you think gas is behaving differently? That's what you think. Gas is behaving differently. No, it is locked into the Earth's gravitational field, and therefore because it has mass.
That doesn't explain anything. Everything has mass. So in fluid dynamics, you have to explain. No, because the energy. Hold on, dude. Wait, bro. Chill the fuck out.
I am done.
Someone moderate Rob, please.
I go to respond. I get 2 words.
And also
fucking moderate eggshells too. Fucking shit.
Yeah.
Don't have to yell.
Yeah,
I'm in a truck.
Lion,
go ahead,
both of you coming in with high energy. We're loving it. We're loving the enthusiasm. Let's let one another speak. And I'll also stop being so drunk. That last bit.
I like it. I like it, dude. I've been listening. It's been entertaining.
Yeah,
but real quick, dude. Please let me address. And then Electric can go right after me. Electric can go right after me. So I just want to say this, right? In fluid dynamics, right? Whether it's water or air, you don't have a uniform synchronization like we have in the atmos, and you have to explain how gravity can achieve that when gravity starts to weaken as you move away from the mass. Right? Somehow energy is being imparted into the different layers of atmosphere all the way up to the Kármán line. How is that possible in your model? Go ahead.
Yeah,
why would it not happen? What point would it stop? I guess would be my question. Like, you seem to be okay on board with it, like at 2 inches from the ground. Of course, that air is going to be traveling with an Earth, even if that were turning at 1,000 miles an hour at the equator. Sounds like you're okay with 2 inches. Where's your point where it should stop? And then, to me, like, it should be moving roughly with it the whole time, and it's not rubbing against anything else.
Therefore,
so why do
correlation.
you think it should change? Where would you put the change line?
What do you mean? Where it would change? There would be a drag. There would be a lag with every layer as you went up. Yeah, it wouldn't be insane because the reason it would be dragging is not only because of friction, right? Because of the increasing in circumference, right? The more that you go up, you have a greater.
Good.
If you have a globe,
the friction I want to ask about.
Hold on, if you have a globe, you're gonna have a larger circumference that the same layer has to travel further and keep up with the layer below it. How are the layers all in sync and synchronized?
The higher you go up, there's less to rotate, which means that it's easier to keep the speed up because there's less to move.
Yeah, and what's friction?
You know this, Lion. You know this.
Friction against what? Like, if it's compared to a vacuum is no friction, right? The more vacuous it is, the less frictious.
I got next.
Right? So it can't be friction. And the friction would answer your question. Whereas diameter is a good question because it's kind of weird. Shouldn't the atmosphere lag behind? But then, as Tim says, it's rubbed by the atmosphere below it and it's in more and more vacuous space. So friction is the only one with the work for your case. And you know that it can't be friction because we're comparing it to vacuum. You know that this must, like, there might be arguments for flat Earth, but this isn't one of them.
You're saying that the air.
What am I saying? Let me say it. You tell me what you're saying.
Let me respond.
But tell me what you're saying. Ask me the question.
Eggshells.
It's just a suggestion.
I'm
Try
waiting for you to be done bloviating, waffling.
Okay. I don't tell you what you think. See if you can tell me what you think and not do it. You can't. 100%.
You don't make sense. You're not making sense. Okay. You're interrupting to not make sense.
Try. Go say something without telling me what I think. Go for it. You can't do it. I bet you. You cannot do it. You cannot make a pro-flat Earth point without telling me what I think, which means
I'm
that
just
your
waiting for you to
Earth
stop, dude.
epistemology. Yeah, this is an important point. Your Earth epistemology depends
I literally
on
have a
my
point to make, and you are fucking waiting.
Yeah,
What are
I'm
you
doing
making
it
me wait
now.
for?
I'm
Will
telling you
stop
what you
talking?
think now. I'm
Stop
telling you what
talking.
you think now. Your Earth epistemology depends on
Someone
how
moderate the
retarded I
drunk
am.
moderator.
Your Earth epistemology
Okay.
depends on
Come on,
how
let him
dumb
go.
I am.
Let him go.
Rob,
He's been
hold
waiting.
on.
He's
Rob
been
said
waiting like
something.
14
I've been trying to address Rob. Rob, when the helicopter takes off and you say that the atmosphere maintains the angular momentum because gravity is attaching it to the surface of the Earth, which is your rotating platform. If you're saying that it maintains its rigid position in space as the Earth rotates and the atmosphere rotates as well due to gravity, where's your Coriolis? If you're still in that reference frame, you shouldn't have any atmosphere, being in a different relative motion. You would be with that reference frame. So where's your Coriolis now? Where'd it go?
Well, remember, here, the definition of gas, right? That the molecules are more rapidly moving, right? Just like water, they have space between them. So one of the things about air is that it has these inherent kinetic energy, right? So it is also trying to move within a rotating system due to gravity that's keeping it in that rotating system. But its small movement due to its property causes Coriolis effects, right? It can slip.
You think the helicopter isn't resisting the force imparting on its mass from the air, from the atmosphere? It's not resisting atmosphere anymore. It's just the air is just pushing it along with the reference frame of the Earth rotating.
Is this more making up what other
This
people
is why
think?
you wouldn't have Coriolis.
Did I say pushing?
You guys don't think straight. Too much spinning wobbly globe nonsense.
We never said pushing. Everything is moving at 1,000 miles.
There's no response to this. You guys should just concede.
It's almost like his entire argument rests upon straw man's. He's got to dream up some dumb position that the globe holds in order that the globe might be wrong.
Everything is moving in that system.
Yeah, now the force that's keeping you within that, now the force that's keeping your angular momentum, now it's the sky.
This is again you making up what we think.
What are you saying?
This
I
is literally
called
what
it
you
ahead
think.
of time, and you just immediately did it 3 more times.
What maintains the angular momentum of the helicopter?
Huh?
If the helicopter's floating above its GP and it's not accelerating in any direction, so therefore it's not moving with the rotation of the Earth, what is causing it to maintain its angular momentum?
It's mass.
Due to Earth rotation.
I've answered that 15 times. Mass. It's mass. The helicopter's mass.
It's
still the mass of the helicopter.
No, once it leaves the rotating platform, it doesn't have angular velocity. It's a linear velocity.
Hey, yo, in their model, there's something called boundary layer friction. In over 4.5 billion years, or the history of the Earth, it eventually reached an equilibrium with the surface of the Earth. The whole bulk of the atmosphere largely reached an equilibrium. Yeah, it took billions of years. That's your explanation,
right?
Which none of you guys have said actually.
Oh no,
it sounds preposterous.
Something spinning for long enough, it's all going to spin at the same speed. That's not hard to work out.
But that is also a non sequitur. It doesn't matter what we are talking about.
Yeah, it's not. It doesn't.
It does matter. That's your official. That's the official explanation, guys. That nobody. You guys say gravity, mass, dude. It's billions of years. It's billions of years. You need billions of years for the
minus gravity.
That's what it
it's
says.
Not billions of years minus mass. It's mass and gravity and air and spinning Earth and the radius and all of it. It takes that long to do it, but that is only one of the properties. That is dumb to say it doesn't also involve gravity. Come on, fuck.
Oh, but it doesn't make any sense unless you include billions of years, like everything else.
Like everything else, literally resisting the force of gravity. You're already done.
Lion, you're reading something that you have very little knowledge about, and you're trying to bring it into the conversation. The bottom line.
You don't got it, dude.
The bottom line.
Listen, you didn't say it, dude.
The bottom line.
Nobody said it. I had to say it for you guys.
Yeah, but it involves gravity. That's what you're missing.
Gravity is a factor. I never denied that. That's not a rebuttal. That's not a rebuttal. But all you were saying is no. It's not just gravity. Gravity doesn't explain.
Foundationally, no matter
Gravity,
what,
no.
brother.
Gravity by itself doesn't work, dude.
Okay, I want you to look up.
If gravity is the force being imparted on the mass,
Okay,
it's keeping you with
if
the angular velocity of the rotating platform. The moment you resist the force of gravity, you're no longer in the rotating platform
no,
reference frame.
lie. You don't know electric stuff.
That's not
Holy
that's
shit,
not
dude!
even
This is so
exactly
simple.
the
You guys just need to imagine a drone on a merry-go-round and just control the drone and make it lift off of the surface of the platform.
Stop your
It will no longer
this
rotate.
falls into
It's
this
going to
broad
impart a
category of-
linear. It's going to impart a linear force on it.
So this
Not a
falls into this
rotating
broad
one.
category of flat Earth
So when the
proofs,
helicopter
I
takes
call-
off of the Earth of your rotating globe,
Gravity
it's no longer going to be an angular velocity. It's going to be a linear velocity. Therefore, the Earth should rotate underneath the helicopter. You say that the atmosphere is still attached to the rotating platform because it's in the atmosphere. Well, then therefore, no Coriolis. Therefore, you're not going to see any Coriolis forces.
No.
Why are you, dude, Rob? You don't understand. You're talking right through my
you
point.
don't understand.
It's really rude.
When the helicopter lifts off, it is moving at 1,000 miles an hour, still just like when it was parked on the ground.
That's
Therefore,
it's resisting the force of gravity, which would maintain its angular velocity. That's what you're saying is attaching it to the platform. It's resisting the force that's attaching it to the platform.
Brother,
You've got to be trying to miss it.
Just because you go vertical, brother, it doesn't mean that you're not going to be carried. You don't have that momentum. You have that momentum of 1,000 miles per hour.
Yeah,
You're
you
going
think
to be
that you're
carried along
maintaining
with
the
atmosphere.
angular momentum even though you're resisting the force that's
You're
attaching it to
carried
the platform.
along with the entire Earth system, the entire rotation system. You are in it. You're going to stay over that point. Now, over time, there's slippage because of fluid dynamics. Over time, Coriolis. I tell you what.
Yeah, but you can't measure the slip, so you're done.
The slippage would be so negligible.
How do you know there's slip? How do you know there's slip?
Of fluid dynamics. Fluid dynamics.
Helicopters can hover over their GP without accelerating, dude. They don't need to move forward, backwards, left, right. They just stay above their GP.
Air behaves a little bit differently than, say, rocks, than solids, right? Now, check this out.
Why doesn't the helicopter slip, dude?
Whenever the air moves towards the equator, temperature and pressure changes. That is why the jet stream is a wave. You see, Coriolis takes it to the center. Temperature and pressure changes. It goes back up, and that happens.
The helicopter is resisting. It's resisting the force of gravity. It's using air. Yes, it's using air to. Wow, it's using air to generate lift. It is resisting your force of atmosphere that you say is imparting the angular momentum upon it, and it's resisting the force of gravity that would be attaching it to the rotating platform. In both cases, you cannot have it maintain angular momentum.
Of course,
what the fuck, dude? And you fight this because you know it's a problem for the globe.
No, you don't understand. Again, the air that it is using is moving at 1,000 miles per hour. The air that it is
I don't know why you say that, dude.
The air that it is using is moving at 1,000 miles per hour.
Yeah, it's a baseless assertion. You could just say that it's not moving. Easy. You're done.
No, you don't say that. No, don't say that. It is
why not? Why can't I say that? You're in the reference frame.
It's in the Earth
motion is relative, right? If you're in the reference frame of the air rotating, then I don't have to say the air is moving. I can say that it's stationary in my reference frame.
Who says anything about stationary? It has kinetic. So the deal is this. The helicopter is inside of that air that is also moving at 1,000 miles per hour.
My bad, Lion. I heard you make another great point earlier.
So that is why your helicopter
the distance from the center.
That is why the helicopter stays above that position for a very, 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 very long time.
All right, other people want to get in. I hope you guys comprehend that you're saying a bunch of fucking nonsense.
You just don't understand it, please. Just say I electric.
He understands it. He just refuses.
Okay, so you guys don't really have responses to the argument at all.
You made no argument.
Yeah, there is no argument. Exactly. I agree with that.
There is an argument. I made it the whole time. If you can't comprehend or actually respond, then you just need to sit this out and stop making.
No. We did respond. We did respond. You don't want to accept it. You know you're wrong. You know you're caught. Because check this out.
You're caught.
No. The air has mass. So anything with mass is affected by gravity. The air on Earth is experiencing the Earth's gravitational field. The helicopter is experiencing the Earth's gravitational field. Everything is in that field, and therefore,
This is
when
more
you're
baseless assertions, dude. You're resisting the force of gravity.
you're not. You're not.
You're not resisting the force of
You
gravity when you generate lift with a
brother.
helicopter.
You are
That is
still.
so fucking dumb.
You are
That is the stupidest thing you've ever said.
You are using the air pressure to rise in altitude. That's what you're doing. The air
To
pressure is
resist the
there.
force of gravity.
The air pressure is there because of gravity.
Yeah, the gravity wants to accelerate you downwards, but you're not because you're resisting the force by generating lift because of the propellers is like, spinning the air underneath the propellers.
Again, the air pressure is trapped in the Earth rotation system. The only
More
thing
baseless
you can do,
assertions.
no, it's just a fact. So whenever you
Okay, so you have a dogmatic belief. Nothing you say matters
it's
then.
just a fact. It's just a fact. Look it up.
You know what a baseless assertion is?
No, you know what not
You
understanding
make
what
these
other
all the
people are
time,
saying
dude.
is?
I don't think you know what they are.
You know what not understanding what other people are saying is? I mean, dude, again, I'm going to say it one more time. So
If
that I'm
the
gonna go slow.
atmosphere is keeping you rigid in that position, then you are not going to experience Coriolis forces.
It's not the air.
You understand that?
It's not the
You understand
atmosphere.
that you wouldn't experience Coriolis forces if you actually were rigid in the atmosphere, maintaining angular momentum due to the atmosphere?
It's not the atmosphere that is keeping
You're
you
no longer
safe.
attached to the platform, right? You're resisting
Dude, you
the force of
are.
gravity, which is
What?
detaching you from the
Liar.
rotating Earth.
Liar.
You're saying that the
is-
angular momentum is actually due to the atmosphere. You're attached to the body of the atmosphere that's rotating.
Okay, let me ask you a question.
No Coriolis. Therefore,
have
no
mass?
Coriolis. You're done.
Does air have mass? Does air have mass?
Yo, Splitzy, we can hear you doing something.
So air has mass. Therefore, gravity loves that. Period. End of story. Right?
Yeah, you love pseudoscience. Your model thinks two things are happening at once, and you can't observe
Yeah, brother.
one of them.
You can talk all you want, but you know you're stuck. Air has mass, and therefore it is in the Earth rotation system beautifully, and it is measurably 14.7 psi on ground surface. Air does not exert pressure without something. It's called gravity that is doing it. Therefore, when you're in a helicopter,
you're not responding to what I'm saying at all.
You're not, brother. You're not understanding what I'm saying at all.
I understand it better than you. It's the first time you're having to actually form an argument against this, and you're not making sense while you do it.
You're not understanding while I do it.
You're improvising a response, but you haven't really thought about it yet.
You're improvising questions that don't make sense.
Can I ask a question? Because I've been listening here. I agree with you, Electric. I think that multiple forces can act on the same object in parallel concert, unison, direct opposition at the same time. Do you agree or disagree?
Yeah, but if you're going to resist the force, then you're not going to see it or experience it or be able to measure it.
Oh, dude.
So if I resist a force, I can't measure it. So if
you can measure it,
yeah,
you can measure it relative to something else, but relative to the force, relative to the mass that is resisting the force, no, you are not measuring the force at that time. You're measuring the resistance. Okay, you could call it a pseudo force. Now you can say that there's a pseudo force being imparted, which is the acceleration of gravity. But you're not seeing that. You're observing the resistance.
So let's say I take a scale, I turn it upside down, I put it on top of a basketball, and then I lower it into the water. I could observe both how hard I'm pushing the scale down and how hard the basketball is pushing up on it. Do you agree or disagree?
Can you just make your point?
He doesn't understand.
My point is, I think multiple forces can exist simultaneously. Do you?
Yeah, but you're not able to detect one of these forces. You're saying that the atmosphere is rotating.
So, okay, that was a non sequitur. I can detect multiple forces acting opposed in such as holding a basketball underwater. We agree on that, right?
These admittedly drunk people, man. It's like you weren't listening.
No, I need to know if you agree that I can measure both of those forces simultaneously. That's all
I need
I'm
to know.
trying to
I
get.
need to know that you are actually listening. Can you steel man what I've been presenting this whole time since I started trying to
Yes.
fucking make sense to you guys?
My understanding of your argument is that when one force is resisted, it ceases to exist and therefore can be completely nullified, such as when an airplane or helicopter generates lift and quote unquote resists the force of gravity, thereby nullifying any of its effects. Is that about right?
Yeah, if you're resisting the force of gravity, then you're not going to maintain your GP. The Earth is rotating underneath you. Gravity is what's attaching you to the rotating body.
Okay, so now we're back to my question. Do you agree that multiple forces can operate in opposition at the same time?
Yes, but you are yet to measure the angular momentum being imparted on the mass that you say is rotating.
Okay, so we can measure at the same time the lift of the helicopter and the weight of the helicopter.
What about the angular momentum? What about that? Did you measure that?
Because you agree that there is a weight still on the helicopter. All of the other things that gravity does that aren't being directly countered by the force of lift still apply. Do you agree or disagree with that statement?
You're countering the force of lift. Wait, what did you? You're countering the force of gravity with lift, right? You're resisting the force of gravity, right?
Does that nullify
what attaches
all
you?
of
What attaches you to the rotating Earth?
Gravity.
Right, not the atmosphere.
Well, technically, right.
So
You could say the weight
if
of
you're resisting the force of gravity,
atmosphere.
you would no longer be conserving the angular momentum from the rotation of the platform.
The atmosphere is also the atmosphere is also attached.
You said no.
Wait,
okay, so
Rob, don't let him
let's
go.
bring up
Hold on,
something
hold on,
analogous,
hold on.
like a drone on a merry-go-round.
Wait.
Do you think that the drone is going to maintain its angular momentum when it lifts off the platform?
You finally hit on the point that I'm trying to get clarification with you. Do you think that if there is a force acting in the opposite direction, everything else that is created by that force, such as the air being pulled down, is nullified?
You're not making any sense, dude. I know Tim doesn't get it.
Can somebody help me out? That's the easiest way.
Cool, Coke.
He just no you. That means that your argument is totally false. I mean, anytime
No, my
electric says
argument is
no,
completely valid, and you're
by the
invoking
fiat,
forces where you're not measuring
by fiat, he
You're
is like
saying that there is a
God
force
here.
of angular momentum being imparted on the mass. How
That's
do you
correct.
know that? Can you stop saying that without actually measuring it, please?
We do measure it. What do you think
No,
when you jump
don't.
straight up? What
No,
do you think when you jump? Do you think when you jump straight up, you land 150 feet to the east or something?
Cool. You think that when I toss a ball in the air standing on a merry-go-round, that it's going to maintain its angular velocity because it's attached to the rotating platform, even though it's not attached? I toss the
Is the
ball
air
in the
moving
air.
with you?
Gravity is what attaches it
No,
to
when
the
you toss the
rotating
ball in the
platform,
air,
right?
when
Are
you
you
toss
saying
the
the
ball,
ball is going to continue to rotate in the air?
when you toss the ball in the air,
I'm asking a drink of
when you toss the
Kool-Aid.
ball, when you toss the ball in the air,
That's the show. Hold on, dude. You're too stupid
when
for
you
this.
toss the ball,
So are you,
go ahead
Tim.
and talk over me.
Shut the fuck
Go ahead and
up.
talk over me for a while. Go ahead and
Drink
talk
of
over me for a while.
Kool-Aid.
Yeah.
You're resisting the force of gravity. Does that mean you're maintaining the angular momentum and
Yeah. There's more than one person in this room. You know, I get to talk too. You know, you just don't get to talk
Yeah,
over
but you're
me all.
dumb, and I was in the middle of something with
Yeah,
Kool-Aid.
look who's talking. Look who's talking. The dumbest guy in the room.
You got nothing, dude. I know you got nothing. You've already tried to talk about this and failed miserably.
Electric, but electric didn't know that air has mass. He didn't know.
Yeah.
Poor guy.
Air doesn't have mass?
Yeah, you guys are saying that air is what's maintaining
Air
your
doesn't have mass?
position. If air is maintaining your position, you're keeping.
He didn't know that air
Stop
has
trying to
mass.
interrupt me.
He didn't know that air has mass.
You go over the circle jerk now. If you want to circle jerk, I will bow out gracefully. If you want to do the stupid, toss your stupid globe retardations back and
Does
forth.
air have mass, electric?
That's correct. You gotta let them circle jerk for like 40 seconds. That's what they're
Yeah,
doing.
that's a good idea. Okay, you guys go ahead and cope.
Does air have mass, electric?
Yeah, there's a question. Yes. No, you see,
Electric, we ask you a question. Now it's time for you to talk. See, the problem is you don't know when to talk.
They didn't know. They didn't know. They thought that air somehow doesn't have mass, right?
Wow.
And they also thought that air needs this solid container. You see what I'm saying? So they when we talk about mass, they thought mass was only solids. In the flat earth cosmology, mass is only solids. They don't they poor guys. There's nowhere in any science book that it says that solids are the only things with mass.
Oh no, you can prove that air has mass. That's simple to do. You do that in 3rd grade.
Right. So them thinking this, that the only way you have air on the earth is because of a container. Therefore, when you tell them that air is also moving in this system of 1,000 miles per hour, their heads are exploding. They're like, wait a minute, no. How is that? No, air needs container. No, air doesn't have mass. You see, that's their problem. That's their fundamental issue. You see, this goes back to fundamental high school that they didn't pay attention in, man. When the professor was speaking to no tanks, for example, or the teacher was speaking to no tanks, he wasn't listening. He wasn't. His mind was on something else. He was in the back of the class. Who knows?
Yo, Rob, I just want.
Yo,
Rob, I just want to say, dude, you are a fucking retard.
Yeah. Electric. Does air have mass? Come on,
yo,
Electric.
I was just like, yo, professor, man, you're old, dude. You can't teach me nothing, pops.
Exactly.
You can't teach me nothing. That's what I did.
True. That's it.
Does air have mass?
I can.
We're talking about maintaining angular momentum.
I'm talking about
being attached to a rotating platform
does air
and
have mass?
maintaining the angular velocity as if you're attached to the rotating body.
Air
You're
mass.
saying you
Does it
are
have it?
attached to the rotating body of the atmosphere rather than being attached to the rotating body of the earth. When a
Air mass.
helicopter
Yes or no?
generates lift and it resists the force of gravity, which is what's causing your air to maintain its angular velocity as it rotates. You are resisting the force of gravity. You're not resisting the force of the angular momentum of the atmosphere. That's not what keeps you in your position. Hold on, moron.
And
Hold
helium
on. I'm in the middle of a
nitrogen.
You
and all
fucking
those
idiot,
elements
dude.
have mass.
Shut up.
That's
I
what
am in the
creates our
middle of
air in our
speaking,
atmosphere.
Whale. Your fucking Down syndrome ass needs to hold on.
Sure.
You don't
you won't answer
comprehend
the
the topic
question.
yet. You just
You won't answer the simple question. You won't answer the question on the table. You're evading. You're evading the question, Electric.
You can't let me
Electric, you're
finish 'cause
evading
you're
the
fucking
simple
retarded.
question. You're evading the simple question we asked you. Does air have mass?
Is air what's maintaining your angular velocity?
Does air
when
have
you're
mass?
resisting the air?
Does air have mass?
Fucker. Stupid motherfucker.
NASA,
What
do
maintains your
agree with
angular
my
velocity in your
answer?
model
Does
is
air have mass?
gravity, not
Does
the
air have
force
mass?
of the air rotating, pushing
Does
you
air
along.
have mass?
Do you realize that what you claim is maintaining your angular velocity is gravity? It's not the mass
No.
of the
Does air
air
have mass?
rotating. So you're saying that the mass of the air is pushing the helicopter.
Does air have mass? So air has mass?
You're saying that the mass of the atmosphere is pushing the helicopter.
Does air have mass?
When it's literally resisting the air. It's literally generating lift by creating resistance to the air.
So you admit
So
that air
what
has
the
mass
fuck
now?
is wrong with you, dude? It's resisting the air. It's resisting the atmosphere.
Come on,
Meaning
it's a
that the
simple yes or no
atmosphere is
question.
not imparting angular momentum on you.
It's a simple yes or no question.
No, it's
Does
very
air have
simple for
mass?
people. I need people that are actually not retarded globally.
Yes or no? Does air have mass? Air mass.
Autoglobers
Yes
did
or no?
not understand this.
Yes or no? Is air have mass?
You completely missed my response.
Yes or no? Does air have
I
mass?
responded to your stupid shit.
You have not. It's either yes or no. That's all I want to hear.
The
Out your
mass
play
of the
all
atmosphere,
I want to hear.
the thing that's accelerating it downwards.
I want to hear. All I want to
is
hear
the
out of your little
mass of the
cocksucker.
atmosphere. Why the
All I want to hear
helicopter
out of
would be
your little
accelerating
cocksucker
downwards if it
is
wasn't
yes or
generating
no.
lift?
All I want to hear out of your little cocksucker hole is yes or no. Does air have mass?
All right, dude. You got to change your diaper eventually, right? So you're
Does
retarded.
air have mass? Come on, cock. Tell me.
Hey,
Yeah, maybe a third answer. How about I don't know? I'll accept I don't know too. So that's actually 3 responses.
Another evening of Electric not answering questions. How exciting!
Yes, no, I don't know. Are the only 3 things I want to hear out
Hey,
your
what's
little
up,
cocksucker.
Kazza? Do you want to give this a shot, or are you going to let the peanut
Are
gallery?
you gonna answer yes or no, or I don't know?
No, I can't be bothered. You don't answer any questions. There's no point interacting with you.
Come on, yes, no, or I don't know.
Okay,
Does
so
air have
nobody
mass?
wants to address my argument. That's great.
Does air have mass? You need to answer that question before we can go any further with this discussion.
You're resisting the force of gravity when you
No,
generate lift.
I don't know.
Did you know that?
All I want to hear out of your mouth, little cocksucker mouth, is yes, no, or I don't know. To answer the question, does air have mass?
Is the mass of the air pushing the helicopter in the
Yes,
direction of Earth
no,
rotation?
or
Yes
I
or
don't
no?
know. Yes, no, or I
Is
don't
the
know.
mass of the air
You first.
pushing
You
the
first.
helicopter
You
to
first.
maintain its angular momentum as
You
Earth rotates?
first.
Is it due to the mass of the air pushing the helicopter?
Oh, so
yes or no?
does air have mass?
Nobody
on,
can
yes,
answer
yes.
my question.
Yes, no, I don't know. Does air have mass?
Is the mass of the air what's responsible for the
I
helicopter
want to hear you say,
maintaining
on,
its
yes.
geographical position?
No, or I don't know. Does air have mass?
Is the dude? I'm answering your question with a question because this
No,
is very.
I don't want to answer. You
It's
don't answer
very
questions with a
important that
question.
you comprehend
You don't
what
answer.
you're saying
You don't
is
answer
causing
questions
it to
with
maintain
questions.
its geographical
You
position
don't
when it
answer
hovers above the
questions
earth.
with questions. You don't answer questions
I
with
know
questions.
you're not listening because
You
you're
answer
geriatric.
yes, no,
Let's
or
try
I don't
with
know.
somebody that's not geriatric like
Come
Leo.
on, yes, no, or I don't know. Come on, yes, no, or I don't know. That's all I
I'm
want to
not
hear. You little
entertaining
cocksucker.
you, Nasty Chill. You're fucking
I know
dumb.
because you're a dumb fuck. You don't know
No,
if
you're
air
an
has
idiot,
mass.
dude. You're saying the mass is pushing the helicopter. The helicopter
I'm not
is
saying anything. All
resisting
I'm
the
saying
air.
is, does air have
It's
mass?
literally creating resistance to the air. So it's not being
Does air have mass?
imparted
I'm
angular
just
velocity.
gonna
It doesn't have angular
turn
velocity
down
due to the
NASA on
air,
my
dude.
end here. He's not progressing the conversation.
I want yes, no, or I don't know. No, I'm not progressing. He's not progressing the conversation.
NASA doesn't know how to progress conversations. Period.
Yes, no, I don't know.
Yeah,
This
I
is
mean,
the
10
this
minutes.
is how.
I mean, make your argument that it has mass. I mean, just make. He should just make his argument that he's showing the consequent relationship between,
No, you guys
things.
Does air have mass?
You're getting turned down too now.
Maybe you'll answer. Maybe you'll answer the question. Does air have mass?
You don't know how to talk.
Turn down no tanks.
Does air have mass?
Turn down no tanks because no tanks is
No, I'm going to talk to no tanks. No tanks. You hear?
No,
how
you're
dumb
going to
they
tell me
sound?
if you have mass.
They should just make their. Listen. You're not answering questions. You're allowing them to make their argument. Just make your argument that air has mass. If that's your argument, show the consequent relationship and why it's necessary, and how that accounts for the no loss of or the conservation of momentum and no loss with these helicopters. Just show it. Just make your argument.
We're just checking on your honesty. We need to check on your honesty.
No, you're
going down.
Respond to what he said. Rob,
does
you
air have mass?
I haven't heard. I haven't heard Electric say yes, no, or I don't know. Very simple question, Electric.
We're doing an honesty temperature check. Does air have mass?
Ever trying to engage with this? They don't understand it. Though.
Very simple question, Electric. Very important answer. The answer is either yes, no, or I don't know.
How to engage with the conversation.
Yes, no, or I don't know, Electric. Come on.
Yeah, nobody denies that air has mass, but you're saying that the reason why the helicopter maintains its geographical position is not due to gravity.
Does air have mass? Come on. Yes, no, or I don't know.
So you're saying that it's due to a force being imparted on the
does
helicopter
air have
from
mass?
The air. The air is pushing it along.
Does air
you're saying
have
that
mass?
The reason it's rotating is because the air
does
is
air
accelerating it in that direction. The atmosphere is imparting a force on it, which will give it angular velocity. That is your argument, which is absolutely retarded because it's literally creating resistance
yes, no, or I don't know.
to air. It is resisting the air by generating lift.
Does air have mass?
I already answered that stupid fucking question.
No, you haven't. It's either yes, no, or I don't know.
You old stupid
yes,
man.
no, or I don't know. Yes, no, or I don't know. I want to hear one of those three answers.
You're a stupid old man. You're a
This is
stupid old man.
multiple choice. This is a multiple choice question. You remember those? Those are the easy ones in
Rob
school.
is smarter than you. All right.
It's a multiple choice.
Next bottom tier globe.
It's a multiple choice. Multiple choice question. Yes, no, I don't know.
Yes, air has mass. Nobody denies that air has mass, you idiot. Stop.
So air has mass?
Stop.
Wow, that only took 20 minutes for you to say air has mass.
I already answered your question.
No, you haven't. Yes. You finally.
You're saying that the mass of the air is imparting a force on the mass of the helicopter, causing it to maintain its angular momentum.
So air has mass.
Due to gravity, which is actually due to gravity.
I want to hear you say yes, air has mass. No, air does not have mass. I don't know whether air has mass.
Not the atmosphere. It's gravity.
Come on. Simple question.
What the fuck?
Three choices. Three choices.
This guy's
You still
talking
haven't
through my
said.
response. He's an
You
idiot.
still haven't said yes, no, or I don't know.
Yeah. NASA is on to a point here. Yes.
I already said air has mass, air has mass, air has mass. I said it a bunch of times, you idiot. Now listen. Are you saying that the mass of the air is pushing the helicopter to maintain angular velocity? Yes or no?
No, the air is moving with the
No,
Earth.
exactly. The answer is no. So why
The answer is
is it
moving. The air is
maintaining its
moving.
geographical position?
Because
Why?
the air is moving with the Earth, and the pilot
Idiot.
is
You just now you're saying again that the air's mass is imparting the angular force. Yes.
The pilot
Dude.
is active. The pilot
I
is
gotta deal with
active.
idiots
The
when I come in here,
pilot
dude.
is
I wish I could talk to smarter
The
globers.
pilot is actively flying the airplane
Where are
to
the smart
maintain.
globers?
The pilot is actively flying the airplane in order to maintain his position.
No.
Where are the smart globers? NASA shows
The
pilot
pilot is
where you at,
actively
dude?
flying the plane to stay in the same position.
But NASA, only thing he's doing is keeping his altitude. That's all he's doing. He's not throttling forward or throttling backward.
Well, he is a little bit.
Do you think the helicopter is traveling forward to maintain its geographical position?
What is forward? What is this forward you're talking?
What helps
Forward relative,
dude?
Relative
Can
to
a
what?
helicopter hover? Yes or no?
Yes, it's hovering. Yes.
Okay, so how come when resisting the force that is maintaining its angular momentum, which is gravity, according to you, how come it's still moving with angular velocity in your model?
All right, so
relative to what? All motion is relative. Moving relative.
Rob is trying to
all
respond.
motion. Wait a minute. Hold on a second. All motion is relative.
No,
so
we're not holding
all
on for
motion,
an idiot.
all motion is
We're
relative.
gonna let
So
Rob.
all motion is relative.
Nobody
so motion.
cares.
All motion is relative. So motion and relative to what?
Rob, what's up?
Motion relative to what?
No, so give me a shot here because he answered your question, and I'm glad he answered in the affirmative because this does open their mind just a little bit. So, yes, so the fact that air has mass is affected by the Earth's gravitational field. All right, so everything is moving at 1,000 miles per hour now. You understand me? Now, the helicopter, all he has to do is maintain altitude. He doesn't have to throttle backwards or throttle backwards. The minute he leaves the ground, he's still moving at 1,000 miles per hour, along with the air around him. Now,
why? Why?
By what mechanism is the angular momentum conserved, sir?
Conservation momentum.
Why is it conserving the angular momentum? Why?
Because the momentum is conserved. Because momentum is conserved. That's why.
Why is it maintaining
because momentum is
Rob?
conserved. Newton, go talk to Newton if you don't believe that.
Rob.
Okay. So he's moving at 1,000.
Stop making baseless assertions.
No, I'm not. You're not understanding. Again.
Answer why it's conserving the angular velocity.
Because momentum is conserved.
When he's
why?
It's conserved. It's
because momentum is conserved.
Why?
It's locked in.
Because
it's locked
it is.
in. Because
why is it locked in? What force is making it locked in?
It's a momentum is conserved. If you don't believe, come on, this is physics one. This is physics 101 shit. This is physics 101 shit. Come on, stop it.
Why is it, dude? Why is it?
Why? You sound like my 3-year-old. Why?
Dude, check this out. It's like the leaves on a tree.
The answer is gravity, you fucking jackass.
No, momentum is conserved. Momentum is conserved without gravity. Momentum is conserved. Momentum is conserved despite gravity, not because of it.
Right. What I'm saying.
Why does it conserve the angular momentum in your model?
Because momentum is conserved. Because momentum is conserved.
Why does it maintain that angular momentum in your model?
No, it's not why, it's who. Come on now.
It's because of gravity, right, Rob?
No, electric. Listen.
Is it because of gravity? Yes or no?
No.
Hold on. Remember.
NASA show stop being an idiot, please.
The Earth is
stop it.
Rob, yes or no?
Momentum is conserved. If you don't understand the momentum,
yes or no?
If you don't understand the conservation momentum, you should not be in this discussion. This is like physics 101. They teach you conservation momentum on like the first
What is
day.
attaching the helicopter to the Earth rotating? What is it?
What is attaching the Earth? The helicopter is hovering in the air. The air is attached to the Earth. Gravity exists in them all, despite the fact that when it's lifting off the ground, it is imparted with the momentum of the surface it left.
Why are you saying it's maintaining angular velocity? Why is it still attached to that reference frame?
Momentum is conserved. What do you mean attached to
Due
the
to what
reference frame?
force? What force? Say it.
What do you mean what force?
It's due
Conservation
to
of
gravity.
momentum.
It's not due to the
No,
mass
it's
of the
not
air.
gravity.
It's not due to the air rotating.
It's fighting gravity.
Which
What are
would
you talking
actually
about?
make there be no Coriolis, which is super stupid.
There's no Coriolis. That's another stupid shit you got. By the way,
because if I'm hovering and
the
the air is
helicopter is
imparting a
fighting
force
gravity.
to maintain angular momentum, then I would never experience Coriolis.
Coriolis effect is not
What
caused
the
by
fuck?
the air. It's got nothing to do with the air.
The air does, yeah.
If it's not gravity maintaining your okay, Doofus, let's do it with you because obviously NASA shows retarded.
Doofus is gonna like burst a vein. He's gonna die from this argument. Go ahead, let it. All right, if you want to kill him, you kill him.
Doofus,
This is just dumb. I mean, this whole argument about
we're gonna do this with Doofus now.
This whole argument,
you failed miserably every single time. You should not be allowed to speak.
This entire argument shows your basic lack of understanding of basic physics.
Yeah, I already knew you had nothing to say, dude.
Please go back to 6th grade and study conservation of momentum. Then come back and talk about it. Until then, keep your fucking mouth closed because you don't know shit.
All right, yeah, let's talk about this.
Let's talk about something else. Let's talk about
momentum, the angular velocity when you're attached to a rotating. Hold on, Rob. I'm trying to talk to Doofus. When you have a drone on a merry-go-round.
Oh god, the drone on the merry-go-round bullshit again.
Does it still maintain angular velocity due to that rotating platform, or does it become a linear velocity? You know where this leads, Doofus.
I mean, I don't know
You
if
talking
Doofus
to me?
is there. Yeah, every time I've seen
Of course I'm talking to Doofus.
There he is. Okay. Every time I've seen
I value
the
Doofus's
drones,
opinion on this. Absolutely, I want to know what Doofus thinks.
What was the question you were asking? What makes something linear or angular velocity?
Yeah, we're talking about a drone on a merry-go-round. I'm going to lift the drone up. The merry-go-round's rotating. It's imparting a force. The angular momentum is conserved. Right? You got an angular velocity of the drone, right? The drone lifts off of the platform. Does it maintain its angular velocity?
It maintaining its angular velocity would cause the drone to rotate, not for it to rotate about the center of rotation of the merry-go-round. Because the merry-go-round and the air are not rotating the same, because the air is influenced by the rotation of the Earth most primarily.
Right.
It's on the edge of the merry-go-round, not the center.
Same thing.
Right. So when the drone retains the angular velocity that it had before it left the merry-go-round, that makes the drone rotate around its axis of rotation, which is not the same as the axis of rotation of the merry-go-round.
Right. So it would be a linear velocity, right?
Don't forget the merry-go-round
it would still be an
does
angular
not-
velocity. It just wouldn't be the same center of rotation as the merry-go-round.
And the merry-go-round does not exhibit a centripetal force on the drone. So this is kind of a tough analogy to compare a hovering helicopter on Earth as opposed to on a rotating merry-go-round that's on Earth.
All right, let's pretend.
Let's rotate that merry-go-round. Let's rotate that merry-go-round.
A tether ball.
Let's rotate that merry-go-round.
And you got a string and you got a stick, right? You got the pole, you got the string, you got the ball. You're squeezing the ball. There's handles on the ball. You're squeezing it. It's fucking swinging around the pole. It's tethered. You let go of the ball. Are you maintaining your angular velocity when you were spinning?
It is, but it's causing the ball to rotate around its own center of rotation, which is not the center of rotation of the pole.
Do I maintain the angular velocity when I let go of the ball?
Oh, you aren't the one rotating. Your arm is. I mean, the ball is rotating after you let go of it,
you know where
too.
this leads, Doofus. No,
I
you
mean,
don't.
I'm answering,
it becomes a linear velocity.
I'm answering the question correctly, so I don't know what the issue is.
You get thrown in a linear velocity. You don't accelerate in the direction of the rotation anymore.
No, the ball has its own center of rotation after you let go of it. It's still rotating. It's just not rotating around you anymore.
Yeah. I was told that an object in motion will remain in motion until an external force acts upon it. Is that not the case anymore?
Okay.
Doofus.
No. That is the case.
Not
That
Rob.
is the case.
Fuck Rob.
That is the case, brother. But just focus for a second, flat earthers. You guys have to understand that on a merry-go-round situation, right? You are experiencing friction, air friction, right? Because the air is turning in a different kind of a reference frame. So when you leave the platform of a merry-go-round, you're bumping into the air, and therefore you're going to go a little backwards. You're going to go forward a little bit, but eventually you're going to stop and then go backwards because of the friction of air. Now,
it's like a headwind on Earth. It's like you had Earth and you had a strong wind going at whatever speed. Now, what I want
air
you to
is
do,
not the reason why the analogy is bad. The analogy is bad because the air is not attached to the merry-go-round.
Right.
I mean, the analogy sucks because we're talking about a merry-go-round and a planet, and those do not operate the same.
Right. Perfect. Now,
well, maybe they spun the merry-go-round at one revolution a day. They might get closer to reality.
Yeah. It would still accelerate because it's in a shorter radius. So it might still accelerate a little bit.
The merry-go-round hat does not impart a centripetal force. It's all different.
He put it on a string.
Yeah, the merry-go-round is on a planet, but the Earth
onto
is
a
not
tether
also
ball
on a
now.
larger planet. That doesn't make
You're
any
squeezing
sense.
a tether ball now. You're going to let go of the ball.
Now, check this out. This is where we're going to expand now. So now we know that the air is around the merry-go-round is going to cause friction. So when you leave the merry-go-round, you're bumping into that. It's different with the helicopter and the air on Earth. The air and the helicopter is traveling in a frictionless environment out of space. So there's no friction to be pushing the air backwards. There's no friction. You understand me? So when the helicopter leaves the ground, it is still traveling at 1,000 miles per hour with the air. Everything is still moving at 1,000 miles per hour. No matter what.
What force is being imparted on the mass of the helicopter to make it maintain its angular velocity? What force is it?
You don't need a force to make something maintain its angular velocity.
Yeah,
that's just a property of matter.
It's property. It's Newton's law.
The force is gravity. The reason why you're saying that you're maintaining angular velocity is because gravity is attaching you to the rotating body.
You say that.
That's not in our model. Our model does not say gravity is what causes things to maintain angular momentum. That's not what the globe model says.
You don't observe any of this anyway, but what are you saying is?
Right. No force needs to be applied in order for angular momentum to be conserved. That's just a property of matter itself.
So if I resist the force that's attaching me to the rotating body, I'll no longer experience its velocity.
What?
None of that made any sense. It's not. You're not.
You just got to picture a drone on a merry-go-round. The drone lifts off. It's no longer rotating.
The force is not a velocity, though. The way that you phrased that sentence was entirely wrong.
Okay, can you keep up, please? If I'm on Earth and I'm in a helicopter and the helicopter is hovering above its geographical position, you guys claim that the Earth is rotating and the helicopter is rotating and the air is rotating. What is maintaining it above its geographical position?
The pilot is actively flying the airplane.
Yeah,
the pilot is actually flying the helicopter. Yeah.
Yeah, if you're saying the helicopter must be hovering, you're telling the pilot to make any corrections necessary to be in that position. So, I mean, in this case, your scenario, the pilot is the person making sure.
So you're saying that the helicopter has to accelerate forward to maintain its geographical position?
You did say that.
The amount that no, actually, there would be no force necessary to be applied there because the air is rotating with the same angular velocity as the Earth.
You've never been in a
Say that again, someone interrupted you.
He said no Coriolis. He said he doesn't believe it anymore. He's done with it.
You guys have never been in a hovering helicopter, have you?
Shut up, NASA.
No, answer the question. Have you ever been in a hovering helicopter? I didn't think so because the pilot is actively flying the airplane.
Doofus ran because he knows where this leads.
Hovering,
An actual honest Glober that understands the model does not want to engage. So funny. You see that, no tanks? These guys know not to engage, dude.
Hovering
Yeah, they know
is
the
a
consequence of denying one thing. You're going to have
hovering,
to, you know,
hovering a
to know the
helicopter.
consequence. They see
Hovering
it. They just can't
excuse
accept
me,
it for whatever
Tanks,
reason.
you got me muted. I'm going to talk
It's
over
a
you then.
struggle bus.
You guys
dude.
got me muted. I'll
Rob
just
is
fucking talk
crying,
over you
but
for
he
a
doesn't
while.
realize that he
Yeah,
just basically
in the
starts
meantime, though,
1,000
hovering,
miles
Okay, guys.
when you are hovering,
Let's simmer down.
when you are hovering
Yeah,
in
my
a
bad,
helicopter,
SE. NASA's
when you are
been doing
hovering a
this the whole time.
helicopter,
Simmer,
when
who's
you
gonna
are
simmer down?
when you are hovering a helicopter,
Oh,
you
it's
just
not.
don't.
I got him muted.
When
He's
you
still
are
going.
hovering a
Yeah, for a
helicopter,
good reason.
when you are hovering a
Do I have to
helicopter,
mute all of you? Do I have
when
to
you
mute all
are
of you?
hovering a
Hello?
helicopter.
Hello?
Oh, I'm SE. These guys are over talking me. They're not fucking
Finish,
listening.
NASA. Let NASA finish, guys. Go ahead.
When you are hovering a helicopter, you just don't let go of the controls. You are actively flying the airplane. It is not an easy thing to do.
I'm sure SE understands what we're getting at. It's very simple stuff.
What's amazing is it sounds like audio chaos to SE. I have NASA muted. It sounds like silence and peace. There's nothing happening.
Yeah, I
in
know.
the
You got me muted because you're a tard. I got it.
Yeah, peace and quiet would definitely give these guys time to reflect rather than just spewing nonsense like NASA likes to do.
I wouldn't talk about spewing nonsense, Electric. Most everything you say is not physics.
Sorry, I had to take a
not
phone
reality.
call. Don't know if I missed anything.
What am I?
Most everything you say can be refuted by a 6th grade science book.
He's throwing the book at you now.
Anyways, the concept is so simple. You guys pretend like you just can't comprehend what keeps you on the rotating platform in your model.
Oh my God!
It's gravity. Gravity is
right. Keeping something
why you're
on
rotating.
something else is not the same as what maintains your angular momentum. That's not the same thing.
At the end of the
Why
day,
is the drone considered to be attached to the rotating platform? Why? Gravity. Now, what is the force that maintains the helicopter's geographical position when it's hovering?
Dude, it's
In your scenario, the pilot.
It's all moving at the same speed. That's why
The pilot is the reason why it stays above his GP, dude.
That's correct.
Because you told him to hover, man. He's under direct instructions to maintain his position over the surface of the Earth.
Rob, stop shouting over Doofus.
What does he have to do? Does he have to keep like looking down or something?
No, this can't continue like this, guys. This
all
can't
the
continue.
pilot is doing is maintaining altitude. He's not throttling backwards. He's not
I
throttling
agree,
forward.
SC.
He's just moving. He's just maintaining altitude. That's all he's doing.
No,
like no joke. Like no joke. When I have Rob and NASA turned down, it sounds like Jesse, you and Doofus are. It just sounds like you guys are having a literal back and forth combo with nobody getting mad.
Which would be very valuable to this conversation if I could just have it back and forth with Doofus.
Yeah, except that that's not what the pilot is doing, though. Actually,
But NASA doesn't want to allow it because he knows
he's
where
actually actively flying the airplane to maintain his position. And yeah, he's looking down, he's looking around, he's maintaining his position relative to viewpoints, and that it's not an easy thing to do. I mean, they even have simulators. You should try it in a simulator.
Is that true, Doofus? Is that what they have to look around and keep looking at the ground?
If you're going to tell a pilot to hover and stay in that spot, that's what he's going to do. I mean, in your scenario, that's what you're telling him to do, is to stay in that spot.
What would he have to do to not
doing what?
Yeah, what would he have to do to not do? Like, just so if he went up, he goes up, he just pulls back, he goes up, and then so what would he have to not do to be taken by the Earth spin? Not look at the ground?
He's not doing anything except just trying to stay in the same spot. Anything anything that imparts a force, it could be wind. Coriolis effect is not going to be a factor here because the velocity of the aircraft is zero relative to the to the rotating reference frame. And if it's wind, if it's any mechanical errors with the collective pitch, whatever, of the blades, it doesn't matter. He's going to adjust for anything that takes him away from that spot and put himself back in the spot you told him to hover over.
And those are minor adjustments. It's not like he has to suddenly, make 1,000 miles an hour.
let's try an analogy that you might know. If let's drive a car, and we're gonna drive it down a nice smooth road. Do you like lock your arms or and never make any inputs? Do you like let go over the wheel and say, "Oh, no, it'll just drive down this road forever"? No, you're actively steering the the car.
They might
You're
need a
actually
new tire
moving.
rod or something.
Yeah,
No,
my
this is
new ride might be a little
essentially
bent.
this is lockstep.
The road might be have a
The
little
same
bump in it.
reason you say
The
that the
wind,
helicopter
the
can maintain
wind,
its
the
GP
wind.
is the
There
same
might
reason
be
you say
there
that the
might.
moon
God
is in
damn it!
lockstep. It's due to
I was actually
gravity.
talking electric. If you would listen instead of talking all the time, you might actually learn something. The wind might blow you left or right. You just don't sit there and lock your arms and fly and drive because you'll crash. It's the same in flying a helicopter. You have
Yeah,
three
you're
dimensions to
imagining
worry
you're
about.
on a flying globe, but you don't experience any of
You
these
don't
things.
have.
I
You
know,
do
dude.
actually. Well, we're not talking.
No,
Actually,
you
now we're
don't.
talking
You
about
don't
hover. We're
experience
talking
that,
about
dude.
we're talking about hovering helicopters right now, which is a different topic.
Yeah, you're
So you
changing
just
Maybe
the
it's
don't.
not the
topic. I
best way
know.
to
You're
figure out whether or
imagining a
not the Earth
globe.
is rotating.
The thing is, again, the
Hold
helicopter.
on, Rob.
Yeah.
Hold on. I was
Excuse
trying
me.
to
That's a
respond.
good point. That's a very good point. Only flat earthers bring up the stupid helicopter proves the flat Earth bullshit. It doesn't actually prove much, except that airplanes,
That's how
helicopters
I know
can
you don't
hover.
comprehend the conversation. No, this
Because you're
is just
dumb.
an argument against rotation.
It's not though.
Idiot.
It really
isn't.
isn't. It really
It
isn't
is.
though.
We're
It's
talking
dumb.
about Earth rotating.
It is really, really one of the dumbest
You're
arguments
telling the
against
pilot to
rotation.
hover over a spot, and then you're surprised that the helicopter is hovering over a spot. That's not really an argument.
Well, they
How
got the hot
come?
air. They got the hot air
What
balloons
is
as
it
well.
doing to maintain
Benefit.
its GP if Earth is rotating?
Yeah.
The pilot is told to hover over a spot. That's why he stays over the spot. It's because you told him to.
So what force is acting on the helicopter to maintain its
According
GP?
to Duke, it's his will apparently. Will mind over
He's
matter or
flying
something.
it.
Just his
He's
will to
flying
stay
it.
stationary.
It's
He's
not
flying.
to
Yeah,
do
he
with
wants
his will, other than the fact that he's using his hands to adjust the aircraft's position.
and feet too.
Right.
Don't forget
He is
feet.
adjusting it from maintaining its GP. So what direction is the helicopter moving in for the guy to have to adjust?
Probably which way is the wind
Well,
blowing?
mostly the wind is all you're going to have to worry about, because if you're talking about a helicopter, it's already in a hover. Its velocity relative to the rotating reference frame is 0, so the Coriolis term is also 0, which is another way that we know that flat earthers have no idea what the Coriolis effect is, because they don't know what the
wind is
Coriolis
blowing
term
the
is
helicopter in
defined
the direction
as.
of Earth's rotation at 1,000 miles
No,
per hour.
moron. You have to adjust for the wind.
Right, the
wind will
Coriolis
blow-
effect. If you go look at the actual definition of the Coriolis effect, the way that you figure out how much force is applied to any object is the vector cross product of the velocity of the object with respect to the rotating reference frame, multiplied with a couple other factors. That vector cross product is 0 if the object is not moving relative to the rotating reference frame. So therefore, the hovering helicopter is a terrible example of trying to find Coriolis, because it never would have any in the first place.
Yeah, but understand this: the more mass the helicopter has, the more stable it will be when it's in the hovering position. Right?
It's still going to be 0. The mass term doesn't matter at that point. It's already going to be 0 because its velocity is 0.
No. It's all it is doing is using the air pressure, which is pressing down on and flowing over those blades. It's plenty of air is pressing down on those blades.
You're saying, dude, you're saying that the helicopter has an angular velocity because you're imagining the globe is rotating, right? So the helicopter has an angular. But hold on, Rob. So the angular velocity is maintained, right? Because it's attached to the rotating body of the Earth, right?
Yeah, the angular velocity of the helicopter is roughly 0.004 degrees per second, which is almost nothing.
What attaches the helicopter to the rotating body?
Gravity.
It's not about attachment. It just happens to have had the momentum before it left the rotating body. Before it left the rotating body, it had the same momentum, and there's no reason for it to lose that momentum.
Just answer the question directly. Why is it considered attached to the rotating body?
It isn't. When the helicopter's in a hover, it has the momentum it had before it left the body that it was rotating with.
The helicopter's on the ground right now, right? We're just talking about it on the ground. You're saying it has an angular velocity as it rests on the ground.
Why?
Because it's resting on the ground. You already said
Rob
it.
said it. Can you say it? Rob, say it again for this guy.
What? Say what?
Gravity. Gravity is the answer.
No,
This is
gravity
the
is
force
pointing
that
it
you're saying is
down.
attaching the helicopter to your rotating platform.
Gravity is
the Earth.
pointing it down.
Yeah, gravity is not
Yeah.
imparting. Gravity is not imparting angular velocity. The surface of the Earth is. You're attributing something to something else. It doesn't matter.
I know, Doofus. That's my point. So the force that's attaching you to the rotating body is not the force of the rotation. It's the force of
Correct.
gravity. Correct?
Yeah,
What?
the rotation
Oh my
and
God.
the gravitation are independent things. They're not connected to each other.
What is connecting you to the rotating platform?
God,
Jesus
this is
Christ.
dumb. This is
I already
fucking
You can't
answered
say
this,
gravity.
man.
Why don't you want
Right,
to say
because
gravity? Why not?
gravity is what brings you down to Earth, but Earth is already having an angular velocity is what imparts angular velocity. Gravity is not imparting angular velocity. The Earth is.
The force of downward acceleration is what's attaching you and making you rigid with the rotating body.
Stop it.
Oh my
God
God, it's
dang.
correct because
Are
your
you
globe is
dense?
getting debunked.
Right,
Are
you're
you
trying
dense?
not to understand this, which is really
No,
weird.
he's purposely trying to conflate it. He understands
No,
it. He's just being
I'm trying to
dumb.
get you to understand
Oh, you're
that you're
being
not
fucking
going
dumb as
to
a
continue to
doornail.
have angular velocity when you detach from the Earth because you're resisting the force
Why?
that's attaching you to the
No,
rotating body.
no, that's not how it works. That is
Nobody's
not how it
asking
works.
you, NASA.
If you throw a baseball up in the air, according to you, it should start because it's now flying in opposing gravity. It should fly westward at like 1,000 miles per hour. That's bullshit, and you know it.
Yeah, it's not
Gravitation
flying
is a
westward because you're
downward
not on a
vector.
rotating globe, you fucking idiot.
No, that's not how it works. You idiot. You have to be.
Right.
You either. This is like sixth grade science stuff. My God, you're intensely dumb or being intensely
All
dumb.
right,
I
shut
don't
up,
know.
NASA. All right,
Right.
Doofus.
In
A few hours
physics,
ago, Electric literally argued there was no such thing as a curveball in baseball. Gotta love it.
okay, so in
Yeah,
physics,
you're drunk Kool-Aid. Shut up.
that's not how that works either. Anyway, in physics, the gravitation vector
I'm at
is
work.
downward. Downward is not a rotation.
You lose your job.
You understand that down is not a rotation, right?
Yeah, no shit. The force that is keeping you attached to the rotating platform, like with the drone, that force is called gravity. I don't know why you're afraid of saying it.
Okay,
Rob said it. He's
gravity
got
is
the
what brings
confidence
you
of an
down to the
auto Wilbur.
Earth,
You don't have the
but what
confidence
gives you that
of an
angular
auto Wilbur
momentum
because you
is
know
the
that
angular
quickly.
momentum that the Earth already has. Gravity does not give you angular momentum. The Earth already rotating is what gives you angular momentum.
Why are you
Oh, this is
Why are you conserving the angular momentum in your model?
because gravity is
Because
momentum is conserved.
matter once it has angular momentum just conserves it. That's just a property of matter. It has nothing to do with gravity.
What if I let go of a tether ball?
If you let go of a tether ball, your centripetal.
I basically explained how law of conservation of momentum works and derived it from law of conservation of force in isolated system. I basically derived it in the live stream, and I will now apply it to explain why that also applies to the angular momentum. I'm just that part. I will now connect the laws of conservation of force and momentum to the rotational motion on the live stream right now.
All right, so you're figuring it out. Go ahead and do that on your own time.
No, you will watch it and I will explain it because you're an idiot.
Well, more
Yeah,
importantly
you're
than
getting
that,
triggered because you guys don't have actual responses.
there is an actual response, and I've been giving it to you. Here's what this. In fact, this is the most important point. The people in here that have a physics background, like myself, are explaining what physics actually says, and what you're saying is not what physics says. So your point of view on this is based on ignorance of what the physics actually says.
All right, that's not a response to my argument at all.
I mean, it's a direct response. Especially
Nope,
since
you're not addressing what
the
I'm saying. You're
past
not
half hour I've
explaining
been
what's
trying
going
to
on at
explain
all.
to you that gravitation is not what conserves angular momentum. That doesn't exist in physics. That's not a term that's ever used.
Okay, so what is causing the drone to maintain angular momentum as it rests on the merry-go-round?
Matter, as it's a property of itself, matter conserves angular momentum. Gravitation is not what causes it.
What causes mass?
Are you asking what causes mass?
No shit.
Oh my god, dude.
Yeah, it's due to gravity. So your force,
Gravity does not
your
cause
your
mass. Gravity does not cause mass. That is a really dumb statement.
Wow. Okay, so you're lost. You don't know what the globe claims.
He's a he's an E equals MC squared denier right now.
Incorrect, because nowhere in physics are you ever going to find it defined where gravitation causes mass. Nobody ever said
This is
that
so
in
simple.
physics.
I don't know why
Nobody's
you
ever
guys
said that.
resist
There's nobody on
understanding
the
simple concepts.
in existence that says that shit. Gravity is what causes mass. That's never been said before. It's completely stupid.
Never been said.
Please don't mix up mass.
Well,
and
you don't
weight.
know your own model then.
No, big one.
Okay, then you can find in my model somewhere, since you're going to make the claim that it's in my model, go find where it says gravitation causes mass. Go find that for me.
Right. I mean,
yeah, gravity is due to mass. Mass is due to gravity.
Actually the opposite.
Well, you're going to say it the other way around now, which is the correct way, which is gravitation is caused by mass.
Yes,
exactly.
The incorrect way to say it, which is what you said earlier, was that mass is caused by gravity.
Exactly.
Oh, wait. Are you saying that? I mean, this is kind of. I don't know if anybody
Gotta
ever
just play
said
a
this either. Are you
semantical
saying
game.
that?
It's just
Are you
dumb.
saying, Doofus, that mass has always existed? Like it was like a priori, like just ex nihilo existed, and then came about the gravity.
And you can try and make me say what I didn't say. I could just actually say what I actually said.
I'm asking you, like, because you said nobody.
I mean,
you're saying a new
it's
thing, I
completely
think. You're saying
pointless
a
for
new
you to be
thing.
in this conversation if you're going
I
to
think
be
you're
a
saying a
dishonest
brand new- I think
twat
you're
like
saying a
that
brand new
and
thing. I
try
think
and
it's
make
pretty
it
interesting.
sound like somebody said something that they didn't actually say.
So is gravity like an emergent property of mass? So it was mass first, then gravity. Then how did the mass become mass if the gravity was
mass then
created
gravity.
from the mass? What happened
Mass
there?
then gravity. Mass then gravity. Mass then gravity.
Yeah, I don't think anybody's ever
That's
said what you
retarded. You
said.
guys don't have
That's pretty cool.
You guys don't have any clue how stupid this sounds.
It's mass then gravity. Mass tells gravity or the curved space time.
I don't even know why you're walking yourself into that corner.
Yeah. I mean, the point is, I mean, if you're going back to how gravity emerged, I mean, Big Bang, rapidly expanding hydrogen, it slows down, it comes together, forms more mass, and then more gravity, and that's how the first early suns were created. That's basically it.
All right, so now, I mean, I guess he's kind of taking your side, Doofus. He's saying that there's like a trinity of trinities where mass, space, and gravity had to all exist all at one time in order to have the holistic view that you have with this emergent property.
Energy.
I mean, if you want somebody else to say my position, I guess.
I'm just
go
doing
for
it.
it.
It's fine.
I
I'm
could say
doing
my
it.
own position, or you could just keep asking weird ass questions like that.
No, it's not a question. I'm saying it's interesting, your point of view.
No thanks.
Yeah, because you refuse to
Is
give a
it my
direct
point of
answer
view?
to my question. What is attaching the drone to the rotating platform?
Well, it's gravity is keeping it there, but remember
Rob,
also.
thank you. Doofus, why couldn't you answer this question directly?
Also, the
now,
platform.
Doofus,
Oh, I did,
you answer this
because what I
question?
said was gravitation is what's causing it to stay with the surface of the Earth. However, the surface of the Earth is what's imparting the angular momentum, not the gravitation. That's the answer I gave you like six separate times, and you, for some reason, are thinking, I don't know, that I didn't give that answer, even though I gave it 6 different times. It doesn't matter how many times I give the answer I give you, and even if somebody else gives you the same fucking answer that I give you, it's still going to be not the answer that I gave because fucking reasons.
You just said the surface of the Earth is what's imparting the angular momentum. What is attaching the drone to the surface of the Earth?
And prior to the sentence that I said, it's the surface of the Earth is imparting angular momentum. Just prior to that sentence, what I said was gravitation is causing the drone to be brought to the surface of the Earth.
It's causing
That's
it to be
that's the sentence that
attached.
immediately preceded the other one.
Yes, it is
Those two
considered a
sentences
part.
go together because both of them are true.
Thank you. Therefore, when the drone lifts off and it resists the force of gravity, which is attaching it, why doesn't the helicopter hover as the GP moves away from it? Why not?
No. It's not the resisting the force of gravity.
If it's not due to gravity, what is the
He
force?
can say resisting, it's fine because it's a force counteracting another force. But what he's making the mistake of saying is he thinks gravitation is what's conserving angular momentum, and that's not what physics says.
No, literally, if you are not on the Earth's surface anymore, then you are no longer conserving the angular momentum, according to you.
No,
Yeah,
according to
it's
me,
just
matter
it's just
conserves
entailed.
angular momentum as a property of itself. That's how inertia works.
So the
It's
mass is
conserving
resisting the force
angular
of gravity, it's
momentum.
no longer on Earth's
It's
surface.
conserving angular momentum simply because it has it.
Simply because it has it. Even though you're not observing it,
Inertia is a direct property of matter.
You're not
You
observing
can't
rotation
just
either way.
say
You're just saying
inertia
it's
is not a
conserving the
property of
momentum of the
matter
rotation,
anymore
that
because then
moves
you're not
directly.
talking physics.
You're not observing any angular momentum anyway, dude. You're just saying that you can't observe it because it's still attached, even though it's detached from Earth's surface, which is what you're saying is causing its conservation of the angular momentum.
I'm not saying that you can't observe a change in angular momentum. That's not something I ever said.
So you do measure a difference in energy or speed or some sort of difference, velocity in different directions during travel. You do measure that.
Well,
if you're gonna say that the
actually,
Earth
if
is
you want to
flying
go
1,000
down that
miles
route,
per
you
hour
could
to
go
the
over the
right or the
Outbus
left.
effect, which does show differences in weight as you go in different directions on the surface of the Earth. That's a fun one. Bob the Science Guy actually did a nice full video on that where he actually measured the Outbus effect. And that was Wolfie 6020. He measured it directly with his weights, different directions across Australia. It was great, in fact.
You're not on the surface.
Then he
unless
showed
things
being
You're just imagining
weighing
that you're
less in
conserving
one
angular
direction and
momentum
weighing
when you don't
more in the other
observe it.
direction. That shows that the Earth
You're
must be
imagining
rotating.
things.
That's one.
Can you stop imagining that you're conserving angular momentum when all you're doing is hovering a drone?
It is so weird.
Matter conserves angular momentum because inertia is a property of matter.
But what happens when you're no longer attached to Earth's surface?
Inertia is
resisting the
still a
force of
property of
gravity
matter,
that's attaching
regardless
you
of
to the
whether or not
surface.
you use the word attached.
Yeah, the word attached makes it rotated. We're talking about a rotating Earth. Now you're not attached to the rotating Earth.
Attachment doesn't make things rotate. Things rotating is what makes them rotate. They're just rotating. Because
Dude, if I
inertia,
cling to a
again,
tether
is a
ball, I'm
property of matter. It doesn't depend on what you're attached to.
Okay, so now you're being semantical about what the word attached means.
It does sound
Because,
like
you know,
you
it
sound like
leads to a no globe.
the resistance to change is what's allowing you to
You made
avoid
this a
resistance to
semantics
change,
argument from the beginning.
or to continue, or to like
Would you say those things?
gather. He's saying that the resistance to change is allowing him to, I guess, conserve change. Was that what you referenced there, inertia?
That's probably nothing like what I said. I mean, anytime you say, so what you're saying is, it usually ends up being exactly the opposite or completely unrelated to what I actually said.
You can define inertia, the resistance to change, and then you can elaborate in your own words how that's what allows you to maintain no change. Go ahead.
Yeah, I didn't say any of that. Thank you.
Okay, so you didn't cite inertia, it being a property of mass, is what allows it to maintain and not have to change. Okay. You did?
What I said was, inertia is a property of matter. Angular momentum is conservation of, the momentum that it already has. The matter is what's causing the conservation. The inertia is being conserved, or the momentum is being conserved. You don't need to apply a force to conserve angular momentum. Applying a force only changes things.
Yeah, but you're trying to reference why there's no change.
The force is the lift that you're generating. You're resisting the force of gravity. You're now no longer on the Earth's surface. What you're saying is imparting angular momentum.
And what happened to the angular momentum after it left off? It just gets lost.
It was
Do we
never there.
violate the first law of thermodynamics now? Do we
The
violate that
problem
law
is
now?
that you're imagining a rotating globe and it's not there.
No, and
Well,
listen,
we
even
could
with,
actually talk
that,
about examples
even
where
with
we
that
directly
statement,
measure the rotation of the Earth, but you want to go to this helicopter bullshit for some reason.
Because the
Yeah, you just-
helicopter should show the Earth rotating underneath it because you're no longer attached to the rotating body. You're resisting the force that
no,
would be
physics does
maintaining
not
your
say it
angular
should.
momentum. Yes, gravity would push you downward, which would put you onto the platform, which would keep you rotating. Once you're resisting the force that's putting you on the platform, you're not conserving the angular momentum. It's so simple.
So you violated the first law of thermodynamics. Thank you. Congratulations.
That doesn't make sense.
No, it doesn't. It's not. There's a transfer.
It does, because you just said that energy, the momentum, the kinetic energy that the
there's a transfer of the
helicopter
energy
had.
within the system.
You said that
to
kinetic
another,
energy would just
another place
disappear.
within the
You
system. Nobody
violated
said it
the
would
first law of
disappear. It would be
thermodynamics that the
transferred.
energy
You're
would be
saying it would be carried
destroyed.
along once upon a time. You're saying it would be carried along, not
You
lost,
said that
not
the
transferred. But
momentum would
the
just
law
go
is
away
that it would be
because
transferred.
it
That's the
left
difference.
the rotating
What you're
body,
saying,
which doesn't make any sense in the physics that we know about and we use
Yeah, it
on a
would go
regular
from an
basis to
angular,
actually
it would go
accomplish
from an
useful
angular
work.
velocity to a Yeah, it would go from an angular velocity to a linear velocity. Unmute no tanks, please. That was unnecessary.
Angular momentum and linear momentum are not
outrageous.
converted.
This when he's cutting me
Gentlemen,
off, don't mute
please,
me. Just
gentlemen,
mute
please.
this.
If
It's a little weird.
you literally hear someone else talking while you're talking, just stop.
Yeah,
Oh
just stop.
shit! Wow, a
Stop
moderator
talking.
that doesn't say these things to NASA or Rob. What the
I'm
fuck
saying
is
it to
you?
everybody.
What the fuck
I'm
is your
saying it
problem?
to everybody. I'm saying it to everybody.
Yeah, Doofus, when you hear
You got Rob and NASA still interrupting all fucking day in here, but
I
you're the
wasn't
one
listening.
doing no tanks is trying to make a point.
I know. I'm saying it to both everyone.
you hear that, Doofus, he's talking directly to you. But anyway, so in angular momentum,
you.
there's no denial. There you go. See, right? There's no denial, right, in the laws that say that energy will be transferred. You're saying it won't be. That it's going to be maintained just because within the helicopter, because it's a property of the helicopter. That it's not going to be transferred. That's your claim. You're denying
The
the
law doesn't say it's going to be transferred. It's just going to be
angular momentum
maintained.
will be transferred, but to another whatever force is acting. Yeah, of course.
No, momentum is not transferred to a force. That's pointless. That's useless. That doesn't make any sense.
That's what you're saying is happening. You're saying that even
No,
though
that's
it's
not
no
what I'm
longer
saying.
a part of, you're saying
Both
it's no
of you
longer
guys
rotating.
seem to be thinking that I'm saying something else that I'm actually saying. The words that I'm using are probably the words that I intend to use, and you keep changing them to other words that I don't use. Here, let's try this a different way. If you rotate a top, and you know what a top is, and you spin it, cool, it's rotating. Now, if you flick that top with your finger, you've applied a linear velocity to that spinning top. Now, it's still spinning after you've flicked it and it landed somewhere else. It maintained its angular velocity regardless of the linear velocity you attached to it. Now, the angular velocity and the linear velocity are completely independent. They are not connected to each other.
It's maintained when there's no external forces. That's the claim. But there are external forces, and you're claiming, from what I'm hearing, that there's no loss within the helicopter going up. That's the issue. That's just going to maintain because that's somehow an inherent property of mass, as if the helicopter's in some kind of vacuum.
Has nothing to do with the vacuum. You inserted that for no reason.
Some kind of a vacuum, as in
it has nothing to do with the vacuum. You inserted that for no reason. It has nothing to do with the scenario. I love that. I go to answer your question, and then you start talking in the middle of my answer. But of course, it's me that's the problem, right?
Yeah,
so let's try this again. We'll try this again. We'll try this again. We'll try this one more time. We'll keep trying this over and over again. We'll just keep trying this until No Tanks figures out that I was the one answering his stupid ass question. Nope. Nope. He's going to keep doing this bullshit over and over again. No Tanks.
Yeah, when you flick that.
No Tanks. I'm still trying to answer his question, man. I'm still trying to answer his stupid ass question. I'm still trying to answer it. Okay.
Well, I didn't even really finish asking you. But it's fine.
You stopped talking, and then I started talking, and then you started talking while I was talking.
All right, let him dig his hole. No thanks. He's gonna do it.
I dig what hole? All
Go
I'm
ahead, dig
saying
your
is
hole.
when the helicopter had the angular momentum of the Earth before it lifted off, lifting off didn't
no longer has the
remove its
angular momentum
angular
after it lifts off.
lifting
You're
off
done.
didn't remove its motherfucker. You
Well,
guys do
you
this
heard
on
what you
purpose.
just
You
said,
do
dude.
this
I got
shit on
excited because you're
purpose. You
literally
do
proving
this
my
shit
point.
on purpose. There's no reason for you to open your mouth and start making noises except to be a
Outrageous,
disruption
D-Ball. You're being
in the middle of
outrageous,
somebody
dude.
else's answer. That's the only reason you would start talking while you hear me already talking. That's the only reason. We'll try
This
it again.
rhetorician is just he's
Oh
just
my
going on with
God.
rhetoric in the middle of people.
Okay, the next guy that
This is
interrupts
just
him, I'm
going to
gonna,
keep
I'm gonna,
happening
I'm
because
gonna
that's
mute him.
your
Next
intent,
guy
is
that
to be a
interrupts him,
disruption. You
I'm
don't
gonna
have
mute him.
any reason for beginning to talk while I'm already
How long can
talking,
his meta be
except
allowed
to
to
be
go
a
on? Just have the
disruption.
conversation.
That's the only reason that you start talking after I've already started talking.
Yeah, this point, I'll go after you,
We'll
okay?
try this again. When the helicopter is on the ground, it has the angular momentum of the Earth. When it lifts off, the angular momentum that the Earth had and the helicopter had does not disappear from the helicopter. Momentum is a property of the matter. The helicopter is made of matter. There's no reason for that momentum that it had to disappear.
Electric, how do you feel about leaving the room? They're not going to allow this conversation with you and I in the room. How do
I
you
think
feel?
he just hold on.
You
A second.
interrupted me several times, and you're
Jesse,
the
how do you
one
feel
saying
about
that
leaving?
I'm,
Why interrupting? I'm not
causing the
talking to you. I'm
conversation
not
to go
talking to D-Ball.
south.
I'm asking Jesse how he feels about leaving.
Why? But hold on a second. I think he stopped talking. That way you could respond.
I don't care, dude. I'm asking Jesse, how do you feel about leaving the room? I'm not asking you to dictate how I have the
You don't want
conversation.
to
I'm
have the
asking you to
conversation.
mute me during my conversations.
I want to
How do you
say
feel?
one thing. I want to say one thing. Ready? Doofus, I just recorded you saying that when the helicopter lifts off of Earth's surface, that it no longer has the angular momentum. I just recorded you saying that,
Who would
stupid
say
ass.
that?
Okay,
Nobody
play
said
it
that.
back for me then.
Nobody
If
would
you
ever
heard
say
me
that.
say it, play it back for me right
Nobody
now.
would ever say that. Nobody would ever say that.
You are no
I don't think.
longer conserving the angular
Only by
velocity
mistake.
when you're no longer on Earth's surface.
Do you think
That's
that?
a quote from
Play it back
Doofus.
for me.
Hold on,
Play it back for me. Play it back for me.
Hold on,
Show
dude.
me where I said that it doesn't have the angular
I got the
momentum
clip.
anymore.
Yeah, I got the clip.
Electric.
I'm uploading.
Hold on.
Okay, get the clip then. Go get the clip and don't say anything else until you post the clip. Don't do anything other
No, I
than
can say whatever the fuck
giving
I
me
want.
the
Stop
clip
acting like a bitch
because
about it.
that's some shit that I didn't say.
No, I literally clipped it up because I heard you say it. That's
Okay,
why
go
I got
get the
muted,
clip then. If
because
you
I
have
pointed
the
out
clip,
some
go get the
shit.
clip. Don't say anything other than you're getting the clip.
Right, it would
All
be
right,
by
when the
mistake.
helicopter lifts and it's no longer on Earth's
What are we
surface,
still on this
does it
stupid
maintain
helicopter
the
thing?
angular
Hold
momentum?
on.
Are you
Yes.
going to
Why
get
would
the
it
clip?
not?
Did you get the clip yet? Because you said I had definitely
Does it
told you
maintain
that
the
the angular
momentum?
momentum
Yeah, I
was
got
no
the clip right
longer.
Of course
here.
it does. Why wouldn't it?
You told me I already said a thing. You said you recorded it and you clipped it. Where is the clip?
Yep, I got
Yeah.
it. I
Why
can
would
render
it
it
not?
right now.
Why
Okay, you
would it
got it.
not
Now go get it.
maintain? Why would it not maintain its angular momentum? Like I don't understand. Do you believe it wouldn't?
Because there's other forces at play, dude, and
What other
there's a
force?
change,
other
and there's a
forces?
change, and there's a
What other force?
doofus. Nobody's talking to you, doofus, and there's also a change in elevation, which would be curvature, which would entail a change of
Oh,
velocity, which
stop
would
it.
require more
Wait,
of a
hold on.
force to keep
Curvature
you
is a
alive.
Stop
There's a
force.
bunch of things at
Curvature.
play here in your
Everyone
body.
stop. Hold
The
on.
curvature has
Okay,
no
what
effect.
other? Hold on. Let's hold on. What other forces? Like, just be specific.
Yeah, a change of velocity due to a change in elevation due to curvature.
Oh yeah, because the 1 foot above the ground
Wait,
is really going to
1
change
foot
that.
above.
Fuck
Yeah.
off, you
So
moron.
1 foot above the ground.
That's just something for you to chew on there. Yeah.
Yeah, something that's
No,
not going to
seriously,
matter at
no.
all. Fuck
Be
off.
specific. You really think of like maybe 10 feet above the ground, the angular momentum is going to change?
Yeah, I mean the
Or
laws
velocity?
state that. Yeah, the law like of
By how
inertia
much?
that he
How much?
doesn't
Yeah.
matter. The
By
law
how
of
much?
The
inertia that he
altitude
Well, it
actually
doesn't matter. It
no,
doesn't matter.
the
Yeah.
law of
Hold
inertia.
on.
You
Hold
can't
on.
say shit.
This is the
What a fucking
problem.
shit
No
show this
tank.
is. Jesse, how do
No
you feel
tank.
about
By
leaving this
how
room?
much?
This
No
this is
tank.
the problem
I'm
with
asking you.
39.59
NASA,
miles plus a
stop.
foot.
What a shit show
Hold
this
on.
place is.
NASA, stop. No tanks. By how much do you think it will change?
According to the law of inertia and the Newton's laws that people are appealing to, it would have to maintain a straight line and have no other forces acting on it for it to not require any kind of energy input to maintain.
Way to not
By
answer the
how
question.
much?
7.
7 what?
By 7.
This is going well.
What percentage of so okay?
By 7,
So what's
8,
the radius,
9.
right? 39
Okay, how many? No, like yeah. So you're asking me a question
So
that is just a dichotomy. Like how many? Like what is the number of true or
It's
false?
not even a dichotomy.
Is it true or false? Is true or false a true
What
dichotomy?
percentage?
How many numbers
What
though?
percentage of
By how much? By how much is it a
what?
true dichotomy?
So 10 feet, right? What percentage of 10 feet? What percentage of 39 is 10 feet?
Yeah, true or false? How much? What
Doofus, go
percentage
listen
of
to
true or
yourself.
false?
Go check out that clip.
How much do you think that'd be even measurable? The amount that it would
It's
change?
your claim. I know that if it didn't exist,
No,
right,
your
if you were
claim is that it would
maintaining,
change. You're
that would
claiming
just
it
be
would change, but I'm
that
asking
would
you
be
how
the
much.
consequence according to the law. I mean, what do you?
Right.
You're a science denier at this point.
But by how much? Would it be
7.
measurable?
If you're
7
saying
what?
there's 7. If you're saying there's no measurement,
7 what?
you're just asking a question. Yeah, dude, 7.
At this
7's my
point,
answer.
okay, but at this point, you're kind of just making shit up.
No, I'm not. I mean,
We
you're
all
asking me
we
for
can
a
all hear it.
percentage of how much of the law can be broken. I say
No,
none.
I'm asking you by if you're changing or elevation by 10 feet on something the size of the Earth. How
Here,
much
I'll send you. I'll send
angular
it to you in
velocity
chat
do
real quick.
you think it would
I'll
change?
send it. I'm going to put it in chat. I'm going to tag you on the Coriolis deflection due
So
to what you guys are claiming.
just say
I'll
you
do it right
don't
now.
know because you don't know because you
I
made
already
it up.
have it. I'll
Right?
send it to you in the chat. Hold on.
It's okay. Just say you don't know because you made it up and you don't know. You have no clue.
I'm just going to. You'll see. It's an old snapshot, and I'll share it to you. Hold on.
And the altitude actually does not matter in this case, because if we're talking about angular momentum, the altitude is completely irrelevant.
So it wouldn't change at all, right?
Right. The altitude has nothing to do with angular momentum. Also, Jesse, or Electric, I should say, hilarious clip, because right as you cut it off, you heard me say it does not remove the angular momentum.
Because you caught
But your
yourself,
claim is
'cause
that
you
I
knew where
said that
your sentence was
it lost
leading
the
to.
angular momentum. Your clip
Yeah, we all
actually
heard where your
is a
sentence was leading
direct,
to.
it directly refutes what you said.
No, just making baseless assertions that there is angular momentum when you actually don't have anything to indicate that it's happening. It just makes it a
Oh, I do.
baseless assertion.
I got
Here's
plenty.
here's the number.
You just don't
for
want to
you.
ask about any of them.
Here's the number for you at B-Ball. The number is if what Doofus and NASA, who's still on mute, in case you forgot, are asserting is the case, then a 6,000-mile voyage from A to B over the surface of Earth would take 12,000 miles due to the Coriolis deflection. If what you guys are claiming is the case, that's just the facts.
Coriolis doesn't say anything about miles.
It's right there in the chat, dude. It's right there.
Right. The Coriolis effect has nothing to do with miles.
Yeah, that's the consequence. Yeah. So just read it. That's fine. Just deny science if you like. Deny math. What else do you want to deny?
No, the actual definition, the way the Coriolis effect is defined, has nothing to do with miles.
Make up your own. It's fine. Just make up whatever facts you need to make up. But there's the facts in the chat. So
okay, the Coriolis effect is defined to be an apparent force from a rotating reference frame. It has nothing to do with a number of miles. That's not the Coriolis effect.
But that's
what you posted there has nothing to do with the Coriolis effect.
It's in there. Just read it.
Why
Don't
are you in
deny
the
science.
rotating reference frame?
Okay, that's a good
Your
question.
helicopter's on the ground. Why is it in a rotating reference frame?
So that's a good question. The reason why I say the Earth is rotating is because a mechanical gyro compass cannot possibly function on a stationary Earth.
Completely unrelated.
I mean, you asked why I know the Earth is rotating. That's the answer.
So it's just a baseless assertion.
No, it's not.
No, it's definitely not a baseless assertion. I would say that mechanical gyro compasses do exist in reality.
Why do I always have to do this?
Yeah, I already know what you're doing right now.
What am I gonna do?
You're gonna post that same fucking gyro that you always post.
Also, Bebo, I mean, you asked for the numbers. Are you going to address it? I went out of my way to post you the picture. You wanted a number. Like, how much do you expect? And here's a number.
Can you walk us through it?
Yeah, the numbers are right there.
Again, guys.
The court, they had this. So using the rate of rotation on a rotating reference frame, traveling from A to B, the deflection due to Coriolis would be about 6,000 miles over the distance. Yeah.
All right, what does that have to do with the hovering helicopter?
But hold on,
we're traveling 10 feet. Hold on. No, we're traveling 10 feet up. We're not traveling like 6,000 miles. We're traveling 10 feet up.
Yep, this is it. This is at the altitude of about
Okay, where did you
feet in an airplane.
Hold on,
guys, for 6,000 miles of deflection. It says it right there. Don't deny the math science.
You don't understand your own example.
Does anybody else agree with
the hovering helicopter at all?
Rufus made the perfect analogy. Flicking the top. The flick of the spinning top is literally equivalent to the helicopter resisting the force of gravity. It's the same fucking thing. Therefore, it would be imparted with a linear velocity. Therefore, it would be imparted with a linear velocity. Therefore, it would not be in the rotating reference frame anymore.
The helicopter is using the air.
Therefore, it would not be. Rob, don't interrupt me. I'm just going to say it again because I hear you trying to talk over me.
I'm sorry.
Therefore, it would not.
Rob, hold on. Let him finish. Real quick. Just go ahead. Say that again, man. Say it again. Electric.
The flicking the top with your finger analogy is perfect. It is literally evidence that the Earth is not rotating because you're resisting the force of gravity. The helicopter lifting, generating lift, and no longer being attached to Earth's surface is the equivalent of flicking a top.
Oh my God! Okay, Rob, wait. Rob wanted to get in. Go ahead, Rob.
Yes, you're imparting a linear velocity upon something in a rotating reference frame. Therefore, it's not going to maintain the angular it's not going to maintain the angular momentum that was conserved due to the rotating body. You're done.
The top is still spinning after you flick it, so therefore it did conserve angular momentum.
That's why you want to reference gyroscope.
Let me jump in.
Rob wanted to get in. Go ahead. Hold on,
let me just say this real quick in response to no thanks, garbage. No thanks. We're spinning 1,000 miles per hour, right? The circumference of the planet is 34,000 miles. That means it's going to take you 24 hours to make a rotation. So when the helicopter hovers in spot, big man, it's going to have to take 24 hours for it to get around in the reference frame back to the spot. So that means if it's traveling for 5 minutes, if the Earth is rotating for 5 minutes, big man, it hasn't gone very far for Coriolis effect to really be significant. Right. It would be significant after a longer period of time.
That's why listen, you guys can focus on. You can focus on.
Hold on. He wasn't finished.
Let me just wrap it up. So it would have to be hovering in that spot for literally maybe for 8 hours. In order for you,
cool. So you're saying that it will not maintain its GP. Cool. So what do we
will make it stay where it is. The pilot is flying the helicopter. He will maintain its position. The
helicopter has to accelerate to stay in the same spot.
The helicopter flies according to the remote, everything around it. It will stay in its same position. The pilot will make sure of it.
Rob just said that the helicopter has to move to remain above his GP.
Excuse me, the Earth is moving.
To address what I was addressing.
It was imparted with the velocity. It's gone 10 whole feet up in the air.
Too many people talking at once. Go ahead.
I thought it was conserving the angular momentum.
Hold on. NASA wanted to say something.
Now it has to move. Now it has to move to maintain its GP.
Hold on.
It's flying relative. God dang, this pilot is making the helicopter stay where it is. He's putting inputs into controls to make sure of it. For fuck's sake, what do you mean he's going to rotate underneath it?
Accelerating.
All right. Blue wanted to get in.
So it's not in lockstep.
Dude, what is wrong with you people? I was addressed. Remember, he's like, I'm going to address his nonsense.
Yeah, but everyone wants to get in, man. Everyone wants to get in. Hold on. Just let Blue go in, and then you can go. Go ahead, Blue.
If the helicopter is hovering, it has no velocity. It has no movement with respect to the rotating frame of reference it's in.
Awesome.
There is no change.
No angular momentum.
There is no change. It's got angular momentum. That's something else. But you're talking about Coriolis. And that helicopter is moving exactly like the rotating reference frame is rotating. There is no movement with respect to the rotating frame. If you don't have movement in the let me finish. If you don't have movement in that rotating frame of reference, if there's no movement there is no Coriolis effect.
Okay, so there's no
Yeah,
other.
I tried to explain that
no
to them.
It's the vector cross. Coriolis is the vector cross product of the velocity vector and the velocity and the vector of the item that's moving.
All right. Now I think No Tanks wanted to say something. Go ahead, No Tanks.
Oh shit! All right, hold on. Let me just breathe. I fucking had to barge my way in here. Hold on. All right, so now that I'm in, yeah, so the long flight was a 6,000 mile, 12-hour flight. The one he's saying was bullshit, and yeah, so that would be a deflection of 6,000 miles over that. 6,000 divided by 500 miles an hour, 12 hours. That would be a deflection of 6,000 with that. But anyways,
where'd you
then
get
what
that?
Blue is referencing.
Where did you get that?
Holy shit!
I've asked you.
It's got nothing to do with the helicopter anymore.
Just look at it if you want.
I know, but I want to know. I want to know where you got it from.
Holy shit, dude! I mean, what do you have to do to fucking finish a sentence?
All right, stop. Go ahead. So NASA. No Tanks. Can you clarify what you're talking about? Which flight specifically are you talking about?
It's just the one I tagged you in. You wanted the numbers. I'm just pointing out. I granted it to you with all the things that everybody wanted. Right? Was that over the distance, over at a sufficient altitude, over a sufficient distance, there would be something measurable, and that's what you should accept if you accept that model. But in regards to Blue's assertion that there is no forces acting, would be the only way that you wouldn't have to adjust. So I mean, is he claiming that there's no forces acting on a helicopter?
Yeah,
that's not.
Well, there definitely is.
I didn't say that. I said there's no Coriolis force because you have no movement in that rotating frame of reference.
Right. You don't have movement if there was forces.
The thing you posted
Your
is
movement
talking
is you're
about
accelerating upwards. You're resisting the force of gravity. It just appears to be a balance force when you're not gaining altitude.
Hold on, Richard. Yeah. The thing that you posted is this in regards to an actual flight, or is this a ballistic? Is this a ballistic trajectory? What is this?
It's just in regards to the consequences of a flight over the distance.
No, but
he was asked about a helicopter, and he posted something that's not a helicopter.
Yeah, this is for a ballistic, I think.
It's for an airplane.
You won't even tell me where you got it from.
It's an airplane flight of 6,000 miles. That's it.
It's not.
No, it says flight. Does it say an aircraft? It says just flight.
Well, the stipulations input were an aircraft traveling at over 20,000 feet, traveling this distance from this latitude. What would be the deflection due to Coriolis? It takes into account the rotation, etc. And this is the math, science, and physics that you should affirm.
Except for one problem.
Whatever.
Except for one problem.
You asked for it. I gave it.
Hold on.
No, wait, hold on a second.
Go ahead.
Give me 10 seconds. Except that the pilot of the airplane is actually flying the plane and correcting for any deviation from course. To think he's going to deviate from course by 12,000 miles is ridiculous. That's like what, aiming for Tokyo and hitting up, like, I don't know, Addis Ababa or something?
Worse than that, he got this from ChatGPT and it didn't actually do the correct math.
So I understand that, right? That the pilot.
That's why I asked where you got it from. You wouldn't tell me.
I understand that. So if that pilot did correct, they could just maintain that heading according to their GPS or whatever. But if they did that, they would require additional energy in one direction versus the other. So you would have to show that. Yeah.
How did you check the math? Did you check the math on this?
Yeah, with the proper inputs. Yes.
Of course not. He wouldn't.
He didn't check it. He just asked ChatGPT.
Can I ask one really simple question about like this conversation? I just want to know why we're talking about powered craft instead of ballistic trajectories, where the Coriolis effect would be like one of the bigger effects, instead of like powered craft that is constantly being steered by either an autopilot or a live human pilot. Like
either way, I just pointed out, either way, there would be energy that's required to maintain that deflection of 6,000 miles, which would show a difference in fuel and wear, tear, torque, etc. in the air. There would be a measurable difference over having to adjust.
You realize there's a big difference between a ballistic flight and an actual helicopter or an aircraft.
Yeah, this is an aircraft. This is an aircraft for you. So what I'm saying is, there's consequences, right? Obvious, right? You would be happy if people, right? If these pilots showed that it took double the amount of fuel, but still went the same distance in one direction versus the other, because the fuel was required to resist the Coriolis rotation and maintain their heading. You'd be like, look, here's my proof. You'd be thrilled. I would imagine.
Why don't you and Jeremy get together?
How does that not make sense? You guys are crazy.
Yeah, you and Jeremy get together and prove this, okay? The airlines would love if you were correct. The airlines would love to save fuel. If you and Jeremy are correct, get together, prove that it works. Actually take a flight and do it. Show that everyone else is wrong. And they will pay you millions of dollars. They will pay
All
you
right,
millions of
maybe.
dollars to save because they will save bazillions of dollars doing the
They're
Jeremy
already
no tank
saving.
stem
The
method.
point is, they're not. I'm showing you that you don't
They're
require more
not. No, they're
gasoline in
flying
your
great circle
vehicle
routes.
when you drive in one direction. Obviously, measurably, no change, no measurable change.
They fly great
energy
circle
required.
routes. They will fly great circle routes and continue to fly great circle routes because it's the most economic path to fly.
Why are we still arguing about the rotation of the Earth when I constantly give you guys sources saying that they measure the rotation of the Earth? Why are we still having this conversation?
Well, there's
because they don't want to accept it.
There'd be consequences in that relationship. Well, obviously, right? There would be obvious consequences in that relationship. That if a pilot or, like, say a person who's driving their car has to constantly turn to the right all the time, right? To maintain that speed, you have to hit the gas pedal a little bit, right? When you're turning, you want to get around a smooth turn, you accelerate. You hit your gas pedal. So this airplane will be hitting the gas pedal the entire time to maintain that speed in that heading to resist the rotating reference frame, and it would be a measurable difference in the fuel.
You and Jeremy,
I'm going to ask you one simple question. So the thing that I post all the time where it says they literally measure the rotation of the Earth. Please tell me whether or not you believe they're telling the truth or are they just lying about it?
I don't know I don't know what it is. I know you always post the pictures of the hotels.
The real-time measurements of the rotation of the Earth? Are they lying about that facility? Are they lying about that facility that they built in Germany?
It's not ringing any bells.
Yes? Is that a yes or no?
No, I don't know what What are you talking about?
Okay. Let me post it.
So why don't you and Jeremy No Tanks get together and prove that it works? Do some math. Show everybody that, hey, you're right.
He's a baby. I'd have to walk him through it. He's a little.
Oh, then you do it yourself.
Well, then
do it yourself. Do it yourself.
Do you remember how this conversation started with asking No Tanks to support his claim about a helicopter hovering, and he posted something that didn't have anything to do with a helicopter hovering?
I don't think that was even the context. Me having to post about a helicopter.
In the meantime,
it was because you said hovering would be you'd be a greater distance traveled.
If you have a better or a less fueled intensive flight path, man, the airlines of the world would love you. You'd be a billionaire in moments.
So
they all are less intensive, dude. That's the point. They don't need to love me. They're already just not spending extra gas going in a different direction.
They're flying great circle routes. Exactly. Thank you.
No thanks. There it is in the chat. Real-time measurements of
fling themselves around.
Real-time measurements of Earth's spin and tilt. An array of lasers provides the first continuous measurement of Earth's motion from a single location.
Dude, you don't like talking about the helicopter.
Are they lying about this?
A conflict for
Yeah,
your
this whole helicopter
rotation.
thing is conflict, man.
It is a conflict for your saying
No,
that
there's
the
not.
surface of Earth is rotating underneath you.
This helicopter argument.
If that is the case, then what is making you? What is making you rotate with the Earth?
Hold on, you guys are talking at the same time. Go ahead, and then you can go afterwards.
What is making you rotate with the Earth?
The atmosphere.
The atmosphere and the conservation of momentum.
Because he knows it's not gravity.
If you jump off the back of a truck, you're not going to fly backwards. If you're in an aircraft traveling at 500 miles an hour and you jump, you're not going to fly to the back of the aircraft. You're conserving the momentum. It's the same thing.
It's not a linear velocity, and you're not inside of the container.
It's the same thing. If I drive on a truck, if I'm on the back of a truck that's going 10 miles an hour and I jump, I'm not going to fly off the back of the truck.
Earth is not in a linear velocity. It's rotating. It's an angular velocity.
At 0.000694 rotations per minute.
696.
Once you're not subject to the force,
close enough. Jesus Christ.
Body,
that
point
0.0002.
It takes 24 hours for one rotation. How fast do you think that is? It's not
all you
very
gotta do is imagine a rock on a dreidel, like how Doofus said. It's like a little bit weak super glue on there, right? You're gonna flick the top of the dreidel. You're gonna flick the rock off.
Okay.
A linear velocity.
Let me ask. Okay, great. Now, how many times per minute? Wait, stop. How many times per minute is that top spinning? Go ahead. I'm sorry. Go ahead.
You flick the rock off of the top of the dreidel. You impart a linear velocity. Doofus, thank you for this example. This is the reason why you're no
The rock
longer
keeps
conserving
rotating.
angular momentum, because you're actually imparting a force. The force that is happening to the helicopter is you're resisting gravity. You're generating lift.
Oh my
It's
God.
the same thing as flicking a rock off of the top of a dreidel.
And
You're
the rock
imparting
keeps
something that's going
rotating,
to
which
give it a
means angular
linear
momentum was
velocity.
conserved.
It's no longer going to conserve the angular momentum.
Yeah, so the top just spins forever. It doesn't transfer.
Why
its energy
wouldn't? Why
through the
wouldn't it?
friction
I
of the
don't
table,
understand.
etc.
When have
Because
we
you
ever
imparted
seen something?
a force upon the mass, and it's no
But when
longer
have we
rotating.
ever? When have we ever
It
seen
is
something
rotating.
not
After you flick the rock off the top of the dreidel, it's still rotating.
Right.
No,
How? Hold on. Alexis.
So you think
When have we ever seen
in the
something
same,
not
in the same reference frame as the dreidel?
Electric, please. Electric.
All right, go.
When have we ever seen something not maintain its its momentum? In reality.
When you jump off of a merry-go-round.
When I throw a
Jump off a
baseball,
merry-go-round.
all these
When you
things.
jump off a merry-go-round, what do you mean?
You're no longer going to rotate. You're no longer in the rotating reference frame.
Different. That's different when you're traveling linearly, right? It's different.
Before you land, you're still rotating.
Yeah, Earth is
It's still
not traveling
moving.
linearly. It's rotating.
It's rotating at. Oh my God!
And you're
How are you not getting this?
Let
How are you
me
not
paint
getting
you
it?
a picture on how fast it's rotating, right? So, like, if you believe you live on a sphere with a circumference of 24,901, that means that you believe you're rotating fast enough to be in the position of where so you're in one position, you're in America, you're in the position of where China is. In only 12 hours, you've moved what would be 1/4 of their circumference.
It took you
So you
12
think you're
hours to
moving?
get. It took me 12 hours to do that. Yes.
Yeah, so you think you're moving, right? You think you're moving about 12,000 miles per 12 hours. Yeah.
It took you 12 hours to do
Linear
that.
momentum is
That's
not
fast.
angular
That's
momentum.
pretty fast.
And you could measure that.
You guys think, right? You should be able to measure
you
going
can. You could.
12,000 miles in 12 hours. That's pretty
And
fast.
you could measure that, by the way.
You can imagine extending your arm and rotating your arm to throw a baseball. The moment you let go of the baseball, it's not going to fucking go in the direction that your arm is moving in. It's going to go in the direction that it was moving in when you let go of it.
I think you need to take a break and just take a physics course, man. Honestly, because I don't understand why you're not getting it.
I told him that a long time ago.
No, because this is about you guys getting it.
This helicopter.
Take a physics course, man.
This stupid helicopter argument raises its head about once every 2 years, and it's time in the barrel again.
I've never stopped.
The same stupid argument that we debunked 2 years ago, and now it's coming back.
Enter the live stream. Dimok, enter the live stream. I have prepared the physics explanation for your phenomena and why there is a conservation of angular momentum, and I have also derived everything, so I can turn back to explain why this happens.
I can guarantee that
they're not gonna
check that out.
They're not gonna listen, but you can go for it.
So indeed, angular momentum does preserve as the linear momentum preserves. It's a law of physics. It simply originates from the conservation of force in an isolated system. Is an Earth isolated system? No, but the effects of the surroundings are so small that we approximate it to an isolated system. The same with delta R, which is the change in attitude or attitude. From 0 to 100 meters. It is negligible to the radius of the Earth, or the radius around which the helicopter on Earth rotates, which is the distance from the Earth's axis of rotation, the shortest distance. So basically, it preserves.
Fuck that. Just imagine a tether ball, right? You got a rope attached to the top of a pole, and you got a ball on the other end of the rope, and then you smack the ball. It's spinning around the pole. Cut the rope. Do you think that the ball is going to continue rotating around the pole? Yes or no?
No, because of the first law.
The answer is no. Okay, because even though you have angular momentum being imparted on the ball, The moment you're not attached to what's maintaining your angular velocity, which in the case of Earth, it is gravity, not the air pushing the helicopter.
Stop it.
You are no
This is
longer going
dumb.
to be in the rotating reference frame. The ball will accelerate with a linear velocity away from the rotating reference frame. It will not continue
You
rotating.
gotta stop interrupting, guys. That's 3 guys that interrupted him.
They hate that.
And by the way,
They
hold
hate
on.
that it deep-
Let me
they-
make
they
hold
hate-
on. Let me make a correction. The Earth is not an isolated system.
Well, I said that. I said that Earth isn't an isolated system. We approximate it to an isolated system because the surrounding effects are minimal and negligible, just as the distance or attitude of 100 meters is negligible to the Earth's radius. It's really a negligible distance.
They don't want to engage with the tether ball and cutting the rope.
I did earlier. Actually, I mentioned exactly why your example is wrong.
I couldn't believe you would even use that as an argument.
Do not interrupt this. Once you cut the rope, you will not maintain the angular momentum from when you were spinning around the pole.
So what momentum were you
equivalent to taking off of the platform that is rotating? Same thing.
Can I at least get a chance to actually clarify? Because I did actually address this earlier.
Go ahead.
Ball, the ball is still rotating after you cut the tether. That is the ball's angular. The ball's angular momentum is still conserved because it's rotating at the same rate that it was also spinning around the axis of rotation before the tether was cut. The line that it travels in is a different linear velocity. That is true. But the angular velocity of the ball is still the same.
And also,
no, it's not. The angular velocity of the ball is the same, even though it's not in the same rotating reference frame anymore.
Also, when you cut the rope, the object continues to move straight, but that's not rotational motion. You don't have
the ball is rotating around its own axis of rotation.
Yes. Once you are no longer being imparted on by the forces that is causing your rotation, you're going to have a linear velocity, not an angular velocity.
Yeah, but what happens is that you never cut the rope. You just extend it in the sense of when helicopter lifts off the ground.
All right, so imaginary globe retard shit. Cool.
No, when you have a helicopter which lifts off the ground, you didn't cut the rope. You just extended the rope. That's what happens.
Oh, so gravity.
Yes, exactly.
Yeah, gravity, exactly. So gravity is what's maintaining your angular momentum. So the helicopter resists the force of gravity. It's literally like imparting a force, which will give it a linear velocity. It's the same thing.
I can't believe you're not getting
the force of gravity.
They don't get it. They don't want to get it.
No, you don't want to get it.
Maybe.
I'm going to go enjoy something else. You guys can just fucking scramble by yourself.
The force of gravity is still present, but it is resisted enough so the helicopter maintains a constant radius around the axis of rotation. That's what happens. It produced enough of centrifugal force in order to counteract the gravitational force, in order to be on that distance. If you increase the centrifugal force, it will resist the gravity furthermore, but it won't make the gravity go away. It will still be present, because if it wasn't present, there wouldn't be any rotation in the first place. You have to have a normal acceleration, which is a component of which is essentially gravitational acceleration in order for rotational motion to exist in the first place.
Yeah, well, we would just be on rinse and repeat. Jesse already wrecked everybody in here. And
posturing
it's
is
just
useless.
outrageous
No
that
posturing,
you get cut
please.
off all the time, and Doofus doesn't have to pay the consequences for his behavior. And
there's no reason to
I'd share
posture.
the
That's not
sentiment that
useful to the
Jesse has.
conversation.
Oh, there he goes again. We're just leaving the room and just not visiting this type of area.
Okay, posturing doesn't help anything. There was no reason to do any of that. I said it kind of bothered me here because extending the tether is not really useful in this conversation. He thinks that the ball being cut from its tether and it's rotating around its own axis of rotation now means that it doesn't have angular velocity anymore. He doesn't know what angular velocity means. So when you try to explain to him angular velocity is maintained and he doesn't know what angular velocity means, he can't understand what you're saying.
Yeah, of course, but it is always present. The tether, if you have the quote unquote the tether, is just other name for centrifugal force. It is always present in rotational motion. Always.
Well, hopefully you guys learn to behave and you do better next time.
Oh, we're good.
You first. You first.
Well, Schlitzy's here. He can take it over, maybe, or you guys can dogpile him or something. You guys do your thing.
No, I can't engage with.
You guys running away to Earth Awakenings now?
I'll do better.
Oh, they're running away to Earth Awakenings. Oh.
Yeah, bye.
And nothing of value was lost.
I was hoping to speak to Schlitsky. How's it going, man?
Wonderful.
I've got time for you, Red.
No time?
No, I've got time for you. I've only got time for you.
Oh, you have got time?
Yeah.
Okay, good.
How's things?
It's not too shabby. Not too shabby at all.
Good.
Happy Friday to everybody. Hope everyone has a wonderful weekend.
I got work this weekend, so.
I don't know.
Well, how did that argue? I'm sorry.
No, go on.
No, I was just going to ask, how did that conversation start about the angular momentum?
There's the helicopter hovering example. That's how it all started. Then you asked No Tanks to back up his claim about how much of a deflection there would be, and he posted something that was definitely not a helicopter hovering.
When you was arguing that, not one person cared to mention anything about the uplift from the, no one said anything about. No one said
the
nothing
lift of the
about
helicopter.
No, when the helicopter, say like the helicopter stationary, and it lifts up, you've got the wind. It goes down and it comes back up. It's like because the rotors are spinning, and it's sucking as well. It's like a vacuum.
The ground effect.
That's when the pilot has to adjust because like the winds are like rocking it from left to right or front and back. No one even mentioned that. I can't see how you can have an argument and not. That's what the most fundamental thing. The wind uplift from its own rotors.
Right. The ground effect. The ground effect was measured.
Nothing to do with the ground effect. I'm talking about the rotors causing a wind to come up. It's like an uplift. It's called uplift. I'm pretty sure.
Right, that is part of the ground effect. But regardless, we did mention that the pilot is going to be.
Call it for what it is. In the ground effect, it's the uplift from the rotors, and the rotors are pushing down in the air, so the air is like it's pinging back up, and it's rocking the plane. So when you're saying that, the pilot is driving the plane, not necessarily. He's just compensating for the effect of the uplift of the wind.
Right,
created by his own helicopter.
And in the conversation, I mentioned specifically that whatever forces are acting on that helicopter to drive that helicopter away from the point that he's trying to hover over, the pilot will counteract in order to try and stay over that point. I did mention that in the conversation at least 3 or 4 times.
Exactly, but also he doesn't really have to counteract much sideways forces. The only force that he really needs to counteract in order to stay at a constant altitude is the force of gravity. That means that the force of the uplift or the force by which the rotors push the air downwards needs to be the same as gravity.
So what is that? What's that measurable force? Have you measured that force? Do you know what that force is? Measure that.
Well, you can measure it. There are methods to measure it.
No, it's a simple question. It's not you can, have you, or do you know it?
What force are we asking to measure?
He's asking
right.
for the.
He's just said something about the force of gravity or something, and I don't know what it was really like. Some,
are you asking about the lift force?
And I said, have you measured it? What force? What's the force? You're saying it's a force, so let's get the measurement for the force to see if it is a force.
Which one are you asking about?
I don't know. I really don't understand all this nonsense. But he said a force. He said there's a force, and the helicopter is, you know, struggling to maintain its position because the force. So I said, what force? He said, "Oh, it's gravity." I said, "So what's the measurement for that? You must be measuring."
Right, weight is a force. Weight is caused by gravity. That's one of the forces. Lift is going to have to counteract weight
I
in
thought
order for the
gravity weren't
helicopter
a
to.
force. See, I'm confused.
I don't know
Gravity's
why
a
you're
force,
already
it
talking
ain't a
before I
force.
finished actually what I was saying.
Yeah, because like you just said, gravity's a force, and I thought
But
it
it's
ain't a
like
force.
I tried to answer the question and you started talking right in the middle of it. I don't know
Yeah,
why that
because you
happened.
said it was a force, and I
Because
just
I was in
wanted
the
to-
middle of answering the question.
Oh, okay.
You started talking
So
while
it
I
is
was
a
answering
force,
the
but it
question,
ain't
so
a
you
force.
started talking before you heard the whole answer, right?
Well, let's carry on from.
So I don't know
earlier.
why you
I'm sure
started
you're like-
talking in the middle of the answer I was trying to give to you, right?
Well, I wasn't fucking asking you to be honest.
You did ask what forces.
No,
You did
I
ask
asked the guy
me that.
who fucking
I was trying
mentioned
to
it,
tell
and
you what
fucking chipped
forces
in.
and how they're measurable. You were asking what forces there are and how they can be measured. You wanted to know that information, and then you started talking in the middle of it.
Not from you, Mister.
Okay, well, this is a public chat room. People can respond, and you just, when somebody else is talking, you should probably not be talking.
I would like to hear from.
Remember when I told you that no one listens to you, bro?
Doofus, can you please explain for my benefit? Thank you.
Right. So, the weight of the helicopter, that's the force of gravity we're talking about. That force is downward. Lift, ideally, should oppose that if you want the helicopter to hover. Rotor wash, downward, and reflected back up again are another set of forces. You can measure that with the amount of air that's moving from the helicopter. That's all of the forces that we should consider for this demonstration for a hovering helicopter.
Unfortunately,
would it? Oh my god!
Well, unfortunately, the gravitational pull.
We're gonna take. You continuing, or is there? This is the added bit.
Let me kind of add on to what Disjointed just said. You see, the force of gravity is still acting on the aircraft, no matter what. It's still acting on it. It's just that air pressure beneath the blades are higher, right? It's pulling in the air around the aircraft underneath the blades. So your question is now, where is that air coming from? Well, that air is available
You didn't
because
ask where the air was coming from.
the air is towards the surface because of gravity.
So yeah, that's not exactly what I don't need to know. That I wanted to know the amount of force measured from the other guy's question. He said it was a force of gravity. Doofus has just said gravity is acting as a force. I didn't think gravity was a force. I don't know. Maybe I shouldn't remember these things, but
Weight is a force caused by gravity.
I will explain it.
Let me address it. Let me address it. Hold on.
What? Why would you address what I said?
No.
He knows
Because I was
better
the
than
one who said
you.
it.
He knows better than you.
Yeah, he knows my answer better than me, I guess.
Robert is
saying
the
weight,
number one
weight is a
glober.
force that is caused by gravity. That's the words that I used. I didn't say gravity is a force. I said weight is a force caused by gravity.
Oh, so gravity causes a weight.
Yeah.
Yes.
I love to see that.
Exactly. The weight itself is a gravitational force. Actually, it is a gravitational force, and also
So now gravity is not a magical force. It's now a weight.
Yeah, essentially, weight is just a gravitational force. And the thing
how
about
do you measure that?
well, what is a force essentially? The force.
the force essentially is mass times acceleration. So if you have a constant mass, let's say 1 kilogram, and you go around the world, you measure the way which it accelerates towards the Earth when you drop it from certain height, and it is constant, 9.81 meters per second squared, then you can calculate what is the weight or gravitational force. It isn't fictive. It is constant, measurable, repeatable everywhere on planet Earth.
Oh, maybe. Are these elites? Those are the ones that have flavors in them. Is that right? No. They don't.
Fuck up, mute yourself.
Lush, hot mic.
He's buying Durex. Are these the ones?
Could I get? What do I want?
You want some chili Durex?
So yeah, you, even though, like, what is the force essentially? Mass times acceleration. You can measure acceleration, gravitational acceleration everywhere around the world, and it is
if you're hovering, you're not really
What?
Well, we're talking about helicopters, are we, or are you talking about something else now?
You asked about the gravitational force, and I explained to you how we measure it.
So, but the helicopter is just hovering. It's not no velocity, is it? It's not speeding or anything. It's not doing anything. It's just like to use your own word, it's gravitating.
No, it's opposing the constant force. The acceleration everywhere on Earth is constant. So it has to have an opposite force, an equal force in opposite direction, in order to counteract that force, in order to satisfy the Newton's first law of motion. If the object isn't moving, what we presume when we say that the helicopter is hovering, that means that the gravitational force is counteracted but with equal but opposite force.
So Newton's got his own laws, yeah?
Yeah, Newton has laws, yeah, and both Newton's laws of motion and gravity are satisfiable approximations of our reality under non-extreme circumstances, which means that you don't require extreme precision and you do not have extreme cases, for example, speeds which exceed 10% the speed of light and you're near the extremely massive objects, which means that they're correct.
Has the other geezer got some laws? What's his name? Einstein.
Yeah, of course. Those are for more extreme circumstances. Yeah, exactly.
Are they kind of like interchangeable? Could you like mix and match?
You can derive Newton's laws you can derive the Newton's laws of motion and gravity from Einstein's equation by plugging in that the speed of light is equal to infinity. As speed of light approaches infinity, Einstein's equation essentially became Newton's laws. But the speed of light isn't infinite. So the Newton's laws are just approximations. Even Einstein's equations are actually approximations because they do not account for everything we see around the universe. They're just more accurate.
Yeah, like black holes.
Exactly. The extreme circumstances, yeah, which I mentioned previously. And when you require extreme precision. For example, when they wanted to calculate the gravitational force on Mercury to predict its behavior from the sun, it wasn't really satisfying because the Mercury is near an extremely massive object. So our approximation becomes really less accurate. That's why they had to use much more precise models and understandings, which Einstein's equations essentially are.
How many zillions of miles is that away?
What?
Yeah,
how many zillion?
You're gonna keep branching out into these esoteric conversations that flat earthers haven't got the basics down yet.
Oh, sorry, Doofus. I'm just inquisitive and asking questions. Is that a problem?
It's not really a problem. It's just, I mean, if we're trying to figure out the shape of the Earth and whether or not it rotates,
well, we're not.
Then dark matter and galaxy rotations don't tell us those things.
Why would you be trying to figure out? Why would you be trying to figure out the shape of the Earth? And who said
I'm constantly
Earth
asked how I know these things.
And who says the Earth has to be any shape?
The Earth
I actually do it
determines
on
what
a
shape it
pretty
is
regular
because that's what
basis.
shape it is.
Pardon?
So my
The Earth is
hobby
what
is
determines
racing
what shape it is
sailboats.
because that's what shape
Yeah,
it is.
you think it's that shape, but maybe someone might
No, that's
think,
what shape it
oh,
is.
it doesn't have to be a shape. Well, you got no proof of that, regardless of what you think you know. You have a belief, and I'm sure you're asserting your belief, regardless of anything. You've built a hill, and I'm sure
a
you're going to
belief
die.
is only what you think is true, and everyone
Yeah.
believes something. Everyone. There's nobody on this planet that doesn't believe something. But more importantly, through my observations, calculated observations, completely carefully done things that I've done, useful work for useful tasks for people that want to get those things done, the surface of the Earth is curving at a rate that is roughly equivalent to a sphere with a radius of about 3,959 miles, because that's what I've observed to happen.
Horseshit.
And also, if you call that bullshit,
That's incredulity.
No, horseshit. Bullshit?
Yep, it's still incredulity.
No, it's not, because like what you're trying to say, where can I find you where you've got this empirical proofs, and I can say, look, there's the guy Doofus, the guy who hangs out on Discord, with this accolade of proofs to his name. Where can I find that? Where should I go and find that? If I'm showing my incredulity, where do I find that about you?
Find that in any observations you make on Earth.
No,
the long distance observations that you can make on the surface of the Earth show that the surface of the Earth gets in the way of distant objects.
Yeah, what you're trying to
surfaces
say
cannot
is
do that. That's how flat surfaces don't.
I have an authority over you. So where can I find that to check?
What? Where can you find my personal, my personal stuff that I've done?
Yeah, I don't think it's there, is it?
Well, I'm not going to post that online because I'm not going to dox myself. Because I work in a very specialized field. A very small number of people work in it. And so if I tell you exactly where I am, I also tell you exactly who I am. And I'm not doing that for you guys. But what I can do is I can show you observations that are fully documented, all of the details present, which show that the surface of the Earth gets in the way of distant objects, and flat surfaces can't do that.
Well, we don't live on a fucking entirely flat surface, do we? You got hills, you got
You say
valleys.
the water should be flat, though.
Well, you show me where I can go right now and see the curving water, because I'd love to see that. Because I just haven't seen it.
So,
Huh?
I have what you're asking. Have you ever heard of an app called Yellow Boat?
More importantly, here you go. This is in Australia. This is fine.
Oh my god! Please stop.
No, what you're asking for
What I've actually done. I've been to a salt flat, and I know.
Hold on. I'm giving you what
I went
you
to a
asked for.
salt flat
You
in
can't talk.
Bolivia. But this is important.
I appreciate you over talking me, but you asked for this. So
you're the one who keeps over talking. You just can't help yourself. But go on.
Have you ever heard of the app called Yellow Boat? It is free on
Google. What do I need to get a fucking app called Yellow Boat for?
So
Tell
Yellow
me what
Boat
good is it going to do?
So Yellow Boat has my personal, as well as many people I know's, position, speed, and time for all of our big boat races. In fact, this weekend I hope to post another one on there.
Are you
Yellow
a sailor?
Boat, yes.
Okay.
So you can use the information, including mine, which is listed on there, in order to map. I'm sorry. Can I finish my sentence, or are you gonna just impulse?
Yeah, I'm gonna.
You can use the information that has been uploaded by me and my friends onto this free app that you can get, and you can map out the surface of the water everywhere there's a sailboat track, to include the Vendée Globe from Vendée, France, around Antarctica and back to France. All of
let me ask you one question. Does it use GPS?
Sometimes. Depends.
Also, my guy.
Sometimes.
Also,
Right. If the race is in my local harbor, no, we don't tend to use GPS.
Because you won't be using GPS in your local harbour.
Right, we wouldn't. If it is a blue water race and we need points that are marked by nothing but open water, then of course we would use GPS.
Okay.
But there's also races on Yellow Boat, such as the Golden Globe race. What makes the Golden Globe race special is they did not use GPS.
What did they
contestants, use? You gotta let me finish my sentence, buddy. I promise I'm gonna answer your questions, okay?
Okay.
The contestants on board used celestial navigation as their primary means of finding where they went. They did have GPS units on board, but they were locked. And if you opened up the little clip to get to the GPS, you were disqualified. The only time that changed during the entire race was there was one of the ships that went down, and one of the competitors was asked to open up their GPS unit so they could more accurately and quickly save the down sailor. They then met with the Coast Guard and gave the GPS to them and received another locked box with the GPS in it.
Yep.
And they use celestial navigation.
Correct.
On the yacht, yeah, or on the sailing boat.
Yeah, they're yachts. They're 35 foot long.
They're only 35 foot long.
Yeah. This race was designed to mimic a race that was done long time ago. So they were very restricted on the size, the manufacturer, the type of boat. They went so far as extreme as to monitor how much heating oil the contestants were using to keep themselves warm. And if you used more than you should have, there was a time penalty associated with it. Yeah.
No way.
Yep. And also, my guy, you asked about why is it important, blah, 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 about the shape of the Earth to know that. Well, we live in a semi-advanced civilization. I think everyone would agree that it would be at least a basic thing for a member of the most advanced civilization of our planet to know its shape. And you can check it yourself, or you can check it with your friends really easily. What you can do is use cameras to basically film the night sky. If you're on the northern hemisphere, ask a friend on the southern hemisphere to do the same and make a time lapse. See in which direction the skies will rotate. On the northern hemisphere, the skies will always rotate in the counterclockwise direction. On the southern hemisphere, they will always rotate in a clockwise direction. You can do it with your friend in an opposite hemisphere of where you're from, or you can do it by yourself, but you need to travel to the other hemisphere. And it only works on a globe. It doesn't work on a 2D shape at all. It has to be a 3D shape. Yeah, it is true, actually. The whole flat Earth model falls apart if those time lapses are true.
No, it doesn't, because you don't know what the sky is doing. So, like, for you to say it's all or nothing is like foolhardy, because, like, really and truly, you can't. You know.
Well, but I know, and you can know too, pretty easily, fairly easily. You can just film them and make a time lapse.
Spinning lights in the sky doesn't tell me anything.
It tells you a lot.
It tells you a lot if you believe in what you preach. What you've been preaching.
Use angles to external references to characterize the surface that they walk upon all the time.
Yeah,
you can use external references to figure out what things are.
Yeah, okay.
And more importantly, the celestial navigation methods that we have and we use now treat the Earth as spherical. They do not treat the Earth as flat at all.
Exactly. But the calculations are a little bit like fragrant.
Those lights that prove me wrong don't mean anything. Of course.
I didn't say prove you wrong. I just said the lights in the sky doesn't prove anything.
Yeah,
you can literally
No,
characterize the
what I'm
surface
going to
by
say,
looking at external
look, you
references.
assume you're on a ball. So what you should be saying, assuming we're on a ball, that makes no sense. I agree.
Oh yeah, assuming we're on a flat
No, I'm not going to argue with that.
no sense.
But I don't believe we're on the ball, so there must be some other explanation.
We don't.
Hold on, and that's what you're not willing to discuss because you believe what you've been preached that you're on a
There's
ball.
nothing to discuss. At the moment, we don't have an alternative which provides us a way to navigate on the surface of the Earth as though it were a flat Earth. We don't have that method of navigation. But we do have a method of navigation that treats the Earth as spherical, and that one works.
Well,
before you know, they come up with, you know, and I think like we can claim that we invented navigation, yeah, or we've, you know, come up with the longitude, latitude. I think that was done in Greenwich. It's kind of funny how even the Gleason's map was actually made in Blackheath. Those people that are in Blackheath, which is like I could actually go to Greenwich and throw a stone, and it would land in Blackheath.
Dude, there's firstly one thing which you said, like we aren't open-minded to take into account other perspectives.
Well, Greenwich is kind of
your perspective is
to evaluate.
Your perspective is basically, oh guys, but listen to this cool idea about the square circle.
I don't speak like that. I don't speak like that. I can actually mimic you if you want. If you want to go down that road, we can like.
Shilitzi, just letting you know, they went through this over 2,500 years ago. That's the reason why we understand
2,500 years ago.
Yes. And I'm going. Let me just finish.
Who was that? 2,500 years ago.
Let me just finish here, brother.
No, but who are we talking about? 2,500 years ago.
When Aristarchus, Pythagoras, those people said the same thing you said. They said we're assuming that we're on a flat plane, actually, because around us seems like a flat plane, but that's an assumption. So why does the moon eclipse look like that? And that's why. Let me just finish. Let me just get you here. And that's why Ptolemy, you see, night and day can't work on a flat plane. They're saying, listen, the sun doesn't change its angular size in any significant way. So why is there night?
What you just said is horseshit because you're saying. Right, listen, Robert. You can't just keep rambling because like you go on for so long. I want to pull you on something.
You did the same thing.
You have to
did
stop,
the same thing.
Yeah, but I want you to stop just 1 minute because you've made a point. So look, you can't just go from 1 point 25 points. So like, you did
the same thing. You did the same thing.
I'm asking you to stop because I want to address something what you just said. So then when you like beaming on, and then we've got to come laboriously all the way back. So, you know, just take a breather. I just want to ask you a question. And I think, like, to be honest, I think you've got the question I was going to ask you. Fucking hell. Typical. But it was important. It was important, but I can't remember it. But it was, I wanted to address something that you just said. What did you just say? Recap what you just said.
Okay, let me recap again. About 2,500 years ago, right?
Oh yeah.
They started. Number one, they started to see how day and night. This day and night is the issue.
Oh yeah.
Because the sun does not go from 100% in the middle of the day to 0%. It literally goes below the horizon, pretty bright, and it has twilight as it goes below the horizon. So they were saying it's them. That's one. Number two, The eclipse. They saw a circular pattern around the eclipse. So these things started to say,
look,
wait a minute.
Now you're talking about day and night, and now we're onto eclipses. Like you're a million miles in front. So that's why I said stop. So let's address day and night. You're telling me day and night don't work on a flat surface.
No, it would not. It would not. No.
Right. Okay. Let's say this. Let's say this. The sun. You know, when I look at the sun, it comes up. Say like where I am now, it would come up to my left, which would be most probably east, and it goes over my head, and it looks like it's going to drop where it say like it come up one side and it's now going over, so it's just traveling. So I don't know how you don't, because I know full well we're not on some rotational multi-directional ball. So when you're telling me hold on,
you can't say that.
I haven't.
You cannot say.
Did you hear me stop and say like I finished? I ain't even finished yet. So you can't tell me that it don't work on a non-rotational, I don't know, plane, because that's what I experience every day.
The sun would have to go underneath of that plane, and we know that's
experience that. Huh?
No, we don't have to go that far.
The sun would have to go underneath
the sun would have to start
set.
Right. In order
I remember you clowns. You were saying like, you know, when like the sun is going down, you saying that there's always a gap before there's, you know, like if we lived on a like a, you know, on a ball, and the sea would be curving, you wouldn't get the light from that coming all the way to us, to the shore. So if I stood at the shore and I looked at the sun, that light path goes all the way. There's no, if it was a curve, it wouldn't reach.
Sun pillars? Are you talking about sun pillars?
Well, I don't know. It's the reflection of the sun on the water. Yeah,
yes,
reflection.
It does go underneath you. It's fine.
It goes all the way.
Yes, because as been mentioned
if everyone
before, the surface of the ocean is not completely flat.
Go on, say that again. No, because I've had the argument where someone said, "No, we live on a globe," and they've actually posted pictures where. Hold on, I'm fucking talking, and you're going Schlitzley. I'm the only fucking Schlitz in the room, so like you don't have to keep calling my name. Fuck's sake. Go on.
No, what I'm saying is that you're not giving
all
up
the way straight to you because the surface of the water is not perfectly smooth.
Let's keep him focused here because he's
so you're telling me because the water isn't perfectly smooth, that does happen.
Yeah, if you take, because this has been modeled before, we've done this with aluminum foil. If you have it completely smooth and it's over a curved surface, the light pillar would not reach you the entire path. What you're saying is accurate. That's right. However, if you bend that aluminum foil enough times to where it's kind of slightly wrinkled, even though it's going over a curved surface, then the light pillar does reach you because parts of that surface are at a slightly different angle, which can still have that light reflect to you. So
yeah, but you know,
in support of a flat Earth, it's not.
You know,
there's a picture in chat of what's known as the Boston bean right now. Schlitzy, your claim is the Boston bean is
no,
flat.
I'm not claiming anything. Did I claim anything? I'm asking questions. Learn the difference of making a claim or asking questions.
Okay, look at the Boston beam before you make your question. Okay, look at
the Boston beam.
Yeah, it's
I just posted a picture in
Boston, so I can't verify that. So that's not really going to appeal to me.
I posted a picture in chat.
Have you got the Barcelona beam? You got the Barcelona beam? I can go and view that. Barcelona beam.
Right, it's a highly reflective art piece. It's very curved and it's very reflective.
Okay, so guys, you have to understand that each longitude, each latitude, for example, each longitude is 69 miles. So that means every 69 miles, that's 1 degree.
What, nautical miles or statutory miles? Like road miles?
Right? You're right. 69 miles.
Which miles?
Right. 69 miles. It's okay. Miles is miles. Miles is miles. So,
well, nautical miles?
No, miles is miles.
Don't worry about it.
Miles is miles. Right? Right. You understand what we're saying. Statute miles, same thing. So the thing is that each 69 miles is 1 degree. So the minute the sun peaks up, so each time zone is 69 miles up, right? So that's just 1 degree when the sun.
Sure.
Yeah, we're not going to say each time zone is 1 degree apart. That doesn't make any sense.
No, it's not.
No,
sorry.
say that.
Sorry. I apologize. Not each time zone. I apologize. Each longitude.
Robert's on the cess. It's been smoking too much cess.
Each longitude. Sorry. I have to be talking quickly because everybody wants to speak. So I just want to make sure everybody gets, everybody can speak. But so each 69 miles is a degree. So the Earth is only a degree.
That's convenient. It's like a clock, isn't it?
Barely. Yeah. Every 69 miles.
360 degrees in a circle. 360 degrees. Each one is 69 miles.
Yeah, about 24,875 miles in circumference.
The original definition of nautical mile is 1 minute of angle increase. 60 minutes in an hour. 1 hour is 1 degree. Congratulations, you've just figured out what nautical mile means, Litzy.
God, you got anything to gargle with? Sounds like you've got a gravelly voice.
Not time for a D's nuts joke.
Oh, it just sounded a bit gravelly.
Right, then where he's trying to bring this all back to is celestial navigation methods as we use them now. The angle change of the celestial sphere relative to your position changes by 1 degree for 69 statute miles, no matter which direction you travel. And that's a feature that should be expected on a sphere. A flat surface should never do that.
Yeah. Okay. So those people, before that grid system was put in place, they just got it all wrong, yeah?
They mostly did coastal navigation.
Yeah. Yeah, but they did.
They see where you're going, then
they
you
didn't
can
do coastal. No, that's not true to say that. That's even just really bad faith to say that. They just sailed around the coast. No, they didn't.
Astrolabes were in use. We typically did coastal navigation. That's what we typically did.
No. Well, you might have where you came from, but that's not true.
No humanity. Before astrolabes, before celestial navigation.
How do you think? Okay, then. How do you think?
That's what we did.
How do you think that the Egyptians sailed to Spain then? You couldn't sail around.
They went the long way.
Yeah,
they went the long way around the coast.
The long way.
We have the documentation and the artifacts from the trade route.
You got the back box.
Why do you constantly interrupt? Is it just because you're a dick, or do you not have self-control?
Because you're gay.
Okay, got it.
To even say something like that, I don't know. You're the number one interrupter.
Why are flat earthers such universally
who's a flat
awful
earther? See, look, this is another assumption where you're wrong. Who's a flat earther? You're a flat earther. And now you're going to...
Why are flat earthers universally awful people?
Why
None
are
of them can have a
globers
conversation.
fucking
All of them are
absolute
just
cocksuckers? Ask me that question.
No, the reason it appears that way, it isn't true. The reason it appears that way is the type of people that you would get in a forum like this are going to be the way you'd expect them to be in order to withstand the dogpiling and all the rest of it that they'll get. Normal, if you can say that word, normal flat earther type people wouldn't come in here, and they wouldn't be able to take the insults. so they don't come in here. So the people that can take the insults give the insults, and that's what we end up in here with.
Yeah, but it's like, I didn't come,
and as they say, all's fair in love and war.
I didn't come in to insult anyone, but I do question some of the, methodology.
I mean, I've spoken to Platter.
You question the methodology sitting in your mother's basement. I do the methodology when my life is on the line at sea. Do you see the difference?
See, that's that's not true, is it?
I mean,
because you sound pretty fucking gay. I don't know whether you have got a wife. Is that you can?
I didn't even mention. What are you talking about?
I don't know. You said something about me sitting in my fucking bedroom, or my fucking mum's bedroom, or my nan's fucking bedroom, and you're fucking doing something while your wife is fucking your best friend or something. I don't know what you said, but
this is Schlitzy
along them lines.
This is Schlitzy taking the L.
Okay, Schlitzy, let me say this one more time. Listen this time. While you're sitting there questioning the methodology in your mommy's house, I am using the methodology.
In my mommy's house. But how old do you think I am, then, silly boy?
I am using the methodology on the nasty, dangerous ocean where my life is on the line. Now you're just literally making noise.
I don't know, because that's what you sound like.
You remember how he basically told me, "Oh, don't laugh at how I speak. Don't imitate me like that." Now he's doing the exact same thing.
Shall I do how you speak then?
We just heard Schlitzy admit defeat.
Schlitzy, why don't you just go out to sea? If you think
this is Schlitzy admitting defeat.
Yeah, this is what's his name? Fucking shit Bill. Sticking his nose in where it doesn't belong. So this is just end up in the shit show. I like it though. I all day long. I like it.
This damn shit show. You guys,
you're not here for the shit show. You're in the wrong place.
You're like sounding like the elephant guy.
The elephant.
The elephant geezer. You got a list.
I would say that in a discussion over flat Earth, a geodetic surveyor is always going to be relevant. So
you must probably walk with a lisp. Do you walk with a lisp?
Why are you making fun of my speech impediment?
Oh my god! Now he's talking Pakistani.
Listen, dude, and you have to understand it.
That's the funniest thing you've said.
Very quickly.
You retard.
God, you fucking damaged.
You retard.
Oh my gosh. What's happening with these people?
Oh my. Anyway. Listen, I'm fucking bored.
There he goes again.
I'm fucking bored.
Are you bored because you're tired of just expressing incredulity over and over and over again about the same topic? I can't believe that would bore you.
Listen,
I don't want to listen. I've listened to you for a long time.
Why don't you get
Hey, I'm a rude fucker. Let me fucking interrupt.
Why don't you get fucking lispy around? Yeah.
I'm not going to because my speech
and ask him to take his fucking false teeth out and give you a munch.
Why don't you just get fucked, you fucking duster?
Oh, shut up. Anyway,
why?
You're fucking boring.
Why?
Now.
You said I interrupted.
Bye.
Anyway, let me tell you why I like the taste of cock. Because it's better than regular chicken. What you do is you roast it in wine. It's called coq au vin. It is succulent.
Stop saying this. You god fucking damn it. Yeah.
It sounds dirty.
What sounds dirty?
What you just said.
A succulent coq au vin? It's a wonderful French dish.
What are you doing in a van?
Coq au vin is it's French. If you sailed from Egypt to Spain and stopped in France on your way there, you might have had coq au vin. Vin is French for wine. Coq is French for rooster.
Why are we all still triggered here? What's going
And
on?
if you want to have a succulent cock, I do suggest you go to France.
That was funny. Thank you for that.
Well, at least people aren't bored anymore.
Such is the conversation with Schlitsky. It's how it ends up very often, isn't it?
It is amusing, but quite circular. Is that ironic? I don't know.
That is. I just came in, and the first thing I heard was, "So the helicopter hovers," and I went, "No."
Oh, the fucking helicopter again?
Why are people had to mute myself and just laugh?
Flight to Coriolis? I asked that question before, but then I had to go deal with some work shit. And then I came back, and we'd moved on to insults and meta conversations about like how interrupty people are and what a fucking asshole I am because I'm a glober.
That's
I'm
why
an
I
asshole.
came in on.
Really admit it.
Good, isn't it?
I just want the flat Earth conversation to move to something new and different.
You know that can't happen.
Yeah, I wonder how that would happen, right?
We need new arguments. I need new things to laugh at. I've laughed at and written songs about every fucking thing that there ever has been in Flirftopia, and I need something new to work with. So can anybody help me with that, please?
So when you say write songs, what you mean is you've written some words and had AI write a song.
Yeah, like while they do the music part of it. Yeah. I'm not musically talented. I'm a lyricist. I've written lyrics. If you want me to be super pedantic about it, I'm happy to be.
You're a lyricist then, all right?
Yes, I'm a lyricist.
So you're the lyric part of the Elton John thingy. What's it? Duo. Forgot his name. Who wrote the lyrics?
I don't remember, but he did have like a partner that did that, right?
Yeah, that's right.
That
from New York.
Yeah.
He was in London, and then his partner was in New York writing the lyrics.
I do remember hearing about that a long ago. Yeah. I don't know the answer to that, and I do not know. I've heard the name before, and if you said it, I might say, "Oh yeah, that's."
Yeah, that's
so I'm a lyricist. I have zero musical talent, and I have to get AI to sing it because when I sang it myself, everybody told me I had to stop because otherwise I was going to go to the Hague for like some sort of like crime against humanity.
Some crime against humanity, war crimes.
Yeah, maybe do on the plane.
On the plane? Like an aeroplane or like Saskatchewan?
Oh, living on a plane.
Oh, is that like one you'd like me to do lyrics for, or you've done those?
No, I was just trying to give you a pointer.
There is one. There is one AI song that I didn't mind too much, and that was the ferrocell image of a magnet that goes into its inertial state. It's explanation one of the
I don't know if he made that one himself or if he worked on it with somebody, but yeah, that's a good one.
That was MC Toon. I think he got some of the words from.
Here you go.
Well, they're real Austin Whitsitt words.
Yeah, but he added some. He
arranged them and added.
Yeah,
he linked them together. Yeah.
Yeah, because
that was
first
from a
chorus.
real conversation he had. But the first few lines are actual.
Yeah,
like
actually his words. Yeah. So it's verse, chorus, then verse, chorus, then bridge, and then chorus. And the bridge he wrote all. Yeah, there's added lyrics. That was not bad. I mean, it's really bad. Really bad banjo. The banjo sounds awful.
Yeah,
and the vocal sounds weird as well.
Yeah, the AI music is like pretty new technology. It isn't great, but my hope is that I could get people with musical talent to work with me to make something of real quality. But I mean, let's face it, I'm just making fun of Flirf talk, right? So
yeah.
Have you done a new one based on the celestial theodolite? There's lots of word salad in.
Oh, that's some good material.
I should look at the. I should look at that. Yeah. I mean, I've dealt with some surveying and celestial navigation, but yeah, I haven't done that one. The new one from Doctor Mountain or whatever his name is.
Heffron.
Heffron. Yeah, that's it. Heffron. Yeah, I haven't. Yeah, maybe I should go back to some of those discussions and grab some material.
Can someone tell me about him? Is he a real doctor, and is he really a flat earther, or is he just being convinced by some?
So he's as far as I know, I think somebody had already looked him up as PhD in computer science. That's fine. As far as his flat earthiness, I'm not sure exactly how genuine it is. Given how much effort he's putting into manufacturing the data that he says matches flat Earth, that part is required.
On MC Toon, Mike had pulled up a book written by Dr. Heffron where he's totally batshit about all kinds of physics, including like stupid gravity and fake, all kinds of stuff. He's a freak. I can't imagine anybody going through a university, getting to PhD level without the common knowledge and maths of simple things.
So a bit of a crackpot.
Trucker.
By his own publishing, I would say yes.
Right.
Al Trucker, real quick, the brief overview that Ruhif made for one of his videos is a good summary of what they're thinking. So that might
be good. Yeah, I have listened to that, but that would be good source material. Yeah. Excellent.
Particularly if he's a computer science person, and they generated this graph where they had all their flat Earth predictions confirmed by the celestial theodolite, and it was a completely smooth flat line with sub-meter elevation differences over 100 kilometers. That is absolutely functionally a zero result.
Yeah.
Right. Yes.
That could be.
Yeah, as a PhD, he should know what p-hacking is. He should know what the various. Yeah, the signs were there in his own data that he's doing something wrong.
There's some chicanery involved. You could finesse the numbers enough to make it work.
Well, from my understanding, by watching a couple of these updates, is they drum up with the flat Earth vertical angle, which is just a rise over run Pythagorean at any distance to anything, and then they go to stellarium and they'll use the observer's coordinate at the target, and then they'll look at the angles, they'll turn refraction on or off, they'll alter the times, they do whatever necessary until stellarium reports the angle they want.
Yes.
So the only real measurement they have is a time, and that is not. They don't even respect that when entering it into stellarium because it's the azimuth is off unless we dick it a minute and a half.
So it's the physics equivalent of numerology.
Exactly. Yeah. They alter it, and then they say, "Well, that's because stellarium has all these errors, but yet they're banking on it." Because stellarium is, they have the wrong azimuth. It's kind of approximate. Now, when I take celestial measurements, and I put up a couple of graphics of what I've actually done quite recently, and every time I generate the celestial position from the zenith angles through all the appropriate celestial navigations, and dealing with every observation has a different refraction value. You have to bring that all into Unity, come up with a position. Now, of course, Whitsitt said, no, nobody ever does refraction with celestial navigation. Of course, he's stupid and wrong. But then I use stellarium, I enter that coordinate, I enter the star's name, and I enter the time. And stellarium reports within 4 arc seconds of the angle I measured. That confirms the coordinate I have. That confirms the timing I have. That confirms my instrument's precision. That confirms my measurement method. So if they say, the celestial theodolite is, how you can, really know the true angles. Well, okay. I put up my theodolite. I measure the angle. Stellarium says, I bet you measured 15 degrees, 12 minutes and 4 seconds. I go, damn, 4 seconds off. So I must be right. And Stellarium agrees with me, and I've done it dozens and dozens of times.
Right, but Shane and Alan and all of them people are saying you can't use the angle for where the observer sees the star through the air.
Right,
you have
because
to
of
turn off
refraction.
the air, and you have to put the observer where he's not located, and that's the angle you have to use.
And further, I'm looking at a target radio tower, and it's like very close to 2 degrees, and that has about 82 seconds of refraction. This I know because I surveyed the shit out of these radio towers for years. In Stellarium, when a star is at 2 degrees, the refraction is 1100 arc seconds. So you can't toggle refraction on and off and equate that to a terrestrial observation. But one thing's confirmed: when I have the instrument at about 2 degrees on the target and the star is at 2 degrees on the same crosshair, they agree. We're done. The astronomic refraction of the star position as observed is predicted and matched reality by my random opportunity of going out there and measuring it and asking Stellarium, oh, what do you think I measured? And it comes up with a few arc seconds different. And of course, Stellarium agrees with the United States Naval Observatory, Ordnance, the UK Hydrographic Office, JPL's, horizons. It agrees with everything. But they say, oh, Stellarium's got to do this and dicking around. And I also included not just zenith angles, but Bacon had a special request. I determined azimuths from the sun to my target, and then using that azimuth, I measured the azimuth of the stars. Again, hair-splitting agreement with Stellarium. And I'm not dicking around with my times. I've got, NTP coordinated sub-second timing and arc-second instrument, and Stellarium is giving me the same arc seconds. So what more can I do?
It's sort of lost favor now that we can actually get out and go sailing again. But for a while there was a program called Virtual Regatta, and all of the big sail races were done in this simulator. And one of the cool things that simulator has in it is Stellarium. So the celestial navigation portion of the sail races can be done and is accurate.
Yes, Stellarium didn't write celestial navigation. They didn't write the ephemerides. They created an interface. They created an app using the only position of stars that we all know, time honored and refined over hundreds of years, which is the right ascension, declination, and universal time.
Right.
Drink of Kool-Aid, real quick. I posted a thing in the chat from Alan. His name is Space Audits. The second paragraph that he has in there, in that screenshot, just check that second paragraph out. Try to figure out what he's saying there. Did you see it yet?
By my reading, that's exactly the opposite. The refraction coefficients are removed from your observation because refraction is not in the ephemeris because it doesn't know, doesn't know what your conditions are or where your location is. Just gives a right eccentric declination. You calculate the GP, you make the observation, and you'll notice it's the zenith angle is smaller than predicted by geometric because of refraction. So it's quite the opposite. We decided you have to add refraction to make it match. No, it's the opposite.
So with his, if we just take what he's saying here, then all celestial navigation measurements are made with a right angle triangle at the horizon. Assuming 3 miles, that puts the object like, oh god, I'm gonna pull out a calculator, but damn quick enough I would get a sunburn.
Uh-huh. All the stars have to be closer than 10 miles for sure.
Oh yeah.
And that completely ignores the fact that using a theodolite or using a sextant with a reflecting pool, the artificial horizon, we're not using the horizon. It comes off zenith inherently. It's putting up a theodolite, measuring directly from zenith, using a sextant, and using a pan of water. You're coming directly off zenith. No horizon involved. Using a horizon with a marine sextant in a marine environment, that's just because that's the hand you're dealt. If you have a marine sextant and you're on land, you don't want to use the horizon because you have a better option.
But the angle is a 90-degree triangle because that's different than an angle.
Why isn't anybody bringing up the fact that this whole thing is done at like 2.5 degrees above the horizon too, right in the midst of the worst part of the atmosphere?
This is the part of the atmosphere you choose to observe your bottom up obstruction.
Well,
this is the part of the atmosphere
in geodetic measurement, you rarely measure over 1 or 2 degrees above horizontal. You're always reading 88.5 degrees because a mountain, as soon as you get more than 20 miles away from it, you're not going to be reading 10, 15 degrees. So if you want to use a star, if you want to use a star against terrain, you're in the realm of terrain, which is only a couple of degrees.
Yeah, just like NASA said, you should not be using observations that are like 2 degrees above the horizon, i.e., boats going over the curve. You guys think that you're seeing boats going over the curve.
Heffron
It's literally where things are being miraged.
Heffron is using 2-degree angles.
Not for stars, for celestial navigation.
I'm not talking about Dr. I think Alan and Shane are fake flat earthers personally. So I don't agree with anything they say. I think they're strong manning an invalid position.
In celestial navigation,
I would rather bring up how, like, just like you said, you don't want to take angle measurements 2 degrees from Earth's surface. You wonder why? Because that's where the vertical displacement is going to happen. Things are going to be refracted from the geometric position. This is where you guys say bottom up obstruction is happening, when everything is subject to miraging.
Now, when it comes to celestial navigation, low elevation stars are counter-recommended, not prohibited. And so I measured particularly low for celestial navigation, particularly low. It's like 13 degrees above horizontal. That is fairly low. The refraction is like 240 arc seconds. However, that still agrees with stellarium and my measurement. So the reason to avoid the low elevation stars is just to avoid that calculation of the second coefficient to refraction when you're in that realm.
Yeah, so, who knows how much refraction is really happening if you're just...
Yeah, we do. No, astronomy knows.
Depending on the displacement to say that there's refraction, right?
No, it's well known.
Seem to forget the flat earthers brought this whole stupid thing up.
Yeah, like I'm saying.
They don't have a flat Earth model for determining where any of those things are, so they have to play around with
stellarium is
we just don't have something that fits your globe.
Yes, stellarium is
model that doesn't comport to
stellarium is based on the
globe models.
The distance to Pike's Peak is based on the Haversine formula, which is based on the globe. I mean, they've got a whole bunch of globe math in this thing, and then they say, "Oh, it disproves the globe."
Admittedly, 2 degrees above the horizon, there's going to be refraction. This is where you guys say bottom up obstruction is happening.
Yeah, well, 2 degrees above the horizon to a star is about 1,100 degrees, 1,100 arc seconds.
Right.
So the star is being refracted due to the atmosphere. Is it really due to the conditions during the day?
I don't see many stars in the day.
Condition.
Yeah, as I say, usually use celestial navigation.
That's not the point.
At night.
I'm talking about the conditions in the atmosphere. Is the star being refracted when you see it at night due to the conditions in the atmosphere, or is it due to the distance?
It's due to the conditions of the atmosphere. And when you're dealing with celestial observations, 99.99% of the observation is in the upper atmosphere, where that is a fairly homogeneous medium.
The point I would like for you to just understand, when you see something displaced from where it should be on the globe model, you say it must be getting refracted, but you don't measure the atmosphere between you and the star. You see it being displaced from where it would belong in the globe prediction, and then you say, oh, because it's not there, it must be getting refracted without actually taking any measurements of temperature or pressure.
I do. Larry does. The air, at least everywhere I've been, is under stable conditions, more dense below and less dense above, which causes light to bend downward, which makes distant objects appear slightly higher.
How far is a star? You're measuring the temperature between you and a star?
I don't have to. I can measure the air.
Well, there you go. It's not dependent on the
I'm
pressure or the
through
temperature.
more dense below and less dense
Oh my
above.
God.
You're invoking that there is a condition in the median dependent on the distance between you and that it's going to always be the same. That makes it a standard rate.
Correct, standard.
That doesn't mean you have to
that's
test
what
the
I've always
conditions to
measured
know how
everywhere
much
on
is going to
Earth.
be
The air is
refracted. You are
always
literally
arranged
invoking
that
it
way
being
under stable
refracted
conditions. The air is more dense below and less dense
because
above.
you
That's
see
how
it
the Earth's
displayed.
air is arranged.
You are literally saying because you see it displaced, it must be refracted. You're not testing the atmosphere to find the temperature variations and then saying, "Oh, look, there's refraction, therefore it's displaced."
It's truly amazing.
You're
It's truly
seeing it
amazing
displaced and saying, "Oh, therefore refraction." You see how that works?
It's truly amazing.
Wait a minute. Is it your position? Is it your position? Is it your position that the modeling of atmospheric refraction to stars is so poorly known that it's unsuccessful?
You can change the size of the globe if you really need to.
Incorrect.
Nobody changes the size of the globe. What are you talking about?
You certainly can. You can invoke a different amount of refraction and a different amount of Earth curve.
Oh my God!
But I don't invoke a different amount of refraction. I use
the because you're diehard globe.
Degrees above the horizon wouldn't change how big the Earth is.
I know you know what I'm thinking, Shoebill. I know you don't want to give any because it's a slippery slope, but I know you know what I'm saying.
Well, I know you have no field experience. You're making some sort of conjectures that everybody must have it wrong because you don't like it.
Everything about a globe is conjecture because you're not going out and actually measuring the condition of the atmosphere between you and a star. You're just saying, "Oh, it has to be this way because I see it displaced from what the globe predicts."
Well, yeah, but the atmosphere has been studied for centuries.
Yeah,
it is modeled. Airplanes
not
altimetry.
testing the conditions of the atmosphere. I'm sorry.
Again, if you stay 15 degrees above
I
the
would like
horizon,
to actually have a one-on-one. If we could actually have a conversation, that'd be nice.
you know, if you stay between 15 and 80 degrees on the celestial navigation,
What's
you don't
wrong,
have to
Red
worry
Cloud?
about
You don't like
refraction.
this? You guys want to circle jerk again?
Again,
You wanna call
if you
Dr.
stay,
Mike a crock
if
pot
you
by
stay
yourself?
15 to 80 degrees, you don't have to worry about refraction. You know, it's only when you go down low that you really have to worry about refraction.
If y'all want to go back to calling slandering Dr. Mike, calling him a crock pot and whatever the fuck you're saying, let me know. I'll leave you alone.
It's just that if we put evidence in two columns, one for the globe and one for flat Earth, and we tallied up how much evidence we have compared to how much evidence you have.
Is there any evidence for flat Earth? I've been asking
You're
for years.
completely missing the point, Red Cloud. Can you steel man anything I just tried to propose?
Yeah,
for Shoebill?
Earth flat.
Not
Earth
you,
flat,
NASA. I know you don't
Earth
get it.
flat, because I say so. Duh. There you go.
Okay, useless.
Well,
Red Cloud.
So what's
Can you steel man my
evidence?
argument?
Excuse me. What's the evidence for flat Earth? The one guy who said there's evidence.
I
For
want to
flat
know
Earth.
if Red Cloud was paying attention.
Not
Earth
that
flat.
close.
I say so. Duh.
Red Cloud, come on, man.
No, what you're essentially saying is that we don't have adequate measurements of distances to stars or whatever.
Not what I said. Damn, people really don't know what the fuck I'm saying. You guys are just imagining that you're spinning around.
Wait. Squiggle. Use less words. Be more concise. Don't use so many words.
Doofus heard me. All right, I appreciate you, Doofus. You understand where this is coming from, right?
No.
You guys say that it is being refracted from the globe, the geometric globe, right? You got a certain amount of curve you need on a globe. You look into the distance at a star, it's being refracted, right? You say that it's refracting away from where it should appear on a globe.
Yeah, it's been measured for years. Yeah, we've
You're
watched.
not testing
we watched
the
setting
conditions
stars.
between you and the star. You
Don't have to worry
say,
about that.
because I'm on a globe, therefore it must be refracted this much. That is where astronomical refraction gets its calculation from. It's just invoking a displacement based on the globe prediction. It is not testing the atmosphere. You're not actually saying air is refracting the light this much.
Yeah,
You're not testing anything.
We've measured it.
And I explained why. You want me to explain
We've
it again?
measured it. We've measured.
Chill out, dude. Hold on.
They
dude.
watch
Just tell
setting
you
star.
something.
They watch stars set and measure it and figure out the
Okay.
difference. It's that fucking simple. It really is.
Yeah. You're very simple.
Yeah. No, you are. You can't understand a very
Simpleton.
simple concept. It can't understand something extremely, extremely simple that we know about this. We've measured it for years.
I was trying to talk to Shoebill. I do not need somebody trying to muddy the conversation and make
then
jokes.
go to a
and be
private
silly.
room. Then go to a private room or fuck off, because this is not your room to talk about.
Pay seconds per minute for a private room.
All right, you want to go back to Circle Jerk and let me know. You want to keep slandering Dr. Mike for no good reason?
You're not even circle jerking. You're just jerking yourself.
No, I'm presenting an argument. I'm saying you did not
you're
test the
presenting a piece of
conditions.
shit.
You did not test the conditions of the atmosphere to say that it is displacing, that it is bending the light at a rate to make it appear that it's being refracted away from the globe prediction. You're not testing the atmosphere to say that that is the cause.
We have measured for years. We have measured
How do you know
stars
it's being
studying
displaced
for
when you're
years.
not testing the atmosphere?
Squiggle.
We've measured it for years, you moron. How many times have you
Oh my God, NASA, you suck at this.
Presenting an argument, Squiggle. NASA, hang on. Presenting an argument would entail presenting your own data, your own measurements, and comparing them to our measurements. You're just
There is
gainsaying.
no measurement of the condition of the atmosphere between you and a star. That is the whole point. You invoke an amount of refraction based on how much it's displaced if you were on a globe. Can you steel man this position? Do you understand what I'm saying, or are you over talking me?
I'm just going to overtalk.
Do you understand what I'm saying, or are you over talking me?
I'm just going to overtalk.
That's pointless. So there's no reason to talk to you guys. You want a circle jerk?
No, we're waiting for you to present some real evidence. Or
what we
something
have,
Red Cloud, I asked you to steel man my position already.
Earthflood,
I want to know that you're listening, so I know that you're a willing participant.
I'm not a conformist, so I'm going to reject demands for performance.
Then you're not involved in the conversation. If you are,
if you'd shut up long enough, I can get my words out. And
you're not listening. So why should I listen to you? You can't tell me what I said.
Just listen to what I say before interrupting.
I asked you to steel man.
What we can do is we can measure within a tolerance. We can measure enough precision to show that the sun, moon, and stars are not close. And that's all we have to do. Because we don't have to prove. We don't have to prove the distance to the moon, stars, or sun. We just have to prove. We don't have to prove those things.
Yeah, so you can just imagine you're on a ball.
All we have to do is we have to show that they're not close enough for flat Earth to be true.
So you just admitted that you don't have to measure anything.
Oh, I didn't admit anything.
I don't know what's wrong.
I stated a fact. We don't have
you're
to measure.
Stating that you don't have to confirm any of your.
Give an example. I don't have to know the distance to the sun precisely. I can
I'm
be
not talking about the distance
I can be
to the
off
sun, you
by a large.
Glober.
I am just giving you examples. That's why I said, for example.
So you're changing the topic because you weren't listening.
All I have to
changing the topic because you're being stupid.
I do not want NASA to interrupt me when I say
Electric, I'll just interrupt you anytime I want.
I want you to comprehend.
I will interrupt you anytime
we
I
are
want.
not talking about a distance to the star. You're talking about measuring the conditions between you and the star to determine that it's being displaced from a globe due to atmospheric refraction.
But we can measure that, Electric.
You haven't done
this 4
anything.
Times and you still don't comprehend what's being said to you.
We've got who's in here. Was it Shoebill who was there?
I know NASA's never going to get it, but I'm going to try
I've done it.
But I hope you comprehend what's being said to you.
Yeah, except that what you're saying is stupid and dumb, and we've measured
you're
the
not
angle.
Measuring the conditions of the atmosphere between you and a star.
We have measured the angle as stars set, and we can calculate the refraction.
You measured the angle. That's not measuring the density. That's not measuring a distance. That's
wait a minute. Stop. We don't need to measure. Wait a minute. You said we don't need to measure distance. So now we need to measure distance.
Anything barometric.
Yeah, we are. We're measuring the angle. We're measuring the angle as it changes.
And when it doesn't match the globe prediction, you say
as it changes.
It must be.
It does match the globe prediction.
But you're not measuring
standard
refraction. You're not measuring the conditions of the atmosphere.
Standard refraction.
NASA, you're way too stupid for this. I'm sorry, but you are completely remedial.
Standard refraction works very well 95, 99% of the time.
You idiot. Dude, Red Cloud, can you steal man my position after I've said it to you?
I do not. I do not accept requests.
Can you steel man?
Do you
I
comprehend?
do not accept
And
requests.
you reiterate.
Earth
Because
flat done.
you're poor listening comprehension.
Everything
Terrible.
I say, I'm
This
electric. I know
conversation
better
isn't for you.
than
If you don't
everybody
understand
else.
the
I'm
opposing
just going to take you
argument,
down.
you are a
Bye,
conceding
bye.
debater. Where
I
you
am
cannot tell me what my
electric.
position is. You
Your
do not
position, my
have the
Earth flat.
wherewithal to
Everything,
even have a
everything,
conversation.
everything I say, everything I say, electric.
NASA, you're an
Yeah.
idiot.
It's you,
Yeah,
NASA.
says the moron in charge.
NASA, you're an idiot.
I can still man your position. Everything shows the
Let's
Earth
hear
is flat.
Yes,
I don't have,
see if you can jump.
helicopters mean the Earth is flat.
You retard. That's not what we were
means
just
the Earth
talking
is flat.
about.
Everything
Why
means
don't
the
you
Earth
pay
is flat.
attention?
Go, let's try again.
Because maybe if you would say something logical for a change or something with some
So I
evidence.
disrupted you guys circle jerking and slandering
No,
Dr.
yeah,
Mike
you did.
Cameron for no good reason.
Yeah, you did.
You're
You
acting
came in.
like
You came in
bitches
with.
here.
You came in
Now
with
I'm
dumb
presenting an
stuff,
argument and nobody even
and
knows
you're
what I'm saying.
you're sea-lining. You're just sea-lining here because it's like, pay attention to me. I'm electric. I'm a dumb fuck.
You
and I
guys
don't know
all
anything.
sound like NASA
Still,
still.
I'm
If you
in
can't
position.
reciprocate what's being said, if you cannot
Yeah, have a
tell me
position.
what my position is,
Earth
then you're
flat.
just as dumb as
Yeah,
NASA.
your position is
Earth
you didn't
flat.
do it.
Yeah, position is Earth
Red
flat.
Cloud, can you stop
Yeah.
trying to make it like
You
don't
haven't done it. You
don't
didn't
try to
do it. You weren't
disenfranchise.
there.
Just steelman. You know what a steelman is?
Yeah,
It's not when
Earth
you
flat.
misconstrue the message.
I am.
You have to actually
wait a minute,
Did you
hold on.
substantiate.
Did you see the
position
guy?
yourself.
Did you see the guy on the radio in Texas? Did you see that? He was on the radio, and it was a flat earther, and it was that guy who was the video game
I want to hear this.
chappie, and he was
No.
aboard the space station. He did that magic card trick with the playing card. Remember that?
You know,
That guy.
I was playing solitaire in my lobby, and my mom brought me an apple pie. Like, you're not making any fucking sense, dude.
So
Can you please steelman?
Oh my god!
He was
oh my
in
god! The guy who doesn't make sense
was
all
in
the fucking time is asking people to steel man his
One
position.
mother delivered me
And when
an
I
apple
steal
pie the other
and when I
day.
steel man your position, you say no, Earth flat.
I tried.
Red Cloud, I want you
Yeah,
to
you did,
steelman my
Jufus.
position.
I
If you
tried.
heard anything I said, please tell me it's been reciprocated by reiterating it.
Earth flat.
Doofus, I want to hear what you have to say, please.
Yeah. So your position is that we didn't test the medium between us and the star, and here's why that's not important to do. The celestial sphere as a whole changes orientation relative to your position when you move across the Earth for 69 statute miles for every single degree in every single direction. That gives us a radius for the Earth, so we don't need to presuppose the size of the Earth. We've already observed what size the Earth must
You heard
be.
what he said, Red Cloud? He said that he did not test the conditions in the atmosphere between him and the star,
stop it.
and that it is not important to do so.
So what
You
size-
did not comprehend what I was saying this whole time, you idiot.
Standard
You are an idiot.
refraction. Standard
Idiotic.
refraction.
NASA shill, that doesn't help. Thank you.
Right. I didn't say that I didn't test it. In fact, 20 minutes ago, I said that I did test it, and I told you what I tested. But more importantly, we don't have to test that, even though I did, because we know the size of the Earth based on the observations we have relative to the celestial sphere and our position on the Earth. We know in every single direction we travel, it's the same, which is a characteristic of a sphere, and no other shape has that characteristic.
Except Stelnav does not tell you that the Earth is a radius of 3959. It literally tells you you're on a big globe. Nope. If you consider the position the stars appear, stop interrupting. Stop
You have to
interrupting
know
me.
the distance to the
If
stars.
you
for
observe a
celestial
star and the
navigation.
elevation angle does not comport with the globe prediction,
It does,
therefore
though.
you are making an observation of a big globe in your mind.
Incorrect.
With
Incorrect.
39
Big globe.
The entire celestial sphere, not just one star, the entire celestial sphere rotates 69 statute miles per degree. That's how much it changes by.
Not only that, geology gives you
That
the
would
39.
make the Earth a perfect sphere, and that's not what happens
Pretty
as
fucking
stars
close.
approach the horizon.
Pretty fucking
You
close.
claim that the stars are being refracted from their actual position,
Yep,
so you do
and we
not
can measure
observe
it.
the 1 degree every
You're assuming
69
that they're
miles.
not.
20
We can measure
degrees
it.
from the horizon.
We can say that.
So it is not
And
1
when
degree
you
every 69 per statute
yes, it
miles,
is.
like you'd like to claim, which would make it a
Yeah, it is.
sphere, which
Except
is not what you
except
claim the
if
globe
you
is
look
anyway.
Squiggle,
except
this is really messy.
long as
Could you just stop talking, let people reply, and then
Tell
have
NASA
take
and
turns?
Doofus to stop trying to talk through me.
You,
well, then
you are
why
part
don't
of the
you shut
problem.
the fuck up?
You take the
Shut
high
the-
road. You're part of the
If you
problem.
want to circle jerk, and you just want to be a bunch of calamity.
Then
shut the
leave.
fuck up, good.
Yes, I'd
Just-
rather do that. I'd rather.
What
do
happened?
There's a really
What
interesting.
confirms? What
Because this isn't a
confirms?
conversation.
Yeah, what confirms?
There's an interesting thing about celestial navigation, and specifically the nautical mile. The nautical mile only recently gained a definitive length. Before that, it was defined as the angle of declination change. You can use that same formula to figure out the length of a nautical mile on Mars. Here's a cool thing. The length of the nautical mile on Mars is almost precisely a kilometer.
Dude, you're just like off into La La Land. So Red Cloud, you had no idea what I was talking about. Now you're
No, nobody has any idea. No, nobody.
Somebody's pressing
Nobody.
Now your
Nobody.
model.
Nobody has any idea what you're talking about. Electric. Nobody knows.
Can't defend your model.
Nobody knows what you're talking about.
I can do that.
And
Just
you don't know how to
just
engage with
fine.
it. It is just a concession.
Yeah,
I can do that
Right?
just
If you
fine.
if you want to just say that you
I don't
wanna
think
talk
you know
about
what you're talking about,
then that's
Electric.
a
I know you
concession.
don't know what you're talking about, Electric.
Basically, all I have to do is I have to compare the two sets of data.
But you know,
and then I can defend it.
The condition of
And
the
then I can
atmosphere, which
defend
would
it.
be refracting the path of the light.
Just fine.
But the thing is,
What data are you appealing to say that the atmosphere is refracting the light?
If I personally gathered the data yourself, you'd call me a shill and a liar. So what the
What
F is the
data
point?
are you appealing to?
I've got data.
What is the point if I gathered my own data? Because there are people in here that have gathered their own data and you don't listen to it because you're a flat earther and your mind is stuck and
you got
you are
nothing.
held in this
You don't
false
have data.
belief and you can't get it out. You can't get out.
Yeah, you're stuck in a globe loop. That's projection.
You
You're
know,
stuck
I'm
thinking it's a globe
stuck.
when you don't observe
I'm
a globe.
stuck.
The
I'm
Naval
stuck.
Observatory. The Naval Observatory has observed
Here's
setting
data.
stars for years.
I'm constrained by going with the evidence and where
Yeah,
it
you're
leads.
constrained to your lunacy, thinking that you're spinning and wobbling
That's
on a
just
ball that you don't see.
stupid.
Oh God, here we go. Stupid shit. Thank you,
It's
Nathan
just so
Oakley Jr.
stupid.
What'd you say, Doofus? Hold on. Red Cloud can't participate. He doesn't know what I said.
Nobody knows what you say.
What's up, Doofus?
This is data from the air. This is the air that we're looking through.
Don't give data. There's no reason to give them data.
But the thing is,
thank you, Doofus. So is this between you and the star?
Yes. Any error that you see in this chart is between you and the star, yes.
So you think this is a stable condition no matter what, that you can reference this datum to say that that's how much the light is being refracted?
This tells you the pressure and temperature of the air, and that tells you how much, how dense the air is. And
is it the same all around the
that
Earth,
tells
no
you
matter what? Is that what you're saying?
After you get above the first couple thousand feet, yes, it is.
That tells
All right, but
you
clearly you're not looking through
information I was
that part
trying
of the
to say
atmosphere
out
at all
loud.
times.
And of course, everybody started carrying on their own
but
conversation.
Electric. If you look at the
Hold
way,
on, hold on.
if you look at,
literally
you're not
trying
going
to
to
talk
get
to
in.
the
This is
surveyor about
ridiculous.
this.
I'm trying to finish what I was saying, for fuck's sake. Okay. It tells you the temperature and pressure of the air. That tells you the density of the air. The density of the air tells you the index of refraction of the air. That information tells you in which arrangement the gradient is, and it is such that the higher index of refraction is below and the lower index of refraction is above. That tells you.
You think this is a
light,
consistent?
That tells you that light would be taking a path bent downward, which makes distant objects appear higher.
You think this condition is consistently remaining the same, no matter where you are on Earth, no matter how high you are above the Earth? This is what you should be appealing to know how much light is being refracted.
gravity is consistent.
You know that the atmosphere is
it's
more turbulent
graph
at
that I
higher
posted.
altitudes.
For fuck's sake. At the
For
scale
fuck's sake,
of
I'm
the graph
responding
that I
to you.
posted.
Why would you
Oh,
appeal
for
to a
fuck's sake,
datum
okay.
that is only one
do this
measurement?
again.
This is like the one time it ever got
for the
measured,
data
and then
that-
you pretend that it remains the same for the
Jesus
rest of
Christ.
eternity.
Just talk over it. Just don't ask, ask and answer and don't fucking listen. That's fine.
I'm responding to your stupid diagram that isn't actually a measurement because conditions change. Conditions change
Is there a
in the
moderator?
atmosphere. It
Is there a moderator? Is there a moderator in the room?
You asked for an answer to a question and you decided not to wait for it.
This isn't a conversation. Do we have a moderator in the room?
Yeah, he's muted.
Okay.
Okay.
Yeah, I
Real
just
quick.
got here. I can
Thank you.
Okay, real quick. The scale of this graph, you see on the left side there, it's from 0 to 80 kilometers. That is what, at the scale of this graph, that is what you're going to see basically everywhere on Earth. Because the scale of this is so large that any small scale differences like weather don't mean jack to this graph. They're always going to be, at this scale, more dense air below less dense air.
And again,
all
when
right,
you
I'm
get,
going to
after you
respond
get,
now. I was muted very rudely by a very poor moderator named Rich Evans that sucks at this. Okay, so the conditions of the atmosphere that you're looking through do not remain constant in any case anywhere on the Earth, you absolute clown.
How do you know
appeal
that?
to a datum of one measurement at one point in time, and you say,
How do
this
you-
is the conditions of the atmosphere for the rest of history, for the rest
How
of
do you know that?
eternity. You don't have to measure anything. You're a
Have
fucking
you measured
idiot.
anything?
You are not measuring
Have
anything
you measured
yourself.
anything?
Stop talking through me, Red Cloud. You already backed out when you couldn't
Have
answer
you
my
ever
question.
measured
Now I'm
anything?
talking to Doofus, so you need to shut up.
Have you ever
Shut
measured
up. I'm
anything?
going to make my point again clear to Doofus before I was interrupted.
Have you measured
Rich
anything?
Evans, moderate Red Cloud. He's acting like an... God, you guys are so
You don't have to do it again because I
Shut up. Shut up. Stop talking through me. I'm going to make my point very clear. If I need a stage, I'll just fucking message Omnivore. You guys need to contain yourself. Stop acting retarded. You are saying that this datum that you're appealing to of the stratosphere and the thermosphere and the exosphere and the mesosphere, you're saying that these are stable conditions. They remain constant for all time. That's a fucking lie. You're a
No, that's
delusional
that's
globalist.
irrelevant. That's an irrelevant factor.
It is absolutely relevant because these are the
So-
conditions you need in the atmosphere to be refracting like
brother,
that much in every
try not to
instance that it appears
try not to
displaced from
jump
the
in.
globe.
Let's have it be
Shut the fuck up,
Doofus
Rich.
and
You're too stupid
electric.
for
I'm
this.
trying to mod, man. Jesus Christ. So yeah, we got electric and Doofus for now, Star, and we'll get you in a moment. From what I can gather, the claim on the table was electric was saying that Doofus said that it's. Sorry, do you want to just clarify your claim there?
You're asking electric?
I was asking you.
It's my
just
argument.
so that he can
Why
be clear.
Why didn't you mute Rob instead of me, you fucking idiot? You suck at this.
Really, because he stopped talking when I was talking. You didn't.
You don't know how to even participate in this conversation. You have no idea what's going on.
Meta.
Fucking retard. Pop-Tart, take a back seat. You don't know what's going on. Anyway, what I'm saying is this diagram that you posted, this datum that you think is consistent for all eternity is not true. You have very turbulent conditions at higher altitudes, and that's not even the condition of the atmosphere. You're not looking through that corridor. You're low to the ground. You're literally a terrestrial observer. You're appealing to something that you're not measuring. You're an idiot.
Okay, so
when
here
you
we go.
see
Here's
when
the
you say that
response.
the star is being refracted,
Electric.
when it's 20 degrees above, nope, I'm in the middle of making my point.
No, you had already just made your
Alright, you
video.
want to go back to circle
It's
jerking
not
like
really a
retards?
point.
All right, be retards then.
It's not really a point. Jesus Christ. Like he made a point that was worth addressing, and then he was just about to continue on to complete nonsense.
It says at the bottom of the diagram, it says mean, and by that they don't mean nasty, but they don't understand that.
Well, and I was saying that the scale of the graph is 0 to 80 kilometers. That any of those turbulences and whatever are at smaller scales than this graph.
He's not going to get anything, is he? He's just a shouting machine. He's gone over. He's sitting in geos now, shouting probably.
Yeah, but okay. What I was trying to get in there and say is that the refractive index is also measured real time before they make observations. You understand me? They check temperature, pressure in the surrounding area, atmosphere, before they begin to make these observations. And a lot of these observatories are at high elevations.
We're not talking about observatories, really. We're not tracking precision. We're talking about celestial navigation, and no celestial navigator is going to measure the temperature and pressure of anything.
Okay, yeah, I understand.
The scale of the variations that we're dealing with for celestial purposes are too small to matter to the actual methodology, and the refraction values that they give you work. That's the thing that's most important here, is that the ones that the table tells you that stuff does work, that does match reality.
Most of the time, I don't even take dip angle less than a meter from the surface, so it's fuck all.
Yeah,
and the upper atmosphere, when you're getting near the tropopause and on above, those variations are extremely slight, particularly when it comes to refraction. And below the tropopause, it's well characterized by the formulae, even with just the basic observation of the temperature and pressure at the observer. At least for refraction in the few arcsecond range, these things are well known, as I demonstrated by my own measurements and a celestial position returned by zenith angle measurement, applying Smart's formula and the low altitude coefficient by having the temperature and pressure at my position. And why does that agree with stellarium? Why does that return a latitude and longitude, which is by celestial navigation, standards, hair splitting? I'm only like 100 or 150 meters off.
I just want to
which confirms the instrument, confirms the timing, confirms the modeling of the refraction. I mean, he just wants to go off that all of navigation is just all bullshit and never really has worked. We're just tricking ourselves.
I just want to point out before I have to head out that he did that we're not looking through the upper atmosphere when we're looking at stars. That we're low to the ground and we're not looking through the upper atmosphere when we're looking at stars. That's fucking amazing.
Yeah, well, there you go. But then again, what you're doing is you're trying to describe to someone how nuanced this particular aspect is, and they think that celestial navigation works by fucking triangulation. I mean, their knife is so blunt, and they're saying that they're arguing over a razor sharp difference on yours.
Again, with zero field attempts at making a field measurement and seeing for themselves how well it works.
Yeah, my next thing that I was going to say to him about the variations in the atmosphere was that if he has some measurements at the scale that I have presented that refute what I have presented, he should present them. And until he does so, what I've presented is what happens in reality.
Well enough. The variations, particularly when it comes to refraction, the variations are not that great. Again, arc seconds, a couple.
I would like to point out Sven Yinderman. He is an 86-year-old man who built his own sextant and sailboat and just finished a trans-Pacific voyage. Pretty cool ass dude.
Venn diagram?
No, Briss sextant is what he invented.
Oh no, the name of the dude.
Sven Yinderman.
Okay,
the easiest way to find his channel. Yeah, the easiest way to find his channel is type in Briss Sextant in YouTube, and it will pull right up. He's the old guy.
And his Briss sextant works well enough because it does just present like 10-degree increments.
Yep, good enough to find the island you're looking for.
But all I used was a 60-year-old theodolite and timing. Everything else was pure calculation, which were, well published decades in advance. and yet it still works. Smart's formula goes pretty far back. The upper atmosphere does not have all kinds of variation. Once you get, even approaching the troposphere, the tropopause and on above, that is fairly constant. But electric, he's so certain that it's all bullshit just because he likes saying it, because he just wants to hold the mic. He's just a trigger bait clown.
While we're on a lull, Red, are you still here?
Yes.
I wanted to thank you for your advice a couple weeks back. We were talking about shooting an air show. It worked out extremely well. I didn't have enough Zoom to actually get a lot of cool flying photos, but your advice worked, and I want to say thank you for it.
Very cool. If you did happen to get a couple of good shots, even if you're not zoomed in, what you can do, you can just crop in on the photo and then use AI upscaler.
Yep.
To at least make it decent.
And I've got a couple of them.
Yeah, post a link and DM me. I'd like to see them.
Okay. It'll have to be when I get back to the house, but
oh yeah,
I'll
no, anytime. I'll look at them when I get a minute. Thank you, though. That's good. The other thing you can consider doing, if you're really into it, and you have a little bit of cash, if there's a photo rental place near you, I don't know where you are. I'm in Atlanta, so there's a place called PPR that I use, and Professional Photo Resources, PPR, and they rent lenses. So you have decent enough camera. All you have to do is just rent a lens.
I never even asked at the camera shop if they rent them. That's a great idea.
Because like you say, your camera, all the cameras now, you can't really buy it like a car. You can't really buy a bad car. You can't really buy a bad camera, especially if you have Nikon or Canon
or Sony. Come on now.
Oh, Sony. I'm sorry, Sony. They're all really good now. All the crappy manufacturers have gone out of business or combined, like Minolta. Who is it? Minolta merged with. Anyway, so it's the glass. It's the glass that's the thing you need. Your camera's going to be fine.
And I've got a bunch of micro lenses. A lot of what I shoot is social media marketing shots.
Right.
So, I've got a ton of close-up zooms, but renting for the 3 times a year, you need a zoom. That makes great sense.
Yep. Instead of buying.
I actually just found a bunch of my photos on Amazon, like resellers of the product using my photos. I'm like, well, I'm not sure I quite approve that, guys.
It's a compliment, and also, wait a minute, using my pictures.
Especially one of them, it's from so we run we do marketing for a syrup company, and the picture they stole was in the syrup house at 4 a.m. while it's snowing, and it was absolutely awful to get there, let alone take the photo. It's like, I don't remember you guys there.
Yeah, I worked at a place, and they got me in. They showed me some sample pictures they had of food photography and some headshots of people in business attire and all those. All very impressive stuff. And so I worked with the company, and then I noticed that when we went out and we did a couple of shoots based on those portfolios,
And they said, "Oh, you're pretty good. Let's hire you." So we went along and we did shoots with them. And then I noticed the pictures that we produced weren't quite as sharp and clear and nice as the ones in the samples. And I got a little suspicious, and so I did a reverse image search. There were pictures from a photographer in Argentina. They weren't authentic pictures. They were stolen. So I quit the company. There's a few other things going on as well. It was strange, but anyway. Yeah, using someone else's sample pictures. That's a no-no.
Luckily, the company all social media marketing, so like I know everybody there and trust everybody implicitly. So
yeah.
Hey guys. Shoebill, you there? Larry.
Yeah.
Oh. Good. So I wanted to check something with you about reciprocal zenith angles to make sure I understood correctly. When you take reciprocal zenith angles, you do not add a correction for refraction to the angle noted. Is that correct?
Correct. It's unnecessary.
Right. Yep, because you can, if the refractive conditions are bizarre, then both theodolites would have them, and it would. Yeah, I understand that. It's about the so anyway, right. So you don't, it's unnecessary. But what happens if refractive conditions are bizarre? The two angles will be changed, right?
Yeah, so if you repeat the measurement on a different day, yeah, you could get slightly different angles.
Okay.
But if you that's why it's the operative word is simultaneous reciprocal zenith angles.
Yeah. Okay.
Now, if you're dealing with only, like in my case, like 10 miles or something, right? I can get from A to B and then I can drive around B to A. It's only like an hour different. That's
yeah.
But when I was in California, we always had two instruments at both points and measured it absolutely simultaneously. And that is specifically for elevation determination.
Right. Okay.
So when they add up to more than 180 degrees, that is less than the geodetic because of refraction. But that doesn't matter at dealing with only 10 or 20 miles. That does not affect the elevation difference because it's small angle approximations are still perfectly good. I mean,
okay. Well,
if you look at the example, that I'm sure you have a copy of,
yeah,
you'll see the from A to B, returns like 345 meters, and from B to A it's like 353 meters, and you average that out, you get a very, very good answer all the time for delta elevation.
Gotcha. Yep. Okay. That's what I thought. So okay, so because so let's say he was saying, well, you do your corrections for refraction, and that's what puts the globe in there. And I was like, no, you don't, not with reciprocal zenith angles.
The fact that they didn't add up to 180 degrees, that's where we see the globe. We don't put it in there. We found it.
I know.
And Schlitzie, when any of these idiot sticks, when they want to just tell me what we're doing, for some reason I can't tell them that's not what I'm doing.
Well, so Schlitzie has hit on an explanation that he thinks, that he thinks it's true enough that it makes him feel better, right?
I don't know what goes on in the head of an adult that wants to say stupid shit. But Schlitzie, Jin, Electric, Jesse, yeah, any of them. Alan, Shame. I do not know what goes on in Shame's brain that can make him say such stupid shit.
Well, Shane. Okay, so Schlitzie, I think, is honest ignorance. I mean, yes, it's stupidity, intentional stupidity. But
okay,
Shane, I think, is a pathology.
Except he takes the result of his honest ignorance and calls everybody else wrong or lying.
Oh, of course.
Oh, Larry, you're just lying. I bet you're gay. I was like, are you fucking kidding me? I'm out there doing the measurements. I'm bringing the measurements. Oh, you're doing this. I know I'm not doing that. Oh, they all do that. And no, I'm not.
Well, like I said, I think so. Schlitzie has, I think, a different problem with Shane. I think.
Oh yeah.
Shane is much more deeply. It's like there's ill intent there with Shane.
Yeah, well, with Shame and Witsit, yeah, they're cut from the same cloth. They make up. They use math words, but they don't use math.
Right. Neither of them. Right. And when they're not able to explain things, or they're not, whatever they're trying to prove just doesn't work out. It's just like, oh, well, forget it. Obviously that attempt didn't work. So next, they're just out there to cosplay, trying to cosplay as a scientist. So anyway, but yeah, so I think that's pretty clear. I don't think that anyway, yeah, so I just wanted to be sure, because I was saying that, and I was pretty sure that was what you had told me, and pretty sure I understood how that worked. But then, I was like, well, I should probably double check it with with Shubil to make sure I don't have something. So, yeah. And that was the explanation that I gave too, was that, because you've already, because both of them are sharing the same air, you don't have to do that correction. It may change your angle a little, but that's it. Okay.
Yeah, if you just use the reciprocal zenith angles and the distance between to try to glean the radius of the Earth, you'll get a refracted radius of the Earth, which is that 15% larger than geometric.
Gotcha.
You won't get flat, and you don't change the angles. Just go through the maths independently from each site, and you'll get a difference. Average that out, and you got a great elevation delta. And you can go through the long math. But if you're only dealing with like 20 mile, 15 mile observations, going through the verbose math will be insignificantly different than the small angle approximations, which in pencil and paper calculations before everybody had a calculator, that was the safer, more reliable way to do it, as opposed to looking up, log tables and sine values and doing a lot more maths for no net gain. It's error prone. It costs time, and the 8 inches miles squared. Great example. Oh, that's just a bullshit rule of thumb. Yeah, but if you're only dealing with distances that you can still see, 30, 40, 50 miles, it's just as good. And being just as good, because you only be talking millimeters of difference or centimeters of difference. And at 50 miles, okay, yeah, you're not going to be hair splitting because of your angle, not because of your math.
Okay. Gotcha.
I mean, geodesy is such a mature science.
Yeah, but you think that the Earth is curved, so you must be wrong about it because the Earth is
When people are in a state of certainty, even delusional or wrong certainty, just their being is certain of something, when they speak about it, the energy that they give off gives a certain feeling, and people can feel it. And this like a deeper dynamic going on here is these people are developing this thing that I just talked about and speaking about it with certain levels of arrogance, and it's an energetic battle. All the hours spent in here, it's just trading energies back and forth. That this is none of this is real debate, is real science, it's a joke.
Yeah. And
exactly. No real
concave.
globe science. Thank you for saying it.
And you think the Earth is concave.
It's a joke because that these kinds of energies of people yelling and screaming at each other, nothing good comes out of that.
Yeah, I don't know what these Globers think they're doing, sitting here saying they're flying around. It's fucking retarded.
Okay. So
what's up, Omnivore?
I'm here. So what was it? Yeah. I know you said, well, you're using a script. I'm not sure precisely what that meant, unfortunately. I mean, I know what you were getting at, that I was repeating something without, without having the correct amount of justification for saying it. As well, I took it. So
okay, so the day that you were in here with Al Trucker, it was like when Rob still had his server. You were reading something, how you engage with flat earthers. One of the main takeaways I got from that is you preface everything. You once it's time for you to respond, you immediately choose to try to gaslight by telling the person that they don't understand it. You do this intentionally just to try to throw them off and get on their nerves.
No, it's because they really don't understand it.
No. Omnivore literally admits he does it to try to, create tension.
I do. Yes. I don't admit that, but go ahead. Okay. So yeah, I'll show you what I figured out what you saw. I wrote what I was reading from. Because
I know.
someone had asked me to do that. But no, I don't do it to throw people off. So let me explain, I guess, better what I think is going on with
if I choose to record this, then that's just what it is, man.
Okay. I'm okay with you recording it.
People should know that you are appealing to something every time you talk to someone. It has nothing to do with the actual conversation.
Okay. I guess. I don't know exactly what that means, but I'm
It means that no matter who you're talking to or what you're talking about, you're going to tell them, you're going to preface everything you say with, I don't think you understand, I don't think you get it, I think you need to learn it. It's part of your script.
Oh, when talking to a flat earther, that's a good place to start.
Sometimes meaning is more than just what is said. Feel through it. You could feel intention behind what someone is saying.
Yes.
And if you feel through it and that intention isn't to your best interests, not to your belief system's best interests, to your best interest, you don't engage it. Like what Electric's doing right now to Omnivore.
It's okay. I'm okay with it. You know, he wants. You know, he has a take. I've been, of course, accused a lot of either having tactics or whatever. And generally, when I tell somebody that they don't understand it, it's because of the way they're talking about it. I can tell that they are off. They're off base around some element of how they are comprehending the topic, for lack of a better way of putting it. So sure. So for example, one of the things that is, that we argued about was whether or not mass attracting mass disagrees with warping and curving of space-time. And I don't think there's any problem with those two, terms coexisting. In other words, both theories hold that mass will attract mass because that's how the warping and curving of space-time behaves. It creates a distortion that will effectively draw other masses to it. Right? So, I'm like, I feel like that's it's a reasonable thing to say. I feel like saying, that mass attracts mass. To me, that seems reasonable. And although, what Bacon said was, well, they disagree with, like how fast the perihelion of Venus would process. I agree. They would say different things about it, yes. But they wouldn't say, neither of them would say, therefore, we shouldn't see Venus orbit around the sun. Both of them say we'll see that because that's what the attractive behavior looks like. So I don't think those are in conflict. So that's not
that is a completely different argument.
Okay, well, I mean, that is what I think. And
for some reason, I can't post this document right now. I'm trying to post a paper. You're talking about gravity. I found the paper that I've been alluding to for the past couple weeks.
Okay. You can't.
But I can't put up documents apparently.
No, you have image perms which should allow you to post document links.
I know. Oh, can you give my other? Here, check this one out.
Oh.
You see the other account I'm in here with the name Electric? Can you give this one image perms, please? Okay. Thanks.
There you go. You got
appreciate it. Awesome. Oh, it says I already have image perms.
Well, I just gave them to you to the other account.
Perfect. Here we go. You're talking about gravity.
Yep.
It's going to take you time to read that paper. We're not going to have a conversation right now until you actually go through that. I've read this paper.
If it's by Mises, I already read it. Okay, it's a different one.
If it's by who?
A Constantine Mises.
I don't know. I don't think it's by
He did something like this.
Just get
until you actually get into this paper and understand what it's saying.
Okay.
You're not going to understand my contention with your model of gravity.
Okay. Well, I mean,
but yeah, intrinsically, all matter is electric. The field, it's creating these like electrostatic fields.
A guy named Constantine Mises. I don't know how to pronounce it, but this guy, who is an actual physicist, like he has credentials. He did a paper using Coulomb's law instead of gravity, which was interesting, but it relied on antimatter being repulsed by gravity, which in the intervening years we've learned is does not seem to be the case. So that didn't pan out. But it also didn't have the it wouldn't have the same, like we can detect charge, right? You would have to explain why we don't detect charge in these objects. And as far as we know, light is only very somewhat affected by gravity. Like light's effect on or magnetism. Magnetism has very little effect on light. It's not charged. You can't deflect light beams with magnets. There are some situations where there is.
Yeah, yes, you can. I've seen it done.
I found the problem. It's in the chat. There you go. There's the problem.
You can certainly refract light with electromagnetism.
You can't.
What? Light's impervious to electromagnetism. Stop it.
Well,
light is electromagnetism.
But you're not going to reflect it by a magnet, you moron.
Yeah, no, I've seen it before. I could find the demonstration.
Oh, please show me where light's deflected by a magnet. Go.
And I'll find you a demonstration of a magnet not deflecting a light.
You know
That'll be
those.
great.
You know, in hospitals when they turn on the those big machines, what I'm talking about, the one with the big magnet in them. When they turn those on, you can't see them because light's being.
Yeah, I'm definitely not trying to talk to Nasty Phil. He's absolutely retarded.
That's because it's dumb. What you're saying is dumb.
No, everything you say is not worth hearing.
Look who's talking. My God.
Anyway,
you say that magnetism refracts
I hope you
light.
entertain that paper. I hope you consider what it really says.
Yeah, I think I've seen.
And
it
not just try to
before.
dismiss it or debunk it right
Where'd
away.
you get it from? Shit.
Yeah, NASA, you don't like it. You don't like reading.
Where'd you get the
and
paper
learning.
from? Where'd you get the paper from?
What's it, archive?
I don't know. He's not telling me. My guess is shit shoot.
They're proposing a model for gravity. They did experiments to find out how much electrostatic fields can affect, your vectors.
Okay.
It's on the quantum scale, though. This is all pertaining to, your molecular level gravity.
Okay. I'll take a look at it.
It's good stuff. I appreciate that. I don't appreciate Ness Shield just saying retarded comments.
Well, where'd you get it from?
But I really came in to talk about.
I asked you where you got it from, and you won't tell me. Why won't you tell me where you got it from? Why won't you tell me where you got it from?
Shut up.
Why won't you tell me where you got it from?
Dude, honestly, I've had multiple papers like this for years.
Yeah,
I just found one on my Google Drive. I downloaded this years ago. I actually don't remember what website I pulled it off of. I wish I could help you there. I've been looking at my old Google Drives. So what were we just talking about?
Here's an example of a giant magnet doing absolutely nothing to light.
No, not a magnet. Just affecting the electromagnetic field, which is going to affect the propagation of the light.
What are you saying?
How much did it affect it? 0, right?
Man, now I got to find that video. I'm sorry. I don't know how to find that one. I would really have to go digging.
I think he's confusing an electron beam with light.
Yeah.
An electron beam? What are you saying, Shubo?
Yeah, there's demonstrations where they have an electron beam firing through a gas that makes it excites it and makes it light up, but that's not a beam of light. That's a beam of electrons, and they stick a magnet next to it, and it makes
a CRT monitor, a TV.
Yeah,
the old
CRT. I was going
cathode.
to go there.
Yeah, the cathode ray TV. Yeah.
Why can't I even? Why am I not allowed to finish?
Man, because you got fucking globetards surrounding you.
Jesus. So it makes the beam curl up into a curly Q, but that beam isn't a light beam, it's an electron beam.
I don't know if this is the same thing that I've seen in the past. I would have to really get back to you about that to find the video I'm thinking of.
Okay.
But I understand what you guys are saying.
And I think that this point is in contention. I think that they have been able to manipulate the path of light just using, affecting the rate of propagation in the electromagnetic field. Anyway, what was the topic before all this other stuff? What were we about to talk about?
I posted an excerpt from that paper you posted, the .doc file that you posted.
Oh, okay, yeah. We were going to talk about the helicopter.
Oh,
So,
God,
Omnivore,
still.
do you understand the argument I've been presenting about the helicopter?
Oh, God, are we still on the fucking helicopter? How many times do you have to be
Stop
told
complaining,
you're full of
NASA.
shit?
I do not know.
I'm asking Omni a question.
I do
Oh,
not.
God.
We weren't on the helicopter until I mentioned this little excerpt right here.
I can't even open the file. It's too big to open.
Jesus Christ. Somebody help this guy.
Hey there, NASA Chill, just check the thing I most recently posted in the chat.
I think electric was just deflected by a magnet. You had to go back to the helicopter.
Shuba, I think you deflected away from the fact that I debunk all your claims within your field of surveying.
Except you haven't. That's just your assertion.
And I think that's why you've been so vicious with me. Because you're mad because I'm substantiating that you don't prove a globe when you go out in the field.
And that's just your assertion.
So, Electric, would you like to respond to your paper saying that mass attracts mass?
Yeah, the cause for attraction is not gravity. That's what the paper is presenting. It is a different model that proposes a different reason that things are being attracted towards each other. I do not deny mass attracting mass. Nice try.
Okay, so you're okay with mass attracting mass? You just deny the word
your
gravity?
idea of mass. Okay, mass attract. Listen close, stupid ass. Mass attracting mass is very vague. Your idea of gravity involves it all being attracted to the center of a sphere. There is still mass attracting mass, but you think that vector is pointing towards the center of a ball. I don't know why you think that. There's definitely mass attracting
hold on.
mass.
You don't understand that. That's just used as a point. That's
Nobody's
where
asking you, NASA.
That's where all the
You're retarded.
vectors. That's where all the vectors are summed. You can.
I just want a drink of Kool-Aid to understand the difference of saying mass attracting mass doesn't exist, and the reason that mass attracts mass is because it's being attracted towards the center of a sphere. You got to know the difference between the two claims.
Okay, that's not the actual claim that we have. The actual claim that we have is mass is attracting other mass. The lowest energy state as a result of that, as a consequence,
I'm trying to
sphere. What it is. It's not.
I'm trying to follow your
gravity
logic.
Requires spheres because that's not what gravity requires. It's just the direct consequence of gravitation is that the lowest energy state of a collection of matter is a sphere.
Yeah, but you don't have a center of a sphere. You don't have a point of attraction in your model yet.
Why do we not have centers of spheres anymore?
You don't know if that's what's causing your attraction. You say that it is an attraction force. You can literally say there is an equivalence to it. You can create a kinematic equivalence and say that it is a repulsive force. It's not hard to do. All you got to do is get rid of the center of the ball that you never verified in the first place.
But the claim isn't that the center of the sphere is what's causing the attraction.
I know, that's what your model says, and that's what you never verified. So now there's better ideas, like this paper.
I just explained to you what the model says, and it's not the center causes the attraction. That's not.
Yeah, that's not what reality says. Okay, so your model says you're attracting towards the center of a sphere. Reality doesn't have a sphere. You don't have a center of a sphere in reality yet.
Right, the center is not relevant to the attraction. The collection of matter is what's relevant to it.
Yeah, at the center of your ball, due to the accumulation over time of mass in your gravitational well, in your vacuum, which is all just post hoc, right? This is what you need for a globe, but you didn't actually observe any of these things. You say that all of your mass is being attracted to the center of a sphere. Okay, you did not observe a sphere. You do not have a sphere. Okay. This is what your gravitational model is, though. It requires there to be a sphere.
I don't think he gets cause and
effect. So this is where you're making a mistake. What our model says is all mass attracts all mass. As such, nature is going to try to be lazy and get in as close as it can to the other mass without exerting itself by holding a rigid flat line or something that's preventing it from getting as close as it can. That shape is a sphere.
Yeah, it's just delusional.
God, I found your.
It's like listening to NPCs pre-AI talk to each other. There's the same things back and forth. One AI
What do you
says
want to
something.
What do you want to talk about? Yo, I would rather talk about the alternative. The most viable alternative cosmology is the concave model. These guys want to debunk flat all day. It's a diversion from the idea that there is something valid.
Oh my God,
you're going
even
model.
dumber.
Concave actually could work.
No, concave was worse. Concave is worse.
Yeah, stop coping,
He says
NASA.
something, they
Hold on.
react. He says something, they react. It's so pathetic.
Concave is worse. Concave is dumber. I mean, you think flat Earth is
Concave
dumb?
knows that I understand the stuff that he presents. Light has to
God.
bend up. You're not testing the conditions of the atmosphere to say that it's refracting away from a globe. You just say that's what happened if you were on a globe.
My God, it would look like Halo.
You see what happens when I try to make a point?
It would curve up and look like Halo, you moron.
NASA, you need to stop shouting over me, man.
Well, I'll shout over you when you say stupid shit like the Earth is
You're
concave.
going to choose to shout over me. All right, now I'm asking Omnivore to allow me to speak.
Okay,
you need to stop.
Well, if you shut the fuck up occasionally, how about that?
Okay, one at a time, please.
That's the show. You have to wait until I'm done, please.
Okay,
well, you're never done though. You never shut the fuck up.
Okay, hold on.
Hang on, hold on. Go ahead. Be quick though. Be concise.
What's up, Kool-Aid?
Can I tell me? Can you tell me I found his reference? I posted it for people that can't. I found his reference. It's in ResearchGate. And
this is the dumbest thing I've ever
if you just
seen in my
listen to me, I found your damn citation. I found your stupid thing. It's posted in ResearchGate, an open, non-peer-reviewed bullshit.
Okay.
I posted it for people.
Well, I think we know that it was not peer-reviewed. Okay. All right. Good. Okay. So that's a valid link. All right. So go ahead and make your case, Jesse. Just as concise.
Yeah, I was just trying to mention to Glory that they don't actually measure the conditions of the atmosphere to say that it is truly due to the density and temperature variations in the atmosphere. They just say, look over there, it's displaced from what the globe predicts. Therefore, it must be getting refracted. That's not testing the conditions of the atmosphere to say that it is due to the atmosphere. That's saying that it might be due to the atmosphere because it's displaced. You have to know the difference. So what concave does, and I'm not finished, don't try to freak out yet, NASA. So what concave does is it says it invokes that it's just being bent downward to appear higher. Or
Except
my
that's
bad,
not how refraction
it's being
works.
bent upward
Wait,
to appear lower than it's.
Finish up, Jesse.
Yeah, I got it. In the concave model, light bends up towards the less dense towards the less dense region.
Yeah, which
would make things appear lower.
Okay,
and
so
that's
go
all
ahead.
you need to do. Yeah, that's the only thing you need.
I got it.
Okay.
So NASA, what's your response to that?
Yeah, except the light doesn't bend up. We know it bends down toward the denser media. This has been proven by more than one person. My God, to say light bends up is like, whoa, hey, why don't we just make up some shit?
All right, so let's talk about cosmic supervoids. Let's talk about how you guys propose that the reason that gravities appear to be at the wrong proclaimed distance in your model, you're literally finding out that underdensity can refract the path of light. That's what you're saying now. You're saying that you guys got supervoids.
Who said that? We're not talking
Type
about
in
that.
weak gravitational lensing due to the supervoids.
Yeah, we're not talking about gravitational.
Yeah, you never
lensing
typed
right
in
now.
anything in your life because you don't. Even
We're not talking about gravitational lensing right now. We're talking about the
No,
shape.
we are talking about the absence of mass, the absence of density, still bending light.
We're not talking about that right
Due
now.
to
We're talking about the
underdensity.
shape
This
of
is
the
what's
Earth.
proposed in your model.
Well, we know the Earth is
Light
made
bends
of
up
matter.
towards the less denser medium in your model, dude. You need to look it up.
Relativity
No, light
is
bends
not
down
part of the
toward
flat Earth
Snell's
curriculum.
law.
So, most of these guys, unfortunately, they haven't gone
Snell's
that far
law.
yet.
Snell's law. The light bends down toward the denser medium.
Okay.
We know this.
All right. So Snell's law. So what's your response to Snell's law, Jesse?
Snell's law is valid.
Okay.
Okay, then thank you. Light bends down. Good. Next.
Oh, wait. Does that? Okay. We agree that we find density of the atmosphere going from greater at sea level to less and less as you go up in altitude? I would say we agree on that, right? I would assume.
Yep, that is the condition of the atmosphere typically.
Okay, so if we agree on that, then I guess my question is, what reason is there to think that light bends in the opposite direction if we think Snell's law is valid and we know that the density gradient goes from greater at sea level to lesser as you go up?
It's pretty complicated. I would definitely need no interruptions.
Well,
and then you could try to respond.
Go ahead and spell it out, and then.
And I'm interested in Glory's opinion on this as well.
Okay, well, okay. You're not.
So yeah, this is definitely directed at Glory because I want to know if he thinks this idea is valid.
All right.
So when you're at a certain elevation, your eye is above the ground, right? When you look off into the distance, the ground appears to ramp up and reach near eye level, right?
Right.
So who's to say that the elevation that you're looking at in the distance is above or below the elevation of your optic? If it's true that your optic is at a higher position than your target, then technically you have an inverse medium. You're looking at the less dense part of the medium before the more dense part, which appears lower, further away. All right, I think this is actually the perfect condition for syncing, personally.
Great. Could I have some salad dressing? That was a very good word, salad, but a little dry.
All right.
We already know you don't comprehend anything, dude.
Well,
I don't comprehend bullshit. That's for sure. And that was pure bullshit.
So I'm not. So if I let me see if I understand that. We see something in the distance, and we don't know its exact altitude compared to us because we don't know the refractive conditions. So is that mean that
No.
Okay, go ahead.
I'm sorry. Okay, perspective causes the ground to ramp up towards eye level, right?
Right.
If you're standing on the ground and your optic is like 6 feet above the ground,
Yep.
you're going to see the ground raise in front of you, apparently. So something below you, technically, like, relative to your altitude, something below you is going to appear higher than its actual position.
Right, but it will never appear above me, right?
This is basically an atmospheric inversion. You're literally looking at a lower part of the atmosphere, even though you're above it.
I understand. Okay, so I understand that. But first off, something that is below me in my field of vision can never, because everything is squished towards my eye line, right?
Yes.
So that means that nothing below can ever get above my eye line view perspective.
I agree.
Okay. All right. So we agree on that. All right. So I'm still having a bit of trouble figuring out what the
part of the medium you're looking through in the distance
Yeah.
is at a lower altitude than the altitude of your optic.
Okay.
You're literally looking at the atmosphere being inverted. You're literally looking at a denser part of the atmosphere above the less dense part. You're in the less dense part. Your optic is 6 feet above the ground, and you're looking straight across, and you're seeing an elevation that's like, maybe it's like 2 or 3 feet above the ground. The ground ramps up to your eye level, right?
Yep.
All right. Well, there you go. You're looking at an inverted medium. It's literally upside down. It's the
What?
conditions for syncing.
Oh my God. Are you high or are you just really dumb?
I don't. I'm not. I'm sorry. I'm not sure I understand that, and that may well be my issue.
No, don't try to understand it, please.
I'm just. All I'm saying is I don't. I'm trying to figure out what the ramifications are. So if I see a mountain on the horizon and the bottom half of the mountain seems to be missing, my Glober conclusion would be that the bottom part of the mountain is missing because of Earth curve, right?
You could presume that. Yeah, you're presuming that.
Well, that's what my Glober position would tell me is happening. So what is the other alternative? Why am I seeing the bottom half of that mountain missing.
All you need is light to be bending up. That's all you need.
Yeah, but in order for light to be bending up, doesn't that mean there would have to be higher density above lower density?
Yeah, and when you're looking through that part of the medium, your optic is in a less dense region than where you're sighting your target.
That means
But
it's more
but perspective and the bending of light are two very different things. Just because something appears higher because of perspective, things are getting squished towards my eye line.
And that's how you know it's not Earth curve.
You're not saying it's not Earth curve, or
I mean, that's how you know it's not Earth curve, because the ground is ramping up due to perspective.
yeah, but the ground ramping up due to perspective. The mountain over there is ramping up due to perspective. The ship on the horizon is also ramping up due to perspective, and I still can't see the bottom of it.
Side view. Right. When these observations are made, you're definitely looking through a corridor. Go ahead.
Side view would help all of you.
Oh, hey, Damon.
Hey, what up? I'm just saying the side view would let you know what you're talking about, whether you see two mediums doing crazy shit or not. Why do you guys just hope and pray for ignorant, religious beliefs of wind air stuff front of us must be stuff in front globe wind refract.
Oh God, Damox here.
Well, can you guys prove what you're talking about? Do you have
Not
a
to
reference
you.
for refraction?
Definitely not to you.
Do you have a side view of what refraction does?
I thought you guys didn't like side views. Now you want a side view.
We know your globe only consists of looking forward. That's how you prove it. Just look forward.
Yeah, I thought you guys didn't like side views. Now we like side views.
Don't let
I
him
don't know
bait
what
you,
you mean
bro.
by a side view.
Don't let him bait you.
Oh, he's
Your
talking about
interest is of science. His interest is in
orthoscopic view?
words. Anyways,
Yeah,
what we were talking about bending paths of light. So
I know, Gloria. I know you got the
Bending
demonstration.
refraction anything. There's no proof of refraction without a side view.
Gloria, I'm really directing this stuff at you because I feel like you might have a video that'll explain what I'm talking about.
Yeah, refraction is a thing. I mean, we can all demonstrate it.
Demonstrate it or film the side view. We'd all know what everybody's talking about.
We have a lot of instruments that can detect refractive index in our atmosphere. You guys need to look these things up. They're available for you. It's public information. You know what I mean?
I know about them, but you're never truly measuring along the entire corridor
Yes, you are.
of air.
Yes,
Let's
you
say
are.
no, you're not. If you have a target 20 miles away and you say it's vertically displaced from the geographic, dude, stop. Dude, he's doing it again. This guy sucks.
Weren't we the ones demanding this? Like when they started with this stupid.
Dude, you are not
Fed
testing
duck.
the conditions of the atmosphere every
Yeah,
fucking 10 feet. Every fucking elevation above.
Weren't we the ones who demanded this when they did the?
I got Rob and Massa Shill doing the same old bullshit.
The refractive index.
Yeah, Omnivore, moderate this. I'm trying to make a point, please.
The refractive index is very high the closer you get to the Earth's surface. If you look at a lot of these observatories, they are hoisted pretty high in the air to get above the thickest part of the atmosphere, so that whenever they're looking through the thinnest part of the atmosphere, the refractive index is negligible. Negligible.
You got a side view. There's a tool called a video camera these days. You guys can record your lives. You can record reality. You can record the air.
I'm waiting to respond to what Rob said.
Hold on,
When you guys think and believe and claim the smoke is rising and looming, you can get a side view and watch it floating above its own position.
I'm trying to respond to what you said, Rob.
Please.
Rob, hold on.
Science, Demon.
More bullshit.
I'm going to say this.
All
the technology from the side. Imagine globe technology.
Man, the moderation here is so hard.
Side view. All the globe technology is destroyed by side view.
Bigman, what you?
So I'm never going to be able to respond to Rob making up bullshit.
There's nothing to moderate. This is flatter. This is it.
1 second, just so we're clear, I can't get a word in with Dimmock either. So,
I want to respond to what Rob said.
Okay,
you're not measuring the atmosphere every 10 feet above the ground, 5 feet above the ground, along your corridor of air over 20 miles. You think you're really taking a pressure gauge all along the surface of water over 20 miles to determine that the bottom up obstruction is due to the conditions of the atmosphere? You're not doing that. You observe a certain amount of displacement of your target, and you say, "Oh, you just appeal to a refractive index." Nobody's really busting out a thermometer every 10 feet over 20 miles. Nobody does that. See,
we said the same thing.
This is so stupid, dude. I can't explain a single thing to the fucking autophone.
We said the same thing during the dead duck too, the Black Swan era.
God, you guys suck at
Yeah,
this.
during the Black Swan era, we said the same thing, and everybody's kind of poo-pooed it. Now you're suddenly demanding it of us.
You're not understanding that, so weird how you don't get it.
Yeah, we demanded the same thing during the era of the Black Swan, but they said, "Oh no, that's not important." Now suddenly you think it's important.
Yeah, no, I demand the same thing when you invoke that there is refraction happening due to the atmosphere. That
so it's a double standard, isn't it? It's a double standard, isn't it?
They're big time double standard. And here's the thing that electric does.
The double standard is coming from you, Rob. You didn't even
we
understand
demanded
my
the same.
response to your
We asked the same thing during the era of the Black Swan, and everyone always
I want
all
to
the
know
flat
if Rob
earthers,
comprehended
all the flat
point that I
earthers
made.
said, "Well, that's not important. We don't need to do that." Now suddenly,
You guys
electric
don't
is coming
realize
back,
you're not
coming to the
measuring
same
the
position,
conditions in the
coming to the same position we did, and now suddenly saying, "Hey, you don't do this." But yet the Black Swan is still good, right?
Guys.
How about the Black Swan, huh? Electric, is the Black Swan still good?
Ass to mouth circle of flat earthers and globers connected ass to mouth, just feeding each other.
Electric, is the Black Swan still good? Is that
All right, go
proof of the
somewhere else
flat-
if you don't like it, then, dude.
Let's connect those views front to side.
Hey, Electric, is the Black Swan still proof of the flat Earth?
Jesse, what's going on?
All you can do is prove flat.
I'm waiting to actually have a real conversation with somebody that can think straight.
With you?
Yeah, we're waiting to talk to somebody in here with an IQ
what a bunch of irony. Electric
any
wants
of
to
you
have a
guys
real
have an IQ
conversation with
above
somebody.
3? Did any of you pass 3rd grade? Globers?
You didn't.
I'm not sure about that. I think they might have failed that shit.
You didn't.
And then
I know
started
that
doing hard
no
drugs.
flat Earther passed 6th grade. I know
believe
that.
reality for nothing. You couldn't get them to believe reality for shit. These guys are like sad
Yeah,
dogs.
reality. That's something you have a very
We know
thin,
old
a
dogs
very
know new tricks.
touch and go concept with.
I'm still curious on
Glover
Glory's
dogs can't
opinion.
learn new tricks. We know.
I actually wanted Glory to respond. You guys are fucking insane.
Yeah, again, is the Black Swan still
Shut up,
valid,
Nessa.
Electric?
Fuck you. You're
Electric,
so
is the Black Swan still valid?
The Black Swan.
Is it still valid, Electric?
The Black Swan.
Is your
Come on, tell me.
non-existent ball still valid? You can't demonstrate how flight works with it? Is that still valid? You don't have
Damon, please shut the fuck up for a while.
represent itself? No
Okay,
backing
good.
the claim?
DMOC, the problem is that.
Please shut up asking these guys for how ball flight works with a ball.
DMOC,
Please
you
don't
know,
ever ask a
the
Glover
biggest
for
lie,
how
the biggest
they
lie,
break down and
the biggest lie, the biggest lie, the biggest
The only way
lie.
you can talk, Damok never finishes, just like you. You never shut
He's
the fuck
gonna
up.
finish if you just wait. Just
No,
shut
he
up
never
and
shuts
wait.
up.
The biggest lie
Rob,
that
shut up and wait.
Biggest lie.
Damok
no,
goes
no,
on
no,
for
you be
5
quiet.
minutes at a time.
So Electric,
are the biggest lie.
you know that you're not
You
making
are a
sense,
lie.
right?
Oh my God, you're such a remedial
Flat
auto
Earth is a
Glover. Your
lie.
opinion is
Stop
invalid.
lying,
Flat
you
Earth is a
guys.
lie.
You don't even know your own model. You
Where's the
gotta
entire
do
flat
research.
Earth? Where's the entire flat Earth?
What is the flat
Flat Earth
Earth
is a
model,
lie.
Electric?
That's all you
You have a
have.
flat Earth
That's
Where's the
model?
flat Earth? That's a big thing. Where's okay? There's two things.
That's all you
Where
can
is the
demonstrate flying and floating
horizon in the
on.
middle of the flat Earth?
That's all
Where
you
is the
can
horizon?
demonstrate,
How
weirdo.
is the
Horizon is
horizon
the problem.
happening in the middle of the flat
There's
Earth?
no globe
The horizon
physics.
is the
How is
problem.
the horizon happening in the middle of the flat Earth?
That's all you can demonstrate. Don't be mad
Demonstrate
because all you can demonstrate is
to
flat
us.
Earth, Robert.
What is the horizon, dude?
DMOC,
Is the ground actually changing elevation in front of
demonstrate
you?
the
God.
horizon in the
Please
middle
don't get
of
a globe.
the table.
Whatever you
Always
do,
go to the
please, Glover.
horizon.
Demonstrate the horizon in the middle of a
don't-
table.
Don't help the Globers
Hey,
out.
Rob,
Whatever
when you
you
see
do,
the
Rob.
ground in front of you, is that due to elevation change? When you see the
Oh,
ground
God, here we
when you
go
see the ground
again.
in front of you, is that due to elevation change? Yes or no?
Here we go again.
Demonstrate the horizon
Yes
in the
or
middle
no?
of a
Hello,
table.
Rob.
Here's a
When you
guy.
see
Here's
the
a guy who
ground in
flees.
front of
Show us
you,
on a
Electric
little
is
ball
asking
where the
yes or no
horizon's
questions.
at.
The guy who
Demonstrate something.
Show
flees
us
from
on a
yes or
little
no
ball
question
where
is
the
asking yes or no
horizon's
questions.
Demonstrate.
That's fucking funny.
Demonstrate a nice bright
No,
line in
you
the middle of
can't
a table
demonstrate anything.
that
Stop
prevents
asking the
you from
people to
seeing
do
the end
what
of the
you
table.
won't do. Don't ask
Dem-
anybody to do anything you
I'm
can't
gonna
do,
do. I'm
Robert.
gonna
Get a
ask
ball
you.
and go flight.
Where is the horizon in the
Flight.
middle
There is
of the
no
flat
ball.
plane?
Stop asking where a ball is. There aren't any.
How can you
There's no
demonstrate?
gloves.
Yeah,
Yes,
man,
I
you
can
guys are
demonstrate the ball
afraid of my
anytime.
arguments. You have to
I
do this
can
because
demonstrate the
you
horizon anytime.
can't engage with the topic. You're just interrupting and being stupid, man. It's
Damon doesn't shut
pathetic.
pathetic that you guys can't
Neither
engage this
Daymok
topic.
nor you knows how to shut the fuck up.
Demonstrate a horizon in the middle of a flat table. Go ahead. You can't do it.
That is so stupid, dude.
Okay,
what the fuck is wrong with you?
It's so stupid to ask you to demonstrate by a horizon on the flat Earth model. That's funny, Electric.
That's not what he said.
That's exactly what he says.
That's what I said.
No, he said a flat
Demonstrate how the
table.
horizon
The flat table, yeah, the flat
in the
Earth.
middle of a
fucking
flat table.
chimpanzee.
The flat Earth, moron. The flat Earth.
What I want you to do?
You weren't
what I
listening.
Flat table. The pizza. The dirt pizza. What do you want to call it?
Can I get a one-on-one with Rob?
Maps.
Can I
Everything
actually
works
have a
only on a
conversation
flat
with Rob about
table.
this, please?
No, you can't. Can you have a
remember when
conversation? The
you go
answer
play
is
the
no.
video
You
games
can't.
and the king has the town mapped out and the city mapped out on a flat table? The whole kingdom?
I'm trying to have a one-on-one with Rob. I want to
Then
be able
go to a
discuss
private
this
room.
with this dude.
We're having a flat Earth debate, bro. Let us have it, Electric. This is what
Glory,
it is.
I don't know. You didn't respond to what I was saying, dude. I don't know why you didn't chime in.
There's no room for me to.
I'm sorry about that. You know, I'm trying to have a cordial conversation right now.
What a lying sack of shit.
So I said that light has to bend up in the concave model. I said that it bends towards the less dense medium. Is there any kind of, substantiation from you guys? Like, are you guys putting together something that
First of all,
makes
I'm
it
not
part
a
of the
you
model?
guys. I'm not a you guys. So correct that first,
All right, so just
and then we
you.
can move forward.
Yeah, so are you considering this to be the case in any model that you're conceiving for concave?
What's your question? What are you trying to know?
Does light bend up in a concave model that
Is this for you or for someone
maybe
else?
tailored? Have you tailored a concave model where light bends up?
Of course, you have no.
Have you researched any of it?
You have no experiments.
I'm
to show-
asking because I feel like I've seen it before.
You
That's
have
why I'm
no
bringing it up.
experiments to show that light bends up. You just
We can talk about it later.
say light's going to bend up
I
in
appreciate
violation.
that, yeah.
In violation of the physical laws that
Back
we
to the
know.
shit show, guys. Back to flat Earth. Let's go. Flat Earth versus globe Earth.
Let's
hold
go to
on.
concave. I mean, concave is even dumber than flat Earth. So
It's the
I mean,
dumbest thing.
We
It's the
just want to
dumbest
know
thing.
how
I mean,
people
we know that light bends down toward the denser media, but now let's just assume that it bends up. Let's just play backwards world here.
No, let's play show
Gravity
how we
pulls us
fly over
up.
a ball and stop lying.
Some sort of uppity or downity.
Yeah,
and
backwards world. We're
the Earth
global.
is
Rob,
hollow.
Go fly.
The Earth is
Rob,
hollow.
if you're
The
interested in
entire
having a
universe,
one-on-one, just
the
send me a
entire
message
universe
so I
fits
know, dude.
inside the diameter of
Hey,
the Earth.
Electric, look, go to the other channel. If you
You know,
really want to know, I can tell
rockets
you,
need
but
to slow down
I'm
in
done with
order
these
Oh
guys.
to.
shit! Yeah, hell yeah, dude.
Yeah, there is absolutely no horizon in the middle of a flat plane.
Stop talking about nothing,
On the
Robert.
concave, we should be
Prove
able
a
to
ball,
curve up. We
stupid.
should be able to see it curve up like something like
Yeah,
Halo.
exactly.
What are you guys waiting on? Have you proved curved water yet?
That means
You
there
guys
should
got
be.
paid yet?
That
No
means
money?
that
You
means
don't
there
got no
should
money,
be.
Robert?
It's not.
Yeah,
It's not
welcome to
a. It's
Flat
not
Earth.
a concave because we would see an increase
Just
in
stop talking
elevation.
about stuff, Flat
You know,
Earther.
we're going to fly from New York.
We would see an increase in elevation, and one of the things about flat Earth is that elevation doesn't increase.
No, we should be able to fly from New York to Tokyo by going through the middle.
Exactly, dude. So,
How many times are you going to make that
so
still look stupid
elevation
proving Flat Earth,
can
Robert?
be concave. It can be concave
Robert
because
just proved Flat
elevation
Earth
would
is fucking
increase.
NASA shield.
Elevation would increase. So
Stop
it can be
proving
concave.
Flat Earth, man.
So give us a horizon in the
Flat
middle
Earth
of a
proof.
flat plane. Give us
Stop talking about
give
Flat
us
Earth
a
proof all day,
horizon
man.
in the
We already
middle of
know
a
it's
flat
flat.
plane. Give
We
us
were
a
born
horizon.
knowing it's
Give
flat.
us that
We all
bright
know
line.
it's flat.
Give us
You know
that
it's
bright
flat.
line.
We all
Give us
know.
that bright line at 3 miles.
All the scientists know.
Give us
All
that
the
flat.
people know
Give
it's
us.
flat. They
You
know
can't do
globe
it, can you?
physics don't
Dima, you
exist.
can't do it.
Globe
I've asked
physics,
to do
no,
that.
nobody can do
Give
globe. You're
me
right.
a
Nobody
horizon.
does globe.
Give me a
There
bright
are no
line
globes.
in the middle of a flat
Nobody's
plane.
giving you a globe, Robert. They don't
Yeah, we have a
exist.
globe. Yes, it's a globe, and we
Globes
know, and we
don't
can
exist.
demonstrate.
Show me
We can
flight.
demonstrate
Show
a
me how
globe very
flight works
easily.
on
We
one.
can demonstrate a horizon
Show
on a
me how
globe
flight
very easily.
works on it.
Easy. It just goes around
Show
it.
me how
Now
hot
show
air
me
balloons
now.
work on it.
Show me. It goes around because of gravity. We have a science.
Now you're
tell
just
me,
saying
tell
dumbass
me the
words, retard. You
horizon.
can't show
Show
me.
me
So
the
now you
horizon
can't
on
show.
the table. Show me the horizon on the table.
We just keep going back to you
Show
not being
me a
able to
horizon
demonstrate
on a
anything but flat
table.
Earth.
Show
We
me
know
a
all you can
horizon on a
demonstrate is
table.
flat Earth,
Show
Robert.
me
Why
a
are you so
horizon
mad?
on the table,
Flat
Dima.
stationary
Show
Earth
me
is
it's
all
not.
you can
It's not
demonstrate.
flat.
Okay,
It's flat stationary.
okay. All right, that's enough. He can't show you a horizon in the middle of a table.
Nobody even knows what the fuck that means. That dude's on crack.
Yes,
But
of
can you
course.
show how people
Exactly.
fly around the globe for the last
Look at this, brother.
thousands of years. You
Look,
guys
show
believe
me
in
a
playing, you're
horizon in
flying
the middle of
around a
the
ball. Can you show us?
Can you show us a
How's
horizon in
that
the middle of a flat
helping?
plane?
How's help everybody know how it
Show
works?
me a horizon in the middle of a flat
How does
plane.
show you? Stop
Show me a
saying dumb
horizon in the
shit,
middle of a flat
retard.
plane.
Him now as well.
You
Peanut
can't do
butter
it.
brain. Stop talking.
Show me a flat
Get a
plane.
fucking
Show
ball
me a
out,
flat plane with a
weirdo.
horizon.
If you guys can't get a
Show me
ball
a
out,
line.
you're on flat Earth.
Okay,
That's simple, man.
we can't see.
We'll
We
wait
can't
for you to
see.
become a Glober one day,
You
guys.
can't see Europe
One day
from.
you'll get that
You
ball.
can't see Europe from the United States.
One day you'll be a Glober.
There's a line
Robert.
there.
When
There
you
is a
catch the
line.
ball,
There's a
you might be able to be a
termination. There's a
Glober.
termination line based on your height. Show me a
Yeah,
termination line
stop
based on your
talking
height
about
on a flat
stuff.
plane.
Stop making shit
Show
up
me a
every time.
termination line
Globe
based on
Mark
your
Twain.
height on a
Globe
flat
Mark
plane.
Twain, you'll need a ball.
Show me that termination line.
Nobody
based on
can
your
show
height
you
on a
globe
flat plane.
anything. Globes don't exist,
Show
Robert.
me. You can't show me.
Globes don't exist, Robert. Nobody can
flat
show you
planes
globe
don't
flight.
exist.
Nobody can show you how flight works on a globe.
Flat planes don't
Nobody will
exist.
ever do that.
Flat plane. Nobody
All
will
the
ever
Globers
show us
are
a
too
flat
dumb.
plane. Nobody
All
will
the
ever
billions of
show us.
scientists you stand on the shoulders of don't know
Nobody
how
will
flight
ever
works
show.
on a ball.
There's no science that flat Earth has.
They
Flat
can't
Earth doesn't have
science flight on a ball, weirdo.
Flat Earth
Ain't
has
that
magic.
fucking sad?
Flat Earth has magic,
You can't
weirdo.
even science
Flat
a
Earth has
fucking
magic.
toy around a ball.
Flat Earth has
Weird fuck.
magic. Flat Earth has magic.
Go science the
Flat
ball.
Earth has magic. Flat
No,
Earth has
flat Earth has
magic.
reality.
Flat Earth has magic.
No, we
Flat
don't
Earth has
need magic.
magic. You have magic. You have wizardry. You have witchery. You have no science.
I got a flat table and an air balloon.
Show me
and a
show me
fucking
the
hot
horizon.
air balloon and a jet
Show
and
me
an
the horizon
airplane
on
and a
it.
little
Show me the
toy
horizon.
helicopter that outdoes
Show
you
me
every
the
day.
horizon on it. Show
It
me a
goes
horizon
up
on
and
it.
it lands just
Show
fine.
me a
I can
horizon on it.
demonstrate how it
Show
lands
me
on a
a
flat
horizon.
Earth every time.
Show me a
Every plane,
horizon.
every helicopter, and every hot
Show
air
me a
balloon.
horizon
I
in the
can
middle
show
of it.
you how it
Show me
works.
a horizon in the middle of
So
it.
if you can't
Show me a
demonstrate how
horizon
it
in the
works,
middle of it.
what are we left with?
Show me a horizon in the
Locked
middle of
in a
it.
room with
Show
helicopters
me a
showing you how they
horizon
work on a
in the
flat
middle.
Earth. Can
Show me a
anybody
horizon
outdo
in
me
the
with
middle
a
of it.
ball?
Show me a horizon
I
in the middle of
invite
it.
any Glober.
Show
You'll
me
get.
a horizon in the middle of
I
it.
invite any
Show
Glober
me
to outdo
a
my flat
horizon in
table.
the middle of it.
Here's how
Show
helicopters
me a
work on a flat
horizon in the
table.
middle of it.
Here's how
Show
hot air
me a
balloons work
horizon.
on a flat
Show
table.
us a
So
horizon.
fucking simple.
Show us a horizon in the middle of it. It's very
I got
simple.
my flat Earth table with
Show
flight
us.
right here,
Show
baby.
us. Yeah, show me a horizon on it.
What do you want to do with my table, Rob? What do you want to do with
Show
this
me a
flat Earth
horizon
table?
on it.
Hot
Show me
air
a horizon.
balloons, helicopters, boats.
Show me.
Hey guys,
skis,
hey,
Add horizon.
Rob. Jesse has a side view that he wants to talk to Democ about.
Yeah, show me a horizon in the middle of it.
If you don't have a live video of the
Show
side
me a
view,
horizon on it, brother.
I don't want no cartoon side view.
Show me a
No,
horizon
these are
on it.
real pictures. It's not a video.
You
but
guys, cartoons are not side views.
It's
Drawing
photographs.
circles on paper are not videos of
It's
what the fuck
photographs.
reality is. You guys, Globers know that, right?
Yeah, these are
I want
theodolite
to talk to a
measurements.
third grade Glober so bad. Somebody that's smart as a third grader, please.
So
Can you go get somebody smart as a third grader, please? Any
these are
Glober.
actual pictures.
Omni, go get an actual Glober that's smarter than a fucking third grader. Can you please find one?
Well, Democ, you're gonna
Talk
have
to me.
So Jesse has.
They'll need to know what a side view is.
I want
You guys
you.
don't know what a side view is. I can't talk to people with low IQs that don't know
Well,
what
then
the side
I'm
of their
gonna
house
have.
is.
I'm gonna have
Side
to.
of your house doesn't exist.
It
Mute
is-
yourself.
It
Mute
is
yourself. Stop
with great
talking.
sadness that
Just
I'm.
get a fucking side view, Luke.
Okay, so Jesse, why don't you walk us through your side view?
I just posted the diagram. I took
Okay,
a
so that diagram is actually, you actually took pictures, yeah?
well, I took pictures of the readout of the theodolite, but I was using a surveyor's theodolite so I could measure to the nearest few arc seconds.
Okay, so that's pretty good. That seems like a pretty good measurement. All right. So what makes this a side view?
Because I was looking at the side of the ship's path, and the ship was moving along in front of me from my left to right in a straight line.
Oh.
And I was measuring the delta height between myself and the top of the ship, which was a 100-foot tall ship, as she sailed by, all the way across. So the red lines represent the lines of sight, and the white line in the map is the path that the ship traveled, and the blue line is the delta height along that path as I measured as she sailed.
Okay.
So she was clearly not sailing on a flat surface, because elsewise her delta height would have been the same.
So as the ship sailed in front of you, directly past you, the apparent height of the ship changed.
It wasn't moving directly at me. It was moving
No,
across.
it's perpendicular. You're off to the side, and it's traveling in front of you, right?
Yes, yes.
Yeah, those red lines are where you took the measurements of its height.
Right, exactly.
Yeah, and the height changed.
Exactly.
So
The
that
delta height.
does seem, I know that you can't respond, Demok, and I will unmute you, but that does seem like the kind of side view that you were talking about. So.
And
Talking about a cartoon?
Yeah, and because I measured the
Are you talking about a
actual
cartoon?
elevation angles.
Can you
there's
see it
no-
in the chat? Hold on
Are
a
you
second.
talking about a fucking cartoon?
So Demok, you got if you want to stay unmuted, you're gonna have to respond. Do you see the picture that Jesse posted in the chat?
Yeah, I see something that's not real.
Well, wait a minute. What makes you think it's not real?
What makes you think that piece of paper is water?
So these are
What
measured.
about that paper is water, I asked you. I know you have a fucking low IQ, Omni, but we're going to get through to you one day, brother. One of these days, you're going to be smart as the fucking rock, dude. I'm going to work with you till you get smart as a rock, all right? Paper is not water, Omni. I don't know what Glober told you that.
Okay, but you see the blue areas? Those are
Paper and cart. No, I don't see Jesse, and I don't see you with a fucking side view of Jesse waving. You got Jesse waving at you in a motherfucking video?
All
And I
you want
don't
to
see no
see,
side view, retard
all we
motherfucker.
want to see,
Until you get
all
that,
we
you dumb
want to
bitch.
see
Just
is a
keep me muted,
horizon.
dumb cunt.
All right,
The
Keep
very
me muted
thing,
until you get that.
Okay, I tried.
the fundamental thing that kills flat Earth is they cannot produce a horizon line in the middle of a flat table.
Sure, they can't produce a horizon line, but
They can't do it.
I will say I was hoping that that Jesse. I think what Jesse did there qualifies as a side view. I believe it does. So,
And because I actually measured the exact elevation angle and distance to each point, to the top of the ship at each point along the path, there's no, barrel distortion is not an influence here. These are all direct, independent, measurements. It's not I was using the very center of the lens on each measurement, so the barrel distortion is not what's causing the curve.
right. So I would very much like to have Demok comment on this, but I don't think that's going to work.
Well, anyway, thank you. I need to get off to other stuff. I just thought I'd pop in and say hi.
Okay. All right. Good to see you. All right.
Yeah, respect, man. That's it. I mean, like all the questions that like DMAC is asking, we have science to tell you what we can do, and we have science to tell you what we can't do while we're on the surface of the earth, right? For example, he wants us to send a hot air balloon around a ball on earth. Well, the science tells you that we cannot put the hot air balloon around the ball because we're in the earth's gravitational field. Therefore, the hot air balloon is going to go to the ground. See, we have science to back that up, right? And we can demonstrate that objects go to the ground. Now, if we go into space in microgravity, we can show you a hot air balloon going around a ball. You see? Now, check this out. Check this out. He can show us a hot air balloon going across a flat table. You know why? Because he's using our science. He's using our gravity. You see that? Now, give us the horizon. The horizon is the thing that separates both of us. I can show you a horizon with a basketball. He cannot show me a horizon with a flat plane.
Well,
you see that?
Yeah. I mean, I agree, but I don't think he understands it that way.
No, he does. He just is not. He's just willfully being dishonest. That bright line. Okay, if you're standing on the east coast of the United States, why can't you? You should be able to look across a flat plain all the way to Europe. You can't. There's a line there.
But they say, "Oh, well, you can't see forever." They can't say why, but that's what they say.
Okay, no, I grant that, right? But there's a line, a delineation there that's happening. Okay, all right. So show us that line, that delineation on a flat desk. That is all we want. You can't see, all right. You can't see Bahamas from West Palm Beach. You can't.
Right.
You can't. And it's very close. There's a delineation line right there at the beach, and I'm saying this because I was just there the other day. Right? There's a nice line. Now there's a hotel. You go way up in the hotel, right there, right? And you can see further, but you still there's a line. So what I'm saying to flat earthers is demonstrate that on a flat plane. Show us that line moving away as you increase in elevation and displaying more surface as that it shows that you can't. If you are on a flat plane on the desk, you will see right to the end. Nothing is going to stop you. Nothing. So they need to show us a horizon on a flat plane, and they can't do it. They will never be able to do it.
Yeah, but they just claim that the horizon we see is because of some unknown optical effect, which is bullshit. But I mean, they feel like that's sufficient denial. So.
No. I mean, they demonstrate the optical effect. If that's what they're saying, demonstrate it so that we can say,
sure.
Right. We can say,
sure. I mean, I agree. We would say, yeah, why can't we see that? And they don't have an answer, but they don't feel like they need an answer to that. They can just say, well, you can't see forever, and they're surprised when a glober says, well, we can unless something's in the way. They don't believe that you could see a star, 10 light years away because that's it's just too far. Which, okay.
That horizon is the killer. That's it right there. The horizon is what tells you that is Earth curve, and the horizon cannot be demonstrated on a flat disk. That's it. Flat Earth disk.
I mean, fair enough. I agree. I don't think that there is a good answer for what the horizon is, but I also think that that flat earthers are not troubled by the fact that they can't demonstrate it because they have a different their intuition that you just can't see forever, and there just doesn't need to be a reason for that. Seems like pretty ironclad.
No. They just don't know how to take a loss. They're arrogant, they're conceited, right? They feel like they are always right. But here is where they have to take the L. And DMAC, the reason why he gets so disrespectful is because he cannot force himself to take a loss here.
Well, I mean, let's be
take the loss. You lose.
Let's be honest about Dimmock. Whatever's going on with him, it's not it's not a especially rational issue.
Okay, right. But he has to take the loss here. Has to.
Yeah, I mean, I would agree. Although Dimmock is in a very unstructured way. Well, we shouldn't talk about it since he's muted, but he is trying to make the point that you can't demonstrate gravity you can't create gravity in a lab. So why, how certain can you be that gravity actually, really exists? I mean, that's steel manning his position. Whether or not that's actually his position or not, I'm guessing, but that's the most charitable that I can be is that's got.
But okay, but my answer to that I always say to them is that, hey, natural phenomena existed before humans created labs.
Well,
you understand me? I mean, so labs is not how you prove things. It's not how you prove is not the only way. Let me change that. Labs is not the only way you can prove things or get evidence of things or map out things or calculate things or measure things. Labs is not the only place you can do that, because natural phenomena existed before four walls and before human beings. Come on, no.
Yeah, I mean, I'm just pointing out that that if I were to give the most charitable understanding of his position that I can think of, it would be that you can't demonstrate it in a lab, so how do you how sure about it can you be? And I think that it's I don't think it's a very good argument, but I that's why I understand it. That's the argument he's making.
Right? You can bring your experiments, your measurements, your tests, your entire hypothesis to the phenomena. You can bring it all there. You don't have to have it in a lab. You don't, right? And that's basically what we have done with gravity.
Yeah,
that's what we have done. You know what I'm saying? Cavendish is the closest thing that we have to really measuring the gravity, just using basic apparatus. We have more complex instruments like gravitometers and all these kind of things. But at the end of the day, if you're really an average everyday amateur person, if they want to see gravity in a profound way, repeat the Cavendish experiment.
Yeah. I mean, yes, obviously that's the correct answer. If you want to get a really good, understanding of gravity, you need to do the Cavendish experiment, and that shouldn't be especially controversial.
That's right. Yeah, I heard one flat earther say, "Hey, the independent variable is what we're trying to prove." I'm like, no, no.
Well, so the independent variable has a cause and effect relationship with the dependent variable, and they misinterpret that as being the independent variable has to be the cause. Like that's not how it works. No,
that's not how it works. Exactly. It's a relationship. What you're trying to actually prove is a relation. Like you said, you said it. I don't have to repeat it, right?
Yeah. But but I mean, they literally do not understand. And I'll confess, when I first ran into that argument, I was like, wait a minute, is that true? Is he, because generally the independent variable is the cause of the change in the dependent variable, and so typically, in most naive experiments, just your basic idea about how those experiments might work. It probably is going to be the cause of the phenomenon. I mean, if I'm trying to test at what heat water boils, under a given pressure, I'm probably going to, probably my independent variable will be the temperature.
No, the fire. The fire is the independent variable. The fire.
Yeah.
Right?
Yeah, maybe. I mean, I have the water sitting on my stove. As I turn the heat up, it boils faster. The heat is naively, fundamentally, the cause of the of the boiling. So, it's like, yeah, I think that that's probably what I would, sort of expect.
Because you can show the fire itself burning at a low temperature, at a low level, will not bring the water to boil because of the ambient temperature might be balancing out a very, very low flame. Is that right? So it can't bring right, it can't bring it above that ambient temperature. So the water stays not boiling. So you turn up the fire to increase whatever it is, right? Right?
Yeah.
Right. So the fire is independent. The dependent is the water.
The state of water, yeah.
Right. So the relationship between the fire and the water is the temperature. Yeah.
Yep.
So
Yeah.
that is what exactly. So in the Cavendish experiment, the the weight on the torsion rod is the controlled or is the controlled variable. The downward bias is controlled with the two weights on the torsion rod. Then now you introduce another weight, which is an independent variable that causes the dependent variable to come together, which is the other weight on the torsion rod. So the relationship between them is what we're proving, and that relationship is gravity.
Yeah.
Or whatever form of gravity you want to talk about. Space-time bending,
Oh
force.
yeah. Oh, I agree that it's a perfectly fine experiment. The flat earthers think it's not an experiment, but they're just wrong about that.
There's another so you have the independent, you have the control, and there's another one. What's the other one? I forget now.
Dependent variable, independent variable, and control variable.
There you go. Right. Okay. Right.
You generally have.
That's right. Dependent and control. Right. Right. There you go. So, but yeah, I mean, it's very simple. I mean, I'm just at that point now where I'm asking them to demonstrate that horizon on a flat plane.
Well, I mean, fundamentally, these guys, don't, are not in a position to demonstrate anything. What Jesse did there was great because he talked, he went to Dimmock and was like, well, here, I've done this thing that you're talking about. Now, Dimmock didn't agree with him, but that doesn't change the fact that it was it should be exactly what he's asking for.
So he showed what he looked at the observation from a lateral position, or
Yeah, he was standing on a point on a bluff, and the ship travels in front of him in a straight line from east to west, and he uses a theodolite to measure the height of the ship, the apparent height of the ship, at each point, at each time interval. So, after so his measurement shows a a curve. Like the ship, the apparent height of the ship changes as it moves directly in front of them. Which is a pretty good indication that it is moving, as they say, over a curved surface.
Oh, interesting. That's what you're saying. So the tangent line is, that's
Well,
his.
if you look at the picture that he had there, you can see pretty well. Do you see the picture that he put in the chat?
I'm looking for it now. When did he post it?
53 minutes past the hour.
Oh, this chat is very busy. It's very busy. I didn't realize your chat was so busy.
Yeah. It's an omnipresence text chat.
All right, so Jesse posted it. So it's a picture, just a picture, right? With
Yeah,
that.
it's the measurements. So he had his theodolite. It shows the Google Earth, Google Maps picture of where he was standing, and then you can see the measurement to the ship. Each point of measurement is one of those red lines.
So the ship is moving in from left to right in front of it. Okay, I see. Right. So
Right.
that's how he's able to see a curve. Wow.
The curve plotted is the height of the ship, which
Right. What? Yeah, that's a very good idea.
Yeah. Well, there's a reason why they really hate Jesse.
Oh my gosh. Jesse's the boss. Wait, I'm sorry. I'm gonna have to steal this.
The beauty of that measurement is the ship is going in a straight line, not so it doesn't stay on the horizon. Now, when we think of the horizon, say whatever number you want to apply, 6-8 miles out, that's in a radial arc. But since that ship is going straight and on ocean, we know it's not going uphill or downhill.
If you're up for it.
Your hot mic.
Hot mic.
Yeah, it's 6:20.
Hot mic.
That's not a problem. If you want.
It gives us less than an hour there, which is not.
Yeah. Send him to the hot mic zone.
Yeah, I am.
And Jesse came up with that based on what Dan wanted to do with videotaping a truck driving along a railroad track on the salt flats, which would have been lame because the road is not a hydrostatic equilibrium of water, and a videotape is not going to give him the angular information he needs. And then Jesse built himself an AIS radio and recorded the GPS position of this ship. So there's no guesswork about the distances.
That's great. Yeah, he did it. He did a spectacular job there. Like I said, there's a reason why these guys really hate him.
Oh, that's completely hand waved. And as when Jesse was talking to Dan the Waterman, he said, "Hey, this is based on your idea," and Dan just blew it off like that's a bunch of shit, as Dan's prone to do.
Well, yeah, I mean that's unfortunate. Although to be fair to Dan, although he's definitely super volatile and stuff, at least he shouldn't have blown it off. And I'm not sure he's a flat earther today. I mean, he kind of is, but not really.
Yeah, at least Dan has gone out and done stuff.
Yeah,
okay.
Right.
As ambiguous as can be. However, he went out and did stuff.
Yep.
But then they dismiss tasks and measurements which don't have that ambiguity.
Yeah, I mean, true.
They want to know about the 1 foot observer above the water. That's not how you measure the Earth. I don't know what made them think that matters.
Well, I mean, I can tell you kind of. What they think matters is what they have to believe matters in order to to hold the flat earth belief. Like it's not a consistent they don't have a consistent position.
Yeah. They do that hand waving because the way they did the hand waving with the Cavendish experiment. Same thing. They keep on when you give them certain things and it shows them exactly what
You
we're
got
saying.
an echo, Gatebreaker. I think you're echoing.
Oh yeah, my bad. Let me turn off. Sorry about that.
Oh, yeah, sorry. They just mock. They just mock it, and the same thing they want to do here with Jesse. I mean, the dishonesty is incredible.
Oh yeah, they say what we need is repeatable measurements. Okay, we go out and make an array of redundant measurements, which matches, the world over, every other industrialized country for centuries. And they said, show me the measurements. Okay, I present the receipts, and they go, those aren't measurements, those are just numbers. I go, what? You think I keep measurements like little figurines on a mantle?
Well, to be fair, they don't understand your measurements.
That's not fair. Because their lack of understanding removes them as being some sort of authority to dismiss it and say it's wrong or tell me I'm doing it wrong. Because they don't understand it, I'm wrong.
Yeah, I mean, that is true.
Yeah, honestly, I mean, we could ignore them, right? But reason why I engage them from a personal standpoint is because they're talking to unsuspecting people, and I just feel like authority needs to be there while they're talking to unsuspecting people and say, "Hey, listen, no, check this out. This is what the science is. No, let me help you to understand." Because literally, I watch them indoctrinate some young person. Oh, I guess I'm a flat earther. but sometimes some people are kind of trolling them. But I don't know, man. I just feel like we need to be there to kind of help some unsuspecting, average person. But you know, some people say that if somebody's prone to believe that, there's nothing you can do to stop them from believing.
Yeah,
Nothing.
you can't. Not really.
Yeah, exactly. If they're conspiracy theory people, you can't stop it.
It's so hard to get a 1v1 in Omnivore server. The Glovers irate, they can't wait to get a word in and interrupt my train of thought.
Wanna do a 1v1 with me?
Glot, there's no glot. What's up, Bacon?
Hey, sorry, cutting the music in the middle of it.
I just had a great conversation with Glory. I mean, you got to give props to somebody that actually is creating the substantiation necessary for a model. You got to give props.
Yeah, Glory has put some work in his stuff that I'd never seen any Flurf putting on their stuff.
Yeah, and it's good. I like it. I'm thinking about, you guys say the higher you go in altitude, the less stuff. That there's an absence of all things. But what if there's resistance? I like the name that I just heard for this idea. It's a permeativity pressure gradient. I'm gonna butcher it because I'm sure just learning it doesn't help in trying to reiterate it, but I often look at the idea of satellites. They say that's due to the gravitational field, and it just is constantly being dragged back towards the Earth, right? Well, what if there is so much resistance due to the absence of things that it's not gravity pulling you down, it's the medium repelling you back, and there is a gradient to the permeativity.
I like it. I like this idea. It's not for everyone though. Some people do. What about sunsets? Like, just completely miss the point. It's not for everyone. I'm not saying you would say that, Bacon. Oh, you went on deaf. You went deafened. You got a deafened. What's up, No Tanks?
What's up, dude?
Good shit before, man. Appreciate you.
Yeah, no problem. Yeah, hopefully they've learned their lesson and they know that we'll just leave. All right, we'll just pack our shit and go. And so they better watch their attitudes.
It's just too much irony to watching this server die after I quit the call. It's like, you guys screaming over talking, complain about me talking, but the moment I'm gone, you all shut up. The irony.
That's right. Yeah, no, I mean you did destroy them on their points.
Yeah, so did you. That short line straight as distance thing, they kept referring to the great circle route as a straight line. Yeah, dude.
Yeah, they admit that so when in one hand they'll say the shortest distance is a great circle route, and on the other hand they have to deal with three-dimensional reality and admit that they're not traveling the shortest distance. Yeah. In either vector, either azimuth or vertical change. Yeah.
It's wild. Yeah, it's literally treated like a linear distance, A to B, and then they just say, yeah, that distance is curving, and that's the shortest path.
Yeah, it sucks. Their proof is that there's no shorter distance than this. That's proof of globe, and then they'll later on go to admit that that's not the shortest distance in reality. So it can't be globe. It sucks.
Sucks for globes. The solution is a bigger globe. They have to stop saying it has a radius of 3959 at least, and then they'll just start sounding slightly more valid.
The old modus tollens by QE. Yeah, they should adopt it. If the Earth were a sphere with a radius of 3959, yada yada yada, therefore the Earth's not a radius of 3959.
Correct. Could be bigger. And I don't know. The struggle is just because you give an inch, we take a mile. Now, of course, we're going to take the mile because you guys are so stubborn.
Yeah,
we gotta stop fighting now. We've already claimed way more than just an inch at this point. We already took our mile, and you don't even want to give an inch. What else is going on?
What do you got? What do you got? Two of you in here in case they try to mute. They can just hit it quicker.
Oh, that's so funny. Yeah, I got my Discord running. on my computer as well. I forgot. Yeah, there's two of me. Yeah, that's funny. I can unmute that mic. Let me see what this sounds like. This might be horrible. I warn you.
Yeah, so Earth is definitely not a globe.
Sounds way better. Holy shit, that's the best you've ever sounded.
Well, thank you.
That time it did do a slow lag, but that might even also be cooler.
Man, I get bombarded in here. Fucking I pull up, and then I see iStar joins, and then I see NASA Shield joins, and I'm just fighting a wave of angry globes. I'm going to be streaming live to TikTok. So when I come in here and I engage the topic, I'm not willing to engage with this current, the current aesthetic of this environment.
Both
I
of
need
the
it to be
accounts
one.
are activating the sound. Both mics.
Oh yeah, I got two mics. Sorry, I was messing around.
Yeah, you can't handle that, can you, Glory? You can't handle when it's just you're getting stomped on. Yeah. You know what it might be? It might be demons. Demons.
Every time I hear him saying that, I do end up doing a little self-reflection. Like, oh shit, all right. I understand why he's saying that.
Yeah, it's surprisingly effective.
No, I'm about to go out somewhere. I'll talk to you guys a little bit.
All right, bro. Peace.
Yep. Yeah, so electric. Besides that, if it's not concave, let's just say let's just eliminate concave. If it's not the current Glober model, maybe that idea that we said with light bending up and the variable charge throughout that would make light not be the same speed. And basically, what if perhaps there might be a alternative Glober setup where Earth is a
I have
globe, but
something.
yeah, I have
I
one thing
do.
too, but you can go first.
I'm so glad that we can talk about this right now, dude. I'm gonna share my screen. I really want this video that my friend Tank showed me the other day. We're just gonna have to work without it. All right. You see what I got on my screen?
Oh yeah, it's a cavitation bubble geometry.
Yeah, dude, my guy already knows it. This is the one I'm focused on right here. This is what I consider to be a viable alternative cosmology. So you can have the entire Earth on this mound of a rising bubble. The indentation gives you the slightly oblate globe. But you are technically inside of a system. You're in a closed system. The celestial sphere is and then the south celestial pole.
Yeah.
That's the main issue with this model, is figuring that out still.
Nice.
Oh shit, there's 3 electrics. Wait a second. Is that me? Oh no, there's really 3 electrics in here. I must be triggering a globe tard so hard. Look what this guy has to do. It's funny. That's how you know that I'm making a valid point, because all they could do is troll. Why don't you actually make an argument? Poor little globe tards. Can't figure out what the heck their model's telling them. Yeah, so it's not that light is bending up due to the less dense medium. It's bending up due to the absence of all things. All right, I'm gonna go wander around, find out where the commotion is. Let's find out.
Electric back with him antics. Why, electric man. Electric. How can somebody be so paranoid, man? Paranoid, eh? The way the man behaves, the man is behaving with pure paranoia. Straight up to the max. Straight up. Like, oh, you know, check, check. Like, what? Can't believe electric is still pushing that concave nonsense. Dude, if the earth was concave, you would get change in elevation, right? As you move across the surface star, you get change, literal change in elevation, right? If you run a 6-inch ruler along a concave, right? It go up from the the observer. You know what I'm saying? You can't, these things don't work, man. Stop pushing. Stop, man. The globe explains everything. Everything works on the globe. That is why they did it. You know, and going back to like 500 BC or 200 BC, when Aristarchus first put heliocentrism, right? That was long, that big man, BC, and them shut him down. They shut him down, you know, and they leaned into geocentrism because geocentrism was more majestic. The earth is the center of the universe. That's how God wanted it. But in heliocentrism, geocentrism, the earth is a sphere. So the people were already from BC days. BC. Demand them, and that is recorded history. No telling how far back it goes. You know what I mean? Egyptian days, the Egyptians, they probably knew that the earth was a sphere. They probably sense it. The problem is night and day. Night and day is the biggest problem. It's like the primary problem with flat earth. Night and day is the primary issue with flat earth. You can't get night on a flat plane. The sun is always visible. It doesn't shrink to a dot. It doesn't go out and just change size down to a penny. It don't do that. So once humans started to see that, they're like, this don't make no sense. The sky touching the ground in that way. That's the next biggest problem with flat earth. The horizon. The horizon is the next big problem with flat earth. The horizon, man. You can't get horizon. Impossible. When I say it's impossible, you cannot get a horizon on a flat plane. You can't get it. You can't get it, brother. So it's like that alone. So those two things, night and day, and the horizon, kill flat earth instantaneously. All the other stuff that we're arguing about, helicopters and rotation and all those other things, it's just fluff. But once flat earthers cannot explain those two primary issues, right? So the company is lying long distance. That's right. The company is lying long distance observations. Oh, if you notice, they lean into long distance observations. They lean into it. Yeah, it's flat. It's measured flat. We have long distance observations over. And you know what they do? You see the trick? They don't say short. Oh, 30 miles, 20, 30 miles, 100 miles, 200 miles. They lean into it because they know it kills their flat earth. Kills it. Pick Gaspard. Oh, wow. We're looking at Pick Gaspard. Dude, the mountain range shows up. once a year. Once a year. And you want us to just show the once a year? You want us to uncurve the entire planet for once a year observation? Dude, you mad? Get out of here, man. Get out of here. Night and day. Night and day. And horizon kills flat Earth. Kills it. But they're just so arrogant. So arrogant. Can't take the L. They're just take the L, man. But you guys troll and mock and dox and kick out people and mute people and try to just hand wave it away and move away from the subject and you call us all kinds of disgusting. You guys are retarded people, and you're just going on with all the antics when you know you lost this debate. But because you guys have these servers that are running. Earth Awakenings has established this 24/7 garbage on YouTube. Dude, you go to the YouTube, one person is watching, two people. Like, there's nobody watching it. But it just feels like you're somehow doing an outreach to the world. And then you have this massive power on your little irrelevant server. Massive. And you surround yourself with racist people, drug addicts, people talking about taking psychedelics and what bunch of strange folks, man. And the 24/7 people, what a bunch of delusional people, arrogant jokes, running around the entire Discord, setting up 24/7s in politics servers here everywhere, trying to catch unsuspecting people who don't know science and feed on their feelings, this level of indoctrination. Jeez. I'm telling you, man, it needs to stop. It needs to stop. All these people need to be taught to listen. They need to be. They need to be knocked off of those thrones. They have to be. They need to be taught a lesson. Like YouTube and these people need to shut them down. Seriously. If they got a whiff of their behavior, for they're racist, and so I understand. Like YouTube, hear these people being so disgusting and allowing that content. Children, listen. The F-bombs dropping left and right on these feeds, and YouTube does nothing about it. It needs to stop, man. It needs to stop. At the end of the day, we are going to get the last laugh. Why? Because it's getting easier and easier to get to high altitude. Right? It's getting easier. Space tourism is coming. No matter what, people are going to be flying to space. What's going to be happening is we're going to fly to space and leave these jokers on the Earth. Talking about flat Earth. You know what I mean? We'll leave them here. Let them stay. Let them stay. Right? As humanity moves on, conquers the stars, they leave flat earthers here. Let them stay. The nonsense. What I mean, while we're gone. You know what I mean? It would be so cool if like all human beings have left the planet except flat earthers. They're all gone to the stars. And they can sit around and speculate where we have gone. Or we've gone to other lands across the ice wall and just be them alone. It would just be them. No new people to speak to convince that anybody is gone. They'll just be them. Man, baby, I think I ranted and raved enough. But don't worry. Like I say, we will have the last laugh for sure. We will. No doubt. The other thing, is they study the globe model. They have some idea about it, and they have borrowed it and twisted it to fit in something that they think it's what's happening. Instead of just accepting the truth. People study, dude. 2,500 years people have been working on this. 2,005. Who in gosh name is you? You haven't studied under anyone, right? You haven't done any work, no math. You haven't run any experiments. You haven't done any of this stuff, man. Dude, there are kids in college right now that have a better understanding of Pythagoras theorem and trigonometry than all of you. Right now, they're freshmen right now. They could run circles around you. You guys are talking as if you say you knew. Oh, concave Earth. Oh, concave, celestial theodolite. You have no idea what's happening. None. None. You guys don't know. But today we're talking about angular momentum and all these kind of things, angular velocity and all these kind of things. You guys have no idea. Flat earthers have no idea what they're talking about. None. They cannot conceptualize angular momentum. It's not in their head at all. They just don't understand it. You know what I'm saying? Ask them to recite Newton's. They're so hard. The very basic Newton's laws, Kepler's laws, um, you know, the thermodynamic law, the ideal gas laws, all these kind of things. I listened to one big head on Earth Awakenings talking about dielectric fields, and I was like, dude, there's no such thing. Stop that foolishness. He literally borrowed the word dielectric, which is talking about dielectric substances, and just added the word field onto it. Like what? What is that? Just sounds good. Don't know. Just it has to stop. It has to stop. It has to end. It has to end. You guys need to just go away. Like, you know what I mean? Go away. Like, they're on these servers, like the 24/7 is just perched on these servers where they're having actually legitimate discussions about politics. They're talking about God and religion, and these are legitimate topics. Science, legitimate, right? But these flat earth nonsense people have just perched themselves onto these servers, like it's like a leech sucking the blood out of the minds of unsuspecting people, making them delusional. So now they can't even have rational discussions. It's just such evil. Such evil. Such evil. They strategically perched themselves onto these servers because people who come to those servers for legitimate discussions, scrolling through and see 24/7 flat earth, and then tries their hand at it. Strategic. Strategic evil. You know what I mean? And the people who create these politics servers, you know, they're flat earthers. They are flat earthers, but they don't show their true colors. You know? I'm trying to build a politics server. My politics server will guide people in the right direction. So people who come to politics, they talk politics. When they come to the room about the 24/7 flat earth debate, they will be told the truth and be warned about flat earth. Never go to a flat earth place where these people have mad powers. Don't go. That's my mission now. Don't go to those rooms where those people have mod powers. Never argue with a flat earth with a mod badge. Never. Never argue with a flat earther with a mod badge. That is my goal right now. Never do that. If they want to have the debate with you, they come to your space. Or they debate with you where they don't have the power. We should all of us, never ever go back to Geo's place. Never. We should all make a pact. Don't go back there. Don't try. Don't think about it. Don't go there. It's normal people. Don't go there. And we should have a space here that tells people do not go there. That's what I do on Clubhouse. When people come to my place on Clubhouse and they want to have the discussion, I say, listen, flat earthers are going to come. They're going to invite you to your space. I'm telling you right now, don't go. Don't go. Don't go. You're wasting your time. You're wasting your energy. It's an indoctrination chamber. It's a vitriolic chamber. It's filled with hate, disgust, bigotry, racism, sexism, conspiracy theory, lies, all that stuff. And those things affect you, no matter what. I mean, we've all heard it. Negativity affects you negatively. Positivity affects you positively. Right? Makes you feel better about yourself. Negativity does the same thing, but for the negative, right? For the negative. Right? So, yeah. Deal with them, man. Never going back to those, never going back. Never. I went there last week trying to go to the 24/7, trying to tell them that, look, you guys have lied on my name, blah, blah, blah. I just wanted to set the record straight. They didn't want to hear it. So that's it, done. They don't want to hear it. Trying to appeal to their better vices and saying, oh, I wonder if these people are reasonable people. But they're not. So that's it. It's done. It's over. So I've created a server called Politics and Science. Everybody joined that server as well, and have legitimate discussions. You know what I mean? As well as make sure we stay and support Omni.